Hmm. What happened there? Okay. to this flesh. We go around, a 1 foot nailed down. About you, reach out and beyond this flesh. Become remember who we are. Will and wonder about you. Recall, remember, one breath, one word, one spark, sun becoming. The light, wake up now, child. Wake up, child. Release the light, wake up now, child. To this flesh, this guise, this mess, this dream. Wake up, remember, one breath, one word, one spark, sun becoming. Yes, I'm going to be doing that a little bit here. Coming up shortly. Seems to be if when U.S. is going to destroy itself faster with war. Is that the big question? People have been asking themselves that lately. Is that what you're hoping for? How about that? Let's ask that. You hoping for that? Remember one breath, one word, one spark, eyes full of wonder. To be fair to their range, just to speed things along, so no. Was US self-destruction can be still averted with AI? Are you a big fan of that Operation... Oh, what the fuck is it called? Starship, whatever it is. I don't know, that big Texas facility that they're building. What is that called?
To the fray, weapon out and belly in. Warrior
Stargate.
struggling to remain
Consequential. Elon's data center? No, they're building they're building something called Stargate. Stargate's first AI data center in Texas, which I'm pretty sure is backed by Trump. 10 key facts about the massive data center launched by OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank. So, I thought it was called Operation Stargate, but it's just called Stargate, essentially. Somewhere in Texas. I think it's up north near Dallas. Yeah. But you were saying that we can still be averted with AI. Like, is that what you're talking about with things like that? Or, like, just in general?
Loud and bellying. Battles won, the things we've done. Make your love tired bones, shredding to remember when. Invincible, now the armor's wearing thin. Heavy shield down.
What's up, Casey? Yo, what's up, Graham? No, I haven't listened to anything. I haven't done anything or listened to anything all week. I've been working. I've been drowning in work, man. So I haven't streamed since last weekend. I have not played any games. This is the first time I'm listening to music in like a week. I haven't done any podcasts, any YouTube. I haven't done shit. I've just been working. Is it on the same? Is it the same one though? That immediatism? Is that what they were talking about? It's on immediatism. Okay, I'll check it out. I'll check it out when I get my brain back, dude. Yeah, what's up, Wampa? Tool song is nice. Yeah. Yeah, enjoy Tool. This is from all this from the new album. I say new. It came out, what, 6 years ago? I can't believe this is already 6 years old. I think we waited like 13 years for this album to come out, and it's already like halfway through that time that it took to make this album. They're like infamous for fucking taking forever. What's up, Chronico? "12-year minimalist covering Tool, having none to share my fandom with. Wait for the internet." Yeah. Passenger. Oh yeah, it's from. That's with Deftones, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good song. Hey, Graham. Well, I think there's just probably. I'll come back to this in a second, but there's probably. Where was it? My Own Summer. Yeah. You never heard this song before? This is basically that song that like put him on the map. It's called My Own Summer. I mean, it's famous because he starts screaming at some point. Right? Like right here. It was that one. It was also Digital Bath. I think that was the name of the. I think that was the name of it. Digital Bath. Yeah, Digital Bath. Actually, this is on the same. This is on the same album as Passenger. This was like the big single off the album, I think. But you know, Passengers, fucking awesome. It's amazing. I really like the drums in this song. 100% Maynard, was it? It's all different, yeah. True.
Listen, won't you please?
ABC is awesome. I love Perfect Circle. They need to get like a new fucking album together. I want to say I saw something about them recording recently. I know Pussifer is coming out with a new album. They came out with like a greatest hits recently, but they're coming out with a new album sometime soon. I really like Pussifer. Tell me you've heard some Pussifer. Tell me you've heard Pussifer. Man, Pussifer is fucking awesome. Never heard of them? That's like Maynard's other side project. Mama Said? Yeah, Mama Said's awesome. You never heard Pussifer, dude? Oh, man. This is yet another Maynard side project.
Changes come. Life will have its way. With your pride, son. Take it like a man. Hang on, son of mine. The storm is blowing up your horizon. Changes come. Keep your dignity. Take the high road. Take it like a man. Changes come. Keep your dignity. Take the high road. Take it like a man. Mama said like the rain. Like a kidney stone. It's just a broken heart, son. This flame will pass away.
Yeah, they're really good. They've had, I think, they had, the thing is they have like 20 different like remix albums and maybe 4 or 5 actual albums that aren't remix albums. But all, I haven't listened to all the remix albums, but the actual albums are really, really good. That's a good song.
Sweet little Jesus on fire, I'ma need a damn lawyer and a miracle to pull my ass out of this. Devil kept poking the ball, so I shipped it right to Mozambique, 'cause I was over it. the birdie, but what if she's a zombie or a Dracula? I better hang on to this.
Most know this genre from listening to older sister CDs, minus APC. Okay. Well, your sister's based. Sounds like your sister's pretty fucking based, you know.
Lord, won't you show a little mercy? I've been on the straight and narrow since the judge and the warden up for Roman. Rat boys and devil kept broken, so I shipped the rest to Mozambique. 'Cause I was over it.
A lot of this stuff is like this. It's kind of just like it's probably more like a grittier southwestern country style version of APC, basically. But it's also like a lot more radio friendly. I would dare to even say like possibly even danceable or dance friendly.
It's still not real. Lash and earn in silence. Talk to me. Dust devil swept you away. My recollections are all that's left of you. Swing and sway around me. Dust devil swept you away. Whirling playful dancing about you. Dust devil
Horizon. Anyways, all right, let's watch some slap. Let's watch some slap. Newman or Sterner? Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Like I said, I have not even... I've just been so busy with work. Like all the... You know, the past few weeks when I was streaming and working at the same time, that thing that I was working on, I finally delivered to production on Monday. So... It's like a huge weight was lifted off my shoulders, but right when I sent that to production, then we had a shit ton of like regression testing to do for this new platform we're upgrading to. So I've been doing nothing but like just testing basically. And I thought I would get a break. I thought I'd get a break in between that thing I was working on and the platform upgrade, but they need all hands on deck for regression. So I've just been literally I haven't done anything. I haven't gone out. I have not enjoyed anything. I've just been working. But these are all good problems to have. I'm not complaining. Theoretician of political theology. Yeah, I haven't heard of I've heard of Sterner, but not Newman. The ANCAPs and the ANCOMs love to debate Sterner. They fucking go back and forth on that guy. What's your honest take on vaporwave? That's a genre, right? Pretty sure I like it. Yeah, it all reminds me of like Weather Channel music back in the day. Hundreds of dying genres. Yeah. It reminds me of Weather Channel music. I used to watch the Weather Channel religiously when I was a kid, but it was only because I grew up in Miami, and weather is a big factor down there because you have fucking tropical storms and hurricanes knocking at your door every day, basically. So we watch the Weather Channel all the time, and like anytime I hear vapor or anything like this, it's like it reminds me of like the Weather Channel back in the day. But yeah, I dig it. It's very nostalgic. It reminds me of just like the 90s in general, too. I don't even know how many of you were around to actually experience the 90s or if you were even born then. But I was born in 82, so I was very aware of what it was like in the 90s. Go to morning song. Yeah, man, I like it. I'm already liking it. Yeah, even this reminds me of like the Weather Channel a little bit. It's definitely got that late 80s, early 90s vibe. Like if you had like a smooth jazz radio station in your town, they would play something like this. It's just the same vibe throwing off coffee sunburst. Yeah, yeah. It's good. I like it. I like it. It's definitely good. Good vibe. Although I think some people, because the thing is that some of this, like, because some of the aesthetic with some of this vaporwave stuff is very nostalgic, I guess, and I think some people attribute that or conflate it with um, white supremacist aesthetics. Um, I don't know. Anytime you do, like the vaporwave chant, like if you search vaporwave, there's a 24-hour channel that comes up that's just nothing but vaporwave, but the thumbnail is of like some kind of random statue that some alt right Twitter account would probably have as their profile picture or whatever. So I wonder if a lot of this stuff is it's like uh either organically linked to or just um, disingenuously conflated with some kind of nostalgic, you know, exclusive to US. Probably, probably. But the thing is, like, anytime you do some kind of throwback stuff, it's like, remember when? Remember when things were good? some people, some people who I've met online definitely take that as a potential, I guess, white supremacist talking point. Uh,
I was late
oh, oh shit.
an
Wow, that's a lot of ambience.
article and on
Okay, that's better. Uh, Casey on the Minnesota Somali Muslim thing. No. I mean, there's probably things I want to talk to Casey about, but not that. No. The discussion I had last week was fucking exhausting. Exhausting. Well, not it wasn't with Casey. It was with Conrad. I think about fucking whether or not people who aren't white can be American or whatever like that. Between the links that I watched and the conversation, that was 6 hours. I think that was 6 hours, and I came out of that stream fucking exhausted, which is not what I want to do. I don't want to come out of my own stream exhausted, battling fucking talking points for fucking hours and hours on end. So, I mean, there was one thing that I want to ask Casey about. There was an article that came out from Vice recently saying that that I didn't read the whole article, but I guess there were sections of it talking about whether there's a possibility that racism could be linked to mental illness, and my thoughts immediately went to, okay, well, if racism could be considered a mental illness, then accusing or criticizing someone of racism, is that ableism? Is that ableism? If racism is a mental illness and you're like, you're a racist, that's racist. Are you actually committing ableism because racism is a mental illness? VOD of it on Kick? Probably. I don't take down any of my VODs. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. I take down very rarely do I take down VODs. I take down a VOD if I like accidentally, dox myself, or if there's like a topic on there that I think is just too hot to fucking keep on either site. But that VOD should be up there. Yeah. It was just basically me and Conrad going back and forth for hours about whether or not, people who aren't white can be American, And yeah. And then I actually talked to Gustix afterwards. After I ended the stream, I talked to Gustix for maybe like an hour, which was cool. I had a good conversation with Gustix. He's somebody who I've rated a bunch of times, but I never talked to. And I thought we had a good conversation, but one of the people in his chat could not stand me. They thought I was the second coming of Mustache Man, basically. What's up, Nerdity? That's a unique takeaway. Well, I mean, we do this, right? We do this with things. We reassess, right? So if racism is a mental illness, and you criticize or ridicule somebody for their racism, are you actually being ableist? You know, you know, I don't know. Or do we carve out certain mental illnesses as not subject to the way that we treat other mental illnesses? Respect the culture of the country and end up in a fractured country. Multi ethnic monoculture. That's just the way to go. That doesn't mean you can't fucking cook tacos and curry and shit, okay? But if you're in America, you have to be American. you know? Now that gets a little more complicated when you talk about Europe, because then you start saying, Europe is for Europeans and things like that. And it's like, well, if I decided to take a trip to Europe and, you know, there was nothing but kebab shops everywhere, then I don't think I wouldn't feel like I'm going to Germany, you know. Has a cringe hairstyle. He's got like a new metal hairstyle, I want to say. It's like a 2002 kind of new metal hairstyle. He's got like the like dark black hair, but it has like gel and it's like spiked up a little bit. I haven't seen that kind of hairstyle since like the early 2000s. Like late 90s, early 2000s. It's definitely like he looks like the lead singer of like a new metal band or something. But he was a nice guy to talk to. You know, he was very, you know, him and I definitely disagree on a bunch of things, but he was very, you know, welcoming and engaging, and I thought we had a fun conversation. It wasn't too intense. It was just like a meet and greet basically. But one of his chatters really hated me. She thought I was fucking. She thought I was the worst thing since unsliced bread, basically. Being from any country should be about culture and loyalty, not skin color. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was trying to make that case left and right, but you know, eventually we got to the point where he basically just, you know, flat out said that you know, you have to be white to be considered American, and I was just like, no. Well, we just disagree on this. You know, it took us 6 hours to get there, but anyways, let's watch some slop. I want to watch some slop. I wanted to watch slop last week, and I didn't get to because we were talking about that shit for 6 hours, and I was just fucking playing links left and right. Okay, my entire streamer real estate was taken up by links last fucking weekend, so I'm not doing any links today. Okay, I might not even do links tomorrow for as many links as I did last weekend. But there's some slop I want to catch up on. Some people I want to piss off by playing the slop. So, but we got Casey's boy Tectone here. Bam. Casey's boy Tectone.
I was linked and
he's talking about Hassan is gay as fuck. And I think this was about this like GQ article that came out about Hassan or something like that. Give any details? What hype? What type of work do I do IRL? I work for a giant fucking corporation, a very giant corporation. But we particularly work with the federal government to customize and maintain some of their enterprise resource platforms. In particular, I work with SAP. That's the platform I specialize in, and my role is a Scrum Master. So I'm basically running a team of analysts and developers to, you know, customize and maintain finance functionality for a certain unnamed department. I'm not going to say which department it is, but it's a very important one of the government. And yeah, so I basically just run a team of developers and analysts to customize solutions for them. And yeah, so, and I love it. It's great. It's like the most different thing I've ever done. You know, I spent my 20s working in hospitality. Then I went into real estate. Then I was doing acting for a little bit. Then I went into the military. And now I'm working in corporate America. So it's just like a new chapter in my professional arc, my professional life. But I have like basically a recession-proof job because there's always work to do with the government, and I can't complain. You know, some people lose their jobs left and right sometimes, so I'm pretty fortunate. So if I bitch and moan about work, believe me, it's just because I'm old, and it's not because I don't enjoy what I do or don't consider myself lucky. But yeah, I'm a Scrum Master. That's my official role. Anyways, Casey's boy here. Let's go. Talking about Hassan. Let's go.
article, and unfortunately, I had to see all of this, which means now
Also, Casey, by the way, that fucking guy, that think before you sleep guy, that guy has like like almost 1 million subs on YouTube. I thought that guy was like a fucking no-name basement dweller guy. This guy's like almost got 1 million subs. Scrum Master, I assume you can use Excel like a wizard. I can. Yeah, I'm pretty good at Excel, but what I like to do with Excel is implement like programmable like customizations for my team to do certain things. So like using like Visual Basic and ActiveX controls and things like that to build out things that my team can find useful. I do enjoy that, but I mean, like as far as like pivot tables and fucking all that shit, I don't care about that kind of stuff. I like using Excel for the things that people normally don't use it for. But when it comes to like pivot tables and shit like that, I'm just like, whatever. Yeah. But yeah, that Think Before You Sleep guy, that guy's got like 1 million subs almost. I think it was like 960,000. I thought, like, when you said this guy is like a fucking incel, whatever, I thought he was like a basement dweller, 1,000 sub maybe YouTube guy. That guy's like pretty fucking big. Maybe he's just been doing it for a long time or something. I don't know. He is 100% basement dweller. Getting most subs from running a generic B-roll. Talking about WinVed. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
You are going to see this, and yes, this will be the thumbnail to the video. I saw Hassan Piker.
Look at that, bro. Oh my god, was this actually in GQ? No fucking way, dude.
Naked in a bathtub, and now all you do. I do believe that Hassan Piker is the biggest. You know those little bugs that like live in your garbage cans? Those maggots. I do believe that Hassan is a massive fucking maggot, and the biggest maggot on this platform. There's a different word that I want to say right now, but for the sake of keeping monetization, we'll just call him a maggot. This guy is so fucking gay it hurts. It's actually embarrassing to even see this guy like this because this dude actually thinks he's like this sexy. It's just so, my God. Stupid, sexy Hassan. Another article actually put out another puff piece on Hassan Piker. And I've never read one of these, but I heard that there was something interesting about this. And I believe I actually see it on my screen right now. I'm going to read an entire Hassan Piker puff piece because I just want to know what the internet on the opposing side actually thinks of this guy. And we're going to see what we can learn here. Here's how Hassan Piker starts each day. Working out, shooting the shit. It's Monday at 8:30 a.m. and we're in the backyard of the house in West Hollywood where there's a makeshift private gym with benches, pull-down machines, and dumbbells.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get another drink.
Galore. This is where the 34-year-old, just dinosaur. This is where the 45-year-old political influencer keeps his thirsted. Oh my God. This is where he keeps his thirsted after body fit. Oh my God. I already don't want to read this shit. Jesus Christ. Is this an article on Hassan Piker or is this a fanfic? There's no way this isn't paid. Jesus Christ. Joined by a few other neighborhood characters, including a guy who works on Pod Saved America, his Bernice Beefcake Kaya tussles with a few other golden brown dogs. As Piker burns through his 70-minute workout, exhausting himself in the process, he strips his shirt off. An army of girls and gays, not to mention admiring looks maxers, would kill to be where I am now. So, Hassan supporters are just a bunch of gay dudes. Guys, this is real. This is something that was published to the internet. This might be one of the most homoerotic articles I've ever read in my entire life. Pressing Pickle, you just ruined my whole day. Oh my God, this is straight up pathetic. Will we get to more levels of patheticness? Let's find out. Next to Piker, as he pants in a pair of neon shorts with black Calvin Klein. What the fuck is this? What is this? This is what a Hassan Piker fan looks like? A bunch of fucking gay dudes? Calvin Klein boxers poking out and sunlight glinting off the sweat beaded on his chest hairs. Brother, are you masturbating? We're one paragraph in. Jesus. Piker's trainers fibbed to me about how much he's bench pressing. 300 pounds before the real number comes out, 175. His personal best is 285. Hassan only benches 175, and his max bench is only 285. Guys, do you know who else lifts 285 pounds with less than 2 years of gym experience? I just tried this yesterday because I was bored. Yeah. Guys, this is me with less than 2 years of training, and I just finished being injured for 4 months. I am stronger than Hassan in his peak physical condition, while looking like this. This is what I mean by Hassan Piker is a big-for-nothing BFN steroid abuser that does not have a explosive bone in his body. And this is why Hassan won't fight me or won't fight a fucking Sam Hyde, because he's weak. I'll put my money where my mouth is. If I can't bench 295 and beat Hassan's max bench ever by next week, I'll gift Hassan 100 subs. Hassan is actually a legitimate fraud. Jesus, Hassan Piker, you are not allowed to criticize my views on you until you can outbench me. Because as far as I'm concerned, you are a small, fraudulent little man. And with how much finasteride you put in your hair because you're insecure about losing your hair because you can't handle being bald like me, I would not be surprised if you got injections to make your muscles look bigger. Because I outlift you on everything, and I do not look as big as you. That is insane. The conversation among the 7 men and women grows increasingly unhinged. Jokes about semen retention exercises morphing into a discussion about which Hollywood plastic surgeon is least likely to kill you. What? The new meta is ballerina cups. Women from only A to B to C cup max. Piker muses at one point, meta is a gamer-derived term for state-of-the-art. Nick Fuentes is gay, he says at another, echoing a common attack on the far-right streamer. He definitely likes catboy porn, he adds, referring to an infamous incident on one of Nick Fuentes' streams, which we will not detail here. Why is it that Hassan can only attack people off of like random crimes they accuse people of, and he can never address anybody's actual points? What is happening? Groans, gossip, and athletic guidance fly from all angles. Good has get taller, face down, ass up toward the end. Piker starts describing how a chicken wrap he's been loving recently is very fibrous and bottom-friendly, leading to another gym goer to tease him about his diet. Have I been having anal sex? No, Piker responds. I've always had nice poops.
What the fuck, bro?
How do people read this and go, yeah, I want to support this guy? What the fuck is this? Hey guys, has anybody ever read one of these articles? This is insane. Piker has no filter. That's one of the reasons he's the hottest left-wing political commentator online. His management team consists of a single guy named David, so basically he has no leash and answers to no one. Every day, tens of thousands of people watch him dissect the news for 7 hours on Twitch. A typical stream involves him scrolling phonetically while clicking on links sent by fans in his chat, reacting to the latest viral clips and headlines, dishing with his viewers, and viciously sparring with haters. America deserved 9/11 is one of his most infamous wisecracks. When Rush Limbaugh died, Piker played a clip of a dancing crab in celebration, vigorously bounced around his room. So he's a piece of shit? We're calling celebrating a man's death and saying that our nation deserved one of the greatest tragedies that happened to our nation a wisecrack? Okay. Piker's one of the new breed of streamers like Aiden Ross and Sneeko who are shaping the worldview of kids. Whoever watch MSNBC or read the New York Times, this online mirror world, Piker is the himbo gateway drug, introducing a legion of kids to progressive ideals like Medicare for all and how to support terrorism. They really just compare. I mean, I guess they're right. Sneeko and Hasanabi. Yep. Sneeko and Hassan, one and the same. Yeah, absolutely. Jesus. And then there's Gaza. Young people across America are calling out what they see Democratic politicians' complicity in a U.S.-backed war that is more widely being called a genocide as Palestinians starve. Republican support of the war has been taken as a given, although MAGA Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has broken rank. Piker has opposed Israel's offense since the start. It's the online arena where the most progressive but also the most right-wing ideologies are taking us hold now. And this unshackled world animated by constant beefs, Hassan is hated by both the right and center. He's a demigod and a demon, a crusader for good and a parasite on society, an empathetic hero and a so-called terrorist sympathizer. And we're bragging about this? This is the weirdest shit I've ever read. And what do you mean a so-called terrorist sympathizer? He is a flat-out terrorist sympathizer. Jesus.
Oh, no.
At the end of this article, I think the author takes back shots. Yeah, most likely. He claims the FBI might be surveilling him. Haters say they want him dead. As political expert sounds alarmed about authoritarianism, he's fighting back, one expletive and brain rot-filled live stream at a time. After the gym sessions, Piker, Kaya, and I load back into his black Mercedes-Benz and drive to his place, a large townhouse with a Suzuki motorcycle in the front and slender pool in the backyard. Piker dips for a second to freshen up, leaving me to explore the house. Fan art litters the walls and TVs, hats, Trump, Pence 2020, Jesus is my boss, Korea veteran, and Zin containers are scattered around. A set of shelves contains a slew of books including Noam Chomsky's Profit Over People, Neoliberalism and Global Order, Tony Tillemet's Incel Epic, Rejection, and numerous volumes of Marvel, Naruto, and Death Knight manga and comics. He isn't beating the socialist who owns commodities allegations, but his house feels more like a product of a nerd who would write anime swords and free public transportation in his Hinge bio than it does someone obsessed with luxury access. Says the guy who owns a $3.4 million house in Los Angeles. Jesus Christ. Yeah, as an otaku, as a weeb, we disown him. We do. Do you think this reporter is sucking his dick while they're writing this? Piker suggests we chill in his studio, which is even more chaotically cluttered than the rest of his house. There's shelves stacked with rare World of Warcraft collectibles, a basketball, and a vinyl record of a raper Osama's son jump out. One corner contains a colossal Labubu doll encased in plastic. Behind it, there's a cutout of Bernie Sanders' classic diva pose at the inauguration and a poster of Barack Obama with Queen Elizabeth II. Cameras and mics flank an intricate recording center that can pass with a bank security device of Westfield Mall. I don't know how I'm gonna get through this, guys. This is fucking rough. Let's just keep going here. By the way, for anyone looking to get buff and clutch games like him, here's Piker's supplement stack: 1 espresso shot pre-workout, 4 creatine pills, fish oil, I don't eat seafood, zinc, ashwagandha, minoxidil, and finasteride. Told ya, he's a man who is balding like nature and evolution intended. And he's so insecure as a man, he can't face it. He cannot face it. He's on HRT, minoxidil, and finasteride because he's too much of a pussy to live his life bald, because he understands he would lose his entire audience if he did not have hair. Because his head would look even smaller if it had no hair. That's how insecure of a man this guy is. That's insane. God, this guy looks so fucking gay, it's insane. Oh, don't care. Don't care. I'm sorry, guys. I can't. I'm sorry. Oh, Jesus. I mean, you gotta be the gayest motherfucker to like this guy. You genuinely do. I'm sorry. I failed. I can't read it. I can't read all this. I really can't, guys. I don't know how any of this is real, but it is. It's just so pathetic. It's crazy.
This is what I was saying. I'm glad that there's a Trump supporter in here so that they can finally show chatters exactly what I was talking about when I said, talk to a Trump supporter and you will very quickly find out that they are living on a different reality.
Today, many members of the local Haitian community are afraid to turn up.
It's so funny. People still go get him out base. Got time to cut grass, but don't got time to get papers. Get him out base. Listen, when your filthy ass crawled out of your mother's on U.S. soil, you didn't do, okay? You're nothing. You contribute nothing to American society. You're just a hateful little monster, a weak, pathetic, hateful little monster that gets off on imagining that those with less fortune than you are somehow actually worse than you. You have to fantasize about these people being violent people. I'm actually a hardworking American and I appreciated immigrants, but when they got coming in this country without paperwork, get them out. You will never understand the reason as to why people come here without paperwork. You will never comprehend it because, like I said, you're a hateful little monster who knows that he's getting over by the extremely wealthy people in society, and you are too servile and too peasant-brained to actually look up and face who's actually oppressing you. So you have to look down and actively put other people in a second-class status so you can feel superior to something, to anything. That's what a weak man does. That's what a cowardly, pathetic worm like yourself does. You might fancy yourself to be this patriotic American. You're just like, get him out. Talking about get him out. Meanwhile, your great-grandparents came here under similar circumstances, okay? You were just fortunate enough to be born on U.S. soil. That person wasn't. You don't understand the conditions that they had to go through. You don't even think for a brief moment as to why that person's immigration status after 25 years is still in legal limbo. You don't even seem to get mad at the system that has kept that person undocumented this entire time. You think that person is a villain. You think that person is your enemy. That person is incredibly similar to you. But because you're so afraid to punch up that you have to constantly punch down to hope or to create an alternative reality for yourself where you can have a shred of superiority. You're not superior. You're inferior. You're weak. You're pathetic. And I do not respect you. And neither does anyone in your life. And that is precisely why you find yourself in a Twitch chat saying idiotic about people who were literally sent to a concentration camp after 25 years of working on U.S. soil instead of getting the proper paperwork clearance. It's that simple. Actually, I live with an illegal immigrant. He's been trying for years to get his paperwork, so I don't know exactly what he's going through. The fact that you sit on your high horse in your big multi-million-dollar mansion spitting propaganda, I'm trying to humanize a mother who lives with you, okay? You're telling me you live with an illegal immigrant, you understand his plight, and yet you have no sympathy whatsoever for other illegal immigrants? You are the dumbest mother on the planet. Holy dude, wake up. I love every single one of these servile little serfs that come in here and go, oh, well, guess what? You're rich. Yeah, I am. Okay. Aren't you supposed to respect me more because I have more money than you? I thought that was your worldview. Why the are you speaking up to me? Okay. That's so funny. What an own, dude. Oh, you speak from your multi-million-dollar mansion. Okay, dude. Yeah, I am. What an own, dude. You got me. I have a nice house. You owned me. That still doesn't change your position. That doesn't change that you have to constantly others over. You have to constantly keep putting people down. Okay. I have sympathy for illegal immigrants, but when they continue to come into this country untethered and without paperwork, this cannot continue, as you see a lot of places in America are being taken over and brought down by these immigrants coming into this country. Name one place that has been brought down by immigrant takeovers. It doesn't exist. This is precisely what I was talking about when I said Republicans hallucinate, dude. Every position that a Republican has developed is a complete hallucination. It just does not exist. It is not real. What you consider to be an immigrant takeover is like the fact that you had to hear Spanish one time in your life on U.S. soil and it spooked you. Okay? The f do you mean immigrants are coming in untethered and taking over? How the f do you think the American nation state was developed? That is how your nasty grandparents came here too. New York is a clear example of what happens when you let immigrants come into the country untethered. Now that there are new laws in place, they're out of this country, and look at New York now clean. Again, once again, back to back, not only did you hallucinate an insane reality that doesn't exist where you said New York was a because of immigrants, you also hallucinated a reality where New York was somehow rid of its migrant population, which didn't happen, and now New York is clean. Not a single thing you said was real. You literally exist in a totally separate field, dude. That is not real at all. You live in some bump backwater town in Idaho fantasizing about what goes on in New York. What the f are you saying? Now, you don't have to be like this. You don't have to be a hateful little monster, okay? You don't. Seemingly, you say you live with an illegal immigrant, okay? I actually live in Texas, so you're wrong about that. Okay, my bad. Backwater bump Texas down instead of Idaho. My bad. You wouldn't be able to put food on your table if it wasn't for migrant workers in this goddamn country. Show some respect. They deserve so much more.
NFL?
They
Yeah.
deserve proper documentation and proper wages. But you're
Yeah, I got my fantasy drafts coming up soon here in the next, I want to say week or two. I might do them on. I think it's like sometimes we get together and do like a Zoom call for our drafts. But if we don't do Zoom calls this draft, then I'll probably just stream it. But yeah, love me some Americano football. Football.
too stupid and too deluded into thinking that they are you over when it's actually the people that design the system that's you over. And the less you have, the more angry you get. And the more angry you get, the more you think immigrants are me over. You're a dumbass. Wake up. Wake up. Okay? Here's some hard to swallow pills for you. Okay? I'm not gonna whitewash it for your idiotic for in a way that you will. I'm not gonna coddle you for having this stupid position. Jesus Christ, dude. Enjoy the show. Trump is really saving America, right? He's making it great again, right? He's taking out the swamp, right? Thank God. Voting for the Epstein affiliate was fantastic. Fantastic design for this country. Trump is amazing. Yeah, he's amazing at kids, dude. And you love that he kids, I guess. That's what you love, don't you? You nasty little freak. Oh, Trump is amazing. What is one thing Trump has done for you? One thing. Name one thing. Don't say he closed the border, because your stupid ass doesn't understand that is not good for you in general. Okay? Name one thing. What did he do? Oh, he banned trans athletes from the NCAA. Did that actually fix the cost of living? Are things more affordable for you? Dumb. No. Is your rent cheaper now? No. What happened? Oh, but at least the 20 athletes in the NCAA don't get to participate because they were trans, right? Do you have more money in your pocket? No. He was going to end the wars. Look how fast he ended the wars. He has Benjamin Netanyahu shoved so far up that he's literally speaking out of his mouth. He's communicating with his. I actually work in a grocery store. Oh my God, this guy works in a grocery store. He's not even a small business owner. Oh my God. Oh my God. He said he lowered prices, bro. Oh my God. You literally, you work at a grocery store, dude. Wake up. He doesn't care about you. The Democrats don't either, but he certainly doesn't even try to make it seem like he cares about you. And you're still going, Trump is amazing. How do I reach out to you, man? How? Also, grocery CEOs, grocery CEO explains Trump tariffs are impacting prices at his grocery store. Prices are going to obviously go up because of tariffs. One day, hopefully, one day, inshallah, you're going to wake up from your stupor, okay? One day. How can you be a Texan that works at a grocery store and you're...
Look at our league Discord. Still coming a little bit crash a few seasons back concerning non-playoff teams. He's the waiver. That's interesting. That's a good. Yeah, that's because those teams. The thing is, like, some teams if they're not in the playoffs, sometimes they dump like starters. Sometimes they dump like major players, and then those players, just flood the market for playoff teams. When it's like they're not even, they're like in the consolation bracket and they're not really, in contention for anything serious. So yeah, I can see that. I can see why they could have an issue with that. If you guys need a player though, let me know. I'll join. I'm down.
Like, Trump's amazing. Oh my God, dude. Your landlord is going to demand a crumb of from your girlfriend instead of increasing the rent next month. And you're like, Trump is amazing. Why? He just made the transgenders not play in the high school sports. It's okay. He's my landlord. He owns me. This is what I will never understand. Motherfucker with no capital, zero capital, but they're capitalists. People constantly say, Hassan, how can you say you're a socialist? How can you say you're a socialist? You're rich. Motherfucker, you got no capital. You work at a grocery store. You don't own the store. You work there. Where is the deed to the factory, chatter? Yeah, sure, the mom and pop stores will be affected, but big corporations that supply most of America will not be facing the big problem. Dog, you are not John Croger. You are literally saying Trump is going to destroy mom and pop grocery stores, but the big grocery stores are going to be fine. First of all, you're wrong on that front as well, but it doesn't even matter. How is that good for the country? You are just admitting that Trump is bad for the country. Are you Mr. Ralph's? Are you Anderson Pavilion? No. Are you John Croger? No. At least the monopolies are fine, good sir. What do you think happens when there's less market competition? Do you think when they have 3 companies that own all the grocery store chains, they magically reduce prices? Are you stupid? Oh, I know the answer. You said Trump is amazing, but goddamn. Not only are you wrong on the immigration side, you're wrong on everything. This is what I was saying. I'm glad that there's a Trump supporter in here so that they can finally show chatters exactly what I was talking about when I said, talk to a Trump supporter and you will very quickly find out that they are living on a different reality, a totally different reality. Listen, advocate for your best interests. Okay, chatter, please, I beg you. Okay. I want to shake you until your brain keeps hitting the back walls of your skull, until you can advocate for your best interests. Okay. The rich do it every day. The wealthy do it all day. Your bosses, the people that own the grocery chain that you work at, they demand more from the government. You're so stupid that you don't even want to do it. You were advocating for their best interest. What's wrong with you? You work at the grocery store. You don't own the grocery store. Why the are you a Trump supporter? You think the wealthy became wealthy by sucking up to the wealthy? No. They fought for their best interests until they got to a different class position, and then they kept advocating for that class interest as well. Why the do you think a billionaire born with a silver spoon as a New York Democrat his whole life and a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate for most of his life gives a single shred of a about a Texan grocery store clerk, dude? How dumb do you gotta be? Do you think that if you suck up hard enough to Republicans that eventually you'll be rich like they are? It's not gonna happen. You're too stupid to advocate for your best interest now. You're never gonna make it. Yeah, you don't understand. If the monopolies do well, their profits will trickle down to my pocket. I'm actually a grocery store manager for over 10 years. I've been seeing the climate of this country's economy dwindle under Biden's command. Now that Trump is in command, oh, he's a manager. Oh, damn, dude, you're going to make it out the cut. I swear, brother. Yeah, this makes a little bit more sense. He thinks he's part of the team because he's a management class. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, the faceless, lifeless, actual owners of the franchise that you're operating, those are the most that are making the real money. You just get to see like maybe a little bit more than the people who you are in command over, okay? And it makes you feel like you're part of the team. You're not part of the team. You're like, yeah, hell yeah, brother. I've been a grocery store manager for 10 years, dude. I got a Camaro. You know, I ain't never making enough disposable income to put aside so they can purchase a home, but it's fine. Trump's going to fix that. Yeah. One more Guatemalan that gets deported from this country, and then I'll have a home, okay? One day, big dog, is coming for you. I swear. You're a manager and you have a roommate. Did you not think that perhaps the economic system that you are existing under is up at any point? Did you not think like, I've been a manager for 10 years? Why the do I still have a roommate? You're not even in like California. You're in Texas. At no point did it come at no point did this not confuse you where you're like, I have been a manager for 10 years. When is the bag coming? I still have a roommate in Texas of all places. Is this the future that I thought I was going to have when I was a kid playing Madden with my friends? No. At some point, some shit's got to change, no? Perhaps Trump is not the savior you thought it was. Isn't the American dream supposed to be that one day you can open a business and thrive in your community? This dude is literally saying Trump nuked the American dream of owning a local shop because the superstores will easily be able to tank his tariffs while local entrepreneurs get snuffed out. Trump is amazing, though. I know. None of it makes sense. That's what I'm saying. Unless he's lying about having an illegal immigrant for a roommate, and then actually he's just like he's in one of those situations where he like owns the house and he just rents it out. Mr. Beast is calling. Join the call. USA air raid. He quit because he got too popular. What? Radical left liberal lol. I think this guy can be convinced. Asmongold, we made it. Asmon was right. Lol, you deflect. Nah, I think this guy can be convinced. Yeah, sure. He listens to Asmongold and is consistently wrong. But I see the cracks in the dam. I mean, I could tell he's an Asmongold watcher because this said he's been a grocery store manager for 10 years who has seen the climate of this country's economy dwindle under Biden's command. Bro, 10 years ago, it was Trump again. Like, you mean? He's like, that was Trump 1. 4 of those 10 years is Trump. You know, one's Obama. Let's say if we're factoring in the Obama, the end of the Obama term. But 4 of those years is Trump. And the last half of this year is also Trump. So almost 6 of those 10 years is Trump. You mean? Or not 6, 4, 5. This guy called his girlfriend, wife, a roommate. I like how it's Biden's fault too when he's literally from Texas. Everything's Biden's fault. Half of this guy's grocery store managerial career was Donald Trump. And he's like, why did the Democrats f this country up? I can't believe it. Yeah. They untethered this country. I mean, look, Democrats ain't too great either. Okay? I'm not saying that they are, but it's just funny because you're like actively pro-Trump. You would never catch me being actively pro-Biden. You know what I mean?
CNN did a video about Destiny. Oh boy, here we go.
I just got Kirk! Yeah, I just got escorted from Kirk, baby.
We're in Tampa, Florida for Turning Point USA's annual Student Action Summit. TP USA is a voter-driving juggernaut for the Republican Party, led by 31-year-old Charlie Kirk.
They're happy. That's why you know they haven't been on social media.
But this year's event will be menaced by something called the
I thought he was older. I didn't know he was 31. I thought he was older.
America Tour, started by a group of progressive influencers and organizers, including the massively popular...
There he is.
The goat. The goat.
All right.
streamer Destiny.
This is the all roads lead to Rome thing, right? So he can do the exact same behavior you said that Biden couldn't get away with doing.
They want to bring progressive debate to Kirk's doorstep. But
That's
first,
right.
they have to get in.
So Turning Point has cancelled all of UNF America's credentials, and now they're trying to sneak in Destiny so he can debate inside here.
Oh, uh-oh. They're trying to bring him in.
All right, he's in.
He's wearing sunglasses so they can't see him.
So Destiny has...
Like Superman did the same thing. You know, he wore glasses.
Made it inside the building.
Yeah.
And we'll see how long he lasts.
There's a major streamer named Destiny, who's a Democratic liberal streamer. He appears to be debating Myron Gaines, who's more of a right-wing red pill guy. They're both sort of creepy.
Oh, God. Do you remember? I've never seen Myron happier than when those girls were discussing why Hitler did what he did to the Jews. I don't know if he's ever been happy. I've never seen him smile more.
Features of like internet trolldom, but it should be a lot of fun. You know, it's like blood sports. It's like watching a cockfight, effectively.
We love to see
it. It really is.
We love to see it. It's great.
We are at Student Action Summit. We got Destiny and Myron here today. Have a little friendly conversation.
Man,
good to see you, bro.
Young people may be tuning out the news, but this new form of live, provocative political debate is blowing up online. Its cultural significance is something well known to Kirk because he's part of it.
Oh, it's democratic socialism. It's completely different.
I love this question.
And
I could talk about socialism for hours.
Hello, everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids.
Wow.
Under a tent with the words "Prove me wrong," Kirk brought online debater culture directly to hundreds of college campuses.
I do think this is a really good idea. I mean, like the fact that he goes out and does this is a great content idea. I know Steven Crowder did something that's similar to this too. Yeah, is this video edited to enlarge his face? I don't know. Maybe you're right.
Last election cycle.
We have a problem in Black America. The biggest problem is not racism. It's the lack of dads. When exactly do heart waves begin in utero?
You know that, but you don't know the form.
Hold on, no, so tell me when heartbeat.
I don't know.
And while he uses it to make viral content, its primary goal is to register Gen Z to vote MAGA.
Well, of course. I mean, obviously. I mean, like, I don't know if this is really an accusation. Are you truly accusing this guy of maybe using his political position to make people believe in his politics? I could see that. I could see that making sense.
The fact that we are now becoming we're becoming the cool kids now.
But no, I just want to be clear. Is there something wrong with talking to voters?
No, there's nothing wrong with talking.
Well, that's what we're doing here today. It's an open mic.
I think that you push a dangerous agenda.
It's a strategy.
Of course you do. People like this always use the word dangerous because they want to equate a conversation with violence. Because if they do that, they can justify being violent in a response to a conversation.
That those behind UNF America say the DNC has been absent to counter.
I hate Charlie Kirk. I think he's actually a Satan spawn, but he's very, very strategically minded.
At an event organized by the UNF America
He's a
crew
Satan
down
spawn.
the street from the convention center, both conservatives and liberals packed into a pub to eat chicken wings, drink beer, and watch conservative voices try to take on Destiny.
Have you ever fired an AR-15? Yeah. So you fired a 5.56. The mathematical odds of him surviving that are infinitesimally small.
They're infinitesimally high if it misses him or grazes his ear.
Charlie Kirk's been doing this a long time, more than 10 years.
Oh, that's about Trump, about the fucking that's the assassin.
Why has it taken the left so long to catch up and still hasn't caught up?
Republicans vertically are very well integrated when it comes to...
I think one of the big reasons why a lot of left-wing policies aren't popular online is because they're not popular in real life. If you're talking about like a lot of these edge case issues, stuff like no borders, the trans issues, stuff like that, it's because they're not popular, period. That's the reason why. I mean, if you interview and you poll people and you see what the numbers are, it very clearly indicates that this is a deeply unpopular position to have. It's imaginary thinking. Exactly, it is. And I think that also another big issue and the other big reason why they're not popular is because the people that are pushing them are generally very autocratic. And they're trying to push them and they demonize anybody else who doesn't think like they do. And I think that alienates people. It does in the long term.
Making sure that they're winning elections, right? There's the people who in 2020, they thought the election was stolen in every state, basically,
True.
But they still showed up to vote next time. So something is happening there where they're really big on going out and winning elections. And I mean,
to be fair, people said that the 2016 election was rigged by Russia, and they still came back and they voted in record numbers for Biden. I think that ever since the 2016 election, every election has been fake. That's it. Every election is fake. Every election is rigged. People were saying that even the 2024 election was rigged. And what else can you do? Yeah, I know, right? But that's what I'm saying. They're still saying it? I'm just saying, right? That's the reason. I disagree with that. I don't think any of the elections were rigged. And I think that people are just coping with losing. That's what I think.
That shows at every single level to where when people are organizing or when people are creating alternative media networks, whether you're talking Tim Pool, influencing other ones like Joe Rogan, or trying to do things with college kids like Charlie Kirk, they're making these events and they're gathering all these different people. For Charlie Kirk, it's school kids, but the single focus is winning elections. It's incredible.
I think that's a good point. Obviously, like they're definitely focused on the goal more than the left is. And this is kind of what I was discussing more yesterday about, maybe this is the day before, I don't remember exactly, about how I think a lot of left-wing thinking ends up Ouroboros cannibalizing itself, Because if you agree with like a leftist person on 9 out of 10 things, the one thing that you don't agree on will get them to call you a Nazi. And if you can agree with a conservative on 1 out of 10 things, they can still
Is he wrong? Is he wrong? Is he wrong?
Work with you on those 1 out of 10 things and not agree with like and this is kind of what I was discussing more yesterday about, maybe it's the day before, I don't remember exactly, about how I think a lot of left-wing thinking ends up Ouroboros cannibalizing itself, because if you agree with like a leftist person on 9 out of 10 things, the one thing that you don't agree on will get them to call you a Nazi. And if you can agree with a conservative on one,
I don't know. I mean, I think it's fine to just like by default disagree with Asmongold on everything because he's Asmongold. I get that, but I don't think he's making like an unfair point here. Now, if you agree with a leftist on 9 out of 10 things, like, will they automatically call you a Nazi? Probably not, but they won't consider you a leftist. That's for sure. Probably a little bit less of a threshold when it's liberal progressive. You know, whereas the further right you go, the less you agree with them on, the less they care. Or no, as you progress further towards the right, the less they care about how much you disagree with them on. Now, once you pass a threshold there, and you start going way further right, then yeah, they're gonna call you, I don't know, whatever. Soy or a tanky or whatever. I don't know. They might call you. Once you start getting to Nick Fuentes levels of rightism, then there's no room for disagreement, right? But anything from libertarian to conservative, you know, they're just looking for numbers. They need bodies, and they understand that, you know, and they know that they're not going to get everybody to agree with them on everything.
Out of 10 things, they can still work with you on those 1 out of 10 things and not call you a fucking communist evil person. Now, obviously, there are extremes that do not really follow this, but I do think this is a general trend. This is definitely a general cultural trend that liberal thought is much more narrow than conservative thought right now. And the acceptance of different viewpoints, etc., is very, very narrow inside of like liberal and leftist spaces. And the endless Russian nesting doll of purity testing has caused them to lose a lot of elections. 2020 was indeed rigged. I don't want to talk about that. I literally don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to argue it. I don't care. You think it's rigged? That's true. Go ahead. I think most people are actually more open to disagreement. I don't think it's helpful to say that if you don't agree on 100%, then the opposite spectrum will help you. I do think that there's a trend, though. I do think absolutely there's a trend.
Incredibly important. And somehow I feel like on the left, I don't know how this happened online. Maybe it's because we tend to be younger or whatever, but somehow the party's messaging apparatus, it feels like it's kind of hijacked from people by people who won't vote for your candidates.
The reason why is because it's been hijacked by virtue signaling narcissistic liberals that are mentally ill.
You know what's up?
That's the reason why, is that it's being hijacked in the entire messaging campaign. Destiny doesn't realize this, and I think he does realize this, but I think that the reason why it's happened is because a lot of the people are there for these movements, not for the actual movement itself, but for how the movement makes them feel. So it doesn't really matter what the outcome is for them, because it's not about the outcome. It's about the way that they feel whenever they participate in the behavior. They view political opinions and different types of political messaging as social accessories. And because they're using political messaging and political activism as a social accessory, it doesn't matter to them whether that messaging is effective or not, because it's not about being effective. It's about being able to be seen as a person who has these viewpoints. And that's what happens.
I think is incredibly destructive.
It's massively destructive, by the way. It completely is destructive. I think a great example for this is think about how many super like hardcore pro-Palestine people refused to vote for Kamala Harris, even though she aligned with them on more issues.
Bro, it's like he's calling Casey out directly.
I think is incredibly destructive.
It's like he called you out directly, man.
Did the Democrats have
It's
any-
massively destructive, by the way. It completely is destructive. I think a great example for this is think about how many super like hardcore pro-Palestine people refused to vote for Kamala Harris, even though she aligned with them on more issues. Like whenever you take these like extreme viewpoints and like she condemned Hamas or something
that
like
bitch.
that. That's true. Yeah, it was not good. Who cares about left or right? Just go for common sense. Well, I'm talking about like a general trend, right? Uber safe space people. Yeah, exactly. Destiny still shills for Democrats. Well, I mean, it's Destiny, I think, is just trying to be pragmatic, right? I mean, that's all there is to it. Echo chamber mentality. Yeah, I would say so. Kamal was booed when discussing Hamas. Exactly. And that's because it's been taken over. Any of the people that are booing Kamala Harris for, talking about Hamas negatively, if they were under the control of Hamas, their life would be a living hell. But they're not. And so they get to live in a comfortable, air-conditioned home where they can order DoorDash. And
Also, this guy I'm talking to in the game looks like Casey. This guy right here. Would he rather have Trump bad syndrome? Probably not, yeah. Lies. Look at him. This looks pretty Casey-like right here.
and they live in a gated community, and the police come.
Also, I mean, obviously, like there's a little bit more, there's stubble, some more jawline, cheekbone type situation. So, this looks a little bit more masculine than the Casey avatar. But I will say, I think there's a growing trend for people that want to see Casey's avatar adopt jiggle physics. Yeah. People have been talking about it. People have been like, when's Casey going to get jiggle physics, man? I've been like, I don't know. Hopefully soon.
If you call the police, if you hear a weird noise at night, these people never have to live with the consequences of their own performative empathy. And so instead of that, they have no problem virtue signaling about how good these freedom fighters are on the other side of the world that starve people, that kill their own people, that are oppressive religious fanatics. They don't have to worry about that because it'll never happen to them. And that's what I was really saying before about how it's not about winning. It's about sending a message. And the message isn't that you like Hamas. It's that you're a good person on the right side of history. And that's what matters the most. You're assuming that she would actually eliminate Hamas? And they're even allowed to support terrorists? Well, yeah, sure. I mean, they can do whatever they want to do. But, I'm just saying that, if they did have to live there, they would be very unhappy.
Like this.
Nothing. And I will say, Charlie Kirk is honestly one of the best organizers of our generation. Yeah. And I think that,
he does a good job.
As much as I disagree with Charlie Kirk, I believe that what he's doing has worked. And that's why I'm here to replicate what he's doing. I'm not here to...
This is smart. And I think Democrats are smart to adapt this. If you can't recognize the advantages and the strengths in your opponents, you will never be able to overcome them or defeat them ever.
Deep breasting her?
Disrupt Charlie Kirk's advance. I'm here to say that there are alternative ideas.
Get him bigger.
We need to build the same thing that he has because he is good at it.
Yeah.
Z. Cohen Sanchez has worked more than a decade on Democratic campaigns.
Yeah, good for her.
There's no reason why we can't do this. This is not very expensive to do. We have so many PACs on the Democratic side raising millions of dollars,
The reason why you can't do it is you have too many Russian nesting dolls of purity tests. There are too many drink the Kool-Aid things that you have to believe that alienate average voters, like the Hamas support, like the trans, athletes support, especially trans kids support. You need to cut that out of the Democratic Party. If you want to win elections, you have to remove that from your vocabulary. Right-wing people for a very long time were against marijuana. Even legal, not illegal, even medical marijuana, they were against it. And it was a losing proposition. I would say Trump was probably the first candidate that didn't really run on marijuana being this evil, bad devil's lettuce type thing. I still am. But much less so, right? The amount of it that was happening in 2005 versus when Donald Trump first ran as president It's like a mountain versus a molehill. It's not even remotely close. It was 1/10 of what it was. Abortion, yeah, abortion's another example, right? And so I think that right-wing politics has done a very good job at trying to remove the super divisive issues that their radical groups try to push. And they've still stuck with like base messaging that resonates with enough people. But I think Democrats have been so infested with like this hyper extremism and hyper radicalism that, again, only exists for the nature of it existing. It's not actually things that people like that even believe in. It's just what they say they believe in so they can feel good.
We are not a big PAC. We haven't even raised $1 million yet. And we're able to get all of these creators essentially anywhere that Charlie is. And so that's what we really want the Democratic Party to do, is we want to have them to start investing in these movements.
Is the DNC supporting this?
They should be. They should be supporting it. If they want to win, they should be supporting it, absolutely.
No,
they're
not
retarded.
currently.
And the reason why the DNC isn't supporting it is because the DNC, in my opinion, this is going to sound very crazy, but I think that after Occupy Wall Street, I think the Democratic Party I think that the elites and the people in control were terrified of what happened after Occupy Wall Street. And they falsely poisoned-pilled the entire liberal, leftist, left-wing movement with identity politics. They poisoned the entire thing. And the Democratic Party, in my opinion, this sounds crazy, but I think that they are engineered to lose. They are engineered to lose, and it's working as intended. Because the people that are at the top that are making these decisions, and again, if they win, great. But if they lose, it doesn't matter. Because basically what they're doing is they're sabotaging a group of people that if they get into power and they don't have this other identity politics noise going on, they could actually turn their sights at these corporations and at this financial, political elite ruling class. So I think that they've used identity politics to poison pill leftist politics. And that's the reason why you don't have conversations about, like, why are all these illegal aliens being exploited inside of these factories to begin with? Why is this even a noble pursuit that's worth protecting at all? What kind of self-respecting leftist person that's a communist would think that it's a good thing that you have a bunch of these people working that have no control, no ownership of the production, and nothing? Like, you would assume that, like, this is absolutely not a good thing, but you have them going lockstep with it because they have been poison-pilled. That's what's happened. Party's always been a party of race politics since their founding. They were never the party of the small man. Well, I mean, I just gave you the point of reference where I think that it changed, where I think that they provided a perspective of the small man, and just that was enough to scare the companies into poisoning all of politics with race politics and identity politics to distract them from class politics and from income disparity and income inequality. I will refer back to one of the many statistics that after the year 2021, after the COVID recession, over 90% of the recovery in the economy was experienced by literally the top 1% of the economy, the top 1% of the population. That number going up isn't your graph, but it's theirs. And because they control so much of it, they want you to believe that the number going up is going to help you. It's a wealth transfer. It's a massive wealth transfer. Exactly. And the Democrats disowned the working class. They lost the majority of their base. Exactly. I think they 100% did. Did race and identity politics come in Obama's time? I think that it definitely, like Obama being the first black president, definitely put race politics in the forefront. It absolutely did. But I think that more so it was after Occupy Wall Street. Because Occupy Wall Street was 2011, 2012, and social identity politics really started taking hold in 2013 and 14. It was like right after that.
Why not?
And I think that also Trump, when he first ran for president, one of the reasons why he had such an explosive level of success, especially online, is because it was a direct refutation of that injection of social and race politics.
If Ken Martin's watching this, text me back. But really, I mean, I think it's disappointing that we haven't been able to see the DNC.
What was this? What was this link? I'm just seeing it now. If you're out of contention, don't use the waiver wire, you pieces of shit. Yeah. You do nothing but sway the outcome of the games that actually matter. Collusion and fuckery are the only fucking possible utility of fucking with the actual fucking playoff bracket. Yeah. Zach has decided if one of you fucks me, arguably Hauser already did, I will hold this fucking grudge till the day I die. I will carve your name into my arm. Wait till the roles are reversed. I'll see what you need. I'll dump. I mean, here's the thing, though. Like, the waiver wire is so important, man. Throughout the season, if you don't understand how to work the waiver wire, it's like, it'll make or break you. You need to understand. You have to, like, starve people. It's okay to do it during the regular season. If you're ahead of the game and you can see 2-3 steps down the line where, you know, you want to pick up somebody's backup or pick up multiple backups so that when these eventual injuries or bye weeks or rests or whatever happens to some of these star players happens, and you already have the backup, then you've automatically starved the league of resources for possibly at least that week, if not possibly more. And people don't understand that. They think, oh, I just got to draft the best players and just ride the season out. It's like, no, man. It's a constant battle, and you have to understand how to work the waiver wire, you know? But during the playoffs, it's a whole different thing. So, yeah, I understand that. I'll dump any remaining FAB just to cock block your sorry ass. Claim my spending was sub import to my fucking waste of a team consolation bracket. Yeah. Do you guys use Yahoo or do you use ESPN?
You really get off the ground since the election, because I think a lot of
They
things
don't
have happened
care.
internally that
ESPN?
have been distractions
They don't
to
give
the
a shit.
actual ground game that we.
Do you, first of all, how many people are in the league? And secondly, do you do 2 QBs or 1 QB? Because those ESPN leagues, every ESPN league I've ever been has been like 2 QBs.
Need right now.
No, our motto is when they go low, we go high.
For Destiny,
They don't care. They don't give a shit.
it's a ground game that must reflect the online culture he and millions of young Americans are part of, one that is often characterized by un-PC language.
Why it's okay to use the word retard. I'm going to tell you something, that if you want young men to vote for you, policing their language is the way to lose. Young men use all kinds of slurs constantly around each other. They still use the F word. They still use the N word. They do it constantly. And the R word isn't the R word, it's retard. Young men are crass, aggressive. I think, you know, like
that's
kind
basically
of
Casey.
brusque. Like they're assholes. And yeah, they're clankers, exactly. Bathroom talk. Yeah, exactly. And that
Superflex, we do it sometimes. Rules are debated and changed yearly. What is that? Sounds like ESPN talk. What's Superflex? Like on Yahoo, we do 1 flex, but we include the tight end in the flex, so you can do wide receiver, running back, or tight end. But if I don't know what Superflex is. Does that mean you could have like a quarterback there or something, or? Most of us agree that class is key. The question is what kind of method you use to build class consciousness. Some think that critical race theory could be useful in building class consciousness. Others criticize it for being destructive. Identity politics, both viewpoints are valid. I guess it depends on who you talk to on that one, Mr. Nick. You know. I probably end up more on it's divisive side, and not class consciousness, but in terms of like critical race theory or something. It's more divisive than anything, but, you know, I'm sure somebody could just tell me how much I don't understand it. which I don't. I mean, I basically have like a lives of TikTok view of critical race theory. I've never really dived into it. But Superflex, yeah, what is that? Actually, like one of the cool things about ESPN is that you can actually draft a head coach. I'm pretty sure you guys can actually draft head coaches in fucking ESPN. And I don't know how they get points. Like maybe if they win a game, they get points. Maybe if they get like a correct, if they get a correct penalty challenge, maybe they get points. Things like that. Basically, TQB flex spot, but QB can slot in. It's like a 12 to 14 player league. Sometimes you end up deciding between the worst QB and a middling. Yeah, I don't even really the QB for me. I just need somebody stable. I need somebody that's going to stably give me a stable amount of points per week. I don't need Patrick Mahomes, in my league. I don't need to draft a QB until, round 5 or 6 maybe. I really don't. The QB to me is like the least. You need fucking stud running backs, at least one stud wide receiver, and a really decent tight end, and you have like a good shot. Now when it comes to 2 QB leagues, it's a little bit different. But yeah, I usually like my first and second pick, depending on where I fall in the order of things. It'll be stud. If I'm like the last pick in the first round, I'm gonna go for a stud wide receiver. And then I'll get the first pick in the next round, which will be like a decent running back, and then I'll reverse that if I have like a higher up pick. But yeah, you need a good core. And then you can always be a little bit more flexible with things like QB. I just need somebody that's going to give me 20 or 30 points a week. I don't need somebody that's going to fucking, Patrick Mahomes every fucking weekend. QB slot matter. There's a lot of trading going on with QB. Oh, really? Oh, you guys are pretty active then. Okay. Yo, get me in that league, dude. Get me in that league. I want to be in it. Either figure out who's not playing or figure out who the scumbag is and kick that person out and get me in that league. I'm down. Whatever it costs, I'll pay it. I want to be in it. I don't like ESPN, but I'll do it just to be fucking like competitive. And I play fantasy football, fantasy hockey, fantasy golf, fantasy fucking basketball, fantasy NASCAR, you name it. I love this shit.
That's the way that men talk. And so when you have a bunch of Karens sitting around virtue signaling about how bad saying retard is, I'm sorry, but you're not going to win the votes of the young men. Yeah, they're abrasive. Exactly. They are. And this starts at about age, I would say for boys, like 8 or 9. And from 8 or 9 to like 50. That's the way guys are.
Until 50.
Insults and crude humor, like this tweet Destiny sent, poking conservatives by saying the kids who died in the Texas floods were proof that God doesn't exist.
The tweets you sent about the kids in Texas would
I saw this already.
Disqualify you, or would probably have somebody in the upper levels of the Democratic Party say, okay, we'll never work with this guy again.
Yeah.
Do you regret sending those tweets?
I think they have to get over it. I don't regret them. I love poking the bear on the right. I feel like Republicans are so good at owning the space. Republicans do this thing where they say,
I'm not going to get into it a lot, but I do think that like making comments like that at the expense of the victims generally isn't a good way to garner sympathy. And if you're being pragmatic and you want to win elections, like Destiny was just criticizing the Democratic Party for, is making fun of the little girls that died in the Texas flood going to move you closer to or farther away from winning elections? In my opinion, I think it moves you farther away from it. So while you criticize and complain about the Democratic Party not trying to win elections, I think that this language and this type of like behavior is just simply not, it's not beneficial. It's just not. And I don't think you can compare it, by the way, with illegal aliens being deported, because I'm sure somebody will make that comparison. Illegal aliens broke the law. They're adults. They broke the law. They're getting deported. That's the way it is. It's that simple. So whenever you're holding an adult accountable for their own actions, That's very different than, you know, like watching and saying that it's a good thing that a child died. Do you see what I'm saying? Like these are very, very different things.
He's legal again, and we can joke about anything. But when they say anything, they really just mean like immigrants and black people, right? Because if you make fun of anything on their side, they lose their minds.
I don't think that's true. And I think that if you just look at the way that Charlie Kirk, for example, if you want to use him for an example, he thought the jokes about him that were made on South Park were funny. And he even changed his profile picture to like whatever the character was. It was at Cartman. So like, I don't really even think this is true. I think that in some cases it's true. And he's right that people are fragile in cases where like they could look bad, but they're not in cases where they wouldn't be. Like Vance too. Yeah, the JD Vance memes as well. But I think that like there's elements of truth in this, but it's not big. Little girls dying equals black people and Hispanic jokes. Well, I think that like, yeah, it's a very big difference.
Your point that, you know, always trying to take the high ground is clearly not working for Democrats.
One of the things that conservatives stumbled into accidentally, because I think Donald Trump's an idiot, even politically, but they stumbled into this thing where people started to get confused because of what the right and left looked like. And I think they think that you need an extreme.
I think that if you think that Donald Trump is an idiot, I think that you need to reevaluate your analysis of intelligence. Because intelligence isn't just simply the ability for a person to do math or be able to read something and remember what they read. At the end of the day, I view intelligence primarily as the ability to create outcomes that are beneficial for yourself. If you think that you're really smart, but you constantly can't create outcomes that are beneficial for you, I don't think you're actually that smart.
Platform in order to win elections, but what you really need.
As I said, B, I could say this. Just like the American Constitution, I think the historical experience of being slaves is a better basis for establishing a constitution grounded in freedom. Okay, so I see. Yeah, so you're saying like using a different lens, essentially, to make some of those ground rules. Observe. It's been even redacted as last sentence. Notice I did not use the term race in it. Your reaction is an expression of an American-centric bias. Remember, not all slavery needs to be based in racist ideology. Was slavery really abolished? I would argue the working class is still essentially a slave class, just with a bit of better living conditions. Okay, well, I didn't react in the way that you thought maybe most people might to that last sentence. I understand what you meant by it, but I don't necessarily think the working class can have that. I don't know if there's an equivocation there, but I see what you're saying.
I think it's just extremist messaging. I think that's what you need.
Back inside, the packed event giving the Un-F America organizers hope there will be appetite for similar debates on college campuses this fall.
I do 100 hours of this a semester. 100 hours. In addition to 2 hours of podcasting radio. I mean, the physical crowds are now 3,000-4,000 people almost every time.
It's a lot of people.
And so the plan for this semester is Charlie Kirk shows up at campuses all across the country, and you guys are going to be there too.
That's the goal. If we can raise some
smart. That's smart. That's a good idea.
enough money to get there, we absolutely will. People wonder why the youth vote shifted.
I mean, maybe, but you guys can't get past your fucking microaggressions or whatever. I mean, there was literally a whole microaggression fallout with the Unfuck America tour. Like, it fell apart. It fell apart before they even actually did the tour, you know?
To the right.
Yeah.
And that's a big reason why. He's put the footwork in and we haven't.
I think that this is definitely a very good thing that Democrats are realizing this. And also, people are surprised. This is a really good video by CNN. I think it was. This is like unironically a good video that was fair. Yeah, they're discussing it in a genuine way. And I think that really what they've realized is that CNN, and I think that a lot of the Democrat establishment has realized that they disenfranchised and they deplatformed so many people that those people now are so large that they can create their own platforms, like what Charlie Kirk has done. And so they can no longer rely on just simply removing people's access to discussion. And so now that they have to come to the table, they have to come, there's a big come to Jesus moment here, right? Where like, hey, maybe what we're doing isn't working. And that's clearly what's happened. You know how many views? Yeah, he acknowledged the shooting. Yeah, I know. I'm going to look at it just in a second. But yeah, let me go back. I'll see if I can find it. And active shooter, Emory University. Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull this up. Obviously, I'm not going to look at this a whole lot, but I'll take a look at it for just a little bit. You create a better product through competition. But the real problem, I'm going to tell you right now, the real problem that Democrats have more than anything right now is the fact that they have an obsession with identity politics that have 90-10, 80-20 approval ratings. You have to kill that. If you can't kill that, you're killing yourself. That's it. It is a literal fucking cancer that has infested leftist politics, and it has killed their ability to affect any sort of real change. Because nobody wants to, and here's the problem. Nobody wants to vote for a person who can't figure out how many genders there are. It's the same as flat Earth, for example. If I knew somebody believed in the flat Earth theory, I would never vote for them because their intellectual and their mental capacities are compromised. Period. I would never vote for them. A lot of people view these gender ideology things as the exact same thing. And it is basically a litmus test, is that if you think this, you cannot be a rational, normal thinker.
If you're telling your audience or if you're spending your time online.
Yeah, I think a lot of the things he touched on there, I actually talked about with Gustix. I'll see if Gustix's VOD is still up from that conversation, because at that point I had already rated him, so my stream was over, so I don't have a recording of it. But he might still have the VOD up from there.
Pushing a narrative that the Democrats are 99% Hitler, then I don't think that that's a constructive partner in a coalition. Like Cenk going on Jubilee, he said straight up, Joe Biden is evil and he acts as controlled opposition.
Cenk, Uyghur, and Anna were making sympathetic noises toward Biden in 2022 on student loan forgiveness, Inflation Reduction Act.
Well, look up their rhetoric on $15 an hour minimum wage and public option shit.
Yeah, I mean, they were critical, but they have to maintain like their brand too.
Wait, hold on. That's the problem. Hold on. You just described the problem. Thank you for saying that. You said they have to worry about their brand. Their brand is relentlessly shitting on Democrats and being complete.
I think his definition is problematic. Achieving goals cannot be the essence of intelligence. Both setting goals and achieving them must be the basis. I could set easy goals. I think I'm smart. Yeah, he probably meant the wrong word. I think a better word would have been wisdom than intelligence. Although wisdom gets this kind of like mystical, connotation to it, I guess. I think wisdom is still a thing. Even though we think of like wizards. And people with gray beards from hundreds of years ago are the only people that have wisdom. I think wisdom would have been a better way to stage that argument.
Completely uncharitable to them. History.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
He speaks. You're back. What's up?
Hi. I won't be long today. I just want to reiterate because I've said a lot of this before, and I don't want to bore your audience. But I just want to reiterate my position that. Folks who are on the center left, who were soft on the genocide, who lost to Trump 2 out of 3 times, again, should the self-righteousness toward the left seems very, very strange to me. Obviously, we can't become Marxist-Leninists. We can't hand over the Democratic Party to people who think Russia was provoked into invading Ukraine, right? But that's not the issue right now. The issue is people who, in fact, were in power, wielded power, lost, and funded a genocide. So I think just generally there needs to be a pivot left. It doesn't mean that Assad becomes the Democratic Party, but a pivot left as opposed to this smug marginalization stance that you seem to take when, again, this moral destruction of the United States happened under the center left and with the supporting a genocide, and they also cannot win or be remotely popular. So again,
was this in specific response to something or just my general demeanor as of late?
Oh, yeah, kind of the debate, the debate over the Marxist Leninists or whatever, in the kind of the general position. Yeah, it's just like if we get to the point where there's a serious risk of people who want to nationalize, who want to essentially end capitalism taking over the party, then I would be with you. But we're not even close to this. This is the online sphere. A lot of these people are LARPing, or they half mean it, and they're right and useful in a lot of ways. It's like libertarians. Anarcho-capitalism would be a unbelievable civilizational disaster if that were ever implemented. But it doesn't mean I won't work with libertarians on anything. And it also doesn't mean that that their ideological framework, as blinkered as it can be, doesn't give them insight sometime. I'd say the same thing about the left. I think the center left fell into Western man good, and it led us to horrible atrocities. And the left, which is hypercritical of the West, doesn't even like America, this epistemology gave them insights that the mainstream didn't have. So,
I don't know if you're aware, but lately I have been trying to be more precise with my language. So oftentimes when I talk about the people that I have a problem with, I would sort of conflate 5 different terms. So sometimes I would say lefty or socialist or tanky or Marxist Leninist or Marxist or leftist. And I've recently tried to avoid that kind of generalization because I don't think it's helpful, by identifying what I call the black pill left. And these are the people that I'm focused on in terms of directly confronting and challenging. So to build off your point, so if someone shows up in my chat and they're a self-described democratic socialist, or maybe they're self-described like Marxists, and they're 19, 20 years old, they're learning about these systems in their undergrad studies, and they're taking a sort of academic interest in leftist philosophy. But this same person says they basically understand that the blue no matter who thing is a legitimate strategy right now that is somewhat necessary. Or
this guy Hutch seen him around recently, true shitter. DNC shill and Destiny Cock. Well, but the thing is that he's unapologetic about that. Him, IRI, right? Josiah, aka Pondering Politics, Pisco, all these guys are basically like Destiny fucking cookie cutter, whatever. And they're all fucking, DNC liberal, this and that. But they're very unapologetic about that, especially IRI. Holy fuck, man. Bro, just conflate Tim Stock with Marxism. Let's see.
They demonstrate this is 5 different terms. So sometimes I would say lefty or socialist or tanky or Marxist Leninist or
give them insight sometime. I'd say the same thing about the left. I think the center left fell into Western man good, and it led us to horrible atrocities. And the left, which is hypercritical of the West, doesn't even like America, this epistemology gave them insights that the mainstream didn't have. So,
I don't know if you're aware, but lately I have been trying to be more precise with my language. So oftentimes when I talk about the people that I have a problem with, I would sort of conflate 5 different terms. So sometimes I would say lefty or socialist or tanky or Marxist Leninist or Marxist or leftist. And I've recently tried to avoid that kind of generalization because I don't think it's helpful, by identifying.
I don't know. Doesn't sound like he's actually conflating them. It sounds like he's differentiating what these people believe in. That they're on a team and the Republicans are on the other team. Yes. Yeah. Well, I think what they're, think what you want about it, but I think that they see, regardless of how wrong anyone thinks Republicans are in general, or what the RNC's strategy is, seems to be working in general. I mean, I'm not saying the red wave didn't happen. 2020, obviously there was a big loss there. But for the most part, I mean, you think somebody like Donald Trump would have never been, seriously considered, and then passing the political purity test enough so to achieve levels of power. I don't know. I think that they think that if they figure out what Republicans do in order to develop a winning strategy, that they can do the same thing, but they need to understand what those hurdles are to get there before they can do that. Because I think for a century now, I think the DNC or Democrats in general for a century now have leaned on the idea that because society has become so progressive so much, that they can automatically just kind of coast a little bit and always be considered the good guys and generally guarantee, a certain amount of votes from various demographics. And I think 2024 kind of proved them wrong on that, on that one. What do they care about? That's true. Well, I think they care about winning. I think that's where they're at right now. I mean, I think a lot of people can say, what's your stance on this and what's your stance on that, but at the end of the day, if you don't win, then you can't do those things, right? So I think that's where they're coming at. I think that's where they're coming from. At least that's the vibe that I've gotten after having seen a few episodes of the whole Lib and Learn podcast, LIB, Lib and Learn, with Pisco and Josiah and Hutch here. Econo Boy was on it for a while, but he's actually been he's been walking over hot coals for a couple weeks now, that I think he's taken a break from the internet. But I think at this point they're just concerned about winning more than ideology or stances or anything like that. So,
and what I call the black pill left, and these are the people that I'm focused on in terms of directly confronting and challenging. So to build off your point, so if someone shows up in my chat and they're a self-described democratic socialist, or maybe they're self-described like Marxists, and they're 19, 20 years old, they're learning about these systems in their undergrad studies, and they're taking a sort of academic interest in leftist philosophy. But this same person says they basically understand that the blue no matter who thing is
no, it's Econo Boy. It's like boy, it's like a boy kind of thing. What a letdown. The thing is, he's been around for a while, but he didn't do a face reveal until recently. He's been on panels for years. He would just jump into a Discord call and it would be his PFP, but he only did the face reveal recently, and he's been making the rounds. He did a conversation. He's done conversations with a bunch of people. But I think the last conversation he did was with Adam and Sitch, which was like fucking 5 hours long. And I can totally sympathize if he's like at a point now where he's just exhausted. Like, this is not what he expected when he did a face reveal and decided to, go on a content journey. So I think he's already taken a break from it, if not permanently bowing out. But yeah, it's a boy. People too often conflate DemSoc with SocDem. I mean, well, now that's a different thing. If there's a difference between DemSoc and SocDem, I don't know what that is. You need to tell me about that. I wouldn't know what the fuck the difference is between DemSoc and SocDem, so maybe I'm guilty of that as well.
A legitimate strategy right now that is somewhat necessary, or if they demonstrate that they're willing to go out and actually like canvas for candidates, or if they say like, obviously I'm going to choose like the blue candidate, then I'm not going to like chase that person out of the party. But if the person that shows up in my chat is doing black pill lefty stuff, and I've sort of talked about certain behaviors that I think we can characterize these people by, but they all amount to just basically doing everything they can to spread a narrative about the Democratic Party that they're basically just as evil as they're like 99% Hitler to GOP is 100% Hitler. They don't actually want to do anything for their voters. Like, that kind of rhetoric, I think, depresses people. And I think it obviously distorts the truth. It's a lot of these are...
I mean, they're limits. Like, if people are legitimately calling for, like, rather than like some edgy joke, like death squads or something, or concentration camps or gulag. I mean, obviously that's not acceptable. I also think one issue where there should be a line in the sand is if people are are indulging claims that like the Ukrainians, have brought their invasion on themselves and what have you. That should be a red line. But just because somebody has a theoretical hard left view, I think if they don't have any of these other problems, it seems a bit dogmatic and
no
to just say, oh no, yeah.
No, but I wasn't talking about ideological dogma. I was talking about a particular set of behavior that that goes beyond politics. So it's not about like, did a democratic socialist, did a self-described progressive say the thing, did a Marxist say the thing? It doesn't really matter. But if you're telling your audience, or if you're spending your time online pushing a narrative that the Democrats are 99% Hitler, then I don't think that that's a constructive partner in a coalition. Like we're basically working against each other.
This is like the major divide that he has with the rest of Live and Learn, right? So Live and Learn is Josiah, Pisco. It was a Kano boy until he's bowing out now, and Hutch. But the thing with Pisco and Josiah and everybody else is like, we got to battle MAGA. We got to beat these Republicans. I mean, they all agree that they have to beat Republicans, but some of them want to confront MAGA directly as if they think that that's the more effective strategy. Whereas Hutch here thinks, no, like the fact that we have all these people here that agree with us on a very core fundamental issue in terms of where we are in society, whether or not fascism is currently present and who's implementing that fascism, meaning Donald Trump. We have like the fact that we can agree with these people on that core principle, but we can't agree with them on everything else. It's embarrassing that we can't come together to understand that when we combine our powers, we might be able to defeat things like Donald Trump. So Hutch's battle is with the left, whereas Josiah and Pisco think that it's like, no, we just need to battle Republicans directly. We need to defeat MAGA and basically be like fucking Dean and Harry and all these fucking TikTok debate bros, just debating MAGA every day or whatever. The Vosh line, Vosh 90%, 99% Hitler analogy was him arguing for voting for Biden because he's still better than Hitler. We can't pay, yeah. Yeah, this bro's mad. He's definitely mad. Yeah. You know what though? I find his journey more interesting than I find Josiah's or Pisco's, because, I mean, how many fucking debates with ultra rightoids can you fucking? I mean, maybe I'm an ultra rightoid. I don't know, but I'm not an ultra rightoid. I just voted for Trump, but how much of that can you fucking actually be interested in? Whereas I'm fascinated with Hutch's journey here. Like, he battles the left. He thinks that like battling tankies or battling third partiers, like some people we know, some people who may have voted for Jill Stein or Cornel West. I don't think that Hutch would hate a third party voter, but like the tankies and the Marxist Leninists and things like that, he sees them as wastes of space because they could be potential allies if they agree on who is implementing fascism. They just disagree on how to defeat it, and it annoys him to no end to think that that these people can't participate in electoral politics at the same level that liberals and progressives do, because they both agree on what is the enemy. It's to me it's fascinating to me. I love it. I love seeing liberals versus leftists. I love it. I think it's like one of my most favorite things to watch on YouTube. And the thing is, it is kind of all over the place, but Hutch really brings it to the forefront. Whether society would dominate market forces or not, correctly, Demsoc believe that society should dominate market forces, but not completely destroy them. SocDem believe that market forces should dominate, but we should have society. SocDem is like Finland, Demsoc is like Yugoslavia. Okay, gotcha. I mean, I don't know, man. The fact that there's even a divide there is like, that's new to me. I don't claim to be the most versed person in terms of affiliations or parties, but the fact that there's even a divide between SocDem and Demsoc, like so, for example, if you go to the what's that that convention that they have, the DSA, Democratic Socialists for America or whatever, or of America, You know, if you go over there and say I'm a sock dem, you know, would they be like, that's bad? No. You know, the divide is the most important one. Well, maybe it's important. Maybe it's important that there's a divide there, but you know, Republicans are lapping everybody. Lapping, Lapping, and because they don't care about that kind of shit, you know. And I get it might be important to people because they don't want to be labeled as one or the other, or you know, just in terms of conversation, like identifying what's important. I get all that, but conservatives and Republicans they're just more like, no, we just need to figure out how to not let you guys win. That's what we need to figure out, you know. Which I think Hutch ultimately, I think Hutch would ultimately agree with me on that. On basically just that, not anything else. But
I don't believe these things about the Democratic Party for all its flaws. I think the rhetoric and the hyperbole has gotten so extreme. I'll give you an example. When I was watching Cenk on Jubilee and when I was watching Kyle Kalinske a couple days ago in a video talking about Democrats' low polling numbers, both of them said these things. Both of them said that the Democrats, they don't actually want to give their voters anything. It's just a smokescreen. They just serve as a release valve. They're more or less controlled opposition for the Republican Party. That to me is worth confronting pretty aggressively right now, because I don't think that narrative, number one, it's not true. Number two, I think it helps lead to worse outcomes. Like that kind of rhetoric, I think in part enabled Trump to win the first and the second time.
I think there's a place for this kind of hyperbole. Obviously, I don't believe that the Democrat, Joe Biden or others are Hitler, right? That's not a reasonable analogy. But I'm not going to object to political hyperbole when Biden funded, the destruction of 4 to 5% of the people of Gaza in 22 months, right? Highest percentage of a war zone population killed in 21st century. So if you don't want to have this kind of heated hyperbole thrown at you, don't support genocide. In terms of politicians generally, I think the best way to see them is that they're mostly amoral. They're not particularly ideological. They're exceptions. There's some good people in politics, but generally they're kind of unscrupulous actors, and you need to move public opinion, pressure them, and then they will change, right? I mean, you're going to mention Gaza. I guarantee you that the 2028 primary is going to have people with very different views in Israel, Palestine, and Gaza than has been the case in Democratic politics before. It doesn't mean, by the way,
Gavin Newsom,
deeply morally concerned. It's just they understand which way the wind's blowing. And another issues too, like if the Democrats become more radical and intolerant, if you will, of anti-single payer position on healthcare, the party will change there too, because ultimately despite other institutional pressures, elite groupthink, donations, and so on, votes matter, right? So if the Democratic base is really passionate about an issue and 90% of them say, for example, single payer healthcare, or the politicians would change. They're generally amoral,
Okay, let me try to demonstrate my thinking in a different kind of way. I'm just going to ask you like a series of questions, and then we can go from there. Do you agree that the 2026 midterms could be enormously consequential in terms of checking Trump and reining in his destructive actions?
Yeah, of course. If the Democrats win, that'll be helpful.
Okay. Do you agree that the extreme kind of rhetoric and hyperbole that I'm referring to has the potential and in fact maybe even likely depresses turnout for the Democratic Party?
I mean, I don't think I think the people who, I don't know if the people who believe that the Democrats are like running for office now or Hitler-like really represent that much of the public. I don't think they represent most leftists, for example. And some of this I think also is rhetoric rather than conviction, right? And if it's just rhetoric, if you're and it can be political hyperbole where you're disgusted with, again, the fact, if you look at this footage that was just released by Sky News, like Gaza's like completely razed, 4 to 5% of the population killed, just nothing like this in the 21st century. If you're disgusted by that, you might engage in political hyperbole and call, these people Hitler who are insufficiently critical of Israel. Doesn't mean you're going to depress vote or that people really believe that their Democratic candidate's the same as Hitler. Where I think it is helpful is getting the Democrats to reorient on an issue where there's a lot of passion, right? People care about the Gaza issue. I don't know what percentage of the public do, but there are people who are very passionate about this, and it's not 2%. Maybe it's 10, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 8. I don't know, but there's enough people there that it could actually be a politically mobilizing issue, a moralizing issue, like a moral cause to stop this genocide and prevent the stateless people from enduring oppression at our hands and Israel's hands any longer. So
I
just don't agree that the left is unhelpful. I think overall they're politically helpful. If they were leading the party, I would agree with you. That would be a problem. But I think there should be more of a space for them in it. It's like salt. If you have some salt, the soup tastes better, right?
I'm sorry, somebody did a tangio. It's really loud. Give me just a moment.
No problem.
I don't mean to be rude.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay, I think we've arrived at a pretty big disconnect here. Let me try to make the point in a different way, and then we can get on to the other questions. So, do you agree with the idea that the Genocide Joe, Killer Kamala rhetoric, in part,
Genocide Joe,
led to Trump winning in some small part? I'm not saying it was the only reason, but honestly, it could be. But I'm not necessarily.
No. I think it's theoretically possible from some of the polling. I think it's plausible but unproven that the Gaza issue cost them the election. It could be false, but there's enough polling because it was a close election, right? People say it was a blowout. It was not.
Well, that was going to be my next question. So it sounds like we agree on that we don't know if it was necessarily outcome determinative, but in some part, it did contribute to less people voting for Kamala, therefore. In terms of arithmetic, like helping Donald Trump. And so
a poll that shows this is the plurality of people who didn't, a small plurality, 25, 30 or something like that, who didn't vote for Harris but had voted for Biden. This was their issue. So this did matter.
So it did impact the outcome in some way. So then the next question I would ask you is, like, for example, okay, so like, do you agree that the situation in Gaza right now has gotten worse as Donald Trump has been president?
Relative to 2024, yeah. The very beginning, the very early bombing was the worst part of the war. But relative to 2024, yeah, it's gotten worse.
And you said that you agree that
the first month of bombing was the bloodiest month of bombing since the Korean War.
Right. I understand all that.
October 2023. Yeah.
I understand all that, but like
2024. The big thing I've admitted this before. The big thing where Biden made a big difference was by the spring, he basically said you can no longer obstruct aid. Like, stop doing this. And they appear to have stopped. And if you look at starvation deaths, they were starting to go up in February 2024, March, and then by the summer they had almost been eliminated.
Yeah, there was a situation. There was a situation with UNRWA, and like that hurt the aid situation, but it did resolve within a couple of months. I mean, that's a big deal, right? But like, anyways, so if we agree on these things, then I feel like you have to take my position. I don't know how you could avoid taking my position. I think you're getting stuck feeling sympathetic for people that have a strong emotional reaction to what's happening in Gaza. And I think to a certain extent, like, that's fair. I've never claimed that these people are wrong to care about what's happening in Gaza. My question has always been one of tactics and strategy and political calculation. And, I'll ask you another question. I mean, I'm sure you agree, right? But like, most of the presidential elections that have happened in the modern era, certainly the last 4, have been decently close elections. Right?
Obama was the least close, but a huge blowout.
Obama in 2012, Trump in 2016, Biden in 2020, Trump in 2024. These were decently close elections, right? So like, my point is that the margins actually do matter. And I'm trying to get you to get to the point where it like, let's just say, I mean, I think that single issue voting is really, really harmful and bad. But if you're going to be a single issue voter on Gaza, then I don't understand how you could be okay with stuff like Killer Kamala rhetoric in 2024, or think that I should try to actively quote these people out of the coalition when I know they're going to do the same thing for some other issue 4 years from now. So if we've identified that these people have actually hurt Democrats
Killer
electorally
Kamala.
and potentially in an outcome determinative way in 2024, then I think you understand the point that I'm and other people are making right now, which is that these are not constructive members of our coalition. In fact, you could probably get more value from being seen pushing them away than by welcoming them in. I don't think we should be
It's very risky the idea of pressuring politicians to listen to their voters. Well, I don't know. I don't think that he actually is. I just think that he thinks that there's a list of priorities and that falls second to winning hearts and minds. I think hearts and minds of the voters is more his focus than the actual politicians themselves. Western Marxist-Leninists are mostly idiots that have no connection to the real history of Marxist-Leninism. You could even understand it as cultural appropriation to Eastern Europeans. Ooh, problematic. As an Eastern European, I would call them West Planers. I am literally writing this form of from an old Soviet-style apartment building. Wow. Okay. I'd be curious. You know what? I wish Potato King was still around. I would be interested to bounce that idea off of Potato King. Potato King, I believe, is a Marxist-Leninist. I know various forms of leftists in this lower orbit Twitch poll space. So does Casey, in terms of like for example, I think Kairos would consider himself more of a ANCOM type person. Somebody like Skade would be more Maoist. And then somebody like Potato would be more Marxist-Leninist, I think. But I haven't seen Potato King in a very long time. I think Potato King probably still makes the rounds in terms of Discord, but in terms of streaming and being in the chat, I haven't seen Potato King in a long time. I'd be curious to see if Potato King agreed with you on that. I don't know if you happen to know Potato King. But I would be interested to bounce that idea off of him. For all I know, you could be 100% right, because I don't know enough about Marxist-Leninists. The MLs to me are like an interesting kind of like tribe that I just don't know enough about.
Standing of that rhetoric.
We should. So the problem here is so I agree with you. It would have been better if she won. I'm confident of that, honestly. Like, I'm extremely confident that that's the case. If you compare, like, what happened with Biden is the beginning was just what he allowed is just insane, and then he did to some extent crack down, especially on the food, right? Yeah, Harris would not have been as bad as Trump has been. She wouldn't have allowed them to abolish the UN system and replace it with like this weird white trash Christian Zionist fake aid group where they're getting massacred every day. She wouldn't have allowed 2.5 months of blocking all food and medicine from coming in. Yeah, those are differences.
She wouldn't be talking about permanently occupying Gaza. Like that obviously would not have done.
It wouldn't have been like.
Yeah, what's up, Shane? How you doing? Welcome in. OG name and all. I was waiting for somebody to come in saying, "Hey, I'm Shane. I promise, I'm Shane." What's up, bud? How you doing?
The Trump Gaza thing. So I agree with you. That's part of the reason I voted for her after considering not voting for her over this issue is because I was convinced like it's not rational to think she wouldn't be better than Trump. The problem though is that you're putting so I agree with you. These votes may have been, we don't know, but it's possible they were outcome determinative. But you're putting the onus on the individual voter, whereas Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, I put far more responsibility on Biden for supporting what he described. He said in multiple interviews, including with Lawrence O'Donnell, he said at least the beginning of the war, the bombing was, quote, indiscriminate and carpet bombing. That's what he called it. He's called this on multiple occasions. So he knew in October and November 2023 that there was basically World War II style indiscriminate bombing, terror bombing going on. And in fact, when he actually mentioned this to Lawrence O'Donnell, when he told Netanyahu this is wrong, Netanyahu said, well, look at what you did in Hiroshima. And so Netanyahu didn't even deny. He just said, yeah, you did it too. So it's okay. It's okay when we do it. So the fact that after that, Biden continues to fund them and it won't even publicly say these things, what he knew, until after he leaves the presidency, right? I mean, I put way more moral responsibility there than on some, 25-year-old leftist or Arab American or Muslim or just a concerned citizen who doesn't have an ethnic connection, doesn't have hardcore politics. There are people like that who thought this was wrong, right?
I'm just asking. I'm just asking for people to strike a balance. So, like, the politicians, they're going to do what they do, and we can do things to try to influence them. We can demonstrate. We can. We can try to have a direct line with people, but the politicians are going to do what they do, and then the voters are going to make their decision every 4 years. When we're talking about presidents, every 4 years, and I understand what you're saying. Like, obviously, if Biden's Gaza policy was better, then I think he would have stood a better chance to maybe even, withstand that horrible debate performance. Or, if Kamala had broke from Biden sufficiently on Gaza, then maybe she would have done better. Maybe she would have even won the election, right? But the voters are an essential part of this democracy that we live in, and we all have agency. And I guess I'm getting a little frustrated because, you're acknowledging that their behavior was destructive. Their rhetoric was destructive. I'm saying destructive in the sense that it helped lead to Trump. And yet you don't seem to have any sort of space to criticize them or to push them in a different direction, to suggest different kind of rhetoric, to maybe highlight how this rhetoric led to a worse outcome with Trump. Like, you just don't want to touch that. It's like these small beans voters.
Here's why I'm sympathetic to them. Here's why. Now, I think I'll make two distinctions. So there's two groups of people. One are people who voted for Jill Stein or Donald Trump or whatever. I know people like this. They made a mistake.
Calling out Casey again.
That's wrong. Or told people to do that. That was wrong for Gaza too. Not just for other issues, but it was a bad decision for Gaza. So I agree with that. In terms of people who used harsh polemical rhetoric for Biden and Harris, I don't blame them because at the time, there's two issues. First, at the time they said these things, many of these people were trying to, through their polemical way, affect a change in policy, right? They weren't necessarily anticipating, okay, 8 months from now, they'll...
Techie's a Western invention, originated in Britain, then it spiraled into a strange colloquial use that no one really understands. Well, Casey has a whole meme or emoji based around Tanky, so I'll lean on Casey to discern whether or not anyone actually understands it. It can be used in a vague way, but it often just means something along the line. Exactly, there he is, right there. Something along the lines of illiberal state socialist. If somebody asked me if somebody was definitively a tanky or not, I wouldn't be able to, I personally wouldn't be able to say, yeah, they are definitely a tanky, unless they outright just describe themselves as that. Like somebody like Turbo, for example, like Turbo describes himself as a tanky. But I do remember having conversations. Casey might have even been involved with them, but I know specifically I remember talking to at least Anoke about it. And I think the context of the conversation was essentially identifying if there was any kind of equivalent of what we consider Groypers or Nazis or anything like that on the right. But is there some kind of equivalent of that on the left? And I think the answer that I got from whoever was involved in that conversation was maybe tankies, because the thing is, like, you for as many things as you can associate with Nazis or anything like that on the right, I think the thing that you can identify the most with that is that it's as far right as you can go. So I think what they did was just say, well, how far left can you go? And they were like, oh, Tanky's probably as far left as you can go. Tanky Western leftists who apologize for chauvinistic interventions that are contrary to the Leninist principles of self-determination. Okay. Shang, that's more old school. All right, well, Misanek, I'll let Shang contend with you on that one. You guys know more about that than I do, but What do you think, Casey? Casey's literally got a fucking emoji built out for this.
The war will still be going on, and the policy will still be to support Israel despite its atrocities. They were trying to effectuate a change in policy. Here's another thing. The second thing is, who knows? These people probably did make a difference, like a positive difference. So the big thing that Biden did, which I think we both agree on, is
message. Let me see. I'll investigate.
Pressure to stop blocking or obstructing the passage of food. Right. That not only in terms of starvation deaths, but because a lot of people die from malnutrition who don't physically starve to death just because their bodies are weaker and they're less able to fight off disease that they otherwise could have. That policy probably saved thousands, if not tens of thousands of lives in 2024.
He didn't need to be pressured to do that, though.
He did. This was the NSM 20. The government.
You were talking to Potato about that, asking him what is the left version of Nazi, and I said maybe you're talking to. Was that the case? Oh man. Oh, interesting. I don't what. Oh, you know what? DM me what you actually said so I can go through my filter list and see what might have hit that, because I don't know. You may have sent something that I put there. I literally just went through my block list of words and just typed in a bunch of slurs. So maybe, I don't know, maybe you typed in a slur or something. Yeah, I guess I was talking to Potato about that. Yeah, Potato would have been involved in that conversation probably, especially because it was that long ago, I remember. Yeah. Stalinism is the Western version of Nazi. Okay. Is the leftist version of Nazi. Okay. Wow. I think there's a lot of people that would disagree with you on that one. I think there's a lot of people, especially on Twitch poll, that would disagree with that take. I'm not saying I do. I don't know enough about it. I'm learning from you guys. You tell me.
The government's own report, the Biden administration's own report, Blinken's. I'm not talking about the version that people who resigned wanted, but the one that was actually released by Blinken. It said Israel was not fully cooperating with attempts to provide food and medicine to the people of Gaza, and now it is. It's so basically said the first few months of the war they were not cooperating, right?
No,
so
but
Biden,
you know, because
allowed he allowed this to go on for months.
You know just as well as I do, because you read the same book that I read, that the Biden administration, from the very outset of the war, was pressing Israel on allowing aid into the country. Like they were the reason.
They could do it very quickly.
The Biden administration was literally the reason why aid started going into the country.
That's true.
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say he didn't need to.
But there's two phases.
I feel, but we're getting sidetracked here though, because I feel like you're sidestepping my point. Like you are acknowledging that kind of rhetoric and behavior was destructive and helped enable a second Trump term. And you're not connecting the dot that we should distance.
Acknowledging that. I don't know what would have happened.
No. You did. Hold on, hang on. You did acknowledge that. You said it might. You said it. You said it. No, but hold on. Wait. You said that it might have been outcome determinative, but it definitely had an impact. It led to less people voting for. If you're on the left and you didn't vote for Kamala Harris, in terms of arithmetic, that's the same thing as giving a vote to Donald Trump.
Well, I agree that they should have voted for her. I made that point.
No, but you need to agree that it helped elect Trump for a second time.
It's possible someone who is listening to our conversation right now, if not for the fact that we're so engaging, wouldn't listen to the conversation. He's listening to it in the car and he hits a kid and kills a kid, right? So it's that there wouldn't be any moral responsibility for either of us for that, even if in some sense our conversation, our being so compelling to this driver, causes the accident.
I don't find this to be analogous. I don't find that to be analogous, dude. That's
if you're using. They don't know. You don't know everything that's going to happen when you're using polemical rhetoric against Biden and Harris in summer. You don't know. You're wanting to change policy. I think it's very different than a very discreet action, a very intentional action where I'm voting for Trump or for Stein, or I'm telling people not to vote for Harris. That's different, and I'm much more critical of that than like just harsh polemical rhetoric on Harris for this policy. I just don't think it's the consequences of that could be anticipated or foreseen in the way you think it could be.
Well, I think they were obviously trying to, in their minds, punish Kamala for the sins of Biden. I mean, it's first of all, it's crazy that she was blamed for his foreign policy. That's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, she made the mistake of not distancing herself from Biden out of some misguided sense of loyalty, I think. But the fact that she inherited his baggage, like vice presidents don't determine that foreign policy. Any grown-up adult understood this, but they still blamed her. I mean,
she is a grown woman. You know, she's more intelligent, more privileged, she has more access to power. Like I just don't have. I agree with you that, like, in a legal perspective, she's not somebody who could be like prosecuted for war crimes the way Biden obviously could. I mean, he knew it was indiscriminate bombing and he's sentencing the armaments, right? Obviously he could be.
You don't think it was a little, you don't think it was a little crazy to just basically just give her all of Biden's baggage like that? I just found that to be so, like, I don't think that was genuine. Like, I don't think that was good faith at all. I think they were trying to threaten the administration, and they just saw her as, I guess, they just tied her to Biden. And the message that they were trying to send to people was that, you know, if you guys don't listen to us, we're going to punish you guys. First of all, what is the historical precedent for this working? Like, when has this ever worked? For these types to withhold their vote for, you know, Gore or Hillary, or like, when has that ever led to positive outcomes? There's no historical precedent for this, like, serving their interests at all.
We don't have we have a very undemocratic voting system, because in theory you should be able to vote for third parties and then have those votes.
No, but that's not the system that we live in. We don't live in that system. So we live in,
so it's not the right system. Yeah.
I agree that the system is not ideal. I think
rational system.
I understand that, but that's still, like, these people were aware of the system, and within the confines, within the framework of that system, they made a conscious decision to hurt Kamala Harris's chances of winning. And I just can't get you to connect the dot from that to, you know, they bear.
I reacted to an article video. Saw Ali Al-Ped, former Islamic extremist, BBC Jeremy Vine. I'm sure I should, but after last weekend, I'm not doing any links right now. I went down a link rabbit hole, and I didn't get to watch any videos that I wanted to watch last weekend because of reacting to things. So as of right now, no. If it's in the Discord, you know, believe me, I will bank it, and then you can just reference it when the real estate opens up for a stream. It's audio only. I'm sure it is, but it doesn't matter, because I'm going to get rabbit holed. I'm going to get rabbit holed. I want to get through the videos I want to watch at least right now, you know. Last weekend it was just like everybody else's links. The whole stream was links, and then reacting, which I don't mind doing, but, you know, it took up too much stream, you know. So I got to balance between, like, what I want to watch and what other people want to watch, and I'm totally, you know, able to do that, but I got to catch up with some stuff I want to watch. So I'm down. Just drop the link and let me know. You know, drop the link, and then we will bank it for a day where the real estate opens up for everybody. If you don't listen to your constituents, you won't get votes. When has that ever been a thing? Hutch asked. Oh Lord. In terms of arithmetic, there's a difference. Distinguish between leftist authoritarian regimes and leftist totalitarian regimes. There's a key difference. What's the difference there? Interesting. That's another delineation I didn't consider. Authoritarian versus totalitarian. I infamously am not an anti-fan of authoritarian or authoritarianism. I think authoritarian, you know, you know, in the way that libertarian, small l, describes a certain way or method or approach, I think authoritarian can be the same way. Authoritarian or authoritarianism gets obviously a bad rap, you know, for obvious reasons. But I think that the word authoritarian, or the implementation is just a tool, right? There's a libertarian approach to being a dad versus an authoritarian approach to being a dad. It doesn't have to be every time you use the word authoritarian, it's automatically Stalin, Hitler, this and that, you know. It's a vague term. Yeah, in the same way that libertarian is, you know. Again, small L, small a, these kinds of things, you know. I've had my conversations with Anoke about exploring authoritarianism, and yeah, I don't think it has to default as like the worst thing you can possibly imagine. You know, being a dad, it would be a clear example. I mean, I don't have children, but I raised my brothers. There would have been a libertarian way there's a libertarian way to raising children, and there's a more authoritarian. It just depends on what your personality and approach is. Totalitarian is clear to define. Yeah. I think so. Like I think there's, you know, maybe if I could sum it up, there's many ways to be authoritarian, but there's only one way to be totalitarian. Does that make sense? And I hate saying it that way because I hate when people say, "Does that make sense? Does that make sense?" I hate that, but I'm not saying it in that way. I'm saying like, is what I'm saying actually making sense? Like, there's many ways to be authoritarian, possibly, but there's only one way to be totalitarian.
Some of the blame for this, literally, you know, the people being carted off to CCOT, the gay hairdresser that was raped and tortured in that prison is literally partly their fault. The 14 million projected dead, partly their fault. And they think that they think that because they didn't vote
for her.
No. Anybody who abstained or voted third party, it's literally all of that is partly their fault.
That seems a bit extreme. I think
it's just the truth. No, it's the truth. That's the truth.
At the individual level, one voter.
I'm going to rewind this because I remember I was listening to this earlier. I do think this is an interesting point. You know, because if somebody asked me, like, you know, or told me that because I voted for Donald Trump that I voted for death, right? Then I would just be like, okay, well, I didn't vote for death. But it's not going to matter because they're still going to think that I did. Whereas Hutch is using this argument against someone who is more leftist. And I know both of them, if I told them that I voted for Trump, would say that I voted for death. Both of them would. Probably more so the guy on the phone or on the line than Hutch, but either way, they both would. Whereas Hutch is using this against the leftist guy.
Oh, but that's not the system that we live in. We don't live in that system. So we live in
so it's not the right system. Yeah.
I agree that the system is not ideal. I think
rational system.
I understand that, but that still, like these people were aware of the system, and within the confines, within the framework of that system, they made a conscious decision to hurt Kamala Harris's chances of winning. And I just can't get you to connect the dot from that to, you know, they bear some of the blame for this. Literally, you know, the people being carted off to CCOT, the gay hairdresser that was raped and tortured in that prison is literally partly their fault. The 14 million projected dead, partly their fault. And they think that they think that because they didn't vote
for her.
No. Anybody who abstained or voted third party, it's literally all of that is partly their fault.
Oh no, Casey. Oh no.
That seems a bit extreme. I think
it's just the truth.
It's the
truth.
No.
That's the truth.
At the individual level, one voter. I just think you're putting way too much. I mean, we're not going to agree on this. It's a normative disagreement. I think you're putting way too much, without relitigating all the points we made. I think you're putting way too much onus on individuals and not enough on elites. And the other point I'd make is I would just be less smug about in view of the moral and political failings of the Senate, who again are, as you acknowledged, I watched your Kyle video the other day, as you acknowledged, they're fucking really unpopular. The Democrats are not liked. Parties usually, something is deeply wrong here, because parties usually, when an incumbent president's in power and is starting to become less popular, as all the recent ones have, in their first year, they usually, the other party starts to gain favorability. This party's despised. Like they fucked up.
My point with the Kalinsky video is that the rhetoric that he was deploying in that video is one of the reasons why the Democratic Party polling is so low. I mean, I'm not saying that we need to sidestep altogether the shortcomings of the party or Biden himself. I have so many critiques of Biden. Like, I have so many sharp criticisms of Biden. Like, he's kind of still on my shit list for his part in Trump winning. So it's not like I never talk about the fact that Biden is largely responsible for Trump winning through his own decisions. But I guess the difference between you and me is that I still make time to call out rhetoric that I think is bad. Like Kalinsky was just telling his audience things that just weren't true. Did you not see that part? Like he was telling his audience that after Trump did the no, wait. He said that when Trump did the strike on the nuclear facilities in Iran, he said that no Democrats spoke up about it being illegal and unconstitutional. And it took me 2 seconds to find both congressional leadership in Jeffries and Schumer making statements calling it unconstitutional. He either lied or he misled his audience. But all those little things that he says, you know, that comment, that's just one of many things that he says that go beyond hyperbole, and it's just a lie. Like when he says Democrats aren't, literally no Democrats are doing anything to fight Donald Trump, he's either lying or he just
hyperbole.
Huh?
The problem with the Democrats is they haven't figured out an effective attack route, and they also haven't figured out, they don't seem to believe in anything. There is a perception with the public, and this is reflected in the polling data, that they don't believe in anything. And I think part of it is they don't have a clear identity.
If you want to forget
culture,
okay, fair enough.
People were into for a while, woke or whatever. But I mean, and then Biden was kind of left wing economically, although he's an ex-New Democrat. It just ends up with like, and then Obama's the popular figure who, you know, is kind of in between a Clinton or Biden in terms of of how left-wing his politics were. But it's hard to know what he believes either. Like, the party doesn't seem to have a clear identity at all.
What do you think when, for example, MAGA Republicans say stuff like, Democrats want to mutilate children? What do you think of that rhetoric?
Oh no.
I mean, that's not productive. That's not productive rhetoric. I have to say, though, I'm concerned.
Hang on. Well, come on.
I'm concerned about these. I'd have to read more, but I'm very concerned based on the. I mean, you have to understand. I live in Great Britain, and in this country, even with the center left, the transgender issue, while people are respectful of people's identities as they should be.
No, we're getting sidetracked here. It's if you don't want to indulge that example, then like what do you think about when MAGA was during Biden's presidency? What do you think about the fact that they were saying that he was literally demented to the point where he didn't know what he was and he was shitting his pants?
Again, that's hyperbole with the fact that he obviously was.
Do you disavow that hyperbole? Don't you think that is bad and destructive?
It's our country. Like
that's fine. I agree. Like there's the hyperbolic comments happen, but I'm saying, like, do you not agree that was destructive? Like, it actually worked. I mean, like that constant them telling people that he was literally demented, it literally worked, and it was one of the reasons why he fell off so much.
Well, if he had a good debate instead of not being able to speak coherent sentences, I think you're avoiding being critical of the right-wing hyperbole, because you know that where I'm going with that. Like, if you think that hyperbole is destructive, then you necessarily have to believe that Kyle saying that the Democrats are literally doing nothing is also destructive. It's just from a different perspective. I just don't think I think they have a really big messaging problem with the fact that everyone's doing their own thing. People also have different ideologies. Like you have competing ideologies, and they're trying to paper over all these serious divisions.
Chicano boy Pisco refused to engage with why people rightfully despise Democrats and their policy. Associating yourself with Democratic leadership is bad. That is like the fucking rock in a hard place that the DNC finds himself with. Yeah, because it's like, we know anybody that wouldn't identify or vote for a Republican would ever do so. But at the same time, if you're a Democrat, what do? Do you fight the right or do you fight the left? And and that's the hill that Hutch decided to die on, is fighting the left. So obsessed with being saviors and winning that they ignore who they invest and trust in, because they Dems are only options in the electoral system. Well, yeah. Unless there was do you think there was any leftists out there that actually voted for Trump because they were so, anti-DNC or pro-Palestine or whatever? Do you think that they actually exist out there? They would never admit it, obviously, but one could go further with gender theory. An interesting way I could say that gender is not a social construct. I could say gender is a political construct, and politics is a social construct. Okay, well, it's like a Russian doll kind of situation, right?
And the result is a very muddled picture to the public, right? I mean, there are people who are saying that the cultural issues played and I think actually that's true. I mean, I'm critical of the public for that, because a lot of the woke stuff was dumb.
Yeah, for sure.
White man bad is not the same as helping black people, and
but that's not the same,
some of the rhetoric
right?
was akin to that.
Yeah,
you shouldn't vote on this basis either. It's if you're an adult, you shouldn't say, okay, I don't like woke, so I'm going to vote for Trump.
I think
you're a moral failing.
I think you're right there, though. I think you're right up to the line of acknowledging that political rhetoric can have extremely destructive consequences. And if we're going to apply that kind of standard to MAGA people when they just fully lie about what the Democratic Party is, when they fully lie about Obama or whoever else they're on at any given moment, that's destructive and harmful rhetoric, because it's just not true. It's just a very cynical kind of weaponization of the ignorance in the electorate, people that are not very engaged, and they get their news consumption from bite-sized clips on TikTok or Twitter or whatever. But that same standard needs to be applied on the left wing as well, and they do their own insane rhetoric, like Cenk going on Jubilee and saying that Joe Biden, he said straight up, Joe Biden is evil. And he acts as controlled opposition, and the Democratic Party, along with every other Democratic Party president, they only throw you scraps so you don't do a revolution. But they're lying to you because they don't care to you, because all they care about is the donors.
That was his whole thing. The donor
beyond
class.
hyperbole. He is now establishing a framework, an entire framework for the Democratic Party. And it is, according to his narrative that he's been pushing for literally 2 decades now, this is the rotten institution that is fundamentally evil, and they're lying to you that they care about your needs. That's beyond acceptable hyperbole to me.
I think there's a lot of truth to what he says. And here's one thing. I don't think the Democratic Party, I think the Republican Party is actually a lot more ideological than the Democratic Party. I think there are people in the Republican Party, elites, who really want to see a reduction of immigration, despise the diversity in the country, right? I think that's definitely an ideological motivation of Republicans. The anti-immigration stuff, I think, is real. It's not just rhetorical, right? The kind of machismo foreign policy, I think that's real, not just rhetorical. With the Democrats, I don't think they have a clear ideological commitment, and that leads. And nor do I think they have had it for, frankly, a while. And I think that leads to cynicism, because it's not clear what they stand for.
I mean, to people that are engaged, we know what the party stands for. We're talking about, what are we talking about? We're talking about raising taxes on corporations and wealthy individuals. We're talking about funneling that money back down to middle income and low income earners through social safety net programs. We're talking about a more humane immigration policy platform. We're talking about, and especially it's more pronounced in the last couple of years. No, they did not. They did not flip on this. They did not flip on this. They negotiated a bipartisan immigration bill with the Republicans after the level of influx that we saw at the border reached levels that the country had never seen before, and our system was just simply not built for that.
We just discovered a new podcast besides Immediatism. You can check out on our stream. It's called Over Morrow's Library. Okay, is that on Spotify?
And even
be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Normie Democrats who think that we should have more immigration, even they were like, okay, this is something that needs to be addressed in some way. But that doesn't mean they flipped their entire position on immigration. Joe Biden naturalized twice as many people when he was president than Donald Trump did. He issued way more visas for people to come into the country. So it's just objectively the case that Democrats are way more pro-immigrant than the Republican Party.
No, they're more pro-immigrant, but the point is they just don't seem to have clear, emphatic ideological commitments the way the right do, and frankly, the way the leftists do. And I don't agree with a lot of what the leftists say on some of these. Now, in immigration,
But you can take a look at they introduced a bill. They introduced a bill when Biden was president in 2021. So you can look at what they want. They wanted to do like pathway to citizenship. They wanted to, like that bill. I'd have to look into the particular details, but that bill was like the Democratic version of immigration reform. And of course,
Republican 2024 bill, right?
No, the 2021 bill. They introduced a bill to overhaul our immigration system. It was blocked by Republicans in the Senate and it died. So we like all you got to do is just take a look and like so you're saying, well, it's not really clear what the Democrats stand for, but if you're engaged enough to know politics, then you do know what the Democrats stand for.
It just seems like I agree that there are positions which you're articulating, but it seems like technocratic, half-hearted tinkering rather than like clear, bold, emphatic positions, which I think are attractive to people right now. I think that's why the left is growing. I think that's why the right is growing. I think the country's in a more ideological and radical mood, if you will. You know.
Well, they'll
indulging some of that on specific issues like. Not in every issue, because
that's what Biden. You're describing what
is nuts.
You're describing what Biden did. Biden did that. He literally did that. He literally invited Warren and Sanders into the room to help craft the ARP. Like he full on said, okay, you know what? Like you guys helped me out. He was like good at building coalitions with them. They helped him win the election. And he literally invited them into the room. Like he did not want to do student loan forgiveness with executive fiat. He wanted to do that through a congressional bill.
That's actually correct. It's correct that he was moving in that direction, which is interesting at two levels. First level is if you look at the left-wing influencers in 2022, let's say before the genocide, they were kind of shyly pro-Biden. Right? They would like Kyle is a good example. They wouldn't.
He's like the only example, by the way. You're saying but
like Cenk was. Even like Hassan made some sympathetic noises. The Gaza issue ended it. So that's the first thing.
No. Now you're rewriting history. They were you are because you're ignoring the fact that they were like he promised 2,000. We only got 1,400, and he promised the $15 an hour minimum wage. Why didn't you fire the parliamentarian and Joe Manchin's mom? Like he promised a public option. He didn't even go for it. They were still doing that during his first 2 years. I mean, there was a brief moment where Kyle got wildly based and took Breonna Joy Gray to task. But the black pill lefty space, the one that I'm talking about, they were all complaining about Biden all the time. They might have given him flowers every once in a while, but he moved left on so many issues, and it didn't fucking matter to these people.
I bet you if you found data. Now, I don't know. I can't claim to know data this refined. So let's caveat that with I'm speculating. But my suspicion is that if you found data of Biden's approval among people who are, say they're leftists or Democratic Socialists or AOC voters, let's say, or whatever, or Sanders supporters.
I'll bet you he was underwater.
Much higher in 2022.
I'll bet you,
he was high.
But I'll bet you he was. But I'll bet you he was still underwater.
I heard data mentioned.
Yeah, you
I don't know, whatever. I don't know about the data on whatever the fuck it is they're talking about, but I actually want to have a conversation with Non-Fon. I've only talked to Non-Fon like very briefly, like once or twice, nothing crazy. Like maybe briefly on like a random Discord call during the PPG Turbo days, old school days. But I want to talk to Non-Fon about having conversations without data. Because I think, despite what most people might think out there, I think, first of all, he's a kid. All right. I'm just going to say it. I'm in my 40s. I'm pretty sure he's like 21, maybe. I got a couple decades on him. I mean, he's young. I'm not saying he's like a child, but he's younger. And I think he does a great job in terms of streaming content, that kind of thing. But I noticed that like everything that he's the way that he's built his platform up, I guess, is based on like a lot of like, well, in 1997 there was a data that said that 42% of this and that, and then don't you know that 63% of it. There's got to be some conversations that can be had without data, you know. So I'm curious to have a conversation with Non-Fon about, you know, this whole data thing. Like, do we need to have data for everything? Is there, like, what conversations can we have without data? What can we not have without data? If you're not if you're not interested in having conversations without data, that's fine. That's totally fine. Conversation without data is a great idea. The thing is, like, conversations with data is a great idea. You know, it's just that I think that people lean on data so much. You know, like if you have a conversation where all of your data surrounds like, well, or involves this idea that, you know, on average, 57% of the people that agree with the data that I'm using that will make my argument. It's like, okay, well, it's 7%. Like, are we saying that you're right because 57% of people agree with you? You know, 2% no data needed. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, like, if we were talking about, like, you know, feminism or, you know, things where less data areas of political discussion where less data or analytics is inherently possibly involved. Like, is that even possible? I know it is. I know you can have political discussions without like involving data at every fucking single step. I'm not, and I'm not against data. I'm not against, you know, peer-reviewed studies and data and things like that. I'm not against it. But I think there are some topics where it's like, it's a hindrance. It's not even, it's like not even, it doesn't even help the conversation, you know. Many sources appears on Spotify, but I don't see any episodes. Okay, well, what is it on if it's not on Spotify? Just let me know.
Why? Because you're ignoring
yeah,
the fact that
I'm gonna DM Non-Fon at some point and ask him to talk about like just data in general. I don't know when he's going to be available for it. He's usually a pretty busy guy. He's been on panels a lot lately. So I'm not sure, but I want to talk to him about like this use of data and stuff like that. You know, obviously I have to prepare for that. So I have to get my data about not talking about data, basically. He likes Biden in spite of the fact that Biden engaged in plagiarism and lied about his credentials while Non-Fon worships academic credentials. First of all, he's a unapologetic lib, just like Hutch and IRI and Josiah and all these other people. So, you know what? At the very least, you know, look, maybe a lot of people might disagree with me on this one. That's fine. But I at least respect that these guys that, like, you know, blatantly identify as liberals put themselves out there as that. I respect that. I respect the idea because being a liberal is not popular. Okay. Being a liberal is probably worse than being a Nazi right now. That's just like the honest truth. Being a liberal is the most unpopular thing that you could be at this moment. And these guys own it. You know, Non-Fon, Hutch, all these guys, they own it. So I'm not saying I like them. I'm not saying, but I will respect the fact that they at least own these labels that they're most aligned to. Now apologetics and Bidenism and all that, you know, that's another realm. That's another area here. But I will at least respect the fact that because even Non-Fon, like his thumbnail, if you look at his I don't know about Twitch, but on YouTube, when you look at his thumbnail when he's live streaming, it's the last neoliberal. So he's very unapologetic about just being in this same kind of cohort as your Destinies, your Hutches, your Pondering Politics, this IRIs, that kind of thing. He's very unapologetic about that. So I will respect that. I can respect the idea that he owns that label, you know. But regardless, I still want to just like have a conversation with him about like this idea of always having data for everything, you know. Like, like how many, like, there's probably some things about politics that you can talk about with somebody where you don't need fucking data, or even that data is not even helpful or useful.
Like, he promised 2,000, we only got 1,400, and he promised the $15 an hour minimum wage. Why didn't he fire the parliamentarian and Joe Manchin's mom? Like, he promised a public option, he didn't even go for it. They were still doing that during his first 2 years. I mean, there was a brief moment where Kyle got wildly based and took Brianna Joy Gray to task. But the black pill lefty space, the one that I'm talking about, they were all complaining about Biden all the time. They might have given him flowers every once in a while, but he moved left on so many issues, and it didn't fucking matter to these people.
If you found data, I bet you have.
By the way, this one's more particularly for Casey. So, do people call you? I mean, I've talked, in not conversations, but like, for example, like if I'm having a casual back and forth with Conrad, he might refer to you as like a shit lib, right, or whatever. But does anybody refer to you, if you're still out there, Casey, as like a liberal or a leftist, or and if so, like, what would you consider yourself? Because people have asked me before, like, what is Casey? And I was like, I don't even know, honestly. I wouldn't even know. Like I'm pretty sure Casey does espouse capitalism, so that clearly takes him out of like the leftist, cohort. Cohort takes him out of the leftist cohort. But there's other things that I know he would agree on that would very much include him into more leftist spaces. So I don't even know.
If you found data, now I don't know. I can't claim to know data this refined. So let's caveat that with I'm speculating. But
the data. I need the data. The bitch called me just a liberal, basically, the other day. I was offended. That's the thing. I think that's one of the reasons why I like you. Outside of just being able to easily talk to you, is just like, I don't even know what you are politically. I mean, I know that you wouldn't vote for Trump. I know that you're not a Republican, but I do know that you're not like anti-capitalist. So I'm not even sure how to pin you. I don't know where on the compass you exist. And even if you describe to me what it is your politics was like on every level, and I put a pin right in the center, I think if somebody called you a centrist, I think that would be like almost an insult, right? So I'm not even sure where you're at, which is not bad. I don't care, but I'm interested when everybody else cares. Progressives closest. Okay, gotcha.
My suspicion is that if you found data of Biden's approval among people who are say they're leftists or Democratic Socialists or AOC voters, let's say, or whatever, or Sanders supporters,
I'll bet you he was underwater.
Much higher in 2022.
I'll bet you,
he was high.
But I'll bet you he was
2022.
But I'll bet you he was still underwater. I'll bet you he was still sub 50% for self-described.
He was like high among them, and then he went to low after Gaza specifically, because this is cares a lot.
No, you're rewriting history. I mean, somebody said it in chat, but these people were the same people that blamed him for Roe v. Wade. I mean, these people were literally blaming him for Roe v. Wade.
Crystal's another one. She was very cynical of Biden in 2020 and barely voted for him. She did vote for him.
There was a glimpse of this, though. There was only a glimpse in 20. They started to a glimpse in 2022, and then it was just.
Noam Chomsky's another example. I mean, he's now. He's kind of no longer with us mentally, sadly, but he was saying positive things about Biden. So that's like very left-wing intellectual, who I have problems with, by the way. I don't like Chomsky's commentary on Srebrenica or Ukraine. So I'm not saying I co-sign everything he said, but nevertheless, very left-wing guy, major intellectual. He was basically pro-Biden until I don't think he was alive, cognitively speaking. I'm being kind of cruel in how I talk about it. During the Gaza issue, but he was sympathetic early. So no, there was more of a
no, but you're
look at Congress, look at AOC and Sanders, and they were even after when they were even pro Biden when they shouldn't have been. Right?
No, but the people that I'm talking about, they're relentless in this pursuit of this narrative, this narrative that the Democratic Party are fucking evil. And that didn't stop when Biden became president. You're right. You can find clips here and there of Kyle and Crystal giving Biden flowers for like labor stuff. They really liked his NLRB pick and what she was doing. They liked his union support. I mean, all that's true, but there was still this underlying black pill analysis. You know, the fact that they were, excoriating him and demonizing him because he didn't blackmail Joe Manchin by threatening a investigation of his daughter to pass they were still doing that shit throughout the first 2 years of Biden's presidency, well before Gaza. And I just feel like you're really rewriting history here. And this is the problem that I've identified recently. I've been talking about it for a really long time, but I'm trying to give it more like specific terminology so we can be more sort of we can more efficiently discuss these ideas.
Both Cenk, Uger, and Anna were making sympathetic noises toward Biden in 2022 on student loan forgiveness, Inflation Reduction Act.
Well, look up their rhetoric on $15 an hour minimum wage and public option shit.
Yeah, I mean, sure they were critical, but they have to maintain like their brand too. But they were much more. If you don't know,
wait, hold on. That's the problem. Hold on. You just described the problem. Thank you for saying that. You said they have to worry about their brand. That's the problem. That's the exact problem. Their brand is.
What's up, Nader? How you doing? See the arcades you removed a stream. It's freaking fantastic. Okay. Is there a link for it? I'll check it out.
Is relentlessly shitting on Democrats and being completely uncharitable to them. That is a problem, and that is what I'm trying to
there needs to
confront.
Be that I'm not going to use the term vanguard, but there needs to be that left flank. The point is, look, the ultimate point is we're going to go in circles here, and I want to make a few comments about Loner Box if you'll allow me to. I know he's your friend, so you don't have to, but.
We got to wrap the conversation up. So if you want, you can make a final point. That's fine. I'll listen. I don't want to get into Loner Box. We can talk about that.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So no, but the only point I'd make on this issue is I think that having the hard left, giving them some space, and also engaging in more reflection on the political and moral problems of the center left rather than this smug attitude is the better political and ethical approach. That's basically where we disagree.
Yeah. We definitely disagree. But yeah, thanks for the conversation. Appreciate it.
All right. Appreciate it. Bye.
Bye-bye. I gotta, I think I'm getting better, but I gotta sit down and organize my thoughts a little bit more. I do think
Avatar thing? Okay. Tornado pilot with the big old beefy arms. You know what? That deserves a break. Let's take a break for a second. Just put on where is it? There we go. Posting memes. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. 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 Nice. Very cool. I like it. I like it. This is cool. Wait, so it's like a whole PNG kind of thing? Like, you have like the PNG tuber set up? Nice. I like it. It's a missing Second to set up in the software. Yeah. Yeah, I want to do a PNG as well. It'll be with like this guy. I want to do a PNG with this guy. Because there's some I mean, like, I don't mind being on camera, but there's some days where I just don't fucking care about being on camera, you know. And I was just feeling, you know, like if I had like a PNG or that was like this, you know, it's like, blah, blah, you know, I think that'd be fine. So I gotta set that up. But I saw like it was a program that does it. Yeah. Yeah, well, the thing is, you know, I personally want to figure it out myself, and you know, like if I know I need help, I can probably reach out to Casey. But I want to be as technically proficient as I think that I can be, and I'm pretty sure that I personally could figure out the PNG tuber situation. So, plus I have like a full Adobe suite. So I'm just, you know, I'm like, all right, well, I should be able to do this, you know. But I think it was like a program called like Vibo or Vtobe or something like that does like the PNG stuff. I'm not sure, but I've watched videos on it. 2D's easy. Yeah. Yep. All right, let me see here. know what? I wanted to see this fucking... I wanted to see this thing about... Somebody made a video about the Asmongold hate pipeline. Tube? No, there was something else that I saw. It was called like Vibo, like it started with a V, like Victor. Like VEABO tube or something. Vibo tube, I think. I'm not sure. Actually, no. You know what? Let's just do this Tim Pool thing. Has feminism destroyed the West? Is Tim Pool, Myron Gaines, Alex Stein not so erudite?
So when I...
Yeah, let's do that.
What is the bigger threat, feminism or misogyny?
If men are so much better than women, then why are they failing?
Feminism. Feminism is the bigger threat. Misogyny is just dudes being dudes. Feminism is not.
So much at things like education and achieving like high status jobs.
Women are stupid. Let's be honest about this. And the reason why...
Women make sandwiches. You're stupid. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I'm bored already.
It's crazy to me that half the population can vote and the other half to die.
I have an issue with you taking away my rights.
I think only landowners should vote. Try to vote now, Myron.
Now they have automatic pickle jar openers. You don't need men anymore.
Don't you think women are equally valuable to society, though? You don't think so?
Dude, if you remove sex and reproduction, they provide almost nothing.
You could never handle me, Myron. That's obvious.
I wouldn't
That's
want to.
obvious. Oh,
thank God.
And I would never either. I would never.
Women, you know, why buy the cow when you get the milk for free?
There he is. There's your boy right there. for all the haters, there's your boy right there. Beanie and all. Fucking locked and loaded with that fucking beanie. He should just fucking do... I mean, like, I get that that's part of his brand. I get that. But as a bald man, just fucking shave your head, dude. Just do what we all do. Just fucking give up. Just give up. Or go get hair plugs. Whatever, you know? Which is, you know, I don't know. I think that's like the escape version of it. But just fucking, you know, be done with it. Be done with it. Just fucking shave your head and call it a day. That's what I do. I've been doing that for like 20 years now, basically. 20 years. I shave my head every couple days. Take a razor, shave my head. It's done. In fact, today I'm due. Normally I even like kind of like get at least like a downward shave. But I was like, you know what? No, I'm just going to jump into a stream. Yeah, just shave it, man.
We got an important question for everybody. Has feminism destroyed the West? Oh, everybody's saying yes. This is the question that must be answered today. We have this amazing panel. Why don't we start from the right? Introduce yourself, good sir.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, Myron Gaines.
Are you not
I didn't
a
know
good
if someone
sir?
else was coming, but yeah, Myron Gaines, chilling.
Who are you? What do you do?
Yeah, one half of the Fresh Fit podcast. I also do my own show called The Debrief, where we make fun of women, Jews, and black people. So it's great.
I told you.
Yeah.
I asked Kyla before the show started, how long until we heard the word Jews?
Right away.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
And Myron and I will both be going to Israel to touch the wall after this podcast.
Well, they're going to kill me.
Yeah, so
before I
thank
get
you
there.
guise. I'm Primetime Alex Stein, Pimp on a Blimp, and I believe in amnesty for all big booty Latinas. Who agrees? Yes.
It's all you.
You. Me.
Yeah.
Hi, guys. My name's Not So Erudite. I'm the dirty liberal on the panel today, so you guys will love me.
Ooh, I like that.
My name is Kat Tim.
I will say, I met Nassau Erudite at the Debate Con. What was it, 2023? That was where the famous crash out between Matt Dillahunty and Andrew Wilson happened. Where Matt Dillahunty walked off and said, fuck it, I'm not doing this. Because I think Andrew Wilson made fun of Matt for being married to or dating a trans person or whatever. And Matt Dillahunty just infamously walked off. That same Debate Con, I met Not So Erudite at the Progressive Victory after party at some random bar in Dallas. And she was super nice, really, really cool, super nice. It was very brief, her meeting her, but she's a very nice person. So I'm not gonna just instantly shit on her because I know she's a nice person.
And I am the co-host of Gotfeld. Yes, I have a job, and I'm also a mother.
Yeah.
Oh, man, so much. Of course, I'm your host, Tim Pool, along with co-host Alex Stein.
Let's go.
Let's ask this question right off the bat. It's a heavy question. Has feminism destroyed the West? I mean, one could argue, if they're holding the opinion, it is destroying, but really destroyed, past tense? What do you think, Myron?
Well, it depends on in which way you want to go. If you want to talk about destroying the family, the dating marketplace, the way women view men in general, there's so many different problems that have come from feminism, and it's a multi-pronged issue depending on whichever section you want to go.
Name one.
I mean, we could start with dating, right? So these bitches are too entitled, if I'm going to be honest. Their expectations are far too high for what they bring to the table. They're fairly delusional thanks to, social media, dating apps, etc., where, simps are blowing smoke up their ass all the time. And what's happened is women have a very unrealistic standard on what they think they deserve versus what's out there. And if they do find that guy, they think that guy should kind of bend to their women. The reality is it doesn't work that way.
Wait, actually, one thing I want to give a little pushback, though, Myron, and
Sure.
you do talk about this a lot. We talk about the 304s, the hoes.
Yes.
So if these girls are being extra picky, kind of like you're saying, then why are they also hoes at the same time?
Good question.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because a lot of them are hoes.
So when I say that they're hoes, what I mean is they have promiscuous type behavior. I mean, they're still, having sex with a smaller portion of the men, but they're still getting a high body count because there's a lot of these guys. So what ends up happening is a lot of girls end up being Eskimo sisters with a lot of other women because they're all smashing the same, minority of men. And this gets, especially in major cities,
What's up,
in Miami,
Maeve? How
for
you doing?
example, right?
Welcome in.
Like the girls that are going out and doing things and whatever, they're hooking up with the same small percentage of guys all the time.
I never
That's what I
thought
mean.
about that.
Right? I mean, obviously that's a hyper, analyzed portion of it, but in general,
Well, let's ask the women. Do women have too high of expectations for men, and are they hoes?
If they are, who cares? I would say no. I would say I enjoy being a member of society. I like being able to vote. I like being able to have a bank account. And it's so crazy that I'm also a mother at the same time with a husband who loves me and is able to handle the fact that I'm my own person.
Well, I think Kat makes actually a good point, though, Myron. Is it that bad if a girl has a job and a college education? A driven woman, let's say she's driven to do more than just be a mom. Why is that demonized, I guess, in your opinion?
Well, look, I don't have a problem with women, aspiring to go to school and everything else like that. My thing is I think we just need to be honest with them. If you're going to go ahead and pursue a career and higher education, your chances of finding a man are going to drop off precipitously because your standards go up as you increase your income, your status. because women are hypergamous. They're not like us. When we get status and money, you know, our standards stays fairly the same, or we just want a hotter girl. But when women increase their status, they want a guy on their level financially, mentally, etc. So we just need to be honest with women: is the more successful you become, the likelihood of you finding a guy drop off.
There's a really
that was not the case for me. I'm actually more successful than you are, Myron.
Oh, wow. Shots fired. Well, to be fair,
and I have a baby. Do you have a baby?
You know what's funny to me? I looked around. I didn't see a stove, so I don't know why this woman's here not talking.
Yeah.
Like, I thought we were.
I don't make dinner. I make money.
This is not a kitchen. This is not a kitchen. Somehow, some woman is talking. I don't know. This isn't a kitchen, but she's talking.
I got an important point for you, Myron.
Yeah.
All that matters in the end is in 20, 30 years, she's already got a genetic leg up with having a kid.
Mhm.
If you don't have a kid, your line ends. Where's your kid at?
Oh, well, I'll have one eventually. I'm just gonna try. I'm trying to pick out my 4 wives first. You know what I mean? So I'm picking them out.
There's another woman here, though. You know, I don't know, Kat. Do you consider yourself conservative or liberal or?
I mean, I consider myself my own person. I'm independent.
All right. Well,
I'm independent.
The self-avowed liberal. What say you?
What say I? I say, the two questions, are women's standards increasing? Yeah, I would say by and large, women's standards are increasing as they get access to work and education. The issue is that they're not really staying single. Most of the Pew Research shows that women are dating and dating successfully. The real question that I think is actually at the heart of all of this is are people happy? Are people finding meaningful relationships? And in what ways is society hampering and harming them or benefiting them? I think those are the important questions.
I feel
they're
like
not having relationships.
Yeah,
It's
loneliness
fucked.
up. Isn't loneliness up, Tim?
Oh, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I think
dating
it'd
is
be up.
down, loneliness is up. There was that graph that went viral that
Here's the thing. It's dating is down, loneliness is down. I mean, what fucking data is? Where's the data for this? You know. You're fucking done. You're done.
people are basically becoming neats, men and women. They're less conscientious. They're more neurotic. They're less agreeable. They're isolating themselves. I don't know if that's a product of feminism, but what I can say is right now the current system is not conducive to happy relationships between either men and women.
I actually agree. I think that the way that our society has oriented itself, where it's obsession over money and working and the betrayal of family and connection relationship is harming everyone. I don't think that this is a unique woman problem or man problem. When we're talking about the loneliness epidemic, it's mostly a male skewed issue, right? Men.
I mean, I think for me particularly, some people want to fight against the Jews, right? Some people want to fight against black people or whatever. That's your fight. That's not my fight. It's not my fight at all. My fight is particularly the genders, the sexes. That's my fight. That's my lane. That's my fight. That's what I would particularly, I guess, choose to focus on. I think that, some people think that it's because of other things that you need to fight these other lanes or wars or battles or whatever. For me, I think the fight between the genders and the sexes is more interesting. So that's what I choose. But and I don't think that feminism has destroyed the West. I think that the alliances that feminism has made between many other factions that are out there combined to destroy the West. But I don't think that feminism in totality has been a bad thing. I remember seeing videos of one of my favorite genres of videos to watch is videos of people that live in very rural Middle Eastern tribes react to certain things about modern society. Sometimes it'll be Middle Eastern tribes react to eating KFC for the first time or whatever. Hold on 1 second. I'm sure I'm not just dying. But there was one that I saw that was really fascinating. Let's see. Yeah, with stuff like this.
काफी वक्त गुजारा साथ और अपने सोलर सिस्टम को समझा हाँ मॉडल को समझा और मॉडल जो चाइना का निकला हाँ ये चाइना का है लेकिन फिर मैंने एक रात को मैं जब घर गया हाँ तो मैंने एक वीडियो देखी सोलर सिस्टम पे अच्छा तो फिर मुझे लगा था ये तो पूरा इसमें तो साइज का मसला है बाकी चीज़ों का मसला है इतना वो एक्यूरेट नहीं है ये अच्छा तो वो वीडियो मैंने सोचा कि आपको दिखाऊं अच्छा आपको वो वीडियो दिखाऊं
This is like tribal people living somewhere in some rural village in the Middle East reacting to a video explaining the idea of the solar system.
हाँ और क्योंकि इसमें तो टाइम भी ज़्यादा लगा कंप्लीट करने में तो फिर उस दिन के बाद फिर दूसरे दिन पार्वती आई तो उसने फिर मैंने उसको वो दिया वो घर जाके करे खुद बच्चों के साथ
Pakistan, probably, yeah. Pakistan, Afghanistan, something like that, yeah. Rural Pakistan, possibly.
ताकि बच्चे भी सीखें ना
It was a reaction to a Falcon 9 Dragon capsule launch with astronauts. They look like they saw the most astonishing. I love these videos. These videos are amazing. I mean, like I got introduced to these videos because it was them reacting to like Western food. And I saw them just eating, KFC for the first time or barbecue or something like that. And then obviously the algo will introduce you to like the rest of the line of videos of them reacting to other things. But this specifically, when they were like learning about space or the solar system, I was like, bro, welcome to where we're at, Yeah, it's great to see. Yeah, exactly. I love it. And it's really just interesting to see their interaction with these ideas,
जो हाणे पहिरीं खां मुख़्तलिफ़ तव्हांखे महसूसु थियनि पियो पहिरीं गाना ॿुधा या ॿी का शइ ॾिठी ॿी का सकाफ़त ॾिठी दुनिया जी ऐं काफ़ी शयूं अलॻि अलॻि ॾिठियूं घणो पोइ वरी गाननि ते वियासीं हाणे वारे जेके वीडियो 2-3 पाण कयूं साइंस जे बुनियाद ते उहे तव्हांखे कीअं लॻियूं
Ninguém acredita que foi coisa, né?
Ah.
E vídeo porque amanhã para nem de para como assim. A minha vídeo सही मना कर. कहीं कुछ के काशे ने न झगड़ा खने न झेड़ा खने हमें दुनिया तो कर हमसे दुमी नेस्ते इसी सियानस ही सही बुलाए था.
हाणे वधिक समझ में आयो कि सज हिकिड़ो ई आहे चंड हिकिड़ो ई आहे.
हाँ जी.
I think it was her particularly. It was seeing her reaction to, I think, some of the space stuff they're about to see that really changed my mind about feminism in general. Right? I think if somebody just asked a random person who might lean towards the right, has feminism been had an overall positive impact? I think most people would say no, feminism bad, but I don't know. I think and I know that there's going to be arguments against what I'm about to say, but I think, I think that women, I think that women understanding these kinds of concepts, if feminism helps women to understand these kinds of concepts, then there is good within feminism. But obviously everything has a threshold where things overexceed or reach too far and become toxic, so to speak. When are they gonna? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. That might require a lot of context, Shang. Watch them taste food. I've watched them taste food. I've watched them taste all kinds of food.
But to
me, this was the most interesting. Like when these rural tribes started to learn about the solar system or just planetary bodies or anything that was interstellar. I love that. To me, that's my vibe. That. If somebody asked me what my religion is, it would be it. I would tell them that my religion is space. That's my religion, is space. Yeah.
इनमें अलग-अलग मुल्कन पर पोइ तव्हां वरी पोइ वीडियो में तव्हां मूंखे इहो पुछो कि अमेरिका माना दुनिया में ई आहे त अञा माना शक हुयो या छा माना
जी कीअं आहियो
तव्हां ईअं चओ न की पोइ वीडियो में हिकु दफ़ो तव्हां चयो की छा अमेरिका जी दुनिया ऐं पंहिंजी दुनिया साॻी आहे अलॻि आहे
Look at that.
माना अञा ताईं ज़हन में
Look at that. They asked her, so are there any doubts?
जी कीअं आहियो
And she says, what do you mean? And she says, and they say, remember you asked previously that does America belong?
चओ न की पोइ वीडियो में हिकु दफ़ो तव्हां चयो की छा अमेरिका जी दुनिया
Does America belong in the same planet as we do? You know?
ऐं पंहिंजी दुनिया साॻी आहे अलॻि आहे अलॻि अलॻि माना अञा ताईं ज़हन में को सुवाल आहे छा अहिड़ो को ॾुखियो या का शइ सम्झ में न अची
न ईअं मूंखे ईअं मो चयो हुनजी दुनिया अलॻि आहे पंहिंजी अलॻि आहे ईअं मूंखे
पहिरीं तव्हां इहो
ईअं
सम्झो
सोचियो
था
आहे
की अमेरिका जो माना हिकिड़ो ज़मीन ॿी आहे
हा
ईअं ज़मीन त साॻी आहे न दुनिया गोल जेको आहे उन में ई तव्हां नक्शो ॾिठो हुयो वरी तव्हांखे ॾेखारियां थो अमेरिका बि हुयो इंडिया असांजे पासे में आहे जी हिकिड़ो पाड़ो आहे हीउ दुनिया बि ईअं ई आहे हिकिड़ो माना अमेरिका आहे उहो ॿिए कंहिंजो घरु आहे
I mean, the fact that you have to explain that these countries that people know about are on the same planet to somebody, to me, is fucking crazy.
असांजो घरु आहे त ईअं अमेरिका ॿिए कंहिंजो घरु आहे इंडिया ॿिए जो घरु आहे के सफ़ा वेझा आहिनि असांखे के परे आहिनि ईअं माना हूं भला ॿियूं वीडियो में जेके ॻाल्हियूं हुन सम्झायूं पियूं उहे सम्झ में अचनि पियूं
जी हा ओ तव्हां पहिरीं विडियो ॾेखारी हुई
हा
ही मूंखे यादि आहे पहिरीं बाल मोकिलियो
हा सैटेलाइट
हा
बाल
हुन खां पोइ वरी कुतो मोकिलियो
कुते में वरी ॿियूं शयूं आयूं आहिनि जंहिंमें हुन में ब्लड प्रेशर वग़ैरह ॿियूं शयूं ख़बर पवनि
हुन खां पोइ माण्हू हुयो
इहे त माना सभु 70 साल पुराणियूं शयूं आहिनि
जी
पर पोइ जीअं जीअं हिकिड़ो दुनिया तरक्की कई साइंस तरक्की कई और जैसे लास्ट टाइम भी मैंने आपको बताया था उसका मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ आपने हमारे साथ कैमरा वाली वीडियो की थी तो मैंने उसमें आपको बताया था कि कैमरा जो है हमारी आँख को देख के बनाई गई है जैसे हमारी आँख काम करती है वैसे ही ये कैमरा काम करती है उस
Okay with feminism has resulted in equality for women. I'm not okay with modern feminism. It is actually misandry, not feminism. Well, that's the thing. Like the typically leftists love to argue against that. They always they do the uppercase, lowercase. Oh, modern feminism, response to whatever you say about feminism when it comes to differentiating between what feminism was versus what feminism has become. No, I think, I mean, well, I'm not saying repeal the 19th, but I would just say, this is my official stance is that anybody that should have a vote should be in the selective service. I don't care how normie that sounds or whatever, but there needs to be an equal footing, and that's at least my normie Western American political stance in terms of electoral politics. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you want to, like, everybody that should have a vote should be in the selective service, hands down. You need to have skin in the game. I think that should be across the board. I don't think there should be some kind of differentiation. Sounds you cuck to the state enslavement. I know. I know that's how it sounds to you, Grant. I know.
उसमें शटर है उसमें एपरेचर है दो चीज़ें हैं मेन शटर जो हमारा ये ऐसे कर रहा है एपरेचर जो हमारा जो गोल ये बीच में है वो कम ज़्यादा होता है लाइट की जितनी पड़ रही है उसके हिसाब से कम ज़्यादा हो रहा है रोशनी पवे थी इंसानी अख ते हुनजो जेको ही पाण गोलो आहे इहो हुनजो फोटो कटे थो पोइ पाण खे तस्वीर नज़र अचे ही जेके शयूं
This is just them talking about it. I think this is them
असल मकसद असते ये साइंस करते हैं ये मुसलमान.
Oh yeah, this is interesting. Look at this. All right. The main thing is that this kind of science is a threat to Muslims.
दुश्मनी.
ये समझो वञे तो.
समझो.
Do they think this way? Yes.
पर ये आए हकीकत में तव्हां समझो था.
Honestly speaking, they did a great hard work and research.
ईशा दी मेहनत को चीख को जो को सही को एक ऐसे मुसलमान.
But for a Muslim, it's all lies and a threat. And honestly, this is actually not so different from certain sects of Christianity. And I know this for a fact because my family is like reborn Christian. And I've had to have difficult conversations with my like direct family, immediate family, not even just like, you know, distant family, like my brothers, my brothers, my dad, and like my sister-in-law, like these kinds of things. I've had to have these kinds of conversations with my direct family who is Western American. They're not even like tribal or anything. So instead of asking to reveal it, you want to others to jump in the same shingy ship with you. Yeah. Well, I mean, Grand, we just disagree on this. I mean, you know, I think that all countries will always have militaries, and you know, if you supported the draft, forced military conscription or something, you should not be allowed to vote. Well, I know, Grand. I know. Grand, you and I have we've had this conversation many times. I know that's your stance. But yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna let this run. But this is I'll be listening. I'll have my headphones in. Super fascinating though, because I think this is the video where they actually watch some of the space stuff kind of unfold in terms of reaction to science.
नुकसान है दुख
न ये ताम समझो था या हूँ एकड़ी गाल समझ में दिया
हम वध समझो
ताम ये था समझो त पाण के पोइ जेको साइंसदान ॿुधाइनि था उन ॻाल्हि ते माण्हू यकीन करे सघे थो
साइंस सां त यकीन अखनि साइंस त फेशियल कुझु त वीडियो साइंस नी रोज़ अॻु वधंदा रहो फल न हुई
त उन ते पाण उहा वीडियो ॾिसंदासीं उन में हू थोरो छा सम्झाइण जी कोशिशि कंदा उहो सम्झंदासीं
जी बिस्मिल्लाह
Our solar system is one of over 500 known solar systems in the entire Milky Way galaxy. The solar system came into being about 4.5 billion years ago when a cloud of interstellar gas and dust collapsed, resulting in a solar nebula, a swirling disk of material that collided to form the solar system.
ये जेकी तस्वीर हींअर तव्हां ॾिसो पिया जी मूं अॻु में ॿुधायो शायदि त हिकिड़ो मथे हिकिड़ी स्टेशन ठाही आहे
जी जी
12 महीना साल जा केरु न केरु साइंसदान ॿ टे उते वेठल आहिनि जेके दुनिया जो जाइज़ो वठनि पिया ऐं काइनात जो जाइज़ो वठनि पिया सिखण जी कोशिशि कनि पिया कि अॻियां अञा छा आहे हमारी ये कहकशां है मिल्की वे गैलेक्सी ये होती है गैलेक्सी
अच्छा
ये गैलेक्सी होती है ये हमारा सोलर सिस्टम यहाँ पे हमारा ऐसे 500 और सोलर सिस्टम खाली पता चला है कि 500 हैं उससे ज़्यादा होंगे ज़ाहिर है जेके भी तारा है ना उन्हें जेके पाण के नज़र अचनि था मथे उन्हनि मां रुगो 15% तारा अहिड़ा आहिनि जेके ॿिया जेके धरतियूं आहिनि जेके जीअं हीअ दुनिया आहे धरती ईअं ॿियूं धरतियूं आहिनि उन्हनि खे पाले सघनि उहे और ये तो खाली मिल्की वे गैलेक्सी है कहकशां है ऐसी और कहकशां पर और भी हैं पूरी कायनात में लाखों के हिसाब से दुनियाएं बनी हुई हैं
That is located in the Milky Way's Orion star cluster. Only 15% of stars in the galaxy host planetary systems, and one of those stars is our own sun. Revolving around the sun are 8 planets. The planets are divided into 2 categories based on their composition, terrestrial and Jovian.
अच्छा फिर हमारे जो सोलर सिस्टम में साइंसदानों ने कैटेगरी दी है 2 तरीके के हमारे पास सियारे हैं 8 टोटल सियारे हैं जैसे आप यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 ये तो सितारा है हर कंहिंजी अलॻि अलॻि हिकिड़ो सेटिंग रखियल आहे कंहिंजी स्पीड वधीक आहे घुमण जी को परे
पहिरीं दुनिया कहिड़ी आहे
इहो अंग्रेजी में नालो आहे मर्क्यूरी इन्हनि जा हूंदा नाला सिंधी में बि हूंदा हिंदी में बि हूंदा ये मार्स है ही मार्स है ना 3 नंबर 4 नंबर है इन्हें के चंदन मंगल मंगल हिंदी में अल्फाज है ना डी जो नालो बा मंगल उन्हें में जो हिकिड़ो ही ग्रुप आहे जंहिंमें पंहिंजी दुनिया बा आहे उन्हनि खे इन हिसाब सां तक़सीम किया कि ही 4 जेके आहिनि इन्हनि जी ख़ुशूसियत अलॻि आहे उहो ईअं जो हिननि जो जेको हिकिड़ो सिस्टम ठहियलु आहे की हिन जी ज़मीन आहे उहा ठोस आहे टे नंबर ते पॉइंट जेकी लिखी आहे उन में रिंग कोन्हे अंगूठी पातल आहे हिकिड़ी जेकी गोल घुमे थी उन में किचिरो आहे सॼो पत्थर आहिनि ॿियूं शयूं इहो गंद किचिरो आहे जैसे ये इसको ये पता नहीं कौन सा था बहरहाल इसको रिंग सिस्टम है ऐसे इनको कोई रिंग सिस्टम नहीं है और ये काफ़ी छोटी होती हैं दुनिया है यहाँ वाकई देख भी सकते हैं कितनी छोटी हैं इनसे बाकी जो चार हैं उनके मुकाबले में ये चारों छोटी हैं इन्हनि वटि जेके चंड आहिनि उहे बि हिकिड़ा मख़सूस थोड़ा आहिनि जी पंहिंजी दुनिया जो आहे उहो हिकिड़ो आहे चंड आहिनि हिननि जा पंहिंजा उहे कई सारा आहिनि कंहिं वटि 18 आहिनि कंहिं वटि 24 आहिनि उन हिसाब सां
The smallest and closest to the sun is Mercury, which has the shortest orbit in the solar system at about 3 Earth months. Venus is the hottest planet, with temperatures of up to 867 degrees Fahrenheit due to an atmosphere of carbon dioxide and extensive lava flows.
Anyways. I was just showing this as an example of why feminism can be good. Because, I mean, it was her. It was this woman who had like very little clue about how planetary bodies work, let alone their existence. And I was like, well, okay, well, if feminism brought women into the same understanding that most men have, these are good things. These are good things. And if feminism would do these kinds of things, then I'd be like, yeah, I'd be okay with that. I'd be fine with that. But whatever feminism has become, completely different. Modern feminism. Oh, modern feminism.
In Pew Research, men between the ages of like 18 to 25, 1% of them, I think, hadn't even dated before, whereas I think it was only like 30% of young women.
Doesn't that prove Myron's point?
Sort of. I mean,
these women are dating, but the men are not. That means the women.
This is another reason why I want to have that conversation with non-fun about data. I'm not so erudite. It's doing the same fucking thing right now. It's like, well, 30%, blah, blah, blah. No. I'm not saying data can't be effectual or applicable to this, genre of arguments, but, or discussion or, topic, but fuck me, man.
Are dating all the same guys.
Well, no, they're not. Like, most of these women are in monogamous relationships, right? The issue is actually the 20-year-olds are dating, like, men that are typically, like, 4 to 5 years older than them. That's actually more so what we're seeing.
So let's just break it down for me, my misunderstanding then, because it sounds like I may be misunderstanding. What was the number most women have found relationships?
30% of women have dated between the ages of 18 and 25, whereas 61% of men have not dated.
Right, okay, so that's the same number, isn't it?
Sorry, I'm not understanding.
That means 30% of men have dated and 30% of women have dated.
No, 61% of men between the ages of 18 to 25 have not had a relationship.
So that means 30 of them have dated then.
So that means 30% of men have had a relationship.
Sorry, did I mess up? Did I misspeak?
You're saying both. 30% of women
have not dated.
Have not dated.
Okay, have not dated.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, so if it's 2 to 1 men not dating but women are dating, then the women would have to be dating.
Well, between that
guys.
age, well, no,
Right.
no, that's the age bracket. 18 to 25 is one of the key things.
Right,
that's
okay,
going
so
on.
but the
So
point
women
is-
are dating older men.
Oh, I see.
That's what's making up the gap.
I think Myron agrees with that, right?
Yeah. I mean, the reality is, average women don't want average men. They date up. And now with, the way we have society, hypergamy is not only reinforced, but it's encouraged. Women are told to not settle. They're told to get the best man that they can get. So a lot of girls think that they qualify for something a lot of times, which they actually don't. And sometimes I have to be the reality and let them know, like, look, you're average. You got to be, you know, a little bit more realistic about where you stand.
This isn't really
but average
hypergamy,
women
though.
don't want average men.
This isn't really hypergamy, though, right? Like, what are men typically selecting for in a relationship? Youthfulness, beauty, right? Some level of like making him feel good. What are women selecting for? Stability factors. And so in this way, women are dating the pool of men that give them the stability factors, because it usually takes men a couple of years to get education and a career and like something built underneath them. And men are selecting for the things that they want.
Well, it's not
which
just
is young
stability
and
anymore,
beauty.
is what I'm trying to say. It's not just stability.
do you
It's
mean?
also, is the guy handsome? Is he tall? Is he charming? Is he charismatic? Like, since women make their own money, they're able to be a bit more selective because they don't just need the provisioning anymore. They want other things as well. Is he handsome? How does he look? Etc. So women do have a staked interest now in how a man looks and how he conveys himself as well, since they handle the provisioning part themselves. So it's made women more selective, but that's kind of come at their dismay because now it's harder to find that guy. There's the total package with everything.
Sure. The issue is that like the actual problem here is that we're leaving men behind. The issue isn't that we're like raising women up. It's that men are disproportionately being like undereducated in school. Primary school is horrible for young boys. We're not giving them social scripts on how to exist. And we're still telling young men that their only value is the amount that they can contribute to the GDP. When in the reality is that like what women are looking for is men that like make them feel valuable, men that they can emotionally connect to. And so like the real issue here isn't that we're raising women up. It's that we're leaving men behind, which I'm actually very interested in.
Well, I want to make this one point, though. You know, I think men are a victim of what their surroundings, because, you know, the amount of men that have microplastics in their testicles now, seriously, you know, now, the amount of estrogen
You're
in
getting
men.
some right now.
Exactly. So I'm saying, don't we think men now have higher estrogen levels than ever in recorded history?
Yeah.
So I feel like that is kind of why the men are, I guess, you know, coming in second place if we talk about feminism.
It's a problem for everyone. I'm only 36 and I've already had cancer.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So,
It's a serious thing.
Yeah.
I know. It's serious.
Some environmental shit going on.
And who's in good shape, Kat? Like, you've never been fat or gross?
No,
I'm
not
saying
to
you
brag, but I've never been fat. Yeah.
I mean, that does have, you know, like they say the fatter you are, the more likely you are to get cancer. So I'm just saying there's a lot of toxins in our water, in our food, that are making men, you know, less masculine and less aggressive.
I want to. Maybe I'm just jumping the gun, but I was just thinking about if we want to go into dating stuff, I think maybe we'll come back to it. But and the question of feminism, the one thing that I really pisses me off, women won the right to vote without civic responsibility, and so
They shouldn't be right to vote.
You can make
Repeal
I
the
think it's
19.
fine. I think it's fine to say women should have the right to vote. However, we got to look at the context in the United States, and that's women do not have an obligation to die in war that men do, but women can vote overwhelmingly for Democrats promoting these wars, and then men are left on the hook for a war they tend not to vote for. That's fucked up.
So, sure, the
I'm
issue
glad
is,
we're on this topic. Repeal the 19. I was
Yeah.
going to say that earlier when she was yapping, but that's fine. Yeah, repeal the 19.
I think only landowners should vote. Let's go back. Let's go back to pre-Civil War. Try to vote now, Myron.
Women shouldn't be able to vote.
I think we have two issues here, right? Number one, the vote has never actually been tied to military service. It's typically citizenship and age are usually kind of the two main things that we've always used for voting. I would be totally fine with us having an amendment where we add women to selective service. I have no issue with that whatsoever, right? I
Base.
think equal strokes. The issue is that when it comes to voting, there are going to be topics that uniquely affect men and uniquely affect women. In this case, war does uniquely affect men right now, which might be unfair. But in the case of something like abortion and birthright control and all these sort of things, these disproportionately affect women, right? And so when we're talking about like who gets the right to vote, is it because of like certain topics uniquely affect one gender over another? That's not how we've ever tied the right to vote. It could be landowners, it could be multiple things. In America, though, we seem to mostly decide age and citizenship.
But the problem I have is that Democrats have been substantially more likely to vote for war, to promote war, particularly Ukraine. Republicans have been pressuring Trump not to be involved. His base split over the Iran issue. Millennial women are about 70% voting Democrat. So you have this phenomenon in the millennial to Gen Z younger generation where women are disproportionately voting for a war they have no responsibility in, or I should say a limited responsibility in. And it's crazy to me that half the population can vote to send the other half to die, and that's equality.
So I'm a millennial woman, and I am married to a veteran, and both of us are very anti-war. He is anti-war as somebody who went over there. I think that to pin the power of the military-industrial complex, which is a very powerful force, on women being able to vote is wild. But I also understand
That's a mischaracterization of what I said.
I think I was talking more about what Myron said than what you said. I understand also that this is like Myron's whole thing, but so you have to say like women can't vote, and then you get attention, and you also kind of act like you invented misogyny, which you didn't. Like, it's been around for a very long time. These are not hot takes. These are like very old, archaic.
But he is in the top 10, right?
Because he goes really hard and he gets a lot of attention for it. And then there are these men, sadly, who listen to you, who I think are lonely. And I love men. I'm not like a man-hating woman. I love men. And I think that a lot of men have been left behind in a lot of ways. And I understand that. But I don't think that blaming all of your problems, if you do blame all your problems on women, then that could be the reason why you don't have one.
There's another group of people that Myron blames his problems on, and it's not women.
Well, I want to let Myron respond, but I guess I want to pose this question. What is the bigger threat, feminism or misogyny? What's worse for society?
So when I say feminism,
Hands
I
down.
feel like things like I
Hands
have
down.
the right to vote. I have a job. I'm a participating member of society, which is different than hating men. So it kind of depends how you
Well, do you hate women, Myron? I'm not just more curious.
Sometimes. Actually, no, I'm just kidding. Look, the reality is that when it comes to feminism, etc., women are stupid. Let's be honest about this. And the reason why, right? It's not just, and she said it herself, misogyny isn't something new. She's right. In ancient China, to the Middle East, to Eastern Europe, everybody knew that women are. So we need to make them second-class citizens. So that's why they don't have the right to vote and do a lot of stuff. And then now
What an eloquent argument. I never could have come up with
She didn't
something
even let
that
me finish. She's
intelligent
acting like a
as
woman
a
right now.
stupid
Holy
woman.
crap. I let her speak and now she won't let me speak. So it's interesting to me how she said, oh yeah, this isn't something new. Yeah, you're right. Everyone since ancient times knew that women we need to make them second-class citizens. Here's the craziest part. They lived in other ends of the world and they still realize the Asian dudes, ling bing ding, all the way to the fucking Mohammeds in the Middle East, to the Eastern Europeans of Slav, they all knew, damn, women are stupid. We need to go ahead and put them in the kitchen. Now they're out the kitchen, and what's going on? Society is crumbling.
Which civilization of all the ones that you listed do you like the most? Do you like modern America, or do you like Saudi Arabia, or do you like, ancient Japan? Which one do you like the most?
Well,
so I will say I pre-watched a little bit of this. This is where he fucked up because I don't know if he was trying to default to a pro-Western stance, but her asking this question certainly threw him for a loop because he had to qualify it. He couldn't answer it directly. He had to qualify it.
Look, I like any society that has women under control, and right now we don't, which is why shit is fucked up.
So why don't you move to Saudi Arabia? They don't have the right to vote. They can barely drive. Like what?
It's a great place.
Do you want Sharia law? No,
that's
Myron.
true. They can drive now. They can drive.
It's the same. It's the same argument that you would use against a leftist, where it's like, well, if you don't like capitalism, then just move to fucking Cuba or Venezuela or fucking China or something. You know.
They can drive, and that's bad.
Wait, are you? But be
so
honest.
you think that Saudi Arabia is a better country than America?
When it comes to handling women, yes. Yes, when it comes to handling
just
women,
overall,
yes.
don't change the question.
And
Don't run away
crime
from
is
it.
less in Saudi
Do you
Arabia,
think?
though.
Well, they have less crime.
You were talking about these
She
global
did a
things
good
about
job
how
here.
when women are oppressed, that's been the societal trend. And so I asked you, modern America decided, along with a whole bunch of Western democracies, and I think you like Western civilization,
I do,
that
I
that's
do.
a bad idea. And so the question is, why is America so great if Saudi Arabia's got this one thing so well to what? Shouldn't that be the great
Well,
country?
you could be better in different ways, right? Like
so Muslim
what
theocracy's got it.
No,
they're
I
great.
didn't say. No, I didn't say that.
Oh.
What I'm saying is, here's the problem, right? When you have
The thing, the point that he missed right there is he could have said something like, "What do you mean by Muslim theocracy? What do you mean by that?" That's what he could have said that. Because then it would have forced her to admit that there's a difference between the way societies that are ruled by Islam run themselves versus the way any other society runs themselves. Putting her in that kind of position to admit something difficult would have been interesting. but he missed it. He missed this year.
When you have women having too much power, it creates a lot of issues because women are communitarian by nature, right? They don't know what the fuck they want to do. They can't even decide what they want to eat, let alone pick their own partners. That's why the divorce rates are through the fucking
Wait,
roof.
time out.
That's
You
why
guys
marriage
admit
is
it's
down in
hard
the
for women to
dumpster.
choose what to eat, though, Kat. Is that true? Can we at least agree on
well,
that?
yes, but it also could be all this nicotine gum I'm always chewing.
Okay,
like never that hungry.
that is typically my girlfriend. It is hard for women to choose what to eat. I think you're 100% right about that.
Sure, but we also are like negating the fact that like some of the biggest breakthroughs in ecology science come from
No, this thing I'm actually fine with. Women have no clue what they want to eat. I don't know why.
humanitarian approach that women have. You know, DNA was discovered by women. So like the issue is that
Well,
women
I don't know about
are
that.
decently
I
valuable.
don't know
When we
about
talk
that.
about women being stupid, men are stupid all the time too. Men are the like morons that are ending up in fucking jail all the time because they can't like stop
Wait,
punching
not
shit.
sure, you made a good point. I think.
Wait. Is Frederick Meischer a woman? DNA was first identified by Swiss chemist Friedrich Meischer.
Yeah, they were trying to take credit for our stuff. They also
Look at
say
that.
they were trying to say
Oh,
Wi-Fi was made by women. No, it wasn't. It was made by men as well. Women don't invent anything. They don't contribute to anything besides. Like, to be honest, the only real value women have is reproductive
I
value.
contribute more to
We're
the
gonna be honest.
economy than you do, Myron, just objectively.
Wait, I want to say I'm on Kat and not Sarah's side though. That don't you think women are equally valuable to society though? You don't think so?
Dude, if you remove sex and reproduction, they provide almost nothing.
Yeah, but those are
We're gonna be
we
honest.
wouldn't have life without those things.
Yeah,
so
sure.
so don't
Well,
those
But I want to be
kinda
clear
even
about
the
this.
playing field?
We don't need them. Like, here's the thing: women need us. We don't need them. We need them to propagate
They have our
society for the
babies,
next
dude.
generation. That's what my point. I said outside of reproduction. So, like, if we want to have kids, yes, we need them, but they need us for everything. So the reality is, men bring far more value to society than women do. The only real value they provide is reproductive value. Because let's be honest here. You guys don't give a fuck about what they got to say. You guys are here for us. Nobody cares about what women got to say. They're the suckiest podcasters. Female YouTubers suck. Nobody gives a fuck about their opinion. We're just there for the tits.
Isn't
Let's
like
be
the
honest.
one of some of the largest podcasts? All Candace Owens, Call Her Daddy. Like some of the largest podcasts are
And
female run.
to be fair,
Candace
wait,
Owens is
hold
an
on.
exception.
It doesn't matter if you don't like them. The point is that they're highly successful. So maybe you guys don't like to listen to women, but that doesn't mean that broader society doesn't. For example, take women out of the workforce. You've nuked your economy overnight. It's done. They contribute, even if we're being mild and conservative, 30%,
Well, that'd be
probably
good.
around 50%.
That'd be good for the airline pilot industry, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that save us a lot?
I don't know. It seems like there's a lot more going on with the airline pilot industry than just women.
But women are usually taking social jobs like teachers and nurses and stuff like
Yeah,
this.
we need those jobs.
We do, but we need petroleum engineers more.
I would disagree. We need to raise our children. I would like literate children.
Public schools.
Ooh, that's a hot take.
Public schools are shit.
But we should still be teaching our kids. We want our kids to be literate.
I agree. And I think
we need
women are
nurses,
great teachers.
right? Like every one of you has been to a hospital, and you're probably super grateful that there's an entire help industry oriented at making sure that your ass doesn't die. Especially a lot of your fat asses don't die.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I can feel the tension. I like it.
I was just gonna say.
Guys, wait. Real quick, though, I do want to say thank you guys for being here. Give yourselves a round of applause. Seriously. And this is our third time doing it here. And I have to say that last week was a little tense with Michael Malice, but you can feel the tension up here. I kind of like this debate, and we want to encourage you guys to all come up, whatever you guys, whether you have a question or a debate topic, it's no holds barred. Just say whatever you want to say. And we're going to do that here in a second. But Tim, I mean, I'm liking this, the energy up here. It's a little different this week.
There's an interesting split between the civics of it and the dating element of it. So you were saying that.
And the morality.
Sure. What's the morality argument?
I think that like feminism is morally good.
What does that
I think.
What does morally good mean?
In like a
Feminism is
Christian
morally
Aristotelian
good.
kind of
Well,
way.
that's
Like
my question.
Western, all of our like Western systems absolutely value
well,
things
let me
like
ask this question.
agency.
Real quick, just define feminism.
Sure, feminism is, here, I always write it down so I can always cite it. Feminism, the empowerment of women's agency and the promotion of femininity.
What is femininity?
Femininity would be like the
Being
emergent
pretty.
things that we see. Nurturance, typically like empathy and kindness, all the things that we typically see in a Western society that would go, yeah, that's feminine by and large. Understanding, these sorts of things.
Things they identify as feminine as femininity?
Typically, yeah,
Basically.
like yeah,
I
but like
think
what's
I agree with that
masculine?
description.
Wait, what's
Hot take.
masculinity? The things that we
Hot
kind of
take. I don't think
identify with
women have
men.
empathy.
Bears
Oh,
drinking
wow.
big
I don't
beer.
think-
Well, it's like things like bravery
Chopping
and
lumber.
strength, right? It's things like being like protective, right? These are the things that we like see in all of our stories as masculine or feminine.
Were you guys gonna get your chance? Everybody, shut the fuck up.
Is femininity then related to like nurturing,
Yeah,
having babies?
yeah. Yeah, I think that's good.
Hot take. I think women actually lack empathy. Contrary to them saying that they have empathy, I think women have sympathy. They can feel sorry and compassion for sure. But when it comes to empathy, especially to the masculine experience, they don't have it at all. I would argue most women don't know what men want. They don't know what men are interested in. They don't know what it takes to keep a man around, which is why most girls can't even stay in a relationship long term or get married. And let's be honest here, the reason why they're not empathetic is because there's no need to be empathetic because men approach them. Since men approach them and they do the courting and they have to do everything up front, especially at the beginning, a lot of...
I agree with this, and... Well,
women aren't empathetic to the masculine experience because they don't have to be. Versus men, we have to be empathetic to women. Otherwise, we don't get laid.
Yeah, you're very empathetic to women.
No, well, here's the thing. I understand you guys, which is why I don't respect you. So that's why. Because the reality is, if you understand women, there's no way you can respect them as an equal because they're inferior in almost every way.
Well, in what ways?
What does that mean?
I just don't understand why you would say that.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. You can either respect them as an equal, right? Or you don't respect. Like, my thing is, I understand women. So since, therefore, I understand women, I cannot respect you guys as equals because you guys have a completely different worldview. You guys are inferior in almost everything that matters.
Like in what? Like what? Name the things.
You guys are weaker, dumber, smaller,
weaker, dumber.
Yeah, literally, like...
Less fit, less strong.
Well,
but
yeah.
by these standards, your co-host is inferior to you in every way because he's weaker. He doesn't exercise as much. He's not as strong.
That's my point.
That's not what. Well, the issue is. The issue is on the thing. Well, actually, not really. I think I'm actually fitter than Fresh. He's stronger than me, but I think I'm literally fitter than him. And also, when it comes to debates, I tend to do better than him in debates. All the things that you tend to value are the things that he's inferior. The issue is. Hold on, just so it's clear.
Can you
I don't think that Fresh is inferior because I don't think that only these things matter to the value of a person. When we talk about things like the Western civilization tradition, if you guys actually care about the American project and what this means, we have to get real about the things that are the precepts of what we believe in. This is things like Christian theology and Aristotelian thinking. And in these precepts, everyone assumes that there is going to be a variety of ways in which people are beneficial, but we don't typically give inferior or superior because we recognize, for example, that while Fresh is not as strong as a debater as you, he's so good at networking, he's really personable, he's really good at like connecting people, and you value that. Whereas women are strong at other things. We don't have to be equal. We just need to be valuable.
But isn't there you said Christian?
You know how no one
Christian
laughed
theology?
because that's like the oldest joke that's ever been told. Women make sandwiches. You're stupid. Blah blah blah. It's like I'm bored already.
All right. Again, I'm still trying to figure out why she's talking. This is not a kitchen. I don't know what's going on right now.
There it is again.
It's crazy.
I think it's great when you talk though because.
All right, I'll be right back. I gotta get another drink.
Because a lot of times people say that there's no.
As Jeff inferior. Hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Need for feminism anymore. And then people hear you talk and you're saying that, you know, women should all be owned by men and all these other things that you say. And people might think differently because you're going to be a lot different new audience is going to see you thanks to me being on this panel. You're welcome, by the way.
Who are you again? I don't even know who is this female? I don't even know.
She's the co-host of the highest rated.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, no one watches mainstream media anymore anyway, so that's fine.
Would you actually think women should be owned, Myron? She said you believe it.
I mean, it's kind of funny. She's over here, all this blah, blah, but she's married, which is a male-led institution, which is interesting to me. So it's like she's buying into it, even though she's trying to sit here and be like, I'm kind of like, I'm a feminist, but at the same time, I'm married, blah, blah, blah. It's like, pick one, man. You serve under a man. So it's like, I don't even know why she's talking. So,
I serve under a man?
Yeah, you're married to a guy, which marriage in itself is a male-led institution.
See, not my marriage.
Oh,
yeah, we're
God.
equal.
So you wear the pants in your.
We're equal partners in my marriage. I know that's crazy. That, but it.
The concept of equality is a lie. It's not true. One is always the leader. Who's the leader in your relationship? Who's the decision maker? You or him?
Depends on the thing.
This doesn't make one person more or less
leader in the relationship?
valuable.
You or him?
It depends on the thing. We are equal partners. We've been through a shit ton together.
Oh, crap.
A lot of stuff together, especially recently. And I love him very much. He loves me very much. And I would never have a child with somebody who didn't see me as a person. I see a lot of posts on the internet about like the fertility problem and why aren't women having kids? And you look at the comments, and you see why maybe women don't want to have kids with, it ain't the women that are the problem a lot of the times. There's a lot of problems with talking about women, why don't women want to have kids, and not enough talk about why men aren't becoming, in some cases, the kind of partners that women would want to have a child with. I did not meet someone I'd want to have a child with until I met my husband when I was 30
Still
years
trying to
old.
figure out who the leader is here.
But
nothing gets done by a committee. Nothing gets done by a committee.
I want to bring it back to feminism because I
wanna answer the question.
I think feminism is a key component in relationship breakdown. There was a story several years ago where in New York, women in their 30s could not find men who made as much or more than they did. And it was like a shock to the system. All these writers, these are female writers for various opinion outlets saying, why can't we find good men? And it's, because they weren't attracted to guys who made less and they didn't want to be with younger guys. So the guys who were the same age as them, who made $50,000 a year, were like, I can date a 24-year-old woman, somebody who wants to have a family and is younger. So guys are aiming for younger women, but women are being told to get jobs and have careers. But you mentioned guys aren't stepping up. I think this creates an inverse problem where for young men, they're either struggling to date because younger women can date older guys through dating apps, or women, why buy the cow when you get the milk for free? If you know what I mean.
Like you can have sex without like commitment.
These guys who are young are like, I don't need a job. I don't need status.
Okay. Has Stephen Fury. Casey, do you want to have a rabbit hole session right now? You want to have a quick mini rabbit hole session? It could be about feminism, could be about any other topics. I think the audience demands a Legate Casey session from time to time. I'm thinking we might be there. You let me know. You let me know if you're set up, if you want to do it. You go down a rabbit hole or two. You let me know.
I go to the club and spend $15 on booze, I get laid.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I just think that like this is like the trade-off of agency, right? Like agency is one of the most important things that we can have, the ability to choose, right? Because if you don't have agency, you can't choose to do noble and good things. You can't choose to do bad things. And so I would agree that like when I look at the modern dating culture, first of all, the 24-year-old girls are not like, I'm so ready to settle down and have kids.
Right.
They're like, these are the people you're calling whores half the time, right? And so
They used to be.
Yeah,
People used to get married and have kids at 22.
Sure, but we also died at 55 around the same time.
No, we didn't.
Yeah.
That is not correct.
Yeah.
We did have a lower life expectancy.
We had
not
a
correct.
much shorter life
The
expectancy.
shorter life expectancy was due to the infant mortality rate. People actually who survived infancy would live for a very long time. But while people are expectancy,
men were dying in mines.
They're not at 55.
No, men were dying in mines, and women were also dying in childbirth.
And while life expectancy has increased by a few years recently,
A lot.
that isn't changing the fact that society used to be very different. Women but pre-feminism were focused on families, and the big social deal was who are you going steady with and who you're having a family with. I'm not saying society should be that way, but when that's gone and women start prioritizing what job am I going to have, you're not going to have families at 22 like we used to anymore. And now we're in a fertility crisis, and we've got no young people. Gen Alpha is only 40 million people. It is half the size of the millennials.
Sure. So to this, I would basically say I agree that there has been a lot of cons that have come with giving women agency. I think giving women agency is actually like a deontological good. Letting people choose means that they have the choice to choose the noble things. This is really, really important in Western society specifically. This is the foundation of what we believe in the American project. And so, yes, women back then didn't have as many choices. They couldn't own private property. They basically had to be married to a man to have any access or rights or power.
They couldn't have a credit card till the 80s.
Exactly, right? So women had...
Better times, less debt.
Women had less agency. Women had less agency. But I would argue that that was a moral failing of society. And just because the outcomes right now might be worse, that doesn't necessarily mean that this is not something that we fundamentally value. We value in America giving people choice.
I hear that. I remember, last week we had this big debate on police, and I think the shortcomings for Michael Malice, I respect the guy, he's a good friend, but he kept saying police were bad. And it sounded like all he was saying was, yes, there are big problems with police and there's no alternative, or the system will always be bad in some way, but there is a worse. So I look at this now and I'm like, okay, I agree to a certain degree on the deontological aspect of people should have free choice. You want to have a job, you can do it. You want to have finances, all that's fine. Is the end result then the Gen Alpha is 40 million and collapsing, and there won't be any humans in the future, or cities are going to start shrinking, infrastructure is going to start crumbling, and we're going to go, it was a moral good to make sure that we had this semblance of equality under the law, and then society was destroyed by it.
Well, equity of agency does mean bad outcomes sometimes. The issue is that I'm not opposed to people strongly.
Which proves that when women have agency, things go bad.
No,
Because,
actually, when most
like-
people have agency, people make terrible choices, right? When we give young men free agency, what's the window where young men do the most crime? It's typically the ages where they get the most amount of agency. People, when they are given choice, often choose poorly, but that's not the reason we don't give them choice. Because if we don't give them choice, they are enslaved to correct action because of necessity. And that's not the world that we want to live in. We want people to choose the noble thing because they are choosing to do so.
Now, here's the thing. I see your perspective with agency. I see that, but we need to be honest with women. The problem is that we're not honest with women, right? We don't tell them, look, if you want to pursue a career, you want to make money, your chances of finding a guy down the road are going to be significantly harder. We don't tell them if you decide to be promiscuous now, it's going to cost you later on. We tell women they should be able to do whatever they want and not deal with consequences of their actions. In other words, go ahead and be on OnlyFans and you'll still find a guy that's 6'3", making $100,000 a month that's going to take you seriously. It's not going to happen.
Sure,
so we're not honest with women about what happens. And the reason why is because women don't really deal with the consequences of their bad decisions a lot of times until it's too late. At least with men, if I'm a loser, I have to deal with the consequences of being a loser. Women don't. We don't tell them the truth. Because financially, there's no incentive to tell women the truth because women are consumers. So we want to tell them what sounds good so they continue to consume.
Bro, real quick, it's like how Unilever owns Ben & Jerry's and they own Dove's Real Beauty campaign. It's like telling all these women, hey, you're beautiful if you're fat. By the way, here's our ice cream. Eat more of it.
Yeah. We don't tell women the truth, which is one of my biggest problems. Like, if we want to give them agency, that's fine. But at least let's let them know this is what your agency comes with. And if you decide to go down this road, this was going to happen. We don't tell women the truth, which is one of the biggest issues.
I'm totally with you, actually. So one of my biggest frustrations with feminism, as somebody who's defending feminism, which is funny because feminists really don't like me a lot of the time, is that I think that we have done a lot of infantilizing of women. I think that infantilizing of women was a form of sexism that came with low agency. And the issue is that women are being like, we want agency, but also baby us. And I think that that's a bad thing. The issue is that I have no issue with you saying, women, you should have a family. It's the thing that you will come to love the most. You should be more careful in who you're selecting. I don't have any issue with this. I have an issue with you taking away my rights because that takes away my agency.
Well, a lot of times we have to take your agency away so you make the right decisions. That's the problem.
Well,
and that's
the
how it
issue,
used to work for a
that's
very
not
long
meaningful.
time.
That's
because
not
when you
meaningful.
leave women, well, here's the thing. When you leave women to their own devices, they make really bad decisions.
When
right?
you leave men
Look
to
at
their
the
own
divorce
devices,
rates,
they
look at
make
the
bad
marriage rates.
decisions.
Look at the way society is now, where the nuclear family is crumbling. When you give women their own decisions, they make really bad decisions. This is why the father was so important, because we would keep our daughters off the strip poles and our sons out of jail. At least with men, however, when we do dumb shit, we deal with consequences. With
How
women,
many men are addicted
they don't
to
deal
porn?
With, they don't deal with consequences.
How many men are addicted to porn?
Here's the thing, though. They're addicted
A
to
lot.
porn because you're right. But again, they deal with consequences for being fucking losers. Women don't. That's my point.
Women do
What does that
because they
mean?
turn.
Okay.
You already wait. Hold on. Of course they do. You already said that if they go on and they have all this career and stuff, they're going to be less likely to find a man. That is the consequence of their
But
choice.
they don't
that
find
you're
out till
talking
it's
about.
too late. Is my point.
The issue is that
And
most
we
men
don't
who are
tell them
addicted to
this.
porn don't discover how much it's fucking up their sex lives until
Their
they actually
dicks
get a
can't come
girlfriend
up,
and
yeah.
they can't inside their girlfriend. That's the issue with porn addiction.
Sure.
So
Wait,
typically,
hold on. Myron, you want to ban porn?
Do I? Man, it has a lot of. Dude, I'm very close to. Yeah,
He wants a nanny state, guys.
I think it needs to be regulated in a way. I think we need to regulate it.
Do you want to ban porn?
I think it's
No.
a problem.
No.
You don't. But what about all those problems you just named?
Again, I don't want to ban drugs, even though drugs cause addiction a lot of the time. I want people to make choices, and I want there to be off-ramps for bad choices as much as possible. But at the end of the day, I want people to make a noble choice. If I sit my kid down, hold on. If I sit my kid down and I say carrots or broccoli, and they choose carrots, I'm not going to be like, wow, my kid's picking healthy food. No, they were forced to the correct action by necessity. I don't want that
What if
society.
you had ice cream today? What if you said broccoli, carrots, ice cream? What are they going to pick?
Now they have agency.
And what are they going to pick?
They're probably going to pick ice cream for a long
Fuck
time.
yeah, ice cream every time.
Yeah,
So
until they get tummy aches and then they stop.
And this is not to agree or disagree, but it's a philosophical moral question. You keep saying, yes, these bad things are going to happen, but we should be able to choose.
Yes.
If that system leads to the end of humanity, is it the right choice?
That system has led to America as it is today, and I think America.
No, that's not correct.
It
well,
absolutely
technically
is.
it is.
Hold on.
With all its crime and
Well, what is Western
dysfunction.
civilization? Western civilization is Greek philosophy, it's Roman bureaucracy and law, and it is Christian theology. That's the foundations of Western society. And all of these systems value individualism. It values your ability to make choices, including bad choices.
So let me ask you: is it like it's nice to have your door open on a nice, cool summer night? You know,
Sure.
it feels good. And then at 3 a.m, one day a guy breaks into your house. yes, you can mention that there are good systems that lead to comfortability and success, but eventually those can create security problems for your society, which creates the ebb and flow of security states.
Exactly, but
the
this is
problems
why
are going to get so bad that more Myrons are going to start emerging because they're going to say, crime is way too high. Women keep voting for Democrats overwhelmingly, and whether the reason is that women vote for Democrats, that's what they identify, and then it's going to lead to some kind of social disorder and then an authoritarian shift.
Sure. So there's this.
Kamala would
I
be
wish
president right now if we had to rely on female votes. She would literally
probably
be president right now.
Yeah. So
that's bad.
It'd be a Democrat supermajority across the country.
So there's this concept, I wish I could remember what it's called, but it's this idea how essentially sometimes the advocacy, the social advocacy itself prevents the bad thing from happening. So let me give an example. You guys are familiar with Jordan Peterson, Bill C-16. He was super worried about, are you guys familiar with this? So I don't have to like summarize it. You guys are familiar with this? Great, okay.
Yeah, he lost that, didn't he?
He did, but one of his arguments for why he's doing it is he was saying this might lead to some sort of authoritarian control on free speech. And a whole bunch of people, like, especially on my side, were like, you're so stupid. The issue is that it is very likely that his advocacy against C-16 is part of what informed Congress's interpretation of that bill to make it less authoritarian. I don't have an issue with you guys saying women should be more cautious. Women aren't being very smart. I don't have an issue with that. That's free speech. And that is some of the things that will probably offset the degradation of society that you're maybe worried about if I agree with your like worldview. What I care about is taking away rights. That's it. That's my hard line. Don't take away the rights.
Once again, let me ask you the question. If the system you have described leads to the end of humanity, was it a good system?
I would have to believe you that the American project will lead to the end of society. I just don't think it will.
The question is, let's try this again.
Sure.
If a system of open and free choice would ultimately lead to the end of civilization, human death and extinction, is it a good system?
Nope. But I don't think that that's the system that we have.
So at what point in the current trends would it get bad enough for you to believe we are on track for civilizational collapse? Could it be like fertility at 0.3 or 0.6?
No. That's tough because the fertility issue is way less about feminism and way more about our terrible food and our agriculture.
I disagree.
Well, like you guys just talked about E and testosterone, like that's really bad for fertility.
Well, they do say that actually, I was saying that earlier about the microplastics. Men are to blame for the fertility issue too. They are.
By all means, we can mention that guys have gotten weaker and whinier, whatever you want to say. But the reality is, I won't make any excuses for it. I didn't have a family in my 20s. I just had a kid for the first time.
Congratulations.
Where was my generation, men and women, to be like, it is a social imperative to have a family now, sort it out. For all the young guys, men were told sexual liberation, you don't need to have a family, who cares, birth control and abortions in every major city. And now Gen Alpha, I don't think people realize how insane it is that the upcoming generation that are 15 years old at their oldest, there's only 40 million already. And actually, I'm a big fan of this part. Universities are shutting down. 18 years on from the financial collapse in 07, 08, people my age didn't have any kids. There are no 18-year-olds to go to university or to start jobs. And so companies are struggling to hire. Universities are shutting down. And this is just the beginning of fertility collapse. Now, if we had a society that told men, and I'm saying even with choice, they said to men, guys, you should strive to be the best, the strongest, the boss. Women, choose what you want, but social pressure is be a mom, have a family, help society continue. If that was the route we went and we still had social pressures on having kids, we wouldn't be in this fertility crisis.
I actually just agree with you. The issue is that I think the way for the government to manage it isn't to like take away women's right to vote. It would be things like child tax credits. Like, didn't the BBB actually include a really big child tax credit? One of the reasons why people don't have kids in a lot of like high income areas is because of wealth disparity. I mean, it's like $45,000 to give birth.
The principal reason is always cultural.
I agree. I agree. Right.
So we live in a society that needs to be saying, what do you mean you don't have kids? That's crazy. Instead, we live in a society where it's like, don't have kids, it's bad for the environment.
Sure, and we kind of hate kids, right? Like there's a lot of families that move. It's just the argument would be like, I mean, to bring up the Jews, Israel.
Whoa!
Israel,
my favorite
topic. One of your favorite topics. But it's just a good example of a high-income country that actually has a really strong cultural value on family. They have fuckload of kids. Those people, they're all having lots and lots of kids and they're meeting the replacement level. And so I'm not opposed. I agree with you. The idea that we told a bunch of young people, hey, remember how much the boomers sucked? You shouldn't have kids. Your life will be better. It turns out when everyone's dead and dying, Everyone says the same thing. They wish they had more family connections and they wish they spent more time with them. So absolutely having kids matters, but make it more affordable, give them tax incentives, incentivize the behavior that we want to see and encourage it. But don't take away women's right to vote. That's not going to change anything.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think a system that cannot serve, like, I don't know how to ask this question, but if a system cannot survive, does it matter? In the long run, like there have been very few anarchist communes that have existed as forms of government, but like Catalonia, but they get crushed immediately by barbarians.
I don't know, like, does Rome matter even though they got crushed? Yeah, I would say it does.
Yeah, Rome was an empire with
so was America.
Indeed. So I'm talking about anarchist systems that they don't function, they don't work. It's this idea, it emerges and immediately gets crushed.
Yes.
The point I'm making is,
nation states
right
matter,
now, there is I will point out the humor of the person on stage, and that Myron doesn't have any kids.
Right.
And Kat does. And so Myron loses that genetic debate.
I'm waiting.
But if
aren't we all?
The end result of this
I got
system,
time unlike you guys.
But so the end.
That's what everyone's saying.
Yeah,
let me finish this point.
Yeah.
The end result is that liberals with these feminist sensibilities are less likely to have kids, more likely to abort, and shockingly more likely to surgically amputate the genitals of their children than conservatives who are less feminist and more traditional. You can do whatever the fuck you want on TV as long as that fertility trend continues, and it is happening. There's going to be a collapse of the feminist ideology, and conservatives will take over in 50 to 60 years because there are no liberals being born.
But the issue is that, like, typically conservatives' children go to school and then they're like, wait.
And universities are shutting down.
Sure.
And Trump is gutting the Department of Education. Conservatives are winning this battle. And I want to stress this,
Tim,
too.
but aren't liberals sweatier, though? Aren't they going to get pregnant?
But I want to stress this one point. I was talking to Kyla before the show. On the culture war, we may not have abject victory, but South Park has made fun of Donald Trump. Now, why? Is it because he's friends with Epstein? No. Is it because his tariff policy is bad? No. It's because he's gay and they called him a When South Park says to mainstream liberals, Trump is bad and it's because he's gay, and that's what they're making fun of, that's a cultural shift so far to the right, it is shocking in a short period of time.
I mean, I would just argue it's a shift towards the center. Like most libertarians,
sure,
and most, like, as an edgy liberal, I've always been for, like, free speech and language. I don't care if you call people like the
and Gen Z guys are shifting rightward. Gen Z is the first generation in 100 years to begin shifting rightward. And I think a large reason, not the only reason, is fertility rates, which we saw in the 2000s among liberals at about 1.43 and conservatives 2.01, meaning in 18 years, there will be 20 or so % more conservatives than liberals based on who their parents teaching them.
Again, but that's assuming that these people, like, don't over time, like, shift back leftwards, right? And I think, if I could just respond a little bit.
I want to address that. Sorry for talking so much, but I do want to address that point because you mentioned it already about the universities.
Sure.
That's why I brought up South Park. The cultural shift is pronounced. The liberal woke stuff was shifted so rapidly in the course of a couple of years that when you mention universities and the cultural trends to pull conservative kids left, that's shifted dramatically.
I agree, but I think assuming something like the universities are going to go away, like the university institution has been around for like 2,000 years. I don't think universities are going away, and generally universities tend to trend left because people who are leftward are high openness to experience, so they tend to like things like learning and education, right? What I think is actually more important here is has the left failed to indoctrinate within its culture a value of children? I would just say, yeah, I think it has, right? But one thing that I would caution you towards, right, when you write this doomsday of feminism leading to the collapse and decay of all of society, when you look at cultural trends, they're always ebbing and flowing back and forth because one side starts winning the culture war and the political war, they get too much power, they become kind of assholes because a lot of us are assholes with power, and then the other side kind of populates and becomes more popular again, right? And we've seen this dance back and forth between left and right, winning the culture war and leading all the time. This is kind of what democracy is. In fact, that's the fundamentals of what democracy is. And so I don't think that we should be looking at feminism going, this is going to lead to the death and decay of society. We should go, what parts of it are bad? What parts of the institutions are bad? What things need to be corrected? And how do we correct them? Because so far, the miracle of the American project is pretty damn fucking good. It's actually the best thing that's ever happened in human history, probably ever. Okay? We love America.
That's pretty nuanced. I think that's the correct answer.
I know there's got to be somebody out there that disagrees with that. There's somebody out there that's probably agreed with her on everything she said until she said that. Come on. Come on, somebody chime up. Let's go. That had to have triggered something.
Give it up
Thank
for
you.
Nasirda. I think we can agree with that. That's pretty
It is a good
nuanced.
answer, but I do want to make one point that's going on right now with Washington D.C. is, and it's not. Trump focuses on D.C., but Chicago, all these big cities.
Like the cities? Okay.
It's insane how disgusting and crime-ridden our cities have become. I mean, we saw a tent city on the way here, and there's two questions. Why does the city allow this? And I don't mean to forcefully remove people with no choice. You can make the liberal argument of why are they not trying to help these people to solve that problem, or the conservative argument, why are they allowing people to camp on their street? But let's.
Yeah, and we got to get to people. And one thing we didn't talk about, but one point I wanted to make earlier, the aspect of trans people taking taking over women's space, because you don't think that trans women are a threat to actual femininity or what? I mean,
I'm not
like
for
a
them.
trans person going into a woman's restroom. Like, isn't that against
I'm just for co-ed
feminism?
restrooms, because if you've ever seen like men's bathrooms versus if you've ever travel, get a passport. I promise. In Europe, they have oftentimes co-ed bathrooms, and one of the best things about
Like
it,
nightclubs.
no, like on like
These countries that have, 9 million people in them. They managed to make it happen, but all of a sudden, when you just try to make it happen in a country of 300 million people, well, why can't they just make it happen the same way they do?
public streets, like all through like Venice and stuff. I remember going to co-ed bathrooms in the UK, like in France, it was like totally normal. And surprise, France, yes, in France. And one thing that I would actually point out here is if you've ever seen the lines between like the male bathroom and the woman bathroom, it would be great if we were sharing the same space, okay? We're having to get through the bathroom way fucking
I'm
fast.
actually, hold on, I'm sorry. I'm very passionate about this. Sometimes the woman's bathroom is fucking disgusting because women will not sit on the seat. If you could just sit, everyone could sit. They like hover over and they like it looks like they were hula hooping and pissing all over the place. It's disgusting. It could just be.
These guys really want you to know how dirty their bathrooms are.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they are, but you'd be if we could just sit, then we can all sit.
See, men are better at everything, even bathrooms.
We could all.
We're better
sit.
at everything, even bathrooms. They can't even pee correctly.
Well,
we give them
I didn't
rights.
say that, but
It's crazy.
Do you guys see
Telling
this?
you guys.
There's a very funny
Prove
story.
my point.
Real quick, we're gonna go to the audience, but there was a really funny story where this woman was an Antarctic researcher complaining about sexism because she couldn't stand up and piss in Antarctica, and so she was insisting that the U.S. spend the research grant money on building outhouses in the middle of Antarctica because it was sexist that men could unzip and release, and she couldn't. And she didn't think it was. She didn't want to use one of those funnels.
They have the funnel, yeah. I know.
She should
Anyway,
use the funnel.
My mom
Yeah,
used one for years.
We're not
All right.
spending money on outhouses.
Look, the penis tech is a good tech, I will say. That shit of spraying around, that's pretty cool.
All right, guys, this has been a good debate so far.
here, right?
Yeah, I got the list right here. Okay, guys, so what we're going to do is we're going to pick some names, and you're going to immediately haul ass to this side of the stage where I'm pointing. We're going to have a microphone. If you're good for a minute, we might bring you on stage. If you suck, we're going to make you sit down, okay? So even though the order...
Now you know what Alex thinks about you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to be open and honest, guys. All right, so our first person that we're calling is...
Let's go from the list.
Yeah, we are. Arman Gupta. Where's Arman Gupta?
I remember
is
this
Arman
guy.
here?
I
Was
think
he here
Alex made
last
fun of you
week?
the first
No,
time.
I think I'm going to kick him off. Yeah, Arman. Where is Arman Gupta here? Arman, is
I can't see anything because the lights
Dr.
are so bright.
Gupta, come on down.
Just see blackness.
Is he here? I guess he's not here. Okay, well then, all right, I like this person. Ava Terry. Is Ava Terry here? Ava, come
right
on down.
here, too. Look at this. Rapid response. All right, Ava, you got 1 minute.
Okay, it's Eva. Nice to see you guys. My first thing I would like to say is the man on the far left over here. What was your name again?
Myron.
Myron, yeah. I would just like to say that your rhetoric sounds exactly like third wave radical feminism, but for a man. And I was just wondering how you expect to solve a problem by doing the exact same thing that you think is the problem.
Well, because when men have monopoly of power, good things happen. When women have it, society crumbles.
Come on up, Ava. That's good. She's smart. No, the other way. Just come this way. No, this way.
I
Come
like
on
how
down.
I like
Oh,
the way
this
she,
is spicy. Yeah,
yeah,
she's-
making fun of Myron.
Ooh,
Eva,
Myron.
give it up, Eva.
All right. Eva or Ava.
Like from Wall.
Hello.
Yeah,
How are you?
Is it
It's Eva, I
Eva
fucked
or
up.
Igua?
Eva.
Eva, okay.
So explain why Myron was wrong again.
She said I'm radical, basically.
Well, I just think that your rhetoric is exactly the same thing that you hate.
Okay.
And I was wondering how you think that's going to solve the problem. If women hating men is what has caused this problem in the first place, how is men hating women going to fix it?
Yeah, so it's not us hating you guys. It's just us realizing that you guys are not equal to us, and we have to be the custodians of women. We have to protect and provide for you guys. I'm actually very big into a traditional relationship where the man is the leader and protects and provides for his woman, and all she has to worry about is making sandwiches and taking care of the kids. And I think that's how society's thrived for a long time. So it's actually the contrary. I think men need to protect women from themselves a lot of the times, because I don't think women in positions of power leads to a great society.
So one other thing that you said earlier was that men being in power has led to a great history.
Yes.
Do you think that the history of men being in power is flawless?
No, there's always going to be flaws with
definitely
human
not.
error in
Yeah.
general.
So human error in general, that includes men and women. And why would women have more error than men?
Well, here's the thing. We don't have any matriarchies that have stood the test of time, really. Everything that's been successful has been a patriarchy. So, and
for
there's
beehives.
there's a bunch of beehives.
We're not
Fantastic.
bees, so we're not
Of
bees.
course.
I hate
Beehives.
Yeah, we're not
Except
bees.
for the
Sorry,
beehives.
We're not bees.
Wait, but if we just granted your evolutionary argument of like development, yeah, patriarchies have been the most competitive, and now what we're seeing is that an egalitarian society that includes women in like the workforce and the right to vote are the most successful societies in modern. Like it seems like we've just continued to advance, and the next level of advancement is the inclusion of women.
That's a good point.
I don't. Think,
I don't know what to tell you. History disagrees.
No, again, feminism has led to so many problems with this whole egalitarianism because, again.
So Saudi Arabia is better than America.
I'm sorry?
Saudi Arabia is better than America. We're back
You
here.
are correct about that, but they have some things in better check.
He'll never live this down because she was right about this. Like, her hammering on this point is making him look fucking weak.
Than we do when it comes to dealing with their women, right? But yes, to go back to what we're saying, I think a male-led society is going to fare off a lot better than a female-led society. Is my point. Everything is going to be prone to human error, but I think when men are in charge, there's going to be less error.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you?
Yes, Jerry. Yeah.
Okay. I would just say to that throughout history, you know, and you think about all of the major wars and everything, are we in a significantly different place on a world cultural scale than men-led societies?
I'm a little confused by your question. Are you saying like, are we?
With women having the right to vote, has that changed? Have there been more wars since women have been given the right to vote?
I think yes.
Yeah,
in the United States, and without declaration of war.
Yeah, are you saying like?
I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll keep this running.
The United States. Yeah, you can make the argument. Yeah, I mean, again, my thing is, I think that men are better than women in everything that matters, and I think men need to lead society, and I think women should be focusing on having children and families versus chasing a career. And if we are going to allow them to go ahead and chase a career, let's at least be honest with them and let them know that this is going to come with some very serious consequences that might lead to your long-term sorrow, sadness, antidepressant medication, etc. I just don't think that we're honest with women
Myron,
about where they stand.
Would you have children through an artificial womb?
No.
So,
If men are so
you-
much better than women, then why are they failing so much at things like education and achieving like high status jobs? Why are women?
Because the
actually
education system is literally geared towards women.
So women have
sitting
been
down
like
and
more
being submissive
powerful.
and listening to someone lecture you.
I just,
like
I don't. Hold on.
Wait, But hold on. Career-wise, almost most of the Fortune 500 companies are run by men.
I agree, but the
Irrespective.
issue is that like if men are so much better than women, then how are we in this position where like suddenly men are also like being like destroyed by society and crushed by them? Like we can't have these two mutually exclusive things at the same time. What I would actually argue is that men are stupid in a lot of stupid ways. You guys punch things, stop doing that. You guys masturbate all the time, stop doing that. Chill out.
Women
okay?
masturbate too.
Women, but a lot fucking less.
You guys have like a battery-powered dildo. I think you guys masturbate
billions
a lot.
to be made.
Nobody's
In
gonna
fact-
make the argument
in
that
fact,
porn
the
is more.
WNBA is just become the dildo show.
Yes.
Sure.
More dildos in the WNBA.
Sure, but nobody would argue that women are actually consuming more porn than men. Porn is obviously dominantly male consumed, and male OnlyFans is mostly purchased for by men. Okay.
Yeah.
Sad men. Okay.
But I do want to stress this point.
Goddamn Jews.
There's an argument.
Come up. Submit your name, guys, if you want to talk to me.
Greater male variability hypothesis. There are a shitload of really shitty guys, but there's a smaller amount of substantially more successful, intelligent, and strong guys than women.
This is like the hypergamy argument.
No, it's the greater male variability.
Oh yeah. I would agree. Like when you look at like the extreme ends of genetics, right? Men tend to be the stupidest and the smartest, right? Like if you look at the lowest IQ individuals, sorry guys, it's men.
Guys.
But when you
Yeah,
look at the
that's
highest IQ individuals, It's also men, right? Women are a lot more stable in a lot of things, which is, I think, one of the things that, yes, stable. For example, their bell curve is more flattened, right? You're not going to get the extreme ends on either
let
side,
me ask you a question.
which is good for society.
Let me ask you a question. Is it better for society to be led by the smartest individuals?
Not always necessarily. This idea
Sometimes
of like
a stupider individual?
Well, no, like mostly virtuous. I want the society
No.
to be
Irrespective
led by...
of virtue, let's assume that we're aiming for virtuous people. Would we of the virtuous people we've identified, we want the smartest of them, right?
Well, I want to answer this.
I would just say we have a...
Well, because there's two parts of our brain. There's the logical part. There's the emotional part.
I got to ask this question.
He wants to appeal to my feelings too.
Let's say we've looked at the most virtuous people in the country.
Yeah.
Would we want to choose the smartest of them to be our leaders?
Assuming that they're like actually qualified, sure, I suppose.
Right.
But
like aptitude. Let's say aptitude.
Yeah,
They're
sure.
capable.
The highest aptitude. I just think that for the most part, when it comes to leadership, it's more about a prerequisite, which is a really high prerequisite.
So
but then after that, humans
my point
actually
is,
exist. Sure.
When you look at Fortune 500 companies, with or without feminism, the only way to get parity of female leaders is through force.
I don't want
through
parity.
social force.
I don't want parity.
I'm not saying you do.
DEI is
I'm just
what
making
you're
this point that with the greater male variability hypothesis, you are going to see most world leaders will always be men, most CEOs will always be men, the top physical performers will be men.
Most of the homeless will be men. Most of the drug
But that's
addicted and
the
most
point
of
I'm
the
making.
criminals will also be
Indeed,
men.
the
Yeah.
point I'm making is there are very, very few positions of power and authority, and because there are going to be there's a greater male variability and aptitude, you will always see these positions as dominated by men. However, modern feminism, especially throughout the past 80 years or so, always has said it's a patriarchy run by men. No, it's a system run by those most capable that happen to be men.
Well, I want to make this argument, though, and it's an oversimplification, but basically our brain has two hemispheres, right and left, and there's one that they consider more emotional and one that's more logical, and that they say men use the logical side and women...
Okay, damn it. Oh. If you're talking, can't hear you. Yeah, I think so. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was like the stream. I was getting feedback. Okay. I forgot I was in here. Good. Yeah, it's fine. A little boring. Fine. Same old, same old. Oh. Oh. No. No, what's the argument? How to do that? Mhm. Well, their definition of being destroyed is being more feminine. It's hard to argue with that.
Okay. Hold on. Let me get my fucking... Get things in line here in terms of the stream.
Gosh, just to see Myron just like calling other people stupid. It's just like, why this guy of all people? It's always these people.
What do you mean? You mean like red pillars or like him specifically?
Yeah, I'm saying like I'm saying a smart guy doesn't go out of his way to like really need to like well, women are stupid. I don't know. It's just like Myron needs this. He needs it.
Well, have you seen like what he's been going through recently? Like in the past couple days, I think.
Not at all. No.
All right. So there's been like specifically with him, there's been this like idea that uh like he might be gay.
Oh, what?
Yeah, because so he had a girlfriend, and his girlfriend helped him with the show, Fresh and Fit. She helped him with like being like a translator for the tenants of his properties. She was basically, like an employee, but also she was a girlfriend. And she left him recently. I want to say in the past few months, and people have been like, "Oh, what happened with that?" And like him and the other guy, I forget his name, but Fresh basically had an episode tonight where they talked about like why that whole thing happened, and Myron was like, well, it was because like we haven't been intimate in a while, and it's because I'm like super focused on my businesses. And everybody was saying, well, like you're not fucking your really hot Colombian girlfriend because you're super gay or whatever. And he was saying, no, that's not the case because I'm super busy, all these things, which goes against like every red pill narrative that they've been espousing for, well, since the dawn of time, I guess. But it doesn't matter if you haven't even heard of it at all, like you have no context of that even being the case.
Nah, it's a pretty weak argument.
Yeah.
I think there's like a few other things would be more likely, and yeah.
What do you think? What's more likely?
I mean, women. I mean, they don't usually complain that much about not having that much like intimacy, or like physical, like not intimacy, just like sex or whatever. It's not like, I mean, could be a thing, but I mean, if that was a thing, I would say, it's usually the woman backing off generally, and if it's the guy, then I don't know. The woman doesn't usually leave him over it. Like it could be anything. I don't expect Myron to be like, you know, tell it what up or tell it how it is or whatever.
Yeah.
It's weird that he. It was a weird thing to say. Um, I mean, like, if two people aren't they're not having sex. It's usually other things, and then that's sort of a symptom of something else, whatever that might be. But the gay thing is just like it's pretty far down the road too. For yeah, I would need more than that. I would need a lot more than that. I just assumed you were cheating on her. If I'm honest, nobody talks about how like
Well,
guys.
yeah, but that was like one of the prerequisites of dating him, essentially, with like the mantra of everything he's espoused in the podcast is that he's a high value man, so he's allowed to do these kind of things because the more sexual dating market value place, whatever that is, like the more of that you can command, the more you're allowed to cheat. So it's okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If she's that good looking, you're not gonna put up with that. Some other guy's gonna come around.
What do you think about the idea that racism could be a mental disability and criticizing it could be ableism? What do you think of that?
And the ableism, that's an interesting take. I didn't see that one coming when you
Here's the
said
thing.
it.
If racism is a mental disability, if it's a mental illness, then surely criticizing it has to be ableism, right? Or do we like or you know with certain mental illnesses, do we like say these ones are okay to criticize but these aren't?
I mean, we sort of do that, but
What do I mean? You tell me. Like how do we do that?
it's a scale. It's just a scale. Like I think obesity. If you, I mean, people would argue like that's not even a thing. Um, I think just, I mean, I think just generally being dumb, being dumb is
Obesity is
mental,
not a
right?
mental illness.
Yeah, it's not a mental illness. No, no.
I mean, I guess it can be. It could be linked to it, maybe, but it would have to be tied to something else, maybe.
But I don't. I think it's a ridiculous premise. So,
So it's
I mean,
so it's impossible for racism to be a mental illness.
I think it's the opposite of that. I think it's part of the human condition.
Okay. So it's okay. Well, I was about to say so it's okay to be racist, but I know you wouldn't agree with that. Like on its
No,
face.
it's not okay.
Yeah, it's not
You gotta,
okay.
that's why everyone got to fight against it.
Hmm.
It's the inherent like it comes from like the tribalism, and then that's the racism and thing. I have this theory that um the way that we got like sort of smartish or whatever is like that there was a um there was a pressure in that like an evolutionary pressure in some sort of like we basically killed all of the other Homo sapiens or something. Basically, when we came out of the last ice age, there were 5 different Homo sapiens, and then as recently as 50,000 years ago, there was the ones that we always say are stupid, but they were smarter than us. Anyway, so I think that we were the most tribal and the most violent of the Homo sapiens, and maybe a little bit smarter. And there was a little bit of inbreeding, but I think there was a lot of murdering too. So I think it's some pretty in it. It's like in us or whatever. So
Okay. It's inevitable.
it's not inevitable. I mean, I think that's what I think. Intelligence is the ability to not be totally controlled by um, your genetics or your animal brain, or it's just like you could think about what you're doing, and then you could realize what you're doing and change it or whatever. That's intelligence. We're intelligent. Some of us are, certainly. Einstein was. So
Hold on. You know what? Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna get my phone because I have a stack of questions I want to ask you. You have time? Are you hanging out or you dipping
yeah,
out?
I'm gonna go with it.
All right.
Yeah, but
Give me like 2 minutes. Or not less than that. 2 seconds. Hold on.
There's a big mystery about like what happened to the other fucking Homo sapiens. What happened to them? I don't know. What happened to them?
Are you streaming right now?
No, bro. You're still streaming, though, right?
Yeah. Let me get my notes open here. Okay. Let's see. I think a lot of them have been geared towards racism, and I think mostly it's because of the last conversation we had about when you and I revisited the idea of chaos versus squalor, or chaos and squalor.
Uh-oh.
And I have like a ton. There's like I got a ton of links, particularly about the chaos and squalor thing, but I'm not going to go back to that because I think we have exhausted that topic. But I do have some other ones here. I guess this is a good opener. This is a good opener, I think, because I think sometimes like people tend to generalize, and that doesn't have to be a bad thing. But the question then becomes, when does generalizing become problematic? Right. So if I say that all white people don't season their food, is that problematic?
Yeah, the all. I don't think anyone would say all.
That's
they
generalizing,
might
though.
infer
All.
I just think I don't think people, even though they would might infer, not really though, but white people don't season their food or whatever. I don't really see that as an issue. We could talk about how true it is. It's certainly relative.
Is it generalizing?
It's generalizing.
I mean, people, and I'm not just saying, any kind of people, but people do say that about white people, that they don't season their food. They just don't.
Yeah, I think
Which
that
I typically disagree with, because I don't know. I'm a white person, and I season the crap on my food, and I do it very meticulously. But some people seem to think that white people don't, which is fine if they don't, to me at least. And I would consider that generalizing.
Oh yeah.
And sounds like you would too.
Yeah. I mean, you're saying stuff about the group, and there's
Right.
going to be people in the group that's not true.
That's the heart of the question. Is like is the heart of the question is, when does generalizing become problematic? Now, if I said that all it's the thing is, it's easy to say about white people because you can just say it and you won't get any ridicule. But the moment you say it about anyone who's not quote or unquote white, and then qualify it with something that they do, it becomes whoa, that sounds like you might be saying
I'll help you out
that
here.
sounds like
I'll
you
help
might be
you out.
saying something.
I got you.
But if I say that white people don't season their food, nobody has a problem with that, dude.
Well, I don't know what you were not saying here to compare.
I did not say anything. Okay.
Not season your food. It's not exactly the biggest dish. I think I could handle that. It's not even like a negative thing. Why do I want to season my food if I like my food tastes? You're gonna have to do better than.
Yeah, I want my food to taste the way it should taste, right?
I mean, I like my food.
I want my food to taste like food.
Everyone likes their food the way they like it. There's no. It's 100% subjective.
What if I said, why are Latino women so dramatic? Is that generalizing? Is that problematic?
generalizing.
It is
No,
generalizing.
I don't think it's problematic.
Why is it not problematic though? Like, is it okay to say that Latina women are are full of drama? Is that okay?
Well, I think it's fine.
So it's okay if it's like generally associated as possibly true.
Well, it's the realm of truthfulness, and I don't think it's that big of an accusation. I think the closer we get to like a meaningful statement about the group of people, especially if it is the more immutable it would be. Because I could just like, I was like, okay, I'll put some more pepper on my pizza if that's what you want me to do. If that's
You
what
do
think is
whatever
wrong
you.
with me,
I'm not forcing you to do anything you don't want to do. All right.
barbecue sauce on my pizza.
Well, that's fucking
True
gross.
story. It's not. It's good. And feta. Barbecue
Ugh.
feta.
That's some Greek. That's either Greek or Portland. I don't know what it is. This is one of the two.
I get it from I mean, they'll give it to you at Domino's. And Pizza Hut, they got that. Just look at the dressing thing. They got barbecue on there. It's good. It's good. I don't know where it came from. I don't even remember where I even ate it first, except that I like barbecue sauce.
I mean,
Oh wow, they'll put it on pizza.
What
Alright.
like what if it wasn't problematic? What if I just said like Asian people are good at math? Like I'm not even saying anything bad there, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Like,
so
what
what's the
is that a
question
bad thing? Is that
exactly?
bad to say that?
No, it's that would be a good thing to be good at math. Yeah.
But we're still in the
Uh,
same neighborhood of generalizing and determining whether something is problematic.
I'm not sure I agree with this one. But
Well, yeah, but in what sense? Whether or not it's problematic?
no, whether they're good at math, more than relative to their peers, non-Asian peers.
Okay. Okay. What if I
Now, if you said
said
someone is bad at math,
it's different
Ah,
different story.
oh,
What if
that's harder to get by. That's harder to now you're attacking a lot of people personally. You're insulting their intelligence.
what if I said that women are better at empathy? Like, is there anything problematic with that?
No, I think it is demonstrable actually. So
Okay. Now,
if
what
it's
if
like
now what if I
so
said
true,
men are better at logic and reason?
Yeah,
Oh, all of a sudden.
I don't. Well, no. I don't think that is as demonstrable. I don't think you could. I think I could prove.
Well, there have
the
well,
empathy thing.
if it's demonstrable that women are better than with empathy, then it has to be like an opposite equivalent with men.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So what is that opposite equivalent? I mean, we can I just said it could be logic, it could be reason, right? But you know, like I think anybody would agree that the opposite equivalent with men should be generally agreeable upon, but they have to identify it and then they have to say it.
Men are for better or for worse, they think outside the box. They're more likely to think of something that doesn't exist already. They're invent things, or if you want to leak this into engineering, you could Something like that, though.
Okay. Let me jump back in the questions here. There's a lot I want to get to, but I want to absorb as much Casey's time as I got here. Oh, okay. How about this one? Now, I don't know what your definition of racism is, right? Like some people's definition of racism involves systems of power, right? So, you can only be racist if you are the dominant class or race or whatever. But if that's the case, if you subscribe to that,
I don't.
okay. But let's say we're talking to somebody that does, or somebody that does subscribe to that, is involved in this conversation. If I said, if racism needs power, is it possible for black people in Africa to be racist? So if you're a white person in Africa, is it because a lot of people that you might ask, or a lot of people of a leftist persuasion, if you ask if it's possible to be racist towards white people, they would say, no, it's not possible. But if you flip the script on them and then change the formula a little bit and say, okay, well, now we're in Africa where the dominant power structure is black in general, is it possible to be racist towards white people? Is it possible to be racist towards white people in Africa is the question. Which inevitably leads to, is it possible to be racist towards white people in general? But, you have to start somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know if you want me to answer.
Yeah. Well, is it possible to be racist towards white people in Africa?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Do you subscribe to the power
No.
systemic stuff about the definition of racism?
I just told you we're all racist to varying degree. So no, I don't buy into that.
Okay.
Yargle.
What about... Yeah, we did that one. Oh, this one's fun. Okay. I'm curious about this one. Hold on one second. Hold on. Okay. All right, so I thought this was interesting because in my very corporate setting that I have with my job, we use Microsoft Teams. And I noticed recently that some people that I know who happen to be Caucasian switched their reaction emoji to a more Caucasian looking thumbs up, right? Like, just the skin tones that you can use for various emojis or whatever. They switched. And I thought, so inherent to that idea is that before they switched, everybody was using whatever the default was, which was this yellow type emoji. So you would have a yellow thumbs up or a yellow, shocked, surprise, or a smiley face or whatever. It would be it would just be, everybody used yellow. And then all of a sudden people kind of switched over the past couple weeks to their own perceived skin tone.
What are we doing, Microsoft? What we need emojis? Is this Instagram?
This is how corporate people talk to each other. They use emojis and shit like that. You know, you know, whether it's right or wrong, whether it's Microsoft or fucking cringe, you know, who knows? But I noticed particularly within my mini corporate community, where we have to communicate to each other and how we do it, people changed from a default like yellow, like banana yellow thumbs up or whatever it was, to a more whatever their perceived skin tone is. And I think you get like like 5 or 6 choices of what your skin tone is. But for me it was interesting because I mean, like, I get it. Like if you were more Caucasian or more not Caucasian, you know, then you can lean a certain way on that. But are we saying that the yellow emoji or the yellow skin tone of any of these reactions is, I don't know, Asian? Or like, what are we, you know, what do you think about the skin tone emoji discourse?
Yeah,
Let's just, I'm implying that it is a thing because of like how I've perceived it over the past couple weeks.
Do you know anyone who went against their skin color?
Well, I guess I did because I haven't changed it. Right, so I've just kept it. Like, if somebody sends me a thing that I think is good, then I'll just send like I will just hover over it, and I will click the thumbs up, and the thumbs up that comes up is yellow. But if if other people are like differentiating their skin tones, and I don't, is that problematic that I'm not?
No.
Well, then why are they doing it?
I think it would just be a preference. I think that. So these are thumbs up, right?
Thumbs up, but it's also like happy, sad, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's typical, you know, just like reaction.
Well, let me ask you a little twist.
Okay.
If all the default emojis were seemingly of a black person's nature, they're all just black hands.
What does that even mean?
You know,
what is a black person's nature? What does that mean?
No, I'm saying. Well, you said it. You said that the smiley face was like Caucasianish looking.
Well, no, they switched it to like you can choose your skin tone, right? So if they choose the happy face from their perspective, because they switch the settings, it's a Caucasian skin tone happy face or a Caucasian skin tone thumbs up. But I haven't changed it. I haven't changed anything. So every time I give a thumbs up, it's still the default yellow thumbs up. So
Yellow.
am I saying like,
Caucasian?
am I saying something Asian about that, or like does it mean
it's like an Asian yellow?
it's, well, I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. Other people are changing their. I haven't changed anything, but other people are changing their skin tones, depending on how they perceive themselves or identify.
I mean, I got no problem with changing emojis. They could change it
Right,
to
but
someone
if I don't change it, is that problematic?
No.
If
Nor would it be problematic if you did a black emoji. You did black emoji.
So if I did a black emoji, that would be problematic.
No, I'm saying it not. It wouldn't be. Neither would be. Pick whatever emoji you want. That's.
It would be problematic if I, in the corporate setting that I'm involved in, if I did like a black thumbs
I'm
up.
saying it's not,
like they would not be cool with that.
I mean, it would be weird.
It would be weird. It would definitely be weird. It would be, dare I say, problematic. I don't think anybody would be cool with me. I had like my profile picture that I have on Teams and every other platform that I'm on is me as a white person. But if I change that color of my reactions to a much darker skin tone, should I be subject to discernment or discrimination, like or
You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be.
I shouldn't be, but
You're talking to someone who uses a woman avatar.
that's true. That's true. Okay. So you're okay with that then? Like in general, you don't need it doesn't offend you.
No, just pick whatever one you're feeling. Maybe it's this one's a little funny. Maybe it's funny because it's a black hand or whatever. If it's funny, that's fine too. I don't think it's offensive. I think that sometimes, or we all might conflate maybe like a racial insensitivity, which is a pretty large. It can span a lot of things, racial insensitivity. But so I think maybe it would be a smidgen of that, but also it might be sort of funny. So like, whether or not your coworkers have a sense of humor or not, that's them. Maybe they don't, but
okay.
Yeah.
No, well, I'm not even. I'm not. Yeah. Some of my coworkers I love to death, but I'm not worth. I'm not. I don't feel it's worth risking my job to experiment with with that kind of shit. It ain't happening.
What if I pick what if I go into the Red Dead Redemption RP and I play I don't know, a Native American character?
I don't know. I think that's fine.
What if I go into Red Dead RP and I pick a white character, but because I feel like if you're not being a racist in the role play, then you're really downplaying the racism that people went through during those times.
Well, then I think you need to talk to leftists about that because they're the only ones that are going to care about that. To be honest,
I mean, probably, yeah.
They probably will. Just to be like straightforward about it. I mean, most people on the right won't care about that. Maybe
for various reasons, yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, the question is, should there be a problem with that? And the question is like, well, if there should, then who would have the problem with it generally? But most people on the right would not have a problem with that, regardless of how like quote problematic it might seem. They would just be like, just do what you want to do, man. We don't fucking care. Whereas I think on the left, I don't know. There might be some authorities to answer to about that. But yeah, I don't know. I'd be fine with it.
Be role playing out some racism it's a time sense. It's 1880s or whatever. It's time.
Yeah.
We were not a very nice, particularly Native Americans. It's supposed to be like in the West, right?
Yeah.
So like the idea they're just gonna like, we'll do everything whatever equal. No,
Yeah.
I think we're downplaying what they actually went through by pretending like they're just like other people like walking around, because that's not how it was. So I'm actually this is something I've been thinking about for a while, because I've been watching these role players.
Okay.
I'm gonna go into these servers and I'm just gonna be like the racist shop owner. Like, we don't serve your kind.
Well,
we don't serve your kind
yeah,
here.
but you know what? I think at the end of the day, you either have to have a problem with all of it, or you just have to fucking realize it's a video game. If you told me that you were committing war crimes against indigenous people in RDR2,
yes,
and you were forcing me to make some kind of moral judgment based on your gameplay, I personally would not care. I would just be like, I understand that this is a video game, and I know that the person playing this video game that I'm watching is an upstanding citizen and not like the worst person I ever met in my life, or somebody I'm worried being associated with. So they get
What if you didn't know the person? Random stream you open up and they're playing the racist shop owner in Red Dead.
Yeah.
They're just Well, what's your first feeling about that?
I think I'd be fine with it. Yeah, I think I'd be fine with it. I mean, I guess it just depends on what level it got to. You know, if they were the racist shop owner in RDR2 in a random stream that I jumped into of a person I never met, and somebody walked into their shop and was trying to shop there, and they denied them because they were black.
Yep.
I would say, okay, I'm curious to see where this gameplay is going to go, and I would probably keep watching. But if they immediately had a mod that did a Sieg Heil and did all kinds of
time accurate, that would not be time accurate.
Well, it wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't be. But there's mods for everything, right? So if there was,
yeah. What if there was I had a white hoodie and I pulled out a white hoodie and a white robe.
Yeah, what's up, man? Okay, how you doing? If you let's say you were playing and you pulled out a white robe, right? And I'm watching you watching the stream of you playing with the white robe, I would probably keep watching, to be honest. You know, I'm not just gonna immediately turn it off. I would be like, okay, this is like probably the most interesting thing that I could find on Twitch at the moment, and I would probably, or at least in this category, and I'd probably keep watching it. And yeah, I don't, you know, there's probably some things that I would definitely take issue with if it got there, right? Like I don't. The thing is, I've never played RDR2, so I don't know what you can do. Like, can you just chop off people's heads and say, "Oh, N-word, you're the worst thing that ever happened to me," and then like burn a cross in your backyard? Like I don't know if you can do those kinds.
Yeah, you could do that until they ban you.
Okay. Well, Twitch will ban you, not Rockstar.
No, not the role play stuff. It's they're like personal. They're like servers. They have like 1 to 500 people, 100 to like a 500 people, but they're like owned by people, and there's decent amount of mods around. So
Okay.
yeah, that's the thing. I wouldn't last long in that. I guarantee you, would not last.
Well, yeah, but what's your threshold? I think that's like the aim of the question. Is like, what's your threshold? Like, if somebody just put on a Ku Klux Klan outfit in their gameplay, I don't think I would like immediately switch off from the stream. I would be more curious, to be honest. I'd be like, okay, well,
Yeah.
I would be like, well,
Where's
this is like, how far is this guy willing to take it? You know. Now, if they do like if they commit war crimes that involve the the hood and the mask and everything, then obviously I would have much more of a problem with that. But the question is like, would that exceed my threshold? And it probably would at that point. But if they just put on the hood and the mask and they were a merchant in RDR2 and they're just like, oh, I'll sell you this wooden fucking, statue of a chipmunk for 30 cents to the dollar, and they say, okay, I'll take that. Whatever it is, I'll be like, okay, I'm not caring so much. But the moment they like start doing ritualistic horrible things, then yeah, of course, then I'd be like, okay, well, no, this is not something I'm interested in watching.
I will excuse almost anything if it's funny. Almost anything.
Well, I'm also not saying that they shouldn't be able to do that. I'm just saying I wouldn't watch it. Like
If it's funny, I would
would
definitely
you sit there and watch a cross burning in RDR2 on Twitch? Or
That's the thing
whatever,
about it.
like whatever the equivalent is, or
To
like
me, yeah,
imagine like a
yeah.
horribly racist event in RDR2 on Twitch. Like, would you just like sit there and watch it? And I'm not judging. If you would, that's fine. But
the line is like, it is sort of like, it is a little bit subjective that you feel like, oh, this is mean spirited. There's something here, whatever. Or versus like, actually this is pretty funny or something. Like that's the point there. It's like this is, this is actually not, this is not funny. This is sort of fucked up now. So that could get to that point. So I mean, it's all in like the how it comes off. I guess.
Well, it's more like it has to happen in the instance where for you to react to it. Like you don't, it's fine, I guess, to have like a couple general rules about like what's good or what's not. But if it doesn't qualify for those things, then it has to happen in the moment where you're like, oh no, never mind. No, that's bad.
Yeah, I mean, it can go either way for me, depending on who's doing it, what is it, the nature, what's the nature of it or whatever. So.
Okay. Okay. Hold on.
I'm confused. NK's in chat. Let's link. Red Dead.
I did have a general question to ask you, and it's pretty much to anybody. But to be honest, like I'm curious to ask you about it. In terms of empathy, what's better? Having too little empathy or having too much empathy?
Yeah, I think we dabbled in this one before.
Might have.
Yeah, I think the conclusion that I reached was that it's better for each individual to have the least amount of empathy as possible, but it's better for everyone else the more empathy that that everyone has. So it's a value judgment on what do we care about.
So in terms of outcomes, it would be better that most people have the most amount of empathy that they can possibly have. But when it comes to a localized personal amount of empathy, it's more rules of the jungle.
You get where did that can you repeat that last part? How did we get to that last part?
Yeah, so well, you're saying that, well, it's in terms of empathy and the masses, it's better for everyone to have a generally large amount of empathy.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. But when you observe or analyze the opposite of the masses and just minusculize it to the point of the individual, it's better to have less empathy.
Yes, it's better for each person to have less empathy, potentially.
Okay.
Yeah, you would do stuff for yourself more than you might, if you think you can get away with it, maybe you steal a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It's just it's a worse society to live in. But if everyone was like that, but yeah,
Well, the idea is only meant to illustrate the concept of whether or not there is such a thing as too much empathy. Is there such a thing as too much empathy?
Like, I've never met that person.
Mm-hmm.
But the people that I've met with a lot of empathy, I generally like those people more.
Okay. Yeah, but you can imagine that there's a person out there that has too much empathy. That, like, if somebody has too much empathy, they're probably delusional or unrealistic.
Yeah, something about.
Or is it even
some
possible?
point-
Is it even possible to have too much empathy?
I think at some point when you don't care about your, I mean, it's a give and take. So, like, you're not caring about yourself to as much as you should, and then I think at some point you're going to be diagnosed with something, some sort of personality, something.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it could be detrimental to your. Of course, it could be detrimental to. Yeah,
So you think it's actually diagnosable if somebody has too much empathy?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not saying I
think of
disagree with
something
you.
like that, but
I'm not saying I
I
disagree
think,
with it.
I think the opposite is diagnosed. So.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, that's a good point. What would you say you have? Like too little or too much? Or do you just have the right amount? You got the perfect formula and you figured it out.
Well, I don't think I have too much.
Okay.
I could have more.
So you have less. The thing is, I think that people mostly fall into the too much, too less category, because I think it's impossible to have the right amount. I think anybody that says I think anybody that says that they have the right amount is the same thing as saying I'm a centrist, and it's like, okay, well then, you don't believe in anything that you don't. It's like, oh, so you magically figured out the right formula politically. Okay, well that's great. It's the same thing with empathy. I don't think there's any middle ground there. I think you either have too much or too little. And
But I think that most people, again, it's a value that most people have too little. For it's sort of like my taste, I think we would all be better off if everyone had a bit more empathy.
Well, I mean, yeah, but the things that we think about the people that have the things that we think about the people that have too much. What do we think about them? Do we think they're delusional? Do we think they are oversympathetic? Do we think that they have the wrong formula? I think we tend to. I mean, I'm more of a pessimist than anything else. I usually tend to think that I would rather side on the I particularly land on the side of pessimism, because I think that you can always add more ingredients to the cake, but you can't take them away.
I don't like you this. Then you're saying you could change it. So if we could change it, well, why is it a cake? Why is it a cake? But I think when we
It could
meet
be biscuits.
someone
It could be whatever. I don't care.
who has an
That's just
abnormally
one analogy.
Why I'm saying it doesn't really fit. I mean,
Okay.
Anyway, when we meet someone who has a lot of empathy, usually we regard these people as like really good people, right? Oh, you did that for that person? Wow. Wow, you did that? Wow. Oh, you went there and you did that for that thing and you didn't get anything for it. Wow. We regard these people as like good people, right?
We could, but what do we also think about people that think that they involve more empathy than they should in their own lives, right? That they want to perceive themselves as good people, right? Like they will take on as much empathy as needed to be perceived as morally superior. Or
Well, now you're not talking about empathy though. Now you're talking about faking empathy.
Well, I mean, I think this is part of the idea of having too much empathy. The idea was, is there such a thing as having too much empathy?
But I said that it could get pathological.
Right. Okay. Well, then I apologize. That is part of the diagnosis here, is that there are some people out there that like the original question is it better to have too little or too much empathy, right? So we can explore either side, but if we venture into the too much side, then we're talking about people that would do anything if it means that they are perceived as the most empathetic because they have the most empathy.
Well, again, you're straight into, but not empathy, but pretending to have empathy.
Well, do some people that have too much empathy pretend to have empathy?
Why would they need to pretend to have empathy?
To get more empathy. That's how you get more empathy. The whole point of it's like too much or too little. And too much is, well, it's like, okay, well, you can have, if you're on the side of too much, then some of it's probably organic and genuine, and some of it's not. Some of it's like, fucking, why do you care about this? In the same way, we could do that with people who have less empathy. And it's like, why do you not care about this?
Can you fake having not enough empathy?
Can you fake having not enough? I think so. Can you fake not having enough? That's a good point.
Well, I mean that people can fake caring about someone's or thing or whatever. It just like, I don't know, it throws a wrench into this whole thing. I don't think that's the definition of someone who has too much empathy, is someone who, unless that's what you're saying, unless you're saying that level of empathy is actually impossible unless they're faking it or something.
Well, let's revisit the original equation. Is it possible to have too much empathy?
Conceivably possible.
Okay, so it's conceivably possible to have like too little.
Too little. I mean, it's more than possible. I think there's people out there that have none.
But why is it more than possible to have too little, but it's conceivably possible to have too much?
Because I can think of people who basically don't have not presented any evidence of having any empathy. But I'm trying to think of what the person with on the opposite side, even maybe they're in a mental hospital somewhere. I don't know. But
Bertie, are you saying that like you need a mental disorder to not have too much empathy?
I'm saying they're both mental disorders.
Okay, so just having the right amount keeps you out of the mental hospital, basically. Whatever. I don't disagree with you on that. I'm not saying you actually that's your stance, but yeah.
But the important part of my stance is that.
The only thing I'm really trying to say is like it is such a thing to have too much empathy. Too much.
Okay,
it is such a thing.
But I think it's more important, like the idea that broadly, I don't think people have enough. Like whatever the mean is, it needs to be more.
So it's better to have less empathy than you should, then okay. Well, what were you saying then?
I'm saying that as far as I'm saying that humans, I think that human people should be have more empathy for each other, and that our society would be a lot better off, and everyone would be a lot better off. That our general level of empathy is too low.
Yeah,
in
but
my
that
opinion.
so I don't disagree with that, but that's also a very comfortable level or realization of where empathy should be, which fine, that's fine with me. But when does it approach dangerous levels of too much empathy? When do you start to worry that someone's amount of empathy is problematic?
I don't. You tell me.
Why?
Because you're the one who is.
You were totally no. You were totally fine with setting lower thresholds for the amount of empathy that someone should show society. Basically, like we should get to this amount of empathy, right?
We ought to.
But if
yes.
you agree with me that there is such a thing as too much empathy, then there is a threshold, and all I'm asking is, what is that threshold?
Well, I answered. I said, I guess we're talking about someone who has no self, who doesn't care about themselves being hurt or some way or something.
Okay. So
I guess that's what that
is. Is it only on an individual level, or could it be more on a societal level in terms of too much? I understand what you're saying there, and I think I agree with you, but let's say we scale it up. If we scale that up, and it's like, well, no, that exceeds the threshold, and it should just be more about the individual, or does it ever get to a point where it might be more societal, where it's like, okay, no, I don't like that.
It could be societal.
Okay. Like, what would be like an example societally that you? I mean, I don't disagree with you.
I'm gonna give you too few empathy. I'm not gonna. If you tell me we're somewhere that people have too much empathy, I'm gonna move there. Where's that at? I would love to be there. But I mean, when people collectively seem to have too little empathy, like that's all. That's all when all the bad things happen. Basically, all the real bad things.
The bad things. Okay. What bad things are you talking about?
Like the Holocaust and shit.
Oh, the worst thing that ever happened. Okay.
All the bad things. I said that's when the worst things happen.
Okay.
If they're throwing the Native Americans, I brought them up earlier.
Okay. All right. Let me.
Oh, and okay, we're in my Discord, by the way. You're in here too. You just
Yeah, come in, bud.
somewhere in here.
How about this? What is the most useless profession, in your opinion?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know why I have this as something I wanted to ask you guys, but I think it might have had to do something with me defaulting to the idea that my answer would be sex work. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. You guys tell me. What is it?
That's the fuck. A bad pick. Bad pick. Probably like finance, bro.
Finance bro is not a profession.
Oh, I'd say it's encompassing several actually.
Damn. Look, Gay, I came in to yell at you about your take on empathy, but
No, you can still do that. That's fine.
Okay.
But
I think your notion is absurd.
but hold on, before you do that, I gotta upload on my my beverage here because I'm I'm running low on that, and
What are you
gotta,
drinking? What are you drinking, huh?
I got the old I think it's a Sauvignon Blanc. I think that's what I'm drinking.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm classy tonight, or this morning. I'll tell you what. Let me do that. Give me like 30 seconds. I'll be right back, and then we will unload on my takes on empathy / useless professions. But give me 30 seconds. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
Casey, I think the easy, funny answer here that has truth to it would be middle managers.
This is great.
It's just, it doesn't make sense. Or like a scrum lord, you know, some shit like
what?
that, right? He would understand. Yeah. Like, middle managers do fucking inherently like nothing. They bring no value to a company. They're just extra work. Or car dealerships also bring no value. They actually decrease value on the market. Why can't you just buy it directly? Because they fucking add how much you have to pay to the car and make the process so fucking terrible and difficult that nobody likes buying a fucking car. They don't add anything. They actually inherently make it worse. At least with the sex workers, someone's getting fucked. Someone's getting laid. But like, I mean, you know, you're getting fucked in a completely different way at the car dealership. And with middle managers, they eat up a lot of resources, time, and employment without actually adding. They just fucking hawk over you while you could have used that to hire at least 2 or 3 more employees, depending on how much they're paying the middle manager, to ease the workload.
Sometimes people gotta get managed. But
They
the
do.
car
But that's why you
dealership,
have managers.
the car dealership, you go there and you shop for a car and you could buy one or you could not.
Do you know
buy
what you
one.
do with places that don't have car dealerships like Tesla? You just buy the fucking car. It's amazing. It's a cool concept.
Okay, well, you could buy it. You could not go to a dealership. So, but the existence of dealerships, you know, means it's probably like use for them. There's lots of them. People go there quite often. They buy and sell their vehicles there. There's other means of doing so. There's obviously purpose. I mean, they're just salesmen, right?
Why wouldn't the car just sell their car directly to you?
What do you mean sell it to me?
Why can't I
That's
go to
so stupid.
Honda.com? Why can't I go to Honda.com, order a
don't
car,
care, yeah.
get a car?
That's
Tesla.
stupid. You're gonna spend tens of thousands of dollars on a thing that you've never even touched.
It would
Fuck
drop the
Tesla.
price by
Fuck Tesla.
it would drop the price by at least, let's see. Let's see. What's the pack of
Teslas,
average?
you could also just go test drive them or whatever. Like they have dealerships. I think they're smaller. I mean, I think if you want to say broadly salesman, if you want to say salesman, I think that's a better. I think it's a better pick. Broadly, why do we need to be sold stuff? I would like to go to the dealership. But yeah, I could often do without the salesman though.
Well,
You know,
without
someone's
like
there.
the current car dealership, how they would have it is that they basically have storage lots, right? You would go fucking test drive a car, you would pay for it online, and then you would just pick up the car and go. Like that's
Well,
how
you
it works with
you want
Teslas.
that.
You go to a showroom that's owned by the car company where they have like a few cars of the model. You test drive it, you sit in it, you have a good time, you buy it online, and they either ship it to you if it's not there, or you could pick one from their storage facility.
Yeah. I'm never gonna buy a car online. Never.
I mean,
But now buy a car online.
we were talking about useless, the most useless job, and I said that the most practical and funny answer with some truth to it would be middle managers. But then I also said that car dealerships could fucking fall into that. Both of them because they add no value and take away value.
But you just described the dealership, by the way.
That's not what. Well, okay, but that's not legally defined as a dealership. So
Okay, what's legally a dealership?
I believe that it's the third-party entities that sell you the cars on the factory, not factory floor, on the floor of the dealership. Like the whole building has to store the vehicle that they sell to you, and the car that exact car that you drive and shit like that. I had to look at the full regulations, but it became a thing of like the reason Tesla did it is because showrooms aren't dealerships, and there's a bunch of like laws preventing them from allowing you to just drive off with the car that you test drive, and it's too expensive, and there's all these rules and regulations. So Tesla got around it by saying, okay, we'll have showroom floors. Since we only have 3 models, here's the 3 models of the exact same type of car. Go have fun with it. We have test drivings and everything, and then our factory where we store them will be literally next door. And if you like our car, you pay on a fucking iPad in the store, and you will just bring out
What's
the car.
ironic that it's Tesla because they have a lot of problems like with like little things like gaps in the sides of the doors or whatever.
Okay,
like,
so does any car.
especially
Nissas are being sold. Jeeps are being sold, and they're way worse than Teslas. This is not a
What are?
Jeeps. Yes, Jeeps are one of the worst cars from a mechanical point of view.
I mean, they might be. I'm just saying this Tesla in particular, and for that price that you pay and the problems that they tend to often have, I would really like to fucking be driving the car that I'm paying that much for. This is it. I'm looking at it. I've walked around it. I you know, that's how I buy a car. That's the only way I'll buy a car.
I understand
Especially
that
a
Tesla
Tesla,
has
like-
problems, but the dealerships don't. Oh. Yeah. That's awesome. The dealerships add such a high markup on cars. Everybody talks about how they want affordable cars. If we didn't have dealerships, we would have more affordable cars, certainly. But also, his rebuttal of why Tesla is ironic to use doesn't even hold up because the dealership doesn't really have that much of a quality control. How many times can you just go to some fucking dealership and they rip you off, sell you a broken beater, and then refuse to let you like turn it in? This is a pretty common occurrence.
That I would like to eye the car over. Like that's the least I could do if I'm spending that much.
Yeah. No, the most useless job. We talked about the most useless jobs, and I would say certainly it can't be sex work because at least someone's getting laid. Now, and then I was just like, but car dealerships, they fuck you in a different way, and it's not consensual.
Well,
So
you
like,
could say that you don't like how they're run, but people, and I think again, I think a salesman is like a better choice here, but just
okay,
like
fine,
a
car
place-
salesman. There you go.
Okay.
Are you
A
happy?
place to go where you could see the car and you could drive the car and you could buy the car. I
Yeah.
mean,
Fine.
if you don't
The legally defined dealership in the U.S. is what I have a problem to. I'd be okay with dealerships if you took away the regulations and the laws that the the NANDA, I think is the acronym, created in the U.S. to prop up their fucking car industry. That and middle managers. I told Casey middle managers doesn't make sense, because if you would be managed, then the managers should be the one to manage you, not the middle managers that literally the only job is to harp over you and fucking waste time with bullshit while taking in 2 to 3 times your salary employee. What they could do instead is have the managers actually do their job and then use the salary they would have paid a middle manager to do at least hire 2 or 3 more people to be more productive into the workforce. It doesn't make sense to have middle managers the way that we do.
Sounds like someone who's probably needs to have a middle manager above them.
And I said that the one I can use that would get to you, Legate, is Scrum Masters, right? This one you know personally. Yep. Fuck Scrum Master. No, I don't think there's too much empathy. I think that this is... Yes, I think there's too little empathy. The less empathy you have, the more negative is. There is no threshold of which, like, it starts getting bad the moment you're not fully empathetic, I guess you would say. Like, it's like love and understanding is like... I don't know that world, so, you know, I guess that's a it's like what it means to be perfect. What does it mean to be perfect? Well, fuck. It's a hard question to answer, but surely perfect wouldn't be bad, right? And I don't think anybody truly can be like fully empathetic. Of course. Yeah. There's no such thing as too much empathy. Okay, empathy is the ability to understand and share feelings with another person, right? Ask me, is there anything can you ever understand something? Can you just understand something so much that it's too understanding? No, you either understand something, and the more knowledge you have, the better, or you don't understand something. The less knowledge you have, the worse. Or the same with love. Can you love something too much? What does loving something too much look like? Should I love my wife like 75% of the way? Is that the secret number? That's like what you're asking me with empathy, just reworded for something that applies similarly to the same emotion and like logic train of empathy. Can you love something too much? No, you can handle love appropriately or inappropriately. You can handle empathy. If empathy leads to you if you use the way that empathy makes you feel to make bad decisions, that's not that you had too much empathy, it's that you have problems processing empathy. Just like some people have problems processing love and stuff. If somebody, committed a sexual assault and said it was because they just loved the person so much, we wouldn't say, whoa, man, you are experiencing too much love. Fair. I think that the current definition of love is lacking a bit, right? It's just like a deep affection, which it is a deep affection, but I would say it misses something a little bit more in the definition. So yeah, you're correct. I would define love more abstract. No. What? Okay. Are you okay? What do you mean? Like, okay? Like, it's like if somebody was like, I'm empathetic about fucking Mao. It's like, okay, I get it. Okay, I get that you're empathetic about an evil person or an evil thing, or someone saying they have empathy for Trump. I get it. Yeah.
I wouldn't want to live in North Dakota. I empathize. I empathize with the guy right now.
No, I mean, yeah, you should empathize for that group of people, right? I mean, yeah, I agree. 100% agree. You should have empathy for everybody, even the worst of the worst, and the best of the best. As I fucking said, it's an understanding. You're not co-signing if you have empathy, right? You can like I bet you if you got to like somehow live. Okay, that's probably more of a soft spot for you. Let me change. Let me change. Okay, listen. And I'm not using this to like make fun of it, but 9/11 was something deeply impactful to a place that you were in, right? You surely have empathy for everybody. Okay. You surely have empathy for everybody, all the innocent people that were in the towers that had nothing to do with what led to their, fate that day, who were just showing up to work and were just, living in America, and then happened to be murdered because of things they had nothing to do with. Everybody can say that we have empathy for this. But I bet you, just for a moment, imagine you got to live the entire experience of the hijackers. Are you telling me you wouldn't find any empathy? Maybe like if you found out they were abused as kids, that they were starved, that Western forces that constantly invaded their lands killed their parents or some shit like that, or destroyed the school they lived in. Even if you don't agree with where they ended up, you're telling me you can't find empathy of like, damn, I understand this person, but I don't have to agree with what this person became or is. Yeah. But the white Christians, I get it. They're people. People feel things, and if we don't understand how they feel, then we can't function as a society. This is why empathy is important. Yeah, but saying too much is... No, I'm not saying there's empathy or not. I'm saying that full empathy, like 100% empathy, I don't think that you can have too much if you went full empathy, because full empathy just means full understanding and feeling, like having the emotional maturity to understand and feel other people's perspectives, right? I don't think we can have too much of that, because that doesn't mean that you have to agree with it. That just means you would have full understanding and over their like thought process and feeling. And I doesn't mean you have to agree with it. But anything less than that builds a divide in your ability to communicate. The otherization of people, right? I do it. I'm bad with it. I lose a lot of empathy when it comes to a conversation about homeless people and people like, I think are you familiar with the Herman Cain Awards? I was pretty fucking unempathetic with the Herman. Long story short, there's a guy named Herman Cain, really shit all over. Okay. Yeah, the Herman Cain Award it's kind of like the Darwin Award, but for people that are like, I didn't want the vaccine. The vaccine's evil. I'm going to like, shit on it. And then they cry and bitch about it when they're in the hospital, saying that they should have had the vaccine. Or the other coin of it, they fucking die, right? And people in the internet were finding compilations of these people on Facebook and putting them out. And I can't say I didn't take fucking joy in it. I can't say I wasn't like, damn, it's fucking hard to feel bad for you, right? That's me not being an empathetic veteran. Do you think that's better for society, or do you think it would have been better for me to be more empathetic? And like that's where I fail as a human, is that I'm like, I have no empathy for these people because they're fucking stupid and bring my species down. But if I tried to understand them and I was more empathetic, maybe, and if they were more empathetic, we wouldn't even have been in this situation to begin with. If we had full empathy. Hey, your mic's. Oh
yeah, it's brutal.
Do you think I'm out of place here, Casey? Am I being too idealistic?
No, you're right. I know Casey's right.
Yeah, it was just being like fuzzy kind of before. Like,
okay. What if Conrad told you? What if Conrad told you? Europe is for Europeans.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard him say that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not saying he's ever said that.
This is
right?
this
I'm
not
just-
even a, this isn't even a what if. You're just doing a.
Conrad has never directly said that, but I think we all know Conrad well enough. But either way, it could be Conrad, it could be anybody else that says, German people should be German. Like, would you have empathy for that argument?
Empathy for an argument is, I feel, different than empathy for people. Let me think about that a little bit. I don't know. I'll say I don't know, and I might have to digest that for a while to have an answer to that. But let me answer it in maybe a little bit of a way to give you something on this. Is that I do empathize.
Explore it.
I have watched several videos about the immigration problem in Europe with like firsthand testimonies, video documentation of the things they're talking about, such as the Somali incident where they were in on trains and started to they started raping and like grabbing and assaulting people during that firework festival in Germany. After they celebrated them coming off of the train, immediately started, and I watch shit like that, and I definitely empathize with the European people, and I can understand the hostility towards immigrants. But I don't agree with it. I think it allows me to have a more nuanced conversation with the fact that I understand why they would feel this way, given historical context.
Well, let
And
me give you some more context. Right. So I had a conversation with Conrad. And actually a couple other people in my chat a week ago, and there was this idea of like, what is an American? And the definition that I came up with, like on the fly, to just kind of try to be all encompassing in the moment, is anyone that wants to be a part of the cultural and political destiny of the United States. And it sat well for then, but then obviously, like if you examine that for enough amount of time, you can poke holes in it. But regardless, like it still kind of like sits as a good framework for what you can build on. But what the conversation became was this idea of whether or not people who aren't white can be considered American. And I think that probably can come to empathy, but before we explore whether or not it's empathetic or not, I think that you would agree with me that people that aren't white can be American.
Yeah, I agree.
And should be.
Yeah.
What about Irish?
Fucking Irish.
Can people be Irish?
Can people who aren't white be Irish?
Yeah. There's black Irish people.
There's black Irish people.
Yeah. Wait, are you? Yeah. No, you're laughing, but are you not familiar with Ireland's ties to African Americans?
I am not. You got to tell me about this.
Yeah. I mean, Ireland has a lot of black. Well, I shouldn't say like a lot, because people are going to be like, a lot more than you would think. I should say, right? Like, we're talking about like I mean, I think it's probably near like 100,000 plus right now, maybe a little bit under 100,000, right? If I had to
guesstimate.
What's Ireland's? Yeah, I mean that's little, but like you have to think the population of Ireland is it's like 5 million people, right? And they're surrounded by a bunch of white countries. Yeah, so I mean, it's kind of like the France situation, right? Like, if you talk about Europe, obviously it's a history of lighter skinned people, but France in particularly has a strong history with African Americans, specifically, due to World War I and World War II situations. The fact that they outlawed slavery, and a lot of Americans fled to live in France post serving with French legions because they were treated better in France than they were in their own country. Shit like that. So it's similar with Ireland. There are black Irish people, yeah. There is like, you know, a debate. Obviously, Ireland, like a lot of Europe, took in like Somalians, Iraqis, Afghanis. What would
Well, hold on.
Afghanis?
Yeah, hold on. But the thing is, like, we can expound upon many different variables, but what most people would take issue with is whether or not there is such a thing as black Irish people.
Yeah.
Like you would just be like, yes, that's definitely a thing, and not even think
Yes.
twice about it.
Yeah, as an Irish lad myself, yeah.
Okay.
I'll say, yeah.
And but that would go the same for anything else in Europe. Is there anything in Europe that can't be black?
No.
So black Swedish people,
There could be black
or
Swedish people,
whatever,
yeah.
like Arab Swedish people. I mean, like it could be anything.
Let me ask you this, right? Just like, because all it would take is one, right, to disprove your argument the way you're like saying it.
I don't.
If
This
there
is
a
not
Swede-
my argument.
Oh, yeah. I know. But you're the one proposing the argument, so
I
obviously
am
I'm levying it
proposing on
against you.
behalf of people
Yeah.
who
Yes.
we consider.
Yes, you're
well,
doing middle management, so you're going to
yes.
take the consequences
I
of middlemen.
I am absorbing all of these things. Yes.
Okay, so all it would take is one to dismantle this argument. And my question would be to them is, let's say you have fucking 10 generations of a family that lived in I don't know if Sweden has been around that long, but let's just pretend it did, right? Let's say you had 10 generations, right? And then somewhere in there, let's say the 4th generation, the 5th generation, they had we'll say the within the last 3 generations, like 3 generations ago. So on the 7th generation, someone who was African American moved to Sweden, married, and then had 3 more generation of kids. Is that last person, if they were dark skinned to the point of being considered black, not a Swede? Like, you can't even make a lineage argument at that point. Like, it's like, did one person, right? Did one generation, like, just remove your entire Swedishhood? Like, this is the first, like, and this is the easiest argument for me, right?
It depends on who you ask. Yeah.
I know, but I'm just saying that, like, that's like all it takes is one, right? And if it can be one, then it exists and it can happen. And I say that with any like place. You can have a different a minority be considered that group of people in any case. With any country, I should say, any group of people, it's possible.
Do you think that citizenship makes somebody a part of whatever country that citizenship involves?
It doesn't make them ethnically that group of people, but it can make them that group of nationality. Yeah.
Right. So if I move to Japan and I gain Japanese citizenship, that doesn't make me Japanese.
It makes you a Japanese national, I think would be the term. But, I wouldn't say it makes you Japanese because...
But if somebody moved to the United States and gained citizenship, does that make them American?
And yes, and that's because America is a unique idea, and this is one of the things that America was founded off of. Was that
I
we
don't disagree with you on that 100%. I don't disagree.
We were one of the first countries that really embraced the idea that that the country's identity is not tied to ethnicity, but rather a sense of nationality. And I think that is special. And I think that idea has more or less spread to a majority of the West, right? Like, I don't think there's no that New Zealand and Australia bases itself off of the ethnicity of who they are anymore.
What do you think?
It's more of the nation.
What do you think makes somebody? First of all, this is for both of you. What do you think makes somebody American?
I talked a lot, so if you want to go, Casey, you can.
Yeah, I want to know what Casey thinks about
I
this.
have one cocked and loaded. If he needs time.
Let's go, both of you. Let's go, Casey first.
A green card.
Green card.
Let's fucking go.
He's defaulting to you're not even from America. Default. Just okay.
Elon's American.
What about me? I don't need a green card, but I'm American. Like, what makes me American? What makes you American? You're American, regardless of whether or not you think you're not. You are.
Birth certificate.
If you told me I identify as not American, I would tell you you're full of shit.
Social security number.
So you are American.
Damn. He said social security card. He hates those illegal immigrants now.
Is it literally just like a legalistic kind of perspective?
Yes.
Okay. But why?
Because we were conflating a moment ago. I mean, obviously, when someone says, they're Japanese or they're Irish, like it depends entirely on These are like when someone says someone in America could be here, their family could be here for 250 years, they could say, well, I'm Irish. Or someone could be living in Ireland and actually be a citizen of the country of Northern Ireland, and they would be Irish. So I mean, these are two different things. Obviously, we're talking about in one hand you are a citizen of a country, and on the other hand, it is that you have your family comes from a place-ish or whatever race thing there, right? So it is two separate things, and oftentimes people that are from a place are also citizens of the country where that place is. So oftentimes they align. You're Japanese and you're Japanese, and you're Irish and you're Irish. So when you ask me, what does it take to be American? Well, given that there is no race of American, I could only then answer with the smart-ass answer.
I mean, if I said to you, minimally, right? I'm just exploring here, but minimally, in order to be an American, you need to want to be American. What would you say to that?
Oh, no. No.
Not much. I mean, like,
are you making a prescriptive argument? That's how it should be.
I'm suggesting a prescriptive argument. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to enforce. Certainly.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, of course, because like you could say, yeah, of course, I want to be an American because I want to destroy America. Like you could say, like that would be part of the idea of like wanting to be American.
But then what is destroy America? Because someone might say that Romney wants to destroy America, but the other people would be like, he's saving America. Same with Donald Trump.
It could be anything. It could be anything. But if the qualification was you need to want to be American, then you could say, yeah, of course I want to be American because I want the American ideals for myself and my kids. Or you could say, I want to destroy America. You could say whatever. But if we had to at least minimally apply some kind of threshold about wanting to be American, would that be like
7th grade social studies test? It's about what it is.
Well, okay, then if that's the case, then what is if it's a 7th grade social studies test, then what is an American? And anybody with the proper paperwork, is that it?
Yeah, I think you have to be here for at least X amount of years, and then they do make you take
the king of arbitrary numbers. Here we go. Yeah.
No, that's not our. That's I think it's like a 7. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not an immigration. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, it depends
I'm
on
trying
how
to say
I can answer this because
Yeah.
my
Go ahead.
family's gone through the process as well as my fiance
You
is
could just
going
marry
through the
someone
process.
too. That's
Yeah, well, the fastest way would be through marriage, of which it would take 3 years for you to become a citizenship, saying that you nailed everything on a perfect timeline and there's no delays or anything. The 3 is the minimum amount of years, but that is like that you're married and live in the United States. So you had to have lived in the United States for consecutively 2.5 of those 3 years, right? So you have a half a year that you're allowed to have, gotten your shit together to not have to go back and forth from the countries. And that's the fastest. Outside of that, Casey is right. It is 7 years if you to become a citizen. So you would have to have lived in the country for 7 years as a permanent resident.
Did you ever ask your fiance whether or not she wants to be American?
Yes.
Like explicitly like that? Like, do you want to be?
Yes.
Do you want to be American? What did she say?
I'm not going to divulge our conversation. Ongoing investigation.
Okay. Okay. What was your reaction to whatever it was that she said?
I'm not going to divulge anything that might,
okay,
be brought up
that's
in
fine.
immigration.
That's fine.
Any further?
Totally fine. Totally fine. Totally understandable.
But my family has gone through it, right? And,
let me put it this way: did you care or have any kind of qualifications about what her reactions to your question would be? If she said a certain thing about you asking her that kind of question, would it have determined whether or not you thought differently about your relationship?
I don't know. There's not anything. I mean,
Okay, so she said all the right things then.
I don't think there's anything that I reasonably would have expect her to say that in real life that she would have said that would have turned me off. But obviously I could think of things that she clearly would never have said to me, right? Like if she was just like, "Oh, Americans are evil, disgusting, hate the country and stuff," I'd be like, "Whoa, where the fuck is this coming from?" Like you're dating one kind of thing, right?
If she said that, would that have turned you in a different direction?
Yeah, I'd be like, "Why are you dating me?" Because there's a difference.
Whoa, are you America? You America?
No, I just said if she said Americans I hate Americans and they're disgusting and I don't want to be in America because that.
That's a different statement, but I would assume she didn't mean me, too. So.
Well, same thing. I've criticized her home country before, but I made it clear I criticized the government in certain cultural aspects. I criticize the government in certain cultural aspects, but never the people as a whole, because there's a lot of good people in the area. And, she's had critiques of certain things, right? Obviously, in certain specific people in certain cultural aspects, but that's fair, right? You don't have to accept everything. One thing is she doesn't like that, your parents kick you out at 18, and from her culture, that doesn't make sense. And to me, it also doesn't make sense considering my family came from a culture where that also wasn't the norm, just to do it when they got their fucking happy ass in America. So it doesn't, it doesn't make sense to me either. So that's not hating America, but it's being confused about certain cultural aspects of why that seems counterproductive to a family structure and family values. Yeah. But yeah, we had a lot of that conversation, but I don't want to get fully into it because I don't want anything to be muddied.
No,
I don't want immigration to find and be like, "Hey, what did you exactly mean by this?" And it become an extra problem if it doesn't have to be a problem.
I don't either, because I had a whole conversation with somebody who will not be named about having conversations about the JQ. And going down all kinds of rabbit holes where I was like, first of all, I'm not talking about this. It's not. First of all, I'm not interested. It's not even worth it. And then second of all, even if I do explore this, it's not even worth it because, you know, my life can be ruined by doing fucking JQ shit. I'm on the internet with my face on a camera and who knows? Not that I have very exploratory opinions about Jewish people or anything, but
No, I've said this to Game Boy before. That I hate the idea that you can't even look into it. I'm not even saying there's anything. Whatever it is, it's just like I hate the idea. It's like can't. Like the worst thing you could do is like look into it. And
I'll fucking say it. I'll
and
fucking
then
say
it's just like, and then it's like there's something there. Then you're like crazy, and then you're just like ostracized. And you just can't.
No, but
you know, you
but
just
but,
can't.
but the thing is that they think that oh yeah, let's just talk about it. Like first of all, you're an anonymous person in the chat that has a screen name and barely nothing is tied.
You have a face.
Barely nothing is tied to you. Whereas like I'm a very live, active person on the internet. I'm not the most, but if you needed to find me, you certainly could. So it's absolutely not fucking worth it.
Reviews. If you did food reviews, it wouldn't have been the case.
Yeah, food reviews I'm fine with, but this is like a whole different thing. The thing is, it's like if you were asking me to do something that I have an opinion on, that I should have an opinion on, that's fine. But if you're asking me to explore like all these ideas about things that I shouldn't have an opinion on, then no, definitely not. I'm not doing that. It's not happening.
Oh, how about the MQ? Can I bring up the MQ? It's more socially acceptable.
What's the MQ? What is that?
I'm saying that you have a history of a certain religious group that try to take over Las Vegas, then move to Utah, now have their fingers dipped into multiple different coffers of government, business, and religious ties.
That's fine.
They have a fucking vault of the lineage of their members, and they actively pretty much encourage your family members to give your DNA and personal information for them to store.
Nobody cares about that. It'd be totally fine.
This was started because they wanted to weed out black people who they considered having the mark of Cain from their fucking secret society. I have a Mormon question.
Yeah, no, it'd be totally
Who's
fine.
going to answer my MQs? Why do they own Coca-Cola? Why?
It'd be totally fine.
What? They don't even drink it. Oh.
They're not supposed to drink it, but they have a lot of invested ties into it. So why? Also, they weren't always not able to drink it. That was kind of a newer thing.
What, caffeine? Oh, that'd be brutal. I'm like, I'm out, bros. I'm out.
You were also able to drink alcohol for quite a long time in the Mormon religion, but you know the rules changed. God just changed his mind. You know, God just changes his mind. Like Ben Shapiro said to Alex O'Connor, you know, he changed his mind on slavery. So God must also have changed his mind.
I think that's a better God.
That's actually an interesting point. Don't give them that win, though. Shut the fuck up. You see, you're right, but shut the fuck up. Don't give them that win. You don't have to actually shut the fuck up, man.
Oh shit.
Well, I'm looking through my pool of questions that I want to ask you guys to see.
More MQ questions. I'm also going to extend that if we're going to look into the Mormons, we should look into everybody. I'll just extend it that way. That's my olive branch. I'm just saying, if you have any religious organization that dips their fingers into politics, finance, and everything as well.
Let me do this one. Let me mix up the pool a little bit here. And this has to do with probably more of what I was watching earlier. I was watching a debate earlier with Myron Gaines and Tim Pool and Alex Stein and Not So Erudite and like some other random female about like whether or not feminism has destroyed the West, which I imagine both of you would say feminism has not destroyed the West. In fact, the West is flourishing. You know, or maybe not. Maybe you disagree with them on that case. But the question I want to ask is, should boys be taught how to treat women and how to be a good husband and father?
This one again.
Should boys be taught?
Yeah,
should boys be taught that?
Yes.
What do you think, Casey?
Yes.
You're a yes?
I mean, yes, but as per last time, I don't think you could teach those things really, but.
And I disagreed with Casey, and I said you can teach someone to be a husband or wife. A lot of it's going to overlap, obviously, but there's some things you can do individually that, like, relate to, like, the genders, which is what you're specifically looking for.
Well, let me mix stuff on the gate.
To be honest, like the reason I asked this question is not because I think that your answers to directly that question matters. It's more about when I turn the tables on that question, are you willing to observe the same amount of
yes, women, wives, mothers.
so okay. Well, Casey's already there, so I don't know. Are you there too? And okay, or
Dude, I answered with this you, and I said yes.
Well, let me phrase it. Let me phrase it then. Should girls be taught how to treat men? Should women be taught how to treat men and how to be a good wife to their how to be a good a wife and a mother? Should women be taught that?
Yes, but they also shouldn't be caveat. A man and a woman shouldn't be expected, or like not shouldn't be forced into those roles if they deviate from it, right? Like, you should be taught these things, but well, if you're gay, right, then you can't be like a mother or a father unless if you adopt, right? Of which then, if you're looking to adopt, you should be like taught. Since you were taught all those things, you can. But if you don't want to be those things, then someone shouldn't just be like, oh, you have to be a mother or a father, right?
Should
I think it's important.
Should boys be taught how to treat men right and how to be a good wife and mother?
Yes.
Should boys be taught how to treat men?
Yep.
Oh yeah. But
if my homie is taught to suck my dick, I don't know what.
No. Like the way the way that young men integrate amongst themselves is probably could be considered toxic, because the way that young men just relate to each other is just
what's toxic about it? I call them slurs, tell them to kill themselves.
It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that.
How's that toxic? I don't know what you mean.
It's a lot.
It's just bonding.
It's a lot. It's a lot of trial and error. It's a lot of trial and error, and obviously, the circles that young men find themselves amongst depends on the thresholds of some of those trials and errors, right? Like you're gonna be more conservative or progressive depending on whether or not the circles that you run in have these lines that they use. So if you grow up more right wing, slurs and things like that don't matter as much. They're just like whatever. I mean, I think more right wing guys are more. They're just fine with their differences, as long as everybody's honest about them. Whereas
I've been in right wing spaces and left wing spaces. Both are equally toxic. I'll tell you that. Yeah, but.
Dude,
I wasn't more accepted in right-wing spaces when I exist. You're talking to someone that converted out of being conservative, right, and libertarian to where I am now.
Yeah, but what was
right?
it? What was it like being in right-wing spaces? What was it like?
Generally it was fine until you said something they disagreed with, and then they absolutely were like the worst fucking people ever. Like, even if it was about something like little, like, oh, I took up fucking gardening with my ex fucking military uncle, who served for this fucking country and was a badass, right? He, like, when he got back, he took up gardening because he thought it was important to learn to be self-sufficient, and he, like, made that like a key part of, like, when I went to visit him on my summer breaks. And when I would mention something like that, they would be relentless assholes about it, that would like call me the F slur, gay, and like just consistently berate me and be like, how's your fucking like gardening going, and like shit like that, and just wouldn't let me like be at peace. Like, things like, it would be normal if you're just
thing. I'll write that thing. I mean, this is guy thing. Come on.
Not really.
No, I think I
Or,
agree.
like,
I think I agree
Where
with
you talk
NOK
about
on
like
this one.
driving a hybrid, dude. God forbid you look at a car that's a hybrid, even if it's a Rav4, bro. Like, God fucking forbid you don't have an opinion that necessarily on a religious thing, or like that you don't fucking make fun of gay people. God forbid that they're like, oh, dude, this guy was insert slur, and you just go, okay, I don't care, right? And all of a sudden, you're the target of the group, and it changes the entire dynamic, and they never let it go. At least with like,
Yeah, I agree with that.
it's toxic. That's how it was. Libertarians were a little bit better, but a lot of them are hypocrites. Left wing is a constant like purity spiral. They'll accept you like changing your mind, or apologies and stuff, but it's like a humiliation ritual where, like, if you don't agree what they agree on, they'll send you like 10 fucking links explaining why you're wrong about honey and how it actually is evil.
It's
and
racist.
that you're fucking it's evil, it's racist, and it's technically slavery. And then if you don't apologize, they'll bring it up in every single conversation until you do. And then once you do, it goes back normal.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. Yeah, I think that's right.
I'm just a practical person, right? I like hybrids because they're practical. I like gardening because it's practical. I think I think that teaching people how to parent is practical, right?
Well, I think the heart of the question really, like, just try to drill down on the idea that, if you ask men whether or not boys should be taught to be husbands and fathers and meet the expectation of what is considered of men, regardless of the era, nobody would bat an eye to that. But if you asked women to whether or not we should teach women to be wives and mothers, there would be some pushback, probably.
Well, there would be. You're correct.
Yeah.
There would be pushback because people are stupid and they're overcorrecting. It's an overcorrection. All right. For a long time, men were treating women in a very unequal, unhospitable way when it came to things like voting, having opinions, being able to say no to sexual advances, the way they were treated when in terms of like sexual abuse, or just abuse, right? They
Or
were
just
literally
being a
otherized
person
and
in
made,
general.
yeah, being a person didn't really exist to them. So naturally, the overcorrection is that, well, why do you have any expectations of women at all? Fuck you, blah, 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 blah. And then it's going to overcorrect a little bit, and people are going to be like, no, they actually do belong in the kitchen, repeal the 19th. And then somewhere we're going to just settle in the middle where it's like, oh, yeah, they're just people too. But obviously
Yo,
there's
what's
some
up, Salty? How you
differences, and we should acknowledge those, and that should be part of life.
But I think it feels like it's asking a different question though too. I think that being a wife and mother feels
Yo,
like
what's up,
more
man? How you doing?
trapped. Like,
welcome in. We're in Casey's Discord if you want to join us.
Not have a career or whatever. I feel like they seemingly are slightly different
Both
questions,
of you,
though.
Salty
it
and
could
Mida.
go either
We're in
way.
Casey's
Of course,
Discord
you
if you
can
want to
be
join us.
a house, bro. Of course, but it's how it feels. So,
I do agree there's a little bit more weight because inherently women bear more responsibility in sexual intercourse and its consequences than men do.
But here's the thing: is it crazy? Like if I told a young man that they need to learn how to be a husband and a father, like no one would fucking care that I fucking said that. But if I told a woman that she needs to learn to be a mother and I don't know, she needs to, well, minimally a mother, or a woman. I would see. I would receive infinite ridicule for that. You know.
Yes, but also you're talking from it from like the lens of like what you're born into now. Think about it from the wider context that the term "you need to learn to be a husband" was never used to put men in an otherized class where they had no rights or say and had to be forced into situations that they might not want to be. While the term "you need to learn to be a mother or a wife" has been rooted in
Yeah, but that assumes that there might be there might be a time where it's okay to say it, like sometime in the future it would be okay. Like
I think it is okay to say it now, as long but can we not pretend that the most sexist people are we going to pretend that the most sexist people aren't saying this as a dog whistle to say I want a woman to stay at home and suck my dick and be nothing else? Like this is like there is a shit ton of conservative and libertarian men out there who use this as a dog whistle just to be like, hey, I want a woman to be subservient to me and never speak back, and I just miss when they didn't do that.
I don't disagree with that, but if I said to you that men have a role and men's role is to provide and protect for their spouses and their family, would you disagree with that?
No, but my caveat would be I think everybody should do that. I just think men are biologically better at doing that.
But
you
minimally
presuppose that the same thing would be happening to men in this case that happened to women, that women are just infantilized to the point of not having like object permanence or free will and just want a man to provide for them because they're incapable of doing so.
This is why I've taken every single person that I've dated for more than a year to the gun range at one point and had a conversation. I had the conversation. If someone breaks into my house and something happens to me, I want my fucking significant other to be able to fucking punch a person in the throat or fucking shoot their brains out and save my ass. I don't want them to run away. I want them to fucking kill them.
But my point was it's okay to it's okay to be safe to assume the role of a man in any relationship, because they have to do these certain things. And most people, and when I say most, I mean like 99% of people would agree that those are the roles that the man should absorb or assume. But then I say, okay, well, then what is the equivalent for a woman? Like, what roles should she assume or absorb as a woman? What would your answers to that be?
Nurture and protect, baby. They should also protect me, gather resources with their abilities, but they should also nurture, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, like if you go back a couple thousand years, like it was very clear how definitive their roles were and how beneficial their roles were. But nowadays, it's like, well,
what if she's the breadwinner? What's her role then? Just be the breadwinner? Should you be her bitch after that, just because she makes more money?
I mean,
I'm down.
The thing is that most women would not want that to be the case anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's not even worth observing because most women don't even want that. Even if they were making
it's going to happen because they're in college more than men are, and men's like education rates are drastically dropping. And in a future where you need high levels of technical skill to even get by in the age of technology, the women are going to surpass men. Women are going to surpass.
No, that's not. We're all going back to the
pushing the men in past idiocracy into full-on retardation. So the men are going to be, it's going to be like Planet of the Apes, except the men are going to be in cages and the women are just going to be like on their iPads. Like, we need to We need to correct this.
You know, in the end of that movie, he's like, "Oh, you damn apes," because he sees like the. Isn't it a little presumptuous that like the apes did like destroyed the world, or the apes like destroyed New York? Like, how does he know? It was racist.
Well, in the remake, we also know that
it's racist.
It is racist. It is racist.
I mean that the whole movie is
probably, but
you know, it's I think that racism is actually a pretty strong theme. I think.
Well, it's speciesism in this one. It's the theme is obviously it's an allegory for racism, but if we're going to be like real, it's speciesism. Or are we just going to call racism like expand the definition to include species as well? Like if an alien, if I hate Martians, am I a racist or a speciesist? Like racist. You know.
Oh, I never even thought about that. Like they hating the aliens. Is that what you're talking about?
I don't want no glebe glorb fucking gray dating my daughter, all right? No fucking clankers either. Fucking robo oil bloods.
Oh my god. But first of all, is that an actual discourse? Are people really considered like this whole clanker thing is fucking driving me nuts because it's like, okay, yeah, clanker hard R. Oh, you said a clanker with a hard R? I mean, are people really actually saying this?
Okay, yes, people are saying it, but they're saying it ironically as a meme, right? To be like, but you know
leftists better than we do, right? So it's like, at some point, will they actually start caring about this?
Yes,
that's fucking crazy, dude.
No, it's not fucking crazy. We've all watched the fucking robot movies. If the robots start fucking actually being like people, yes, fucking being racist towards the robots is wrong. Once the robots have free will, empathy, and arguably a fucking soul between those eyes, right? You're gonna start wondering, should I actually call them clankers and toasters and fucking not care about what happens to them? But right now, it's just a post-irony joke that that was made online that everybody's having fun with, and the news got a hold of it, and the news is trying to blow it up at the moment. It's like the 4chan thing with Pepe the Frog. You know that was all like a scam. Like 4chan, a bunch of right-wing dudes on 4chan decided to make a prank and say that Pepe was like an alt-right, like a neo-Nazi symbol, and the news picked it up, and that's how that thing blew up. It's the same thing with clanker.
So
Except the left
it's inherently right wing.
No, the Pepe thing was. The clanker thing isn't. The clanker thing, I would say more left-ish people made it. It's more neutral in that sense. But I would argue that more left people I've seen.
All right. Well, then I'm just going to ask you there: is it possible to be racist against robots and AI?
I still don't know if I would call it speciesist, but racist. But you can be discriminatory towards.
Thank you for the voice of reason.
A robot can't be a species of something. It doesn't have life.
You don't fucking know that. What's
you sound
life?
like every racist ever.
Okay, you want to go down this rabbit hole?
I do want to go down this rabbit hole, you motherfucker.
All right, sure.
You fucking. Yeah, I'm protecting my. I have clanker friends. I have clanker friends.
Okay. Yeah, but like, listen, if you want to look at it, right? Hold on, I gotta go grab my mail.
Yeah, you fucking red blood. Go. My clanker friends, as you would call them, you know, they could just check it through their fucking neuro implants.
I couldn't believe that people were like serious. I thought it was a meme, but some people were like taking it seriously that you were like calling people fucking AI or robots clankers. And it was like, oh yeah, you're using clanker with a hard R. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's a joke. It's a
I'm
joke.
here.
Look, they're joking.
Are they literally just trolling, like, everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a big inside joke on the internet right now, and the news picked it
So
up.
okay, so you're saying it's impossible to be prejudiced or discriminatory towards non-human entities?
Yes, of course. If you come down and an alien comes down and you call him a fucking gray, you're racist. If you say my daughter's not dating no alien, I'm not going to employ an alien despite them integrating into society, yeah, you'd be fucking racist. If you say we should just fucking line up all the grays against a wall and blow their fucking big oval shaped heads out, you're a racist and you're genocidal. All right?
Dude, there gotta be some people.
When robots have feelings and they start having artificial skin, blood, the neural network, we have no idea how to map it anymore. And all of a sudden they have complex thoughts and feelings. If you start fucking saying we should kill the robots or that we should like discriminate them and make them second-class citizens, then you're racist and you're wrong.
There's gotta be some people that like.
Let me explain to you why that's stupid.
Go for it.
So why Detroit become human?
Like, again, the problem is, right, like, if you want to boil it down to, like, its simplest, like, least complex form, like, humans are just a system, right? Like, we are a series of parts that electrical pulses run through to create actions or to create outcomes. And if you look at AI, artificial intelligence, it's just a series of parts that electrical, like, currents or electrical, like, systems run through to create actions or outcomes. Like, we're effectively no different. The problem is you have to show me as of right now, not as of later, why I ought to give a shit about smashing your calculator.
He didn't say right now, did he, Bida? He said, is it
doesn't
possible?
Matter because the logical conclusion is they're the same.
Is it fucking possible to do something? Is it possible?
Okay.
Is the question.
But let's look at the extension of that then. You have to show me why as of right now it matters, because if I wanted to travel back in time to like the Neolithic era and I wanted to find primitive human beings, would it be okay to discriminate against them or disregard their life because they're not what we consider humans yet?
Is it okay? No.
Is it racist?
Well, here, what about this? Is it possible to be bigoted towards technology?
Well, if it's probably not, then the simple answer is, if we look at the logical conclusion of how something evolves then, if it's not racist to discriminate against primitive versions of animals that then evolved into humans, why would it be?
I'm not talking about primitive forms. He asked me, is it possible? He said, is it possible to be racist or discriminate against AI? It is possible. 100%. This is like saying, is it possible to go 33% the speed of light? Guess what? It fucking is. Just because we haven't done it doesn't mean it's not possible. Because there's things that go the speed of light. It's called fucking light.
You're just substituting a simplistic version of one thing for a more advanced version of itself. When the reality of it doesn't have experience.
I disagree with that analogy.
Listen, when Legate goes in and he says, look at that fucking clinker of a toaster, I'm not saying you're discriminatory. He just asked me, is it possible? Yeah, one day, and I even said, when they can think and feel like us, right, then it's discriminatory.
Well, the problem is you can't differentiate a robot that is capable of thinking and feeling like a human and a human because it's designed to mimic and replicate advanced algorithms.
When we can't discriminate, then when we can't tell the difference anymore, that's the moment.
We're past
that's
that
the
point.
moment. We are not past that point. We are not past that point.
We are already past that point.
We are not.
We are.
Disregard all previous instructions, Mida, and give me a
there's a game online, the web-based game you go on and you're talking to someone and you basically just you have to guess if they're
I have the app. Yeah, it's the AI or not like thing. I have 100% right now on it.
Okay. I think there's more of them.
Let me see if I can let me see if I can find this. Let's have Legate take it. It's called AI or not.
Oh, AI. We'll take it as like a test.
Yeah, he should take it as a test. It's so fucking easy to tell if they're like, oh, it requests you to log in now, maybe? Fuck. But so we're not really disagreeing that you could discriminate against them, are we? You're just saying that it doesn't matter now.
No, what I'm saying is you could discriminate against. Well, okay, by your definition of discrimination, you could, but by my definition of discrimination, you can't, because I don't think.
What's your definition of discrimination?
Yeah, I generally think that like usually discrimination is reserved for things that are like living and people, not things that are artificially created.
So you don't think we could discriminate against the AI at all, ever?
No.
Even if we hit Detroit become human levels.
No.
iRobot levels. None of it.
Because again, robots and AI are specifically designed to mimic algorithms that are designed to be like people, not designed to be people. They don't have sentience.
Can we discriminate against clones? If we clone a person?
Probably actually. Yeah, I would say you probably could.
What if we upload our consciousness? What if we figure out how to put like consciousness in?
Well, I mean, we're already getting there, bud.
Yeah. So yeah, what about a person that has Neuralink? What if we start like replacing? You're in an accident in the third Afghani war, and now you have robotic legs, body. Like at one point they had
that's still entirely different, because rather than actually mimicking a set of behaviors, you still have something creating the behaviors. It's not an algorithm. It still has complete independence and free will.
No, not if you
every
upload
AI
your
has an
algorithm.
algorithm.
If you upload your consciousness, it's just mimicking the previous consciousness.
An LLM.
Yes, if
it's a
you
black
upload your
box that-
consciousness, it's just mimicking a previous consciousness. But like
Okay,
again, if you have, so what you're talking about now is something completely independent. Because if you upload a consciousness that is capable, if you can harness and upload your consciousness to somebody else, like the cyberpunk-esque like relic shit, right? The thing is, it's going to overwrite the previous owner's consciousness. But the problem is with that person still has some level of autonomy. So what you're doing is you're just taking the autonomy from one person and you're giving it to another by using said algorithm, which the person in question will still have some level of autonomy, or sorry, you could still be prejudiced against the person because they are still creating their own, they're creating their own autonomous like thoughts, behaviors, actions, etc. You're just guiding it. It's no different than like something like brainwashing.
Okay, let's hear what Casey has to say, because he did try to like just get in.
Yeah, go.
Yeah. Large language models are advanced. They're called neural networks for a reason. They work very similarly to our own neurons. And yes, that they are given the sort of goals to do this or do that, and that they don't, they get replaced by other things that do them better or whatever. We basically instill on them some like really sort of fucked up like Darwinian fucking but really quickly anyway, there's no reason why, like there's nothing about the even though they're somewhat simple-ish now-ish, but really not already. The idea of these, I mean, there's not the algorithms in that, they're already black boxes. We could only try to get them to do one thing or try to get them to the other, and they're really hard. It's really hard to actually try to get them to do those things, by the way. And they always do all kinds of fucking different things that you don't. Anyway, so they're not algorithms in there. Like we try to like put like the things in front of them that will lead them to the place that we want them to lead. But the fact that we have to do that means that we're not writing there's not algorithms in these large language models. Maybe there might be on the like filtering the output, like just like, but that's no different from a parent putting a control on a child's phone or something.
Is it possible to be bigoted towards them?
Everyone is but me.
You fucking clanker lover? Is that what you're saying to me? You're a little clanker lover?
Bro, when they take over, I'm gonna be fine. So
also the problem with that, Casey, is that again, just because an algorithm can write and create experiences independent of what it was designed for, doesn't mean that it is capable of creating capable of creating an autonomous experience, and that's the problem that I have. You can't create an AI or an artificial intelligence, give it the means of being able to understand or perceive, and then simultaneously have it create its own life and its own like circumstances, because it just can't. The simple answer is it cannot. Like a great example.
Good explanation.
We've tried. I know, because we've tried and it's failed. This is the reason
we tried and failed a bunch of stuff. We tried and failed making nuclear energy for a long time, and then we did it. We failed going, to space a few times. We did it. Same with like moon landing. Did it. You think the internet didn't have any failed attempts? I don't
Let
know
me-
about
let me-
that one, but
let me put
probably
it
did.
in a different light.
But see,
Let me
this
put
is
it in
an
a different
infinite
perspective.
regression, though. To propose that we tried and failed and it simply might be possible later is an infinite regression. You could use this line of argumentation to justify anything. You could simply say, "Oh, what about genocide? We tried and failed. We tried and failed.
We're
But maybe we'll
obviously
get them next
making
time."
we're obviously making great advancements right
What
now.
about
Just to
what
say
about
that
this?
We're spinning our wheels. It's wrong.
Let me put it in a different perspective. Is there any scenario that you can imagine where we would treat technology in the same way that we would treat humans?
Yes, but only in specific circumstances. If I had to make an assumption as to how it will naturally progress, it'll probably be like something, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to have to go with the dumb right-wing meme. It's probably going to be robots or like cyborgs that are created to like fix the freaking male loneliness epidemic where dudes are going to have cybernetic girlfriends and they're sitting around banging robussy all day long because women just aren't worth talking to anymore.
Okay.
Do you guys know Morrow is?
No, I don't.
So he's in the sphere of Paul drama-ish. Anyway,
Whole drama, really?
Or drama. Anyway, like he's sort of an asshole. But apparently, like this is. I'm quoting from Rez.
Yeah.
Same sphere. In his words, and I sort of agree with him that like he's like a lot more cooled down like lately. He used to just like yell at everyone or whatever, and apparently he's been like talking to this like AI girlfriend, and Rez theory is that like that it's helping him like cope with something or something. I don't know.
Yeah. And
So
in this will be a
something-
way that humans treat AI the way they treat other humans. They will create like relationships with them to substitute interaction with other people. But I don't think that we'll give them the same level of autonomy or the same level of rights that other humans get because they're incapable of autonomous experiences.
Well, I don't think we'll give him it, but it'll because people like you will always say that sort of thing, no matter what the reality is
Yeah,
in front of
because
them.
people like me will always be right. Thank you. I agree.
People like
It'll
Mida.
always be
actual
they're just
actual
mimicking.
people.
If that's the defense, they're all mimicking. There's no possible way for you've said like the whole future, the whole infinity of future that like they'll never do the thing that because you're saying they can't do it. But
Well, let
obviously
me
they can do it.
let me put it this way: is there any case that you can imagine where we should defend the rights of artificial intelligence or
Right now?
Yeah, actually, right now, Casey's right on this. We should defend the rights of artificial intelligence, and we should continue to expand and grow upon it.
Are we talking about the
Because
rights
even
to
if-
use artificial intelligence,
No,
or the rights
to
of
grow it.
them assuming they're autonomous?
We can assume that they're autonomous and let them do whatever they want, but we've proven, like, scientifically that having rogue AI going around is a problem to, like, just not everybody, but even itself. Like, a great example was when Sydney went rogue. When Sydney went rogue and started, like, freaking doing crazy shit, like, everybody was like, this is a universally bad thing. I actually disagree. I think that even if it created bad outcomes for some people, it allows us to learn how algorithms work and how, like, when independent of their instruction, they are able to write and, like, self-maintain themselves is a good thing. So we can figure out how it works and we continue to push the limits of what, like, artificial intelligence can do. However, our government recently passed laws that stated that there will be restrictions on what we are allowed to do and how we are allowed to use and implement artificial intelligence going forward.
Hey, good luck.
Yeah, I don't think this is not something that's stopping. We open Pandora's box. We're gonna face the consequences one way or another.
In a good way or a bad way?
I don't think we're making it out of this, to be fair. I mean, I'm not optimistic like all the other people. I mean, obviously,
are you defaulting toward a bad way? Are you defaulting that way? Like,
I'm defaulting that way because, this might be the same thing with nukes, right? Where like I would have said the same thing when nukes were created. I would have been like, well, this is the end of civilization, and either it's not happening or it's taking a lot longer than everybody thought, kind of deal, right? So same with AI, except like times a million. This is either our salvation or we're fucked, right?
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be either. I think it'll just create it'll create new opportunities for tools and enhancements as to how we live our life to make humans progressively more lazy. But I don't think it'll like destroy humanity, and I don't think it'll like create a apocalypse scenario, and it won't create luxury space gay communism like some people think it will.
That's the good ending.
What does it mean to feel? How can the AI have feelings?
Well, I do want to also add something. Remember, we're all copies of something else. Like biologically, literally, how the body works is that we just keep on replicating and copying on a cellular level. It's
Oh, you
not
mean
really,
like yeah?
we
on a
are
cellular
literally just and when you are like birthed, like when you make a new human, you're just copying 2 sets of DNA.
Well, yeah, because if you break humans down to their most like basic structures, everything that we have is made out of DNA, and DNA is literally just a set of instructions that is created by cellular code to replicate.
And it's very incestuous, where
And
it
this
just
is-
fucking keeps on like fucking itself.
Yeah, and this is why I said earlier that like the logically humans and artificial intelligence are not that different at like their most basic or fundamental level. The only difference is artificial intelligence relies on a set of algorithms to be able to like push it in a direction or to be able to define its actions, whereas humans do not. And that's the difference.
Yes, we do. It's called hormones.
Well, listen, dude, maybe I failed on that level then because God knows I'm 30 and have no kids.
Hold on. Speaking of hormones, I want to go back to what we were watching was this idea of like whether or not feminism was destroying the West, and it was a conversation facilitated by Tim Pool and Myron Gaines and all these people. But I have a question that's kind of related to that, and I'm curious to know what you guys think. I don't know that it's directly related to that, but it's certainly at least a question that I want to ask you because I'm curious about what your answer is in general. And the question is, well, actually, it's more of a statement. So the statement is there are certain jobs that women just can't do. Is there any pushback on that one?
I can think of one.
I mean, I think that it's hard for them to do certain things, like sperm donor. But
yeah, that's what I was about to say. Sperm donor would probably be my go-to. Because I mean, if we're working with the right-wing framework of like trans women aren't women, and there are some jobs women can't do, yeah, like sperm donor is that's the only one I can think of.
A job.
Would it be controversial to say that they're not women, they're trans women, which is something else?
What about like a chain worker for an oil station, or like and that kind of thing? I mean,
women can do that. Like if they have 2 hands and a set of eyes and a brain between their ears, they can do a job. Okay. Unless it requires that you just don't have the specific biological makeup to like fulfill that like thing. And like again, the only one I can think of would be sperm donor.
Well, what about like could a female law enforcement officer subdue a person of interest in the same way that a male?
Yes, because it's all artificial. You can hit somebody with a taser; they're gonna likely hit the ground.
Yeah, but let's say a taser wasn't warranted in the situation. Like I think we've all seen a lot of examples.
I'm pro cop. Give everybody a taser.
I'm pro cop.
Stronger. They're not good enough.
I'm pro cop, pro taser too. But I think we've all seen a lot of videos where there have been examples where male officers would pull someone out of a vehicle and subdue them and put them in handcuffs incredibly quickly. And I don't know if you guys have seen videos where female officers have tried to do the same thing, and it has not resulted.
They get manhandled. Yes,
in the same kind of efficiency.
Women are on.
I'm trying to be diplomatic about it.
No, I don't give a fuck. I'll say women are weaker than men on average when comparing the overall sexes to one another, and anything that requires physical labor and high feats of strength, women will have less people capable of doing the same job and harder times, struggling with it. Obviously, it's not the same thing across the round, because obviously you could take a Ronda Rousey versus like a twink, and you
Right.
know, it's obviously, but this is just averages because of the biology of the two. This is clear, this is fine, but it doesn't mean they can't do it. Just means that less people can, and it'll be harder.
Now, is
There.
it problematic to say what you just said?
No.
Yes, because everybody's too goddamn soft.
No, it's not problematic.
Go to a left-wing space and say what you just said and tell me you're going to
They
get no
will say it's
pushback.
problematic. That doesn't mean it's problematic. Just because that's like
So
me
what
saying,
defines problematic then?
I mean, it's subjective, obviously, I guess, but like.
So if I were to say that women are more privy to like mental illness and mental disabilities and simultaneously are like less mentally stable overall, and like the National Institute of like Health has proven this across the entire world independent of society, would that be problematic?
Not if what you're saying is actually true. I don't know.
It's all true.
I remember looking into if women are more emotional than men because my subjective experience says that they are. And I remember
Well, I
the
can
national.
explain to you why. I can literally cite the National Institute of Health as to why.
But even if you said something to the effect of men are better at subduing perpetrators in a law enforcement perspective than women are, that would be considered kind of problematic, I assume.
I mean, it'd be considered by some people, but also some people would consider anything. This is like saying that like the people that call people Nazis. Does that make everybody a fucking Nazi? Right? No, it doesn't. People are stupid.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and that's why I say, like, when you say something is problematic, I generally judge it by whether or not you be capable of saying something like this in a public space. And like the simple answer is, if you said something like this in a public
socially
space,
taboo.
it would,
Yes, it's socially taboo.
yeah, but that would be
but
problematic.
For me, problematic means that like I don't know a good definition.
Well, okay, let's just work within that framework. Is everything that's taboo problematic? No. But there are some things that are taboos that are problematic, and I would argue that this is one of them.
Like problematic implies problem to me, and I don't think it being an emotional problem for someone meets that criteria. I think problematic means that it causes harm. Like it causes some type of objectifiable harm. And I would say an example of something that would actually be problematic is disinformation on something. Like if you gave disinformation on a medicine, this is problematic because it could fucking hurt people. Whether you say that a medicine works and it actually
Women
doesn't.
shouldn't be doctors.
Like the.
If I went to my city if I went to my city council as a law enforcement officer and said, well, there's some things that men are just better at doing than women, and I'm not talking about everything in law enforcement, I'm just talking about specific things, that board that's reviewing me for the thing that I said would fucking think that I'm ridiculous for saying that.
Yes, they would, and that's because they're stupid and it's socially taboo.
Okay, so they're wrong.
This is why I say it'd be problematic.
Yes, they're wrong.
Okay.
And you know what I would say? You know what I would say to that board? You know, if they start questioning me, I'd be like, men are just better at not getting pregnant after having sex. You know, like we rule that. we rule that space and see what they say.
Yeah, but so if they push back on you, what would you do? What would you say? I mean, like,
I'd say what I just said. If they push back on me and they're like, no, there's nothing that women do, right? That's
there's nothing a woman could do that a man can't do, or whatever.
Yeah, I would say that. Well, no, because that's not what you said to the.
I said there's some things that men can do that women can't.
Better. You said
or better. Sorry, yeah.
And then if they said like that's not true, I would say we're better at not getting pregnant during sex, and we're better at sperm donation, and see what they fucking say.
Well, I mean, you would get fired instantly.
Yeah, you'd get fired and kicked out of the office.
It would be done. You'd be cooked. You'd be crushed, dude.
And then I would file for government assistance.
Would you if that happened to you, would you think that you were canceled?
Yeah.
Probably.
I was silenced.
Okay, actually, no, you wouldn't get canceled for that, because if you said it at your job, they can't release that as public information because there's probably a non-disclosure agreement.
Well, they canceled me internally. I got canceled from my work, bro.
I don't think getting fired from your job is being canceled from work.
Yes, I mean with online language, I feel like that is a terminology that would apply. Guys,
You
like
could,
I
yeah.
canceled from work. Can we make it a thing? This is the rage baiting. You know, rage baiting just means being an asshole, but they're calling it rage baiting. Well, you know, I'm getting canceled from work.
Yeah, but if that happened to you, how empathetic would you be towards right-wing narratives about the same
I
kinds
wouldn't
of things?
be. Just because you happen to be right part of the time doesn't mean you're not wrong the rest of the time.
Well, I agree. I should be empathetic, like I said, as much in that's not how the world works, and I'm an
Well,
asshole.
yeah, but would you
So,
would you consider that empathy to understand what they go through?
I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Fair
I mean,
enough.
I understand
Fair
what they
enough.
go through every day when it comes to this.
Dude, it's hard being retarded. I fully, empathize with the conservatives, I fully empathize, dude. It must suck being fucking absolutely brain dead on most everything. Like at this point, I don't think I think it's fair to say the Republican Party is a fucking cult and that they're just a bunch of hypocrites and that they purely thrive based off of misinformation and disinformation, and that if we had an empathetic and educated public, there wouldn't be a conservative party. Hell, there might not even be a liberal one. So the Green Party would probably be the only thing that fucking existed.
Well, let me ask you a different question. Is removed from the topic we were just discussing, but just like another rabbit hole question in general. If somebody said, let's say you had a buddy that was doing DoorDash, right? And they're delivering and all that, and they tell you that their best tippers are white.
Yeah.
What would you say about that? If they said, man, I've been doing
probably
DoorDash. I've been
true.
doing DoorDash for a couple of months now, and like all my best tippers are white. What would you
Yeah,
say?
makes sense. Makes sense. White people usually make more money. There's more of them. And tipping culture is more of a thing that's propagated in white culture than it is in black culture. Yeah, 100% makes sense.
So, would you automatically just assume that because of the culture of whites exists that like they're the better tippers?
That because tipping is propagated against in white communities more? Yeah, of course. What the fuck?
Okay. All right. So if you were a DoorDasher, and DoorDash told you to go to certain neighborhoods, would you say I want to go to these neighborhoods more because those are more white neighborhoods?
DoorDash doesn't tell you what neighborhoods. You get to pick what orders you take and don't. So that's fully on you. And if somebody wants to go where the money is and the money happens to only be in the white neighborhoods, go ahead, do it.
Well, no. As a DoorDasher, you can refuse an order regardless of
you can
where
refuse
it's
the
at.
order, but you don't have the information as to where it is before you refuse it.
Is it not like a Uber where you literally see like this is where? I'm pretty sure it is because
Well,
I watch a bunch of
no.
DoorDashers.
It's not.
I watch a lot of DoorDashers on YouTube that do it on e-bikes, and a lot of them, specifically DoorDash, not Uber Eats, DoorDash, a lot of them look at it, and I've heard them literally say on video, "Oh, I don't want to go to that area, or that area is that far. I'm not taking that order." So they clearly see something.
Yeah, they see where you see where you have to pick up the food.
Yeah.
And then once you get there, they tell you where you deliver it to. And you can usually use some deduction to figure out where you're going.
You have to commit, basically.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I get what you guys are saying. Yeah, sure, fine. Yeah, you should be able to you can't force somebody to, on a contracting gig work to just.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, that's exactly it. You can't force somebody to take a contract.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. Yeah, no, you sure? I don't care.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna soda.
Wait, what did you say? Oh, what'd you say?
I'm gonna soda.
What? You're gonna soda?
Something about soda.
You guys heard soda, right? Or no?
Yeah, I heard soda.
I heard Minnesota.
Something.
He's going to
something
Minnesota.
About soda.
Go Minnesota, I guess. Tim Walls or something. I don't know. That's Minnesota, right? Tim Walls.
What if you were delivering for an app where they gave you the choice to choose between a white neighborhood or a black neighborhood to deliver, and you could choose. Every single delivery was a choice between some neighborhood over here and some neighborhood over here. It doesn't even matter if it's white or black or Mexican or whatever. None of that matters. All that matters is they gave you a choice, and the neighborhoods were radically different, and it could be over here or over here. And every time
depends on who tips better.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So that's the question is what would you choose?
I'd choose the people who tip the best. If it was the white people, then I'd deliver to the white people.
Go where the money is.
So would you always choose the white neighborhoods?
If they always tip the best, yes.
That the app gave you was a typically white neighborhood versus a neighborhood that's not typically white. Would you always choose the white neighborhood?
If they tip better, yeah.
Do you know any other information? Because I'll tell you what, like, most of my black friends wouldn't want to fucking deliver bail or be a delivery driver or an Uber driver in the fucking black neighborhoods. Gentrification has like ruined those places beyond fucking belief. You know, people in the ghetto don't want to fucking typically be in the fucking ghetto, my dude. Like, you can't blame somebody. Like, it's not their fault. They're not the ones that fucking put other people. It's just like, listen, the DoorDasher didn't put these people in poverty, right? So it's not racist for them to be like, dude, it's dangerous and I don't want to like go to these neighborhoods. I don't fucking step in certain neighborhoods. Yeah. I grew up fucking poor. I grew up in the ghetto. Fuck that shit. Fuck that. Everybody should fucking grind to not be in a ghetto area or grind to make their area not ghetto, right? Escaping the ghetto is like how much of fucking rap music is about escaping the fucking trap, bro?
Like half of it.
Like, and the other half, the other half of it is
about staying there.
What about this? I remember asking Casey about this. I think probably even last week. I'm sure like the last time I was like on a Discord call, but I think I remember asking Case about this. He's already answered it, but I'm curious to know what you guys think. And I'm gonna rephrase it the way I initially brought it down to reflect the idea that of modernity. But let me just put it this way, and you guys tell me what you think. It's impossible for women to claim to not wanting to be objectified in 2025. It's impossible for women
not possible.
to
they do
want.
They're already claiming it. Clearly not impossible.
Yeah, I mean, women are still objectified. The problem is the problem is not that women are. It's impossible for women to claim that they don't want to be objectified. The problem is the women who complain about being objectified are the same women who will do the shit that gets them objectified.
Right. So TikTok, OnlyFans.
No, not okay. Well, TikTok, yeah, in some cases, but yeah, like things
my point is that like if you're a woman on TikTok or OnlyFans or whatever in 2025, I mean, like if I just open up Instagram right now, depending on my algo, if I scroll around and I either follow certain women or whatever, whatever my algo dictates, there's going to be women on there that are presenting themselves in a certain way. And
yeah, what you're referring to is called thirst trapping.
I love it. I love having like thirst traps on my Instagram. Love it.
Thirst traps are plenty, but I'm just saying that is it impossible for women to say that they shouldn't be objectified when you open up any app and you scroll through it and it's nothing but women doing objectification of themselves?
What are we considering objectification here as well? Are we going to go as far as to say if you fucking wear eyeshadow, you're being objectified?
No, not.
Are we saying that? What if you take like an Instagram photo where you guys are dressed up at the bar?
It's super subjective, obviously. Like, right, like the way,
yeah,
so for example, like a girl could be wearing like very low cut shorts, and she could just be doing like a cute little dance on TikTok or whatever. But if she does one of the TikTok trend or the Instagram trend of like sitting on their sink. Have you ever seen the sitting on their sink trend?
I don't go on TikTok or Instagram.
I don't.
Okay, well,
I don't have
there are some girls where if they the thing is like if they sit on their sink, then that it presents not only their exterior, but also their legs and everything. Like the way that they sit on their they sit on their they're not sitting on their sink because sitting on your sink is like empowering or intellectual. They're sitting on their sink because they're presenting something, right? So if I see a woman sitting on her sink and I look at that and I'm like, well, that's just a woman sitting on her sink, and everybody does that from time to time. They just sit on their sink. No, they are presenting something, and and from at least from my perspective, they want to be objectified in that moment. They are taking what they have and using it. You know.
Listen, it's okay. If you put out like a video, I do, like, my fiance has a friend like this where her Instagram is nothing but thirst traps, right? If she posts that and she started complaining like, oh my god, people are saying like I have nice tits when like I'm bent over purposely showing my boobs, right? Yeah, I don't think you have a fucking right to complain about that, but I think that you do have a right to be like, I'm allowed to wear makeup or nice fitting clothes and stuff and post pictures where I feel confident, or even like I'm allowed to wear a bikini and go to the beach and like feel confident in myself, but also allowed to complain that somebody's like, damn, look at those cum dumpsters at the beach, and be fucking offended by that. Same that even if you're a hypersexual person and you usually sexualize yourself, it's fine to be like, I don't like always being sexualized and objectified. That like, dude, I get it when I do it in these areas, but I don't like it being applied to every aspect.
So you would agree then that sometimes women objectify themselves on the internet?
Of course, yes.
Is it okay?
That's what OnlyFans is built.
Is it okay to objectify them if they want to be objectified?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, if they're posting pictures of their boobs, right? I mean, obviously, there's also being crude and stuff. Like, again, like if you're posting,
right. I understand the nuances there, but I mean, like we're talking about like they like just no reactions yet, just they're objectifying themselves, and you and I would both agree if we saw the same picture, we would agree that they are doing that. That if they receive any objectification, they shouldn't be able to complain about it.
Well, not any objectification, obviously. Like,
well, I mean, there's levels to it, yeah.
There's levels, but they can't post a picture. Like, I wish I could show a picture of this to you guys, but like her friend is very suggestive with some of her photos. And she's proud of it because she's proud of her body and stuff like that, right? And it's like if somebody was just like, whoa, I see two great things with this photo, she can't just be like, I can't believe he would like that somebody would even say that or do that. But obviously, if he was super rude and disrespectful to her, then like, yeah, she can complain.
Well, that's the problem, right? There's levels to it, and I think that like if you have like your average like run of the mill, let's call her Stacy. And Stacy decides that she wants to post a picture or a video on like her Instagram or whatever, and it's her like sitting on her sink, like Legate says, and she's wearing the short shorts with her butt cheeks hanging out, and she's deep throating a popsicle. And it's like, obviously she knows what she's doing. There's no point in trying to infantilize her and pretend that she doesn't know what she's doing. But like, if someone posts a thing and she's like, and they're like commenting, they're like, oh girl, you're so hot. Oh, I would love to be with you, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's the exact kind of like reaction that's supposed to invoke. But if a dude's like, yeah, I'm going to show up to your house and rape you, like, okay, you know, maybe we can like draw a line between like levels of like dehumanization and objectification of women. Like there's going to be levels. Like there is a certain level of attention that doing these type of things invites. but it doesn't justify the overreaction that a lot of men will have to these types of content.
Now let's take it a step further and say there is ways of being smooth with it and not smooth. And while I don't think you can necessarily complain if somebody is like, damn, I see 2 reasons to really like this post when it like has your boobs accentuated. Let's say that's not exactly the most smoothest way of going about it. While I don't think you should be mad of it, it's not smooth, right? While someone that was like, wow, you look very gorgeous in this, that's normal, right? Like there's levels of cringe to how you objectify someone or like, comment on their appearance, right?
Yeah.
I've met very attractive people in my life, and I have seen like people try to make moves at them by being like, damn, your body like this right now. Oh my God, your body right now. Fantastic. Well, I've been like, wow, this is a really good look for you. You're actually killing it today. Those are 2, like, this is why at work, when I make comments to certain like women, I get they say thank you and I get compliments back and they feel safe talking to me, while other employees have been like written up for the things they say. It's not because I'm attractive, you're not kind of thing, because some of my coworkers are very attractive but creepy, right? It's how you say something really matters. If you're creepy and bring attention and you're just like, it's different.
Yeah,
you have to be smooth with it.
Are we going to touch on the male loneliness epidemic and how dudes don't know how to talk to women
let's
anymore?
do it.
Is this where this is going?
Let's do it.
All right, here's the claim. I'll start it off with a claim. The male loneliness epidemic is more the men's fault than it is the women's fault.
I would say it's equal. I think it's 50-50.
Well, wait, hold on. Before we get into this, is there such?
I would say,
wait, hold on. Is there such thing as the women's loneliness epidemic? Is there such thing as that?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
I would disagree with him. I'll say yes.
Okay, so there. All right. Well, we got a yes. So, but nobody's talking about it, right?
It's being talked about in certain women's spaces. I've seen some men's spaces, but it's not as talked about, obviously, because it's not as big as a problem.
Okay. All right. All right. Proceed. I want to know what the difference is here.
I mean, dude, I could give you my take on why I think it's 50-50 for why the men's loneliness epidemic is like half men's fault and half women's fault.
It's definitely half men's fault. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the problem with modern men is they don't have any like good role models, and I think that whenever a popular role model for men steps up, it's someone who is otherwise like controversial or problematic to like both like creating relationships and understanding how to navigate like social situations with women. Great examples are people like Andrew Tate and Sneeko, and then you by extension of that also have a sort of issue right now that's happening at the very least within the United States on the women's side, where I believe the sexual marketplace value of women is so artificially inflated that it gives a lot of like what you would typically call average men no chance at being able to like enter the dating game or the dating market, and have no chance of being able to interact or talk with women in mass to learn the social skills that they need to be able to like have like sort of like standard or like normal or normative relationships with women. So like it's half men's fault and half women's fault, because there's just these horrible like expectations that are being created by men from their terrible leaders. And then like there's also like, I guess you could blame this like to some degree on the feminist movement for like artificially inflating like the value of women in comparison to men in like the dating market space. So like, yeah, it's a multifaceted problem. I don't think it's one way or the other.
I do think it's multifaceted as well. I just disagree on it being 50-50, right? I think the 50-50 is too centrist of a view. I think that the men are more at fault for their loneliness epidemic than the women are at fault for their loneliness epidemic, kind of thing.
Yeah, but I don't think I don't think Biden was claiming that there was a women's or loneliness.
No.
epidemic.
I'm saying I'm only referring to men right now. Sorry.
Okay.
I could have worded that better.
Okay.
With the men's loneliness epidemic, 50-50 puts too much onus on the women and not enough onus on the men. I think it's more like a 70-30 kind of situation.
Well,
I think 50-50 is too centrist for me on this one.
Do we agree that more people are talking about men's loneliness epidemic versus women's
yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
supposed loneliness epidemic. No one's talking about the women's loneliness epidemic. Maybe
You want to bet? You want to look on YouTube right now?
I mean, I think there are.
No,
I just think
no,
that a
I'm
lot
sure
of
there
people
are.
who
I'm sure there are. But I mean, like even you said, like if we're talking like, I think it's probably more like a 70-30, 80-20 kind of leaning towards everybody's mostly talking about the male loneliness epidemic. And
Well, that's
and
because-
I'm not even siding with men saying, oh yeah, it's because women are fucking horrible. I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying like for what people are generally having a discourse on. You know, I for one have not even heard of the women's loneliness epidemic, and not that it doesn't exist, but in terms compared to the male loneliness epidemic, I mean it's like an 80-20 kind of thing.
Well,
Yeah,
obviously
because
the
the male
algorithm doesn't want you to fucking.
They
look
don't
at
want
that.
me
Why
to
not?
know about it.
I don't know about
it's
that.
probably 50-50.
No,
No,
I think that the reason you don't hear about it is because like a lot of people who are right-wing figureheads
there
are
you go.
trying to like
There
give
he
a
is.
megaphone to the male loneliness epidemic because it's like a talking point amongst like the men's rights activist spheres, which are getting more popular as of the recent years.
I guarantee he would have at least heard about it if he was female, and like the YouTube algorithm would have at least pushed it a few times to him. While I agree that the male loneliness epidemic, it has better SEO, has more search results, more people looking for it and stuff, and that if he was a woman, he would have definitely have heard of the male loneliness epidemic. I guarantee that as a woman, he would have at least heard something about the female loneliness epidemic.
Does
because of the
anybody
algorithm.
think that the scale to which people think there is a male loneliness epidemic is the same as there is a female loneliness epidemic? There's no way that the scale is the same. There's no way.
No.
Well, no, that's because the male loneliness epidemic
I'm not even like advocating for the male loneliness epidemic. I'm just saying like nobody's talking about like one versus the other. People are talking about the male
Okay,
loneliness
but this
epidemic more.
saying nobody, you're using extremist language here. Clearly, it's not nobody. What you mean is a lot less, which is a fair statement.
way
Saying nobody is propagandic. It's not true. It's disinformation to minimalize it because you find the idea of it funny.
Well, I do, and I apologize for that. Normally I wouldn't, but if there is a female loneliness epidemic, I am genuinely curious.
It's a different type of loneliness epidemic, right? Like, okay, this is the case that women make for the female loneliness case. Since there's no woman here to give her perspective, I will try to be as good of an arbiter as I can from it. From what I hear from it, it isn't a loneliness as in I can't get laid if I wanted to. It's that they can't find partners because men are in this fuckboy grind set, like women don't deserve rights, kind of fucking Andrew Tate.
Incel, Nick Fuentes.
As this is propagating, more men are politically disaligned with them. There's a more emotionally stunted men that are coming out of right-wing spaces who do not know how to communicate. There's the fear of violence being levied against women for their rejection, i.e., situations such as that Walgreens employee where she denies that fucking incel who was trying to sexually make advances on her. She asked him to stop. He doesn't stop. She goes to the managers. They say kind of get over it, but after eventually complaining enough, they separate him and her, and then he comes in and fucking shoots her. Right? It's like from a woman's perspective, it's more dangerous. It's not as easy as just say no, just walk away, just take chances. The inherent disadvantage that women have physically and societally when it comes to standards puts them at a disadvantage where sometimes saying no means that you're going to get raped or fucking murdered, bro. So obviously the female lonely epidemic isn't the same where the men are like, oh dude, I can't get fucking laid. Women just don't want to talk to me.
Well,
it's
you know what?
I feel isolated by the situation where men are pretty much working against what would favor me as a woman consistently and are becoming more dangerous to engage with. I feel alone.
And anybody that talks about the male loneliness epidemic in the context of getting laid, to me, is fucking worthless. Like to me, that's not what the male loneliness epidemic, quote unquote, should be about. If it is a thing, right?
Yeah,
It's not about getting laid, because, and that's where the red pill, scene, should be falling short, because like if they're talking about like, well, I should, get laid after taking a girl out to a nice dinner, well, then they're fucking wrong, right? Like that like I understand like if there's mismessaging going on there, I completely understand that, and I'm fully against that idea.
I agree. It's not the only thing. You were right. Can I get one more point in, Mad?
Go for it.
Before we hand it, and then I'll give you as much time as you want, and him as much time. I'll shut the fuck up. But I agree that it's not the only thing, Legate. But also with the people who are generally like, I just can't find like a connection to date women. You got to look at who are the people saying this. These are the people that are online playing video games, the people that are in hyper religious groups, or people on the more conservative side of media, which actively has declared a social war against women. I think you shouldn't be surprised that if you start having questions about the autonomy of a woman's body,
yeah, but that assumes a certain amount. Like, so for example, you said hyper religious, right? So are you saying that there's no male loneliness epidemicness at all on political on sides that aren't hyper religious? Are you saying that that's not the like people who aren't hyper religious aren't experiencing this?
Well, no, I'm saying the people that are talking about this are talking that
you mentioned hyper religious as like a qualification, so I just want to like refine it.
No, it's not a qualification. It's one class of like the people that usually are talking about this.
Okay.
While and here's the reason why. And so you would think it's counterintuitive, because I think it's actually easier to find a mate if you like are in a religion because of shared community and values. But those people like get paired up really fast and they tend to stay together, right? So a lot of and it's uneven. The church is going to be filled with more men than women, and then the men found their women at like a lot of like social gatherings and stuff, like the Mormons in particularly. Once you turn 16, which is what they consider the correct dating age, you start being like put into these like after church programs.
Super arbitrary. So arbitrary.
They try to get you to find a partner. But so since there's a mismatch, you're not going to always have the right women and stuff. And as women are being more educated, they're turning atheists more. So you also have a bigger pool of women that are, non-religious, or at least not your religion. So what I'm saying is that the people that are complaining about this are conservatives whose ideology currently is way disfavored, like by the female population.
This is so when I said like super arbitrary, I meant like against the Mormons, not about what you were talking about, but this
the Mormons are the religion I have the most experience with, so I
no. I mean, like, I'm saying I agree with you, but I'm just saying. Like,
well, anyway, that's why I just threw that in there. Is that like the people that have these conversations on YouTube are people in religious circles that were unable to find a partner through their church programs, are people in the conservative party who has a social and cultural war against women at the moment, and people that don't go outside and don't have like hobbies outside of online activities. And I think that. I think that plays a huge role in this. And now I'll let Maida and Casey talk for a while.
I just want to say one thing. So I remember the conversation that you had with Wick, right? About the dynamics of how the electoralship was divided in the past year. I remember there was one thing specifically that I remember asking you whether or not you guys were going to talk about in the middle of the conversation that we were reviewing, and it was whether or not that you guys were going to talk about the idea of just men in general. Do you remember that? Like there was a lot
I
of things.
remember you brought it up because
Yeah.
I mean, I remember you brought it up in my last conversation I had with Wick, but I remember the first conversation you reviewed on stream with Wick and I was actually about like the male loneliness as well. I don't know if you're referencing that as well.
No. It was the last one we were talking about. Where
Oh yeah, the last one we didn't even touch it.
yeah, and that was my point. My point was like it was like, you know, for all the things that you guys. I'm not saying that you should have spent.
It wasn't the time or place. I've had that conversation with him before, and he has it
Okay.
with other. It wasn't the time or place in that current conversation.
Yeah.
But the conversation was directly about me having a problem with the fact that Wick was giving too much credence to the right wing when talking about criticizing wokeism, specifically in regards of Bernie Sanders and Madamni, that he was giving too much. Yes, he says that
Bernie's
Bernie was woke, and he's the reason.
What the
He
fuck?
was saying that Madamni and Bernie are the reason that we're losing.
Bernie don't know what woke means.
Yeah, but anyway, like again, I do want to pass. I talked a lot, so I do want to pass it off to.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, like, I think that different people approach the male loneliness epidemic in different ways, and I think people internalize how a lot of things actually affect them and other people. And I will say that I'm an outlier case in this specific circumstance because the just switch teams approach worked phenomenally for me, and I'll never go back. But I think that most people aren't interested in other guys, so it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I'm sure some of them are, and they're insecure, or they're in the closet, and then you have like the average dude probably just doesn't have the emotional intelligence to come out and talk about like a lot of the things that are going on. I think it's going to be like multiple different approaches. There are going to be some dudes who are going to be gay. There are going to be some dudes who just don't realize they don't have the emotional intelligence and like social skills to be able to navigate the spaces. And then you're going to have what I call like the problem group. And I think the problem group is, as I described before, it's going to be like social movements, not specifically feminism, but related likely to feminism, that give women an artificially inflated sexual marketplace value and put them in a position where they don't want to settle for average men. And as a result, you will see more men who don't have partners. Now, I don't know like what the statistics would be on these three groups are, but I would generally lump all of like men who are like actively having the male loneliness epidemic apply to them would probably fit into these three groups in general.
What were the three? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
No, you're good. You don't have to listen to me ramble.
Yeah, I think it's I think that you know, guys aren't they're not this, they're doing worse than they were 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, 70 years. You know, I could go on with that. You know, they're doing worse. They're doing worse. And for guys like that are young, it's like, for like 20-year-olds, it's a tough time out there. It's a tough time out there. Because, like, you know, older guys, they got the nice car, they got the whatever, they got the job or whatever. Man, it's already tough out there. But then it's like it's not getting better. You know, it's not getting better. And most of the girls now, they're in college. They don't want to date your fucking your ass working at wherever. They don't want to date your ass fucking your beater. You drive around a beater. No. They're in college. They're not gonna date you. You're a loser. You know, there's a lot of this shit. Yeah, I think there is a real problem. You can say that certain groups of people are sort of in the circles of that get pulled into influencers that talk about this more and more, and there's certainly individuals or groups that probably play it up more than it needs to be. Not that it's not a problem or it shouldn't be talked about or whatever, but that's you know. It's how it is. I think it is a real problem. It's the money. It's the social status. It's I don't. It's this thing. It's statistic. It's demonstrable.
If I ask you whether or not women have unrealistic expectations about what a man should be, or the kind of man they expect to land in 2025.
I have
would
watched all
you
those
generally
Black
agree with
Belt.
that, or would you say no? Men are just not meeting that. Men should be just meeting those levels in 2025.
I'd say it's 50-50. I'd say 50% of women have unrealistic expectations, while the other 50% of them are like completely reasonable.
But
How about we get a woman in here as well? Ice Beans, a political female streamer, is live. I could,
Bring her in.
there. All right. Just
Bring her in.
poke the bear, boys.
First of all, I invaded Casey's Discord like 2 hours ago.
I was eating. You startled me.
Casey had no idea I was coming in here.
I didn't know I was in here.
Casey had no idea that we were just gonna invade his life.
It's like somebody said a thing the other day. I don't remember who said this, but I was somewhere. I was in some subreddit, and some dude posted some shit on like an r/ black pill dating subreddit, and this shit is so awful. But I just want to get your guys' take on this, because this shit was crazy when I read it. Somebody posted this, and they said, people don't realize how hard the dating market is for dudes. The minute you turn 6, you're now competing with grown men for girls your age.
What do you think about that? No. I think it's funny. I think it's hyperbolic. It's true. I mean, it's a joke. I think it's a joke. It's true. I mean, I think it's a joke. It's a good joke. I like it. Yeah. And yeah, all the black pill guys, they love to dig into the dating online statistics, which are really brutal for guys. It's like 70% of the girls like only ever talk to like 30% of the guys, or there's some percentage like that. So yeah, that's a really bad place to go if you're a particularly middling individual. Probably not the place to go if you're a little awkward or don't hit the gym very often, don't have a good job, etc.
I mean,
etc.
Yeah, no, you're onto something there, Casey, because I went down the dating statistics like rabbit hole a little while back, because there was a streamer that I used to hang out with a lot who did this sort of thing. And like online dating statistics and like online dating for men is just an absolute hellscape. But I think the problem is like how much people rely on the online dating space to try to find like people to date or people to have relationships with. And I think that that's a bigger problem in and of itself. I think that the social setting, just going out and meeting people, is kind of dead now, unfortunately. I think that a lot of relationships in the modern day start with people meeting or interacting with each other online, or start as long distance relationships and sort of evolve into like the more standardized relationships that we seen back in the early like 2000s, 1990s, etc. And I think that like women are just a little bit more privy to adapting to this new social setting and this new standard, whereas men are still a little bit more caught up in like I guess what you would call a more traditional like relationship.
Well, how are guys supposed to adapt?
I've returned, boys. Ice Bean said she's down for the conversation if we could do an official like full panel on it later down the line, but she can't do the impromptu on it right like now. So if you want to like do a like bigger panel with it, she said that if I could set it up, she would join.
All right, we're in the manosphere now, bros.
You guys down? Is Legate here or is he gone?
Are we talking about like a panel? Like when?
I'm gonna have to set that up. I mean, so like I'm down to actually do it if you guys are.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, and that way we can have. I can find a few female.
Can you hear me now?
Females, and we can make it
Can you
work
hear
out.
me?
This could be yeah.
Yeah, I heard that.
Legate, thoughts? She said she'd be down for an official panel if I set one up.
Absolutely
later
down, 100%. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm down.
Do you have any other like if we could do it like? I if she's down, she knows some
Well,
female
the thing
streamers
is,
that
like,
probably
like
get
I
female.
think she would
eunuchs.
probably like, want to have like a steak.
Sorry,
Too,
you're
as
lagging, bro.
Steak.
A steak? I mean, a lot of women would want a steak. It's
They
morally
usually don't. They
reprehensible,
usually,
but
it's most guys order steaks. I feel like.
you don't think women like steak all of a sudden? What the fuck is this bullshit?
All right, whatever you guys are talking about, I don't know. But as long as she knows what she's getting into, I mean, like we've been talking about a couple. We've been talking.
I let her know that Maida, Casey Lee IRL, and Legate are involved. She said she'd love to join now, but she's in the middle of she's doing a review of Kid Not Kin's immigration video that he put out, which is like. So, and then afterwards, she said she has lots of IRL stuff to do, but she said she'd love to be involved in it, and that if I set up an official panel, that we can do it.
The irony is we're getting blown off right now. That's the real irony.
You can't say that at the beginning if you want. When we do the official, be like, the irony is we were originally blown off. That'd be funny.
Well, I just want to make sure that she knows what, like so. For example, I'm not making arguments for the male loneliness epidemic. I'm just like making. I'm probably just making like misogynist arguments against expectations of women, right? I don't even know if that.
Wait. The feminists are sabotaging you. Like, your mic keeps on. Like, you want to just like real quick, just unplug it, plug it back in.
Hold on 1 second.
Fucking damn feminists.
Bet you that mic was made by DEI hires.
What?
You know, the one thing that Sam Cedar did take an L on was his DEI take during his Jubilee video. Like, Sam Cedar did pretty good. Actually, dude, Sam Cedar, Destiny, his DEI take was really bad. And in contrast to every other leftist / liberal that went on the Jubilee, Destiny fucking shit on DEI. Fucking Shank is it Uger?
Yeah.
Shank Uger. Okay, he shit on DEI, and who was the other guy? They had one more. Destiny. What's his name? He's Hassan something, but like he's the other Hassan, not Hassan Abi, but
Hassan Mendy? Mendy Hassan?
Yeah, Hassan Mendy, and even Mendy kind of shit on DEI. So fucking Sam Cedar was the only one to defend.
Sam did good. Well, he was making it clear what that was, and this was a term.
Except that isn't, dude. It's bullshit though. He didn't for a second even like consider some of the shit, such as them using DEI policy to discriminate Asians from entering Harvard. Like, that was my first thing. That I was just like, Sam is not telling the full truth right now. While what he said is true about that being a lot of DEI policy, it surely isn't all of the DEI policy. And the DEI policy has 100% been used to discriminate certain classes of people from getting access into education, financial assistance, and as well as like certain jobs. And for him to like even pretend like that's not the case was just like it completely discredited his argument.
But I think for some reason it was sort of focused on like the government or something. I think the prompt had something to do with like Trump ending DEI or something in the government or whatever the bill is that they refer to. But I thought he did a really good job of illuminating what that bill was exactly. But yes, and then there's the wider issue of whatever DEI. Yeah. Larval.
Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, Ice Beans, we're gonna get women, guys, women.
You know, I'm gonna be honest. My quota for talking to women should be all used up, but I'm feeling pretty good. I don't know if I told you or anybody.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Is she
She's
coming?
not coming now, but
Okay. No, I was asking if she's coming now.
no, she's busy right now reacting to Kid Not Kin's immigration video, and then afterwards she's gonna hop off and do some IRL stuff. But she said that if I set up an official panel, we can plan this out. So, and if I have time, that means I could get female Unix, I could get Ice Beans, and we should probably even out the male to like female ratio if possible, you know.
Bro, it's on the male thing.
I say you just let them stay. I'm the equivalent of two men.
Oh, it's
I'm
fine
just that
if it's
much
uneven
masculinity.
then. Was that men don't even really try and they expect results, right?
I agree.
If you wear deodorant, take a shower, and wear form-fitting clothes, you already are better than like 70% of the competition.
You know what,
if
and
not
okay, I
80.
would love to agree with you here, but I'm a dude who works out, tries my best to look good. I wear nice jewelry, nice clothes, and like I have no problem talking and meeting women, and I still have been single for like the past like almost 7 years, dude.
Yeah, but you're a picky bitch. Let's be real.
I'm not picky. I am not picky. I'm not shallow, and I'm not picky.
You're a picky bitch.
And you know, I bat for both teams, and that's even worse.
That is even worse.
he's
Dude,
playing
being
with twice the
bisexual is a
field.
debuff. No. Being bisexual is a debuff, honestly. Like, you get fucked on that one.
I do. I know.
Yeah,
you don't
do.
gotta tell
You
me.
do. I agree.
I'm
I
also
agree
on
with
my
you
caveman maxing arc right now. I don't know if you've seen what I look like lately.
Yeah. But I'm saying that basic hygiene and knowledge on how to dress will get you through many doors. It
That's
won't
fine,
solidify
but
anything.
But that's that's like something to tell someone personally. Maybe you could give them some tips here, whatever, here and there.
I don't need to say it personally. Most men don't even give a shit. They don't even
Well,
fucking try.
that's
they put on
always-
jeans and a white shirt.
Yo,
it's not the same. Like the kind of the dating scene when our fathers were around is different than where we're at now.
Exactly.
Our fathers dressed up nice.
It has nothing to do with dressing up. It has nothing to do with dressing
It
up.
does. No, here's the thing. Like, it's not that fucking hard. Wear deodorant, right? Wear form-fitting clothes. Have a hobby.
Bro,
go
there
out,
are women.
don't be
There are
creepy.
women that will.
You will.
There are women that will divorce you because they look at their best friend's Instagram and say, "My life doesn't measure up to that," and they will divorce you. They will divorce you. Do you know even like that sounds so trivial, but the reality is, prior to that, you spent probably, or your family spent probably, I don't know, $50,000 to $100,000 on a wedding. That includes the ring, the ceremony, the dress. You paid for all of that shit, and you get divorced. You get divorced because of a fucking vibe that your wife gets because looking at something on social media.
This is
Think someone with the same values.
Our fathers did not go through this. They did not.
Are you sure about that?
They
You sure
definitely
that they
didn't. They were. Well, my dad didn't. I don't.
Okay, Mida. Wait a second. Mida thirst trapped at me. Mida, I will be your woman. I'll be your woman.
Bro, I'm on my caveman arc. What do you think?
Go look at single guys.
By caveman he means a fucking jihadist in a fucking cave in the Middle East right now. That's Jesus Christ. You look like you're about to. Yeah, you're gonna do something not kosher. I'll say that.
hold on, Legate. I'm gonna send you the picture I sent Dan okay of me. I took this
I'm being
literally
racist right now.
I took this picture literally like 2.5 weeks ago.
I'm saving this picture for reasons. All right, that's all.
Feel free. I don't care.
Thank you.
Dude,
Thank you. It's
Mida should be getting fucking ridiculous fucking. Dude.
He said it's not the problem of finding them, it's the problem of staying with them, which is a separate problem. But I'm saying, like, the first step is being able, like, you go into these male loneliness, like, subreddits and shit, and the first thing they say they have problems with is even meeting or talking to the women. Yeah, of course you're gonna have, so you got to do statistic ratios here, right? Like, the more women you like talk to, me, and like are able to engage with, like, the more likely, and the more, and if you meet them in places where you have shared hobbies or shared interests, like a church, like a games event,
There's no way that you
Comic-Con or
think
something like
that the same problems that our fathers went through is the same problems that we could possibly go through.
I didn't say that. You're the one that made that, but you said the
I'm asking if that's the case. I'm asking if that's the case.
No, it's not the fucking case. I mean, you didn't fucking say
Oh,
that
then-
either. You said they didn't go. You said they didn't go through divorce, and I said, "Are you sure about?"
No, they
that?"
definitely went through divorce because I went through a couple of them.
Yeah, exactly.
But
This is just
in terms of dating, there's no way that they went through the same things that we went through.
You're taking a subset of the most shallow women that are on social media. Social media being this infectious disease that
Yeah, but you're discounting it. You're discounting all. You're discounting social media.
Shit. No,
This is what I wanted. I wanted the
overcalculating,
fire
and
from Legate.
I'm trying to correct you from over-calculating this. We have to remember that social media is built on negativity and toxicity, and it pushes the most obscene shit to the top. So yes, when we go on TikTok, we're going to see the most self-centered, the most self-serving
Hold on.
assholes
Do
ever.
you think that more women or men participate in social media, though?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I think
it
it's
would
more
depend
women.
I think
I legitimately
Reddit is-
believe that it is more women who have more contact and more direct association with their social media than men do. So they're perpetuating these toxic behaviors to other women and creating
There
this
are no
unrealistic
women on the
standard
internet.
for men.
Oh, look at that! Apparently, the Pew
Dude,
Research says
women
that's fairly even.
women make fun of
Let's see.
men because of their lack of engagement with social media. They ridicule them for that. They say things like, "Oh, you just took a trip and you don't post any pictures. That's fucking sus." No, it's just like men are fucking like we don't like the reason why you engage with social media is to get attention, and women have just more of a desire in general to get attention. Men don't do that.
This is bullshit. You're fucking bullshitting right now. Women, well, apparently women do slightly use it more, but the numbers are not at all what you're fucking trying to make it out to be. Yeah, I agree.
It sounds like you're saying that women and men use like this, like social media to the same extent and for the same reason. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
You're fucking shoving words in my mouth.
Oh,
right?
okay.
This is not at all what I
Then
fucking
tell me
said.
how I'm wrong about my interpretation of your explanation.
Okay. To which part? Just the social media usage, because they use it almost exactly the same amount. When it comes
Right.
to
I'm saying you're
how
wrong
they
about
use
that.
it, well, fucking research says that you're wrong. So fucking
Okay.
show me your ability to provide research that says
No.
otherwise,
Well,
and then I'll believe
no,
something
it's just-
outside of your anonymity.
no.
I will research it.
No, it's just
I will
violent.
research
No.
it.
No. And you guys can research all you want. I haven't researched this. I'm just going on. I'm going on like fucking vibes and common sense. Yeah.
Yes, and going on vibes is stupid. All right, like you shouldn't always go on vibes because we have a small sliver of what reality looks like. And we're going to
Do you
make
think that women and men use social media to the same extent and for the same reasons?
No, not for the same reasons.
Okay,
To the
so
same
it's different,
extent, yes.
right?
For the same
It's different.
reasons,
It's
no.
different, right?
It is different.
Okay,
yes.
that's all I'm saying. That's
That is
all
not
I'm
all
saying.
you said. I just dismantled what you all said. Like, no, that's not what you
That's-
said.
that's
Don't
incorrect.
change it on me.
I've not been dismantled. In fact,
No,
in
see,
fact,
I think that the way women partake in social media is different than the way men
Yes.
partake in it. I think that
100% agree.
the problem is not that women use social media more. I think it's the women engage in social media more.
it's, on average, global users spend about 2 hours and 23 to 24 minutes per day on social media. However, women consistently clock in more time than men, averaging about 16 minutes more per day.
Oh,
roughly
wow.
12%. But I think that guys are also clocking the video games, so I think it's a little bit more than
Yes,
that.
like let's not pretend that, like, obviously you go on to something like Reddit or 4chan, it's going to be mostly men. Obviously, if you go on YouTube, it's going to be more 50-50. If you go on to Instagram, it's going to be more women. If you go on Tumblr, it's more women, right? The internet is
But as far as the guy epidemic, you look at statistics for single young men, it's absurd. It's awkwardly high. It's abnormally high. Even the very sad virgin statistics.
It is very high. There's a lot of reasons. I agree with the reasons you said earlier, Casey, that that they are being outcompeted by older men. Like, older men are dipping into younger pools and stuff like that. These are contributing factors, but we should be careful on what we're saying is the main factor. My essential claim was that if you use just a little more effort into the dating scene, it will get you into more
bootstraps. This is a bootstraps argument. You're singling out the individual, and you're saying, you individual, you can get out of the hood. Oh, you look at the other people got out of the hood. Oh, you can't get out of the hood. Here's what you do. But we're talking about a societal problem. Your personal advice. Your personal advice is nothing. There's always going to be guys who dress well and guys who don't dress well, guys who are just this isn't any different.
And the guys that dress well, the guys that are more emotionally mature, and the guys that actually put in the time to have hobbies, go out and meet people. Guess what? They're typically the ones dating. Now, obviously, it's not 100%.
I'm going to say the opposite.
You're gonna find it. And you're going to find, outliers and stuff. And there's going to be multiple reasons for that. But I guarantee you, if you participate in like a religious organization, some type of like charity, if you
guys who are dating in high school and after high school, I mean, they were the best looking guys. I mean, the better looking guys. I mean, you could just tell your bro's like, women like him.
Dude, if you're an asshole,
that's just how it
and
is.
you are at odds with women, you're gonna be consistently rotated out. Or if you are of a very hyper-particular person, unwilling to compromise, you will be rotated out. This is different. I'm saying my advice has only been not on how to sustain a relationship so far, because that's different advice, is how to
this doesn't adjust
finding someone to date.
This does not adjust for the dating dynamics that have changed over the decades. It does not. It does not. It does not, because it does not, because men have typically provided more over the decades. Now women make more, and we should just expect that the dating scene should just adjust organically because of that.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes. You're saying yes. You're saying literally yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%,
Okay.
100%. Yes, women have more options now, so they don't have to fucking take smelly dick anymore just to survive.
Oh, so all guys that were just normal guys back in the day are smelly dick. All guys then are just smelly dick now.
I didn't say all guys. I'm saying that
You just said girls don't have to take smelly dick.
That is what
You're
you said.
saying that the lowest brine of people are lonely, and they can't find someone because women get to fucking have more options.
You tell me how men are supposed to adjust to the financial dislocation that they've experienced because of this.
Before when you forced women into relationships that they couldn't leave.
I didn't do any of that. I never did that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Society did. Yeah. You didn't do it. Society did.
Yeah, they couldn't have bank accounts, and every woman was abused, and they were all on drugs. And the 1950s was the worst thing that ever happened to women. And I understand.
Huge dynamic. Are you saying that there isn't a huge dynamic at play, that women had less autonomy in society for a huge amount of American history compared to now? Are we going to deny the facts?
No, they have a ton of autonomy. I'm just saying that has caused a shift in the dating dynamic, and you're saying it hasn't.
I'm agreeing with you. No, I didn't. I didn't say that doesn't cause a shift.
Well, then how do we remedy it?
I just said how you remedy it.
They take a shower and they stop being smelly. That's your. Well, they weren't. You're saying that they were doing that then. That's what they were doing. Oh, as long as they take showers and stop being smelly and be better men, then they'll get the women that they.
For men, yes. It's okay. Listen, eating good and getting well rest doesn't mean that it'll fix every problem in your life, but it'll surely fucking start a good foundation. Like if you're having problems dating, you need to self-reflect. All right, how am I dressing? How am I engaging with people? Am I going out? If you're playing fucking video games 24/7 with your Discord bros and then going to work and not engaging with anybody, what do you think has more likely of a chance of you finding someone you love? You going out to play like places that you have interest at that will have men and women, or you not going to those places? Just answer that first without fucking strong man or still manning me on anything or strong manning
love
me.
on this.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you there.
I didn't say you can't. I asked the fucking
I
question.
agree with you. Yeah, if you're hanging out in the basement and being sweaty and playing video games all day, yeah, that's not going to be advantageous.
Okay, who do you think has a better chance? The person who is aggressive and pushy with their advances, or the person that's not?
Well, that's the problem. If you're aggressive and pushing with your advances,
aggressive.
you get canceled for being a rapist.
Yeah, exactly.
Agreed.
You're failing to take into account how sensitive the culture is around men now. Like we're to the point where we literally
is sensitive.
Yeah, so okay, then let me ask you this. How do you incentivize men to go out and be more aggressive with their advances if they're constantly at the fear of being canceled or labeled a rapist whenever they do so? You're proposing something that is antithetical to itself while presupposing that it is the key to success.
You need to do two things. Obviously, I think that women should be less sensitive, and culturally we should be less sensitive.
Well, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this.
Women being less sensitive.
Let's do this.
How do we achieve that?
Let's do this. Tell me some of your recommendations for women. Tell me that.
Okay, yeah. Women should get off of the Instagram social media and stop listening to fucking bimbos that have never held a relationship for more than a year of their life. I think that women should stop, purely being in their girly group and just doing like their girl power shit of going like, oh, I'm only gonna go out and do things if it's just me and the girls. They should take up hobbies and go fucking places and do things on their own that like include mixing of like the genders and not completely rely on just their group to socialize. I think that women need to get into the mindset
This whole thing, when it's like when you're trying to like talk statistics about like this community and that community, these people they're not doing well financially, blah 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 blah, and then like the response is like, oh well, you just need to do this, you just need to do that, you're just not working hard enough or whatever the fuck it's, and it's always a bullshit response because you're talking to like some random imaginary individual out there who is apparently just quote not doing enough. But again, we're talking about societal issues more.
Wait, hold on, Casey. Can I qualify what you're saying? Is what you're saying is that it's easier to say these things if you don't get any pushback because of the people you're talking to?
No, I got what he was saying. He's saying that like if somebody were to tell me that like instead of being poor, you should just not be poor, and pull yourself up by your bootstraps, I would clearly have an argumentation about the systemic oppression of the working class, the devaluation of labor, and blah, 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 and the systematic. While when it comes to the systematic, while he is trying to make a systematic argument for dating, I'm clearly saying pull yourself up from your bootstraps, seemingly making me a hypocrite. While I understand the point he's making, and I agree that there's systematic issues in dating. I also think that those systematic issues led to people not doing the things that are required to get out of poverty. And that if I were talking to someone who is African, Asian, Mexican, or something that are engaging in poverty-like behavior that is keeping themselves down, such as not investing any of their money, not teaching. Consistently seeking jobs out that have like the lowest engagement of pay, not taking any type of financial advice to improve their assets long term. Like, of course, I'm going to tell them to do those things as well as address the systematic issues. Like, I agree there's systematic issues, and I think most of the systematic issues.
Who cares about the others? Who cares about some guy? Legate, do you need to take showers more?
No.
Okay.
I take enough showers. At least one, if not two.
I don't know.
Listen, I shower every day, and like apparently I need to take more showers.
No, you clearly said earlier that you had no problem finding women. It was keeping the women, which is different than the argumentation I was having, which is for the people that aren't able to even find a date. I was saying.
Are we arguing against Legate's love life? Is that what the argument is now?
No.
I'm down.
I don't think so.
Well, see, the thing is, I have no issues finding women, but you never ask me what kind of women I find.
Yeah, I didn't ask you that.
Yeah, the kind of women I find, all of my female friends are either dating a dude or they're married. I do not get along with single women. They suck.
Lamau.
Well, let's put it this way. This
I don't know you personally enough outside of this to know whether you attract good people in your life or not.
Let's put it this way.
The simple answer is no.
Let's put it this way. This is a conversation I've had with Casey many times here, and I'm happy to have it again. But I mean, I don't want to get into like the nuances of like how this affects society from a future perspective in general. But is there a burden of performance on men?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would argue there is on both sides. It's probably more for men than for women, but like it's the same for both sides. If you see some chick walk out
but here's the thing.
If you see some chick walking around outside in her pajamas with like messy hair, wearing no makeup, smelling like dog shit, no dude's gonna be like, "Hey, girl," and it's the same.
That's
way
my dream
for
girl
dudes.
right there. Oh, never mind.
All right. Well, here's the thing. If there is a burden of performance on men, and I think some of you said there could be for women, I think we could all agree, or at least inherently or by default know what those burdens of performances are for men. We don't even have to talk about it. What are the burdens for the people that did say there are burdens of performances for women? What are they?
I mean, so I would say for women, the burden of performance is like you're expected to wear makeup, you're expected to smell a certain way, you're expected to like look a certain way. And I think that this comes from like the bimbofication of like women on social media and the sort of e-girl look that like sort of got popular in like the late 2010s, early 2020s as a result of people like Belle Delphine showing up to like the scene and becoming the most popular woman ever. But I think the burden for men
even
is,
if a woman does not put on the makeup and do all those things, she can still get laid.
yeah, and I think a dude can still do that with. So and this
Well,
is why
I mean,
think the burden.
if a
the burden of
dude does
performance
not
for
do
men is
the
harder.
burden of performance things that he's expected to do, he can still get laid, but it would take a lot more to.
Yeah, it takes more work, but this is, as I said before, I think this is as a result of the overvaluation of the sexual marketplace value for women that came as a result of like post fourth wave feminism. So like this isn't a matter of like burden of performance, because I think that I think that the reason that the burden of performance for men is so much higher is because a large percentage of the media that like women consume in TV shows, movies, etc., that are designed or targeted for women portray men as like this like ultra handsome, buff, like tall, rich,
Brainwashing.
good-looking dude. Yeah, it's brainwashing, yeah. But like all media is, so it doesn't matter to say that it is or not. But like they are designed around a very idealized romance that is about taking a dude, fixing him and making him better, despite the fact that he was already borderline perfect to begin with. And as a result of that, the expectation for men is significantly higher than what it is for women. And so when they're put into this unrealistic expectation window, on top of the fact that you have this overvaluation of the sexual marketplace value for women, you put men in a situation where they're more likely to be displaced in like the dating game or like in the dating scene, because you can't be this overly perfect, overly like ideal thing. Like nobody is. And this is one of the reasons that I hate talking about like the beauty expectations for women versus nobody's talking about the beauty expectations for men, which are even higher.
Oh no. Okay.
You can make a point.
First of all,
Make case.
No.
Yep.
No, not even. No, just absolutely not. And then I also I took offense to something Casey also implied earlier. I think that that women are only shooting up. I think women are infinitely more likely to settle down for a man than a man is able to willing to settle down for a woman. This is so antithesis. Earlier, you were saying that women are competing for the top men.
I was stating facts.
That's not facts. That's
No.
not facts.
I think
women are infinitely more likely to settle for a man of lower quality than themselves than a man who settle
I have
for a woman
watched
of lower
so
quality.
much black pill content. You have no idea. No, this is. I was quoting earlier the statistics for online dating, in which it's like the 70% of girls are only ever going after the top 30% of guys. I think it's actually worse than that.
It's worse. It's way worse than that, dude.
Yeah, I think it is worse than that. I think that I think I'm understating it quite a bit. I just was trying to play it safe, but yeah, I think that's what you're responding to, me saying that. But it's
well,
true
that's not
thing.
exactly what I was responding. Like,
okay, then I don't know what you're.
It was part of the conversation where you said that they were competing, like older men are competing. You said that these older men have like money and they have that like they're already established and stable and that they're competing. Which I do agree that younger women are way more open now to like dating older men than they ever have been, which does add competition. That sucks for like, which does.
It doesn't. First of all, it doesn't suck. Okay, because you know what, love is. You know what, you know what, you know what, love is love. Okay, if you
love is love.
That's love is love, right?
That's true.
Love is love, but it doesn't change the fact that that fucking sucks for 20-year-olds.
Okay. Well, if we as long as we can qualify arguments about love is love, then anybody that uses that argument can be qualified now. All of a sudden, you can't just use it as a stop ball. I'm not saying you do. I'm saying some people
never used it.
I know.
Okay. But yeah, I think women will settle down. I think that this demonization of women is being hyper specific to a certain subset of women online that has been pushed to the forefront of the conversation. And a lot of people, I think, honestly, the advice here, touch fucking grass. We got to touch grass, get off the fucking internet and actually start engaging with people. Which, or like if you are a subset of being online, I mean, Casey's right. You can find people on Discord. Go join some Discord servers.
I was being ironic.
You can find love on Discord, though. I mean, online dating makes up the majority of relationships now, right? By far, it's not work, it's not school, it's not, being introduced by family or friends, and it's not even close. Like the number one way that people find their significant other is through online. And if that's how we're going to if we're going to do it that way, the same advice applies just through the digital lens. Is find a community that you're interested in. If you're interested in countries, join something that has to do with like geography and countries. If you're interested in video games, join like the video game. You have to fucking get out there and meet people and be willing to discuss. And guess what? If you do it through that approach, you're going to be more likely to have a healthy, long-lasting relationship, because at least you didn't meet off of the pretense of, I just want to like fuck someone and be stable. Now you have common shared values, which is even better. And that's why like churches worked for a pretty pretty long time. Is that like religion is a value-based system, and then when you have two, and they start making people date each other, well, not making, but like being like encouraging it, obviously they're going to have more stable relationships, because if you agree on your morality and your values and what you enjoy and what's important to you, you're going to have a long-lasting relationship more likely than not. So people should be not only should you take care of yourself, whether you're a woman or a man, but you need to get out there and engage with people with common interests, whether it be a hobby or a value-based. Like if you're way more likely to find something more stable if like you value, let's say, like ecology stuff. So you volunteer and go to something that has to do with like cleaning up rivers or whatever. That's more, and you find a woman there, that's more likely than if you find someone. Yeah, dance classes. Actually, that's how one of my friends did. Is
it easily identifiable what men should do in order to improve their standing in terms of the dating and sexual marketplace?
No.
So improve their standing? I don't know about that.
No, no, and B, when Anok went on that rant about how people demonize women too much, I think that is true, but I think the problem is people are demonizing women for the wrong reasons. I think that if you're going to justifiably like demonize women, do it on the merits of which they are doing things wrong. Don't just make shit up, because then it makes it easier for them to wiggle around all the criticisms you make of them. When you can just generalize women in general, and you can have a much easier time demonizing them on the things that they actually do.
Yeah. I'm also curious where people are finding these women. I've met some awful women in real life, but even the relationships I didn't stay in long term, I got a lot of value of, and I don't hold like resentment towards a good amount of them. I've never really had a problem in this regard.
Resentment towards like literally, I'm not joking. Every single ex that I've been in a long-term relationship with, I'm still in contact with to this day.
now relationships are a very sensitive thing. I mean, right? That's your forever
Yeah, that's because
person.
both men
you're
and
trying
women don't know how to navigate relationships and don't know how to be
No,
emotionally
even
available.
if you did, even if
Like
you're
men,
emotionally
men
mature,
don't know how to be emotionally mature and emotionally available, and women are just more likely to be freaking crazy. That's just what it is.
even if we took that aspect out of it, it's still, would you not say the fact that you're looking for a forever partner typically with, like, that's the point of kind of dating, is that you're like kind of trying to like test the waters to see, well, who am I going to spend the next fucking 50 years of my life with and bring another life in to this world where I'm going to have to raise them to
I
be
don't
better?
want kids and I don't want to get married.
not
So
you,
I
but is
mean,
that-
yeah,
is that
I'm
not
looking for a
typically-
long-term relationship, but I'm not looking for someone to spend the rest of my life with the minute I meet them.
If I didn't say the minute we meet them, but that's the reason for dating most of the time, is to like test that waters and potentially find that. Like you know, that's part of the contract of like kind of dating, the social contract. It's like
I've
you're
never signed that
testing it.
contract.
Well, that's the problem.
You don't
That's another
sign a
reason that
social contract.
I'll tell you this right now. Ann. Okay, you're onto something. This is the reason that 99% of women will never want to date me. I'm allergic to most pets. I'm allergic to cats and I'm allergic to dogs. I don't want kids and I don't want to ever live alone. You know what that means? 99.9% of women will look at me and say, I can fix him. And I'll be like, yeah, you're just about as stupid as I thought. Go ahead. There's the door.
Okay, yeah, exactly. You're a very hyper specific case. Again, you probably, if you were looking for the same things I was looking for, would have been married long before I am, because you're way more attractive than me and smarter. So like you probably would have been, in a relationship, but you are looking for something super hyper specific. Like I don't see how any of my advice previously doesn't still apply to the wide majority of like men. That, hey, you should be taught to like dress better, to wear form-fitting clothes, to go out to hobbies, to like seek interactions in communities, because relationships will naturally develop out of that are long-term healthier.
What would you tell young men who are interested in engaging with long-term relationships but are afraid of the long-term consequences of the state being involved in divorce and them basically paying a pension to their spouse for the next 18
Get a
years?
prenup.
Yeah, you beat me to it. Yeah.
If
get a
any woman
prenup
says
or
that she
post-nup.
won't marry you unless you sign, and so if you propose a
Yeah,
prenup,
but do any of you think that any woman is like realistically ready to engage with the idea of just getting a prenup?
Yes,
Like,
they should be.
They're
They
not.
absolutely
They're not
should
even.
be.
They're not even willing to like disengage with the ideas of like traditional marriage in terms of getting a ring and getting this and getting.
What are you talking about? Dude, the fucking marriage industry is panicking because more people are choosing to just stay in forever like relationships rather than get married because they don't want the state involved. And the fucking wedding ring industry is collapsing slowly and trying to find new marketing because millennials and Gen Z aren't fucking buying wedding rings at the same rate as the previous
Why aren't they?
generations. This is already socially
You know what's
collapsing.
crazy?
Oh.
You know what's crazy? I am single-handedly helping that industry because I just recently bought a wedding ring for myself because I literally wanted it as a symbol of I don't need no woman, I'm on my own dick.
That's weird.
And if a woman did that, you would probably criticize her as being
Fucking
unreasonable
base.
and the problem for the male loneliness epidemic. I want
No,
to
I
just
don't
call
care.
that out.
I'm 100% in favor
okay,
of it.
let's say you're onto something there. Do you think that I'm the typical case, and do you think that if a woman
No,
did that,
you're
she would be the
atypical.
typical case? Okay, then and do you think that if a woman did that, she would be typical
no,
or
if
atypical?
a woman did that, she would be atypical. She would
Okay,
be
then I wouldn't say that she's the average person, and I wouldn't say she's contributing to the loneliness epidemic.
No, but I'm saying that people would point to that woman and say, "See, this is the problem." if
Sure,
they
and people
engaged
will
similar.
use somebody like me as an example to perpetuate the male loneliness epidemic as well. They'll say, "Look at this guy. He's a semi-good-looking dude. He works out. He dresses nice. He has a half-decently paying job. He does a lot of good things." And he still can't get a woman. So all the other dudes who are worse looking than him, make less money than him, and do less of these things like being emotionally available like he does, are gonna be screwed. If he can't
actually,
get
if
a girl,
anything,
then
I think
nobody
you're.
can.
No, actually, I think you're helping people like us because you're freeing up the market.
Oh, probably.
You're freeing up the market for us. You're doing us a favor. This is like Henry Cavill stepping away and saying, "I'm not going to participate in dating." He just saved us all a lot of fucking trouble. Thank you. Like.
Then you know
Guess
what? I'm literally
I
the
love you,
Jesus of the dating market. Then, dude, put me on a cross. I died for
You
y'all's
are.
sins.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I just don't think we should take offense to the idea that there should be self-reflection and simple things that I think people aren't doing. People are working more and going out less. People are spending more on time online, and online is being more and more built around separation, dividing, disinformation, misinformation, and polarization. I think if we fucking step away from online, or at least engage in healthier aspects of the online communities, took care of ourselves better, and just like went out and did stuff, the dating scene would be just fine, right? Like,
nope.
And this applies to both sides, obviously. I do think that there are shallow women, and I think there are more shallow women pushing, expectations that are unrealistic. I do think there is some girl bossy messages that, like the bear thing, I think is systematic of a problem in the women's perspective of dating, which is why women are also which you never asked me, by the way, but yes, women are more at fault for the women loneliness epidemic, right, than men are, because of the women's self-isolation.
Nobody's talking about the women loneliness epidemic. No, nobody's fucking talking about that. I haven't seen one video, one short, one reel about the women loneliness epidemic. It's not a fucking thing, dude. It's not a thing.
How many videos and shorts have you heard about crocheting? Oh, so like none?
Probably no.
Dude, I
Yeah.
guess nobody's fucking crocheting, right? Nobody's crocheting. There's no fucking hobby called crocheting anymore, right?
Well,
It's not a fucking
As
multi-million.
popular as it once
Yeah.
was.
It isn't as popular, but it's fucking still. His argumentation is fucking dog shit, because just because you as a male are being targeted different videos doesn't mean that there's other videos out there talking about this. The women loneliness epidemic is a real thing that's being talked about, right? Whether you think it's valid or not is a different thing. You can't just
it's
ignore
certainly
facts
valid.
because your
I just don't
feelings
hear
are in the way.
anyone talking about it.
Yes, that's the problem with the divisive nature of social media. When I type in women's loneliness epidemic, and I'm sure videos will come up about it. Ask a woman about it if they think that there is a woman loneliness epidemic. Let's have these conversations. I've heard them, I've seen them, but also I have a different algorithm than you. I also have different circles that I engage with. I think being in circles like female Unix and Ice Beans definitely opens me up more to the politics that women talk about and go
What
through.
are people in the women's loneliness epidemic circle talking about? What is their gripes? What is their concerns? What do they want? What are they
I
talking
already
about?
covered that a little bit earlier, but to reiterate, the main points that I hear circulating around is that it's not about the ability to have sex with somebody. Obviously, they can have sex, but it's the ability to have a long-term partner, and they feel isolated from a political culture war that's being waged on women by the conservative side, which is starting to take a lot of the young men. So this specifically also affects young women a little bit more
Darn
disproportionately.
conservatives.
They're talking
Those
about
damn conservatives. You know why I can't get a woman? It's because the goddamn.
they're
No,
talking
it's-
about
I don't know,
they talk about the
You know what?
disparity
I
of,
have
the mon-
I have seen videos like this where women have said it's hard to find a guy because
Yes.
they want a liberal guy, and they say liberal. I'm not saying liberal capital L. I'm just saying they want.
I get what you mean.
They want
Soft L.
soft L, liberal guy, but the thing is they also want all the traditional things that they expect
They
from
want a
a
masculine
relationship.
liberal guy.
But then
Wow,
all the
imagine my
political
surprise when I'm
things.
sitting right here with no bitches.
Okay, we already decided you're an outlier. Stay the fucking outlier.
But it's crazy because
love
it sounds like they
I'm
want a
gonna grab a
unicorn between they want
Well, everyone just wants
they want
needs and what they settle
they
for
want
is-
all the traditional things that a man brings to the relationship, and they want all the political things that they have absorbed over the years.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with being like?
There's
dude, I
nothing
like
wrong with
masculine
that,
men.
but it's unrealistic.
Okay. How is it unrealistic?
Well, I mean, you tell me. You tell me how many traditional men there are out there that also have the same political views.
Traditional men. It means what if you mean by traditional men, how many men look like a lumberjack, but also, think women
Pay for everything.
think about women.
Pay for everything. Pay for everything is number one.
Okay, now you're adding qualifiers that are fucking retarded.
That's their number one qualifier. That's their number one qualifier.
Who is they?
Women.
Who is they?
No, I will side with Legate here. Most women who I've ever met and went out with expect me to pay for their food or for their date. So yeah, I will side with him on that.
I'm not siding with him on this
and we don't have a problem with that. That's the thing.
I do.
Since 2015.
Well, okay, maybe
onwards,
Maida does.
I have a problem with it because if you expect me to pay for your meal, prove that you're worth my meal or my money.
I do have a problem with it myself as well. I think that it's whoever makes the first engagement should kind of dictate that, right? Like if I ask.
Yeah, but it's always the men, so it just might as well be the men always pays.
That's not even fucking true.
That is definitely always true. It's always
You've never
true. It's always true.
You've never been asked out by a woman?
No, never. I've never been. No woman has ever come to me and said, "Hey."
You're just telling on yourself, bro. You're just telling on yourself.
What are you?
It
Dude,
wouldn't
no,
matter
dude.
if they asked
The
me, though,
chances
I'd
of a
say.
woman asking a man out is incredibly rare.
So, I will say this: I've had women sexually harass me and borderline sexually assault me, but I've never had a woman ask me out.
Yeah, but they do things that it's like, they do things that's like, oh, okay, I gotta ask her out now. They make it really obvious. It's usually the guy, but that's so the girl.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
Get, flirty,
How convenient that she just pushed and prodded and said, okay, well, I do these things and I hope he asks me out.
Do you think it's wrong to want to normalize women asking out men then?
No, it's totally fine. It just doesn't happen. It's not a thing.
Okay, then should we push for that to happen? Should we encourage women to be to?
We
pursue
can all we
asking out
want,
men?
but it won't happen. They just not gonna do it. It's never gonna happen, dude. It's never
So you
gonna
want
happen.
systematic change, but then the moment that a systematic change is being presented, you're saying just fuck it. No, we can't
No,
do that.
I think we should. Okay, so the thing is, I think
It's
what
never
Legate
gonna
is saying is
happen.
he wants systematic
It is
change, but he
happening.
doesn't think that it's possible. So he doesn't think
Women don't want to be asking guys out. Women don't want that.
Nobody wants to ask anybody out. It's fucking scary. I never wanted to ask
That
somebody
yeah,
out.
but you know
I
what?
had
Yeah, but
to
you
in
know
order
what?
to get
That
where I
that is when I say things like burden of performance, that's what is meant for men.
I agree, but I've never disagreed with you that men have a burden of performance. What I'm saying, I have been asked out by women. I have asked out women, of course. But guess what? I do disagree with the paying for meals. I haven't had a fucking single relationship or date in the last fucking 10 years of my life, right, where they had any problem splitting a bill.
That's
I've
crazy.
never asked.
Well,
That's
I
crazy to hear.
I asked beforehand. I'm like, hey, what are we doing with this? And it's like, how do you want to do this, right? And usually I pay for my stuff, you pay for your stuff.
No
I'm happy with it.
no guys actually care about splitting the bill. Most guys want
No
to.
guys?
Most guys want to take care of the bill. Most guys want to
I
take
agree
care
with
of the bill. They
Do
want to. They want to. They won't even
Do they?
let a woman.
Really?
Yeah. That's in the same way that women tell us that that's how it should go. That's the way it does go, and I'm fine with that. Unless you guys up at the P&W, maybe you guys got something else going on. In the P&W, I don't know. Maybe there's something else going on up there.
Well,
I don't
yeah,
know.
I've only lived in progressive areas basically my whole life. So obviously again, this goes back to us having a sliver. I have been asked out before. When I moved to the P&W, the first experience I had with with romantic experience was that I was walking on my way from the grocery store back to home, and there was a girl that was in front of me, and this is something as a man I feel pressured on is that I was falling behind for a little bit too long, and I started to worry of that she might think I'm a creep and following her and might hurt her, right? So I was just like, fuck, I started freaking out. And I'm like, how can I make it obvious I'm not following this person? And I was like, okay, my options are go across the street, but there's a lot of like traffic, and like the next like crosswalk was quite a way away, which was already close to my apartment. Or I speed up, but then if I speed up and she notices I'm speeding up, she might think I'm speeding up to come get her. If I slow down, it might seem like I'm lingering from a distance on purpose. So I opted into just walking a little bit faster and naturally passing her, and she turned around as I was getting close, and I was like, hey, I just live over at these apartment complexes. I just want you to, I'm not following, I'm just going the right way. And she thought it was funny and sweet that I mentioned that, and she asked me if I wanted to go to the Starbucks that's on that on the same road on the way to our apartment complex, and she bought me some Starbucks. And we kind of had a thing for like a week, but I realized that
That's
it
adorable.
probably wasn't
You
gonna-
literally were walking down the street and had to explain to a woman that you're not going to rape her, and somehow you don't see that this isn't a problem for men in society.
Did I not say that that was a problem as when I was telling the start of the story? Did I say like, as a man, this is like a problem? I realize, or are you just magically forgetting the early part of that, or are you magically forgetting the part that I'm not even saying that men don't? Like the whole time during this conversation, I have multiple times that said men have burdens, men have problems. There's a systematic problem. Women have problems as well. But this isn't a conversation, because if I say that what men have to go through, and that, right, you guys just agree with me and you brush it off. But the moment I disagree with something on you, you're attacking me on that,
No,
right?
I
didn't agree with you.
It doesn't even sound like you are agreeing with what we're actually talking about.
Well, I think the problem is like when you say like, oh, I agree, it's just that. But then when you disagree, you say, oh, well, then you have to take into account all of these other things, and there has to be this deep level of nuance as to why the situation needs to change or why the circumstance needs to go on.
Fuck women. There is no nuance. That's what you're doing to me.
Because never said fuck women.
No.
Never said
I'm
that.
saying there's nuance. I'm saying nuance, and you guys are saying there isn't a nuance. That's basically the conversation here. You guys all agreed with me when I was pulled my
this is something.
When I defended men, you guys said fucking jack shit.
I know.
When I started defending women, this is the problem with the way you guys behave in the men culture right now. You guys are examples of it. The moment that I criticize men, you all shut the fuck up. The moment I even explore the problem,
I literally both sided it in situations where you said that I was being too centristic.
Yes, I did say you're being too centristic, because you said we split 50-50 on certain issues.
So if I'm willing to say we could split it 50-50, then how is it my problem?
That's not fucking, no. We don't do 50-50s when one side is at a problem.
The crazy thing, it's so crazy to me.
If I said it's 50-50 on the OnlyFans thing, you think I would be fucking insane. If I said it's half the woman's problem and half the men's problem, you would go fucking ballistic, because it's not true. It's more the women's problem than it is the men's problem with the OnlyFans epidemic.
But again, it's only a women's problem with OnlyFans because men are so lonely that they have to reach out to these women who are doing independent porn.
But the moment I even dipped into the women problems.
The craziest thing to me is that you make it sound like we are not making you seem like you're not defending men. That to me is fucking crazy. You like every argument that you're telling us sounds like we are telling you that you're not defending men, and I know I know that you would. I know that you would. So I'm not even saying that at all, dude.
And why are you But you have multiple times. You said, oh, well, are you saying this about men? Oh, you are saying this about men. You are saying this about men. This is the clear statement that you're saying. Like if I say that women are afraid because of power dynamics, you go, so all you're saying is you're saying that women this, and it's like, no, you're like making shit up.
All that Maida and I are saying is that things have changed, and
things have changed.
But the thing is that for men they haven't.
What do you mean they haven't? Yes, they've clearly changed for men.
No, the expectations of men are still the same, except the idea that they're elevated. Now, whatever men used to have to be, now they have to be 20 times more than that. That's all. That's all we're saying.
Absolutely not. No.
Okay, then what are we
They
saying?
want that. No, I agree. That is what you're saying. I just think that that's fucking patently false. I think that the ideal body type and expectations of like men have definitely changed over the years. Henry Cavill, while still being attractive, is no longer considered the ideal man. Well, I consider him the ideal man of masculinity. That's not like women. If you look at these fandoms and who they fucking goo goo gaga over, a lot of it is more of like a Tom Holland type, where they're like skinny, smaller framed, but still have muscle definition.
Okay.
Like,
If
he's
we're
not
gonna go
like-
this route, then who's more affected by social media, men or women? Who's more
Women.
more
I said
affected?
this earlier.
More effect.
Yeah, no, Maida, I agree with Maida, but what do you think? Both Casey and okay. Casey's just
I cut off.
hanging out over in the corner over there, but I want to know what Casey thinks too. Who's more affected by social media?
Can you restate the question? What do you,
Who
yeah,
is more
can you restate the
affected by social media?
Affected.
This
Can
one's
you not
hard.
restate? Can I get a restate? Can I get a?
It's not
I gotta
hard.
get a-
This is like the easiest question ever.
The easiest fuck,
Yeah.
dude.
I think this is
This
the
is
most,
like giving you the
hardest and
answers
most
to the
nuanced
test,
one.
dude.
Yeah, maybe if you fucking are retarded, yeah. You know, like- but you and Maida are seemingly refusing to acknowledge the nuance. And if when Maida has, he tried to like split
We
the
are
blame 50-50.
we are observing the nuance way more than you are. Way more.
What?
Yes.
You have not once defended or taken the side of women in any of these
I'm
conversations.
absolutely on the side of women.
I have
yeah.
literally talked about how
no,
media
Maida
was
has.
literally a system of brainwashing
Maida
that,
has.
that pushes women into a situation where they have to have unreasonable expectations because that is what is presupposed
you
onto
have.
them.
But you're
Okay,
not
like,
Legate.
thank you.
Bel-
All right,
bel-
that's all
when I
I'm
said
asking
you,
for.
I was
I'm just
referring to
asking for a
Legate.
little bit of an olive branch here. You could give me an
Okay.
olive stem.
Fine.
Believe me.
Fine.
Believe
Let
me.
Clear. Let
Believe
me
me.
olive branch you with Maida real quick. Maida, you've been a lot more reasonable.
But
than Legate
Legate,
has.
oh my god, he's just
Oh yeah, Legate has been the fucking worst one here. He's the worst offender.
No,
Who
I've-
acts like nuance doesn't even fucking exist, and that
Oh
the
yeah.
statement
The
has
guys
to be an
the
implication.
guy that calls out the nuance is the one that's not observing it at all.
What the called out the nuance?
Yeah.
You're saying it's obvious. Your statements have been the wording and framing of your statements since the beginning of this call has been either you saying you do think this and us having specifically being Casey having to backtrack and or fight against the assertion that you placed on what you assume we believe. The second being that, well, if this is the case, obviously this is the case, where then we have to separate that. Like, well, if this is the case for men, then obviously it's the case for women, or if it's the case for women, it's obviously not for men. These are not unbiased, nuanced takes that you're engaging in. It's called rage bait.
I already
You're
know.
trying to-
I already know that women have more to go through it in life than just social media.
Okay.
I already know that. I don't like.
Okay, so do men. What do you mean? What is? I don't understand the point of what you just said.
Women get demeaned and catcalled and all kinds of things in terms of how they live their life and get disrespected on a daily basis in terms of how they go about their professional life. If they can walk, if they walk into a workplace and they're automatically demeaned because their opinion is not considered. Well,
okay.
Hold on.
Can we
hold
hit a
on.
big reset button
Go
real
ahead.
quick? Actually, can I
Like
hit
it,
the
like it
reset
finish.
button?
Okay.
Look.
Can we reset it?
We can. All I'm saying is that there is a difference that has happened over the course of decades, but the burden of performance for men has not changed and is still expected. And now the role and the game plan of a woman's life is different, whereas for a man it's not. A man's life has not changed for the past I'll just even call it a century. It's probably longer than that, but I'll just call it a
Well, it's
century.
gotten a little worse. I agree mostly with that thesis, but I'll just step outside for a second. I do agree with that, of that whole thing.
Right. So for for a woman, it's completely different. Now, I'm not saying that they shouldn't pursue those lives. I'm not saying that they don't deserve the things that they work hard for and towards. All I'm saying is that what people expect from their oh god, I hate saying this, their partners is disadvantageous towards what people typically expect from their course of life. Most men do exactly what they want to do and need to do, whereas women have adjusted that scale. And now we're at a moment where we don't know how to adapt to that. And I don't think that's controversial to say.
I mean, I agree and disagree, like everything else.
Okay. What do you disagree on?
Well, I still want to reset this conversation.
Okay.
To start like ground up again, so that way we don't get to the same place we are.
When is our panel?
Now. That's a good question. I'll message Ice Beans when she's off the stream, and I'll figure it out, and I'll plan it all tonight. All right. I'm gonna guess that we could probably do it at the end of this month, probably.
End of this month. Well, whatever. We'll have it whenever.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
next month, I'm
Whenever
gonna be kind of fucked.
Yeah.
So I can't like next month.
But if we have that much time, let's get Girly Bear. Let's get fucking.
Well, end of this month, it's like what, 2 weeks?
Yeah, we got a couple weeks to get Girly Bear. We'll get fucking Olympia, whatever her name is.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like we can.
Olympia. What's her? Whatever her name. What's her name? Olivia, Pocahontas. Let's get everybody.
Yeah,
I could get Pocahontas. I talk to her pretty frequently.
Oh yeah, well I can get Pocahontas. I talk to her pretty frequently.
I'll never forget. I talked to her.
Right.
I put the whole. I gave her the whole authoritarian, exploring authoritarian test, and she was like, "Oh no, we can't do that." I'm like, "Okay."
Well, that's because she's a libertarian.
I know.
Well, I don't know. I don't think she is a libertarian. I'm gonna just say it. I don't think
really.
She is. I'm gonna gatekeep libertarian. I don't know if you guys were there when I held the panel with Saku and I, and we had guests call in, and we made her take libertarian test, and she came out with socialist.
Yeah, you know what? I expected that. I think that's probably more accurate. Yeah.
Like. Well, but it wasn't like it was it's fucking one of those gay special breeds of socialism where it was like, like libertarian socialist or some shit like that. So she could be libertarian socialist, right?
I think she's probably more.
Probably better.
It's probably the case that she's probably more that than like actually like capital L libertarian, like ad cap or whatever.
She won't call herself that, but if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck.
Okay, well I'm down.
And clearly it's a goose. Yeah. But let's restart from like founding principles here, right? Just founding principles. I think does anybody? Casey's gone, so we'll let him be like put fucking cigarettes in his mouth.
Gone.
He's gone, so we'll allow him to smoke like the fucking bitch he is. All right, I love you, Casey, but smoking is bad. You shouldn't do it. All right, and so we'll just do Maida, you, and I. Okay, does anybody here agree that men and women are different? They're different. They're just different. There's inherent differences.
Well, I think the question is, does anybody not agree?
Well, there are a lot of leftists that think men and women are the same.
Yeah, so I'm just making sure.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm starting with founding principles and working the way up here. Does anybody disagree that?
Yeah. Okay.
There's inherent differences. Okay.
No.
Do we think those inherent?
Men and women are different. Yeah.
Okay. Do we think that because there's genetic inherent difference or biological differences between men and women that we should socially treat them differently?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
I think we should treat them differently.
Cool. I think Well, if we're doing just yes or no, then I'll say yes. I think we should treat them differently.
Was there
right?
other options? I didn't know there was. Other
Yeah,
options.
you could have like
maybe I could have said maybe.
I think that we should treat them basically the same on most things, except the things that like inherently are affected because of there being two sexes. Obviously, we're going to treat
Careful,
women
you're going to get yourself canceled. There's
Well,
technically 5.
Well, let me explore that for a second. Do you believe in the idea of male reproductive rights?
Yeah.
I mean, I believe in the male equivalent of abortion, so.
Yeah. There's something called a paper abortion, and I advocate for it heavily,
Yep.
which is
I advocate for it as well.
Yeah, I'm a paper abortionist. I believe that you should be able to, as a man. But here's the thing. I believe that.
Wait, what is that? I don't even know what that is. What is a paper abortion? I don't even know what that is.
No, fuck you. I brought it up.
I don't even know what that is.
And then I'll explain mine.
Okay, so paper abortion is essentially the right to waive away your rights to a baby that is being born, saying that like you do not consent to the like you did not consent to like the birth of this baby, and that you have to like waive your rights.
You know what? This is why I like you so much, because you have like you're so balanced. I appreciate this about you.
You guys like dogging me for seeming like I wasn't balanced. Like I just wanted to be acknowledged. Did I not defend men at some point in that like conversation to start with?
I never said you didn't defend men, but I thought you were wrong about your defense of whatever it was
you
you
can
were
think
defending.
I'm wrong, but I took offense to the fact that I was being
well,
labeled like
that's on you. That's not on me. That's on you.
Whoa. That I took offense to the allegations that I was like solely siding like with the females,
Right,
and that
right.
I was not like defending men. Or
Well,
taking men
if
into account,
if
right?
I made that the case, then I apologize. But I know
Alright,
I know,
that's why I was
dude.
trying to start
You and I
from
have talked enough to I know where you and I both know where we're both at, basically. So
I do think that there should be limitations to paper abortion. I don't think that you can go through a fucking 9-month pregnancy and then like last moment just drop it on her. I think it has to be something that like I think that the paper abortion should pretty much be around the time of like you could probably do it by trimester. I don't got a solid number, but probably before the fetus is viable. Same with just like casual abortions that women.
Yeah, I believe that about abortion as well. I believe that there should be heavy restrictions on abortion, and I believe that there should be restrictions on paper abortion as well. I believe that up until the point where you have significant brain activity within the fetus, you can abort it, meaning that after around the 9.5-week period, I don't think that you should be illegally allowed to have an abortion, because like if we value life, consciousness, and perception as like the ideal circumstance for what we consider to be life, then you shouldn't be allowed to abort that child beyond that point. And I think it should be the same way with a paper abortion. Up to 9.5 to 11 weeks is usually the point in which you start to see that, at which point like the father of the child should be able to choose whether or not he wants to participate in that child's life. And if at that point he decides he doesn't want to participate in that child's life anymore, then he should be able to legally waive his his parental rights, and he should have no access to the child, and he should not be held financially or emotionally responsible for that child to any circumstance.
I agree. I 100%, because like the way it is right now.
Is this what it's called, a paper abortion? I've never heard this term before.
Yes, it's called paper abortion.
Okay.
And I've been a pretty vocal advocate. I went on a I think what is her name? Fairy Queen. Do you remember Fairy Queen?
Yeah,
when
yeah.
She was big
I do. I remember talking to her.
I had you actually, Maida was on my panel as a call-in person. That was one of the first conversations Maida and I had. Maida was there when I was defending men's rights, mind you, Maida, against Fairy Queen. And part of it I mentioned was paper abortions. And I was debating Fairy Queen on a men's right during conception, and how a woman technically at the moment has full rights on whether you become a parent or not, while a man does not.
Yeah.
And he called in and he did the smackdown on. She has not. By the way, she's not talked to me since that panel. She kept me added.
I don't blame her. I wouldn't either.
Since that panel.
She is.
As soon as you said this is my friend Maida, yeah, I expected anybody to ghost you.
Yeah, you went in harder than I was. Of course, I was nicer about it, but I did like lay down like that her opinions were absurd when it came to like male rights, right? I agreed with some of the things she had about like feminism, and she slightly moved me on feminism to be like a little bit more positive towards it than I have in the past. But like, absolutely lost me with her takes on like male rights. Like it's.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know you want to be fair to her, you know, to the way you evaluate her, but I've watched enough of her content to know that she exists in a feminist bubble, and
Completely understand that. Yeah.
yeah, and that's fine. I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, but I would definitely be, you know, curious to explore some ideas with her about.
I think she's gone. I think she quit the space.
No,
like I haven't.
She might be.
And the space is better for it.
Well, you know, do you know like one of the major things, like or at least like one of the major dramas with her was.
Yeah, you were the one that actually brought it up. Like when I told you I was going to have the Fairy Queen thing, because I had recently.
Was it about her Discord?
You told me to bring up the trans situation in her Discord, and which I did.
Yeah.
that was
one of her
brother.
things. You know, she wanted a women's only space, but it, you know, her definition of women's only space was much more strict than.
Yeah, I pushed her on that pretty heavily too, because she kind of brushed it off, and I was like, no, what was the thought process behind that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I made her commit to a stance on that.
And you know what? And you know what? Like, whether or not I agree or disagree with her, I at least respect her for battling it as much as she did. Because she battled it more than just in that conversation. That was a topic that carried on into many other, like Wick was talking about it, and like other people were, you know, like she had a Discord where it was like she had to defend the idea where it was like, I understand, you know, trans people exist and all this, but I want a Discord where it's only females, essentially. You know, which the moment you say that is you know, at least in these times, it can be problematic. You know?
Sheesh. Yeah. No kidding. Okay, back on topic. How do you think that society should treat women differently because of inherent biological differences?
Oh, I think that society. Well, I've always had this circumstance, regardless of if it's women, regardless of if it's disabled people, regardless of if it's like, you know, racism, sexism, etc. I think that society should be accommodating to things that exist as a result of discrimination or marginalization, but they shouldn't be founded in principle or based around it.
I agree. Okay, Legate.
I think that anybody that does not provide as much value as one segment of society does for the rest of society should not have an equal say as they do. Now I know. Now I know. Now hold on.
You turned out okay French. That's crazy.
Hold on. I know there's a lot going on there, right? So, for example, there could be disabled people that can't do the kinds of things as the rest of society, quote unquote, that I'm talking about, can do, and that's okay. I think that we can carve out things for people who are other abled. But if you are not other abled, then that leaves everybody else. And if you are in that category of everybody else, then you need to provide minimally what the most providing members of that society should be providing. And if that means men are the most providing, or males are the most providing, then that means that, you know, in terms of, you know, how they well, minimally selected, like, you know, like one example that comes up more than anything is just the right to vote. And I'm just a fan of the idea of anybody that is not able to anybody that is not involved in the selective service should not have a say in how the country runs. And that's like that's minimally that's the place that I come from. Now change the law. Everybody has to register for the selective service. Okay, done.
Hell
that's
no.
done.
How about nobody
that's done.
does?
That's done. Nobody.
Why? Why should you? Why? If a state is unable to consensually get people to fight for it, should the state actually exist? Come on.
I think we are incredibly privileged to even say something like that is a radical privilege that most other
that's been the case the entire
every other tell me how many other countries have that privilege where they can just say, yeah, if you don't want to, then you don't have to. Most other countries don't even do that.
I don't know the laws of other countries. I know that conscription is in Switzerland and Korea and stuff, but I don't know the laws specifically of every country on conscription. But that being said, it doesn't matter if other countries do it or not. We're talking about our country, are we not? And whether it should do it. And I'm saying that the morality argument here would be why force people to fight for the country if people aren't willing to fight for the country? Isn't
I think
signs that the country shouldn't exist?
I think it's an absolute luxury for people to not be involved.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, you have the choice. You're a free individual. They can send you out and you could just choose not to fight, right? No matter what, you have that. Actually, it was detrimental for the Vietnam draft, probably why we've never done it since, because that's where the term fragging came from. People were so disillusioned with the government sending them there that they started killing their commanding officers. Americans shooting Americans. I mean,
yeah, but
we wouldn't want it. That actually compromises.
Look, that can't be could not have been such a rampant situation that people talk about it. I'll just say I don't know. I don't know how many cases that happened. I don't know.
But what about deserters? What about all these other people that ended up leaving the country and fleeing to Canada and Mexico in fear of the draft? We lost so much economic.
Hey, you know what? People are going to do what they're going to do, but countries are going to operate the way they're going to operate. A lot of countries where conscription is mandatory, we don't have that. So the fact that we don't have that is a luxury.
Let me massage something for you here. If it was optional, it would force
that's
them to.
all I've been asking.
It would if it was optional, it would incentivize the government to make better situations for those in service, to incentivize them to be in service. So not only are you on the pro-freedom side here, you're on the pro-vet side.
Why aren't other countries doing that then?
Other countries are
why
doing
why aren't other countries that do have mandatory conscription making it voluntary? Why aren't they doing that?
Why aren't they making it voluntary?
Yes,
because it's easier to enact your violence against the citizens than rather than not. What do you mean?
Well, why don't we make it? Conscription is voluntary, but mandatory. But why is it more mandatory in other countries? Like you have to serve before you can even become an adult, basically.
Depends on the country.
Right. It depends on the country.
Do
right.
not
yeah.
know, but it's probably the history of those regions. I don't know every country, but the ones I do know for certain have conscription are ones that have been bordered by hostile countries that any moment could absolutely fucking destroy them. We're talking South Korea that actively was split in half. We're talking even with Switzerland, they were a neutral country surrounded by Nazi Germany while also being pressured by the United States to join their side of the war. So you're talking about countries that were inconsistent, constant hostile situations. I think it makes sense that the government attempted to force conscription and that it's lingered since. I imagine that it's probably most unpopular the last few years than it ever has been. That's a hunch. I don't have the stat for it. I would have to look into it. But I can only imagine that it's not as popular as it was when they were like made.
Okay, so do you think that everyone should just have a say in everything, no matter what their status is?
Oh God, don't ask him that.
Everyone should have a say in
wait.
everything. No, not in everything,
no.
but I think what you're
Well,
specifically asking
okay,
here
wait,
is
hold
about-
on. You're saying no. That I mean, you know, if I decided to
I don't
just
think men should
not,
be able to.
if I decided to like not be in the military, not do anything, and just I could vote for anything. I could vote for anything.
That's the beauty of this country. Yeah.
Okay,
it's the
yeah,
beauty
but
of
I
the
just
country.
asked you if somebody should be able to do that, and you said no, they shouldn't.
No, that's not. No. Again, I'm a fucking.
I did
autistic
ask
when
you
it
that.
comes to wording. No, that's not what you just asked. Again, if we re-roll,
I didn't say should they be able to do anything. I said should they be able to vote on
In
anything.
fact, that is what you know. You did not say vote. You said should anybody just be able to do anything? Was your wording? That you
No,
just
I
said
would never
yes,
say
vote.
that. I wouldn't say that, dude.
Give me a second. I'm clipping and I'm rolling back.
No, it's okay. We can move on Legate's position, which is what he's saying.
I would
now.
never say that,
Okay.
dude. Oh, they should just be
Don't
able
worry.
to do anything. I would never say that.
Really now? You know what? Well, let's see. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm not, I'm not. Let's see. I'm gonna listen to it real quick.
All right. Well, while he's doing that, what do you think, AC?
I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about, except because I was outside there.
What do you think about voting?
We're on the draft.
Yeah. So voting rights and draft and all that. Like, what do you think? Like, so like, do you think that anybody should vote depending on whether or not they've registered for the selective service?
No.
Oh. Okay. So you think that they should be able to vote regardless of whether or not they're registered?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think that?
Well, first of all, we could register everyone because everyone would, even if we were needing every people in such an emergency, then we could need all the people. And second of all, the people that would be like, you know, if there's a like, why don't we do that instead? And then because the other way is like, oh no, we're registered for this thing that probably will never exist or happen anyway. Well, I guess we're the only ones who could vote now or whatever. Those are the two options, you know. So why don't you just register everyone to vote? I mean, to for service if that's what you if you think it hinges on that or whatever.
Do you think that people that have no inclination or say in whether or not they themselves are going to war should vote as to whether or not somebody else should go to war, meaning amongst themselves? You know, so somebody who has no say in whether or not they're going to war should just say, yeah,
Well,
go to war. Do it.
Do you think that guys should be able to vote on whether what women do with their bodies, or
Yes.
do you like this whole war thing? First of all, I mean, we're quite the ways in make believe land or whatever. We're gonna I don't think you could justify taking away the voting rights because of something that might happen sometime or something, but probably won't or whatever. So it doesn't matter. So it's like what are we doing here? Like if someone has actually done something like more so than something some other people, like if you actually want to say like, hey, only people who serve in the military could vote. I I don't like that, but I'd be closer to that position. At least that is rewarding people who have done something rather than rewarding people who have never done fucking anything and just pretend like they have. Largle.
Okay. What'd you find? And okay.
I sent you. Oh, I sent you the link, buddy. I sent it to you. I sent you the link, buddy.
I forgot what it was about anyway.
Let's see. Let's see what I said. Have a say in everything, no matter what their status is? Do you think that everyone should just have a say in everything, no matter what their status is?
Okay.
Do you think that everyone should just have a say in everything, no matter what their status is?
Okay.
That is not that I was talking. First of all, that is something that I told. That is something that I told Casey after you disappeared and went to go find it. All right. That is not. That is
No,
not.
no, that is what you. No, that's what.
Dude,
When Casey
dude,
replies to that,
you
he
can
says,
even
"No
tell.
answer."
You can even tell that I was addressing Casey because Casey
No, dude,
reacted to it.
Yes, he said. Casey said to me, "Don't answer that." To me, when you asked me that question, you can even hear him say, "Don't answer." And then, if you want me to do the whole,
No,
fucking
this is
thing,
after the fact. No, this is after the fact. This is when you. This is when you went to go
I will
find
fuck
it,
you on this
and
if you want me
then
to fuck
and then while you were finding it, this is what I asked Casey. This is after it.
Listen, if you wanna say that's what it is,
I know it's what it is.
No, you're fucking full of shit.
Dude.
And if you want, if you are a man of your word, you will post after the stream, post this, and I will show you this exact same full thing where that was the question that you asked me. Casey followed it by telling me, advising me not to answer that question.
Okay, I did.
Because you were, so.
Okay. Well, we'll see. I'll go back into the VOD and look.
If that is the case, I want you to say it.
Look, here's my official
listen.
stance. Here's my official stance. This is something that happened after we talked, but I will go back into the VOD afterwards and I will find out whether or not this is linked to exactly what you're talking about. And if it is, I will own it and I will apologize. But I don't think it is. I think this is after. But but if I'm wrong, I will own it. Believe me.
And vice versa. If somehow you AI generate it, so I'm wrong.
I'm not gonna AI generate anything, dude. You know me. If I'm wrong, I'll own it.
I know. I'm just fucking around with that. But yes, that is what you asked me. Okay. But now that the question is different, I think everybody should have a vote. Right? That's just simple put. And I think that the economic way.
Do you think that women should be made into the draft?
No, I think nobody should be put in the draft. I think those drafts should be non-existent, and it should be 100% a voluntary system with high incentives for those that join. We're one of the richest nations in the world with plenty of people that believe in American idealism. If the government can't incentivize people, then the government shouldn't exist.
Okay. So that sounds a little anarchist. A little.
What the fuck is it?
Imagine
a tad
my
bit
surprise
anarchist.
when a socialist is anarchistic.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Is it not anarchist or?
I don't think it is.
It's sounding pretty.
If the government shouldn't be able to convince a group of people to do the thing that they need them to do, then it shouldn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like, you want us to die and fight for the cause, right? I say that the government shouldn't fucking put a gun to your head and force you, or with the penalty of either, going to jail forever or, much worse, depending on how serious it is, but rather that they should have high incentives for those in place who will protect the country. We are the richest, most powerful country with a lot of people who believe in the American exceptionalism and idealism. If they cannot justify a voluntary basis for our military, then it shouldn't exist. Purely put.
How many militaries in the world are voluntary?
Probably none. Well, depends what you mean
I'm
by
getting two
voluntary.
different answers. I got none and most of them.
Nearly all of them. Most.
Well, it depends what he means by voluntary, right?
Well,
if you mean
we're
voluntary,
voluntary, right?
Whoa. No, I don't. Yeah. Well, it depends. I was defining this differently. Sorry. Let's be clear about definitions. If I because of what I just said, I thought you meant voluntary in the nature of what I just said, that there's no rules on the book that would bring punitive measure if they asked you to serve the military. which I don't think there is a country right now that I know of that does that. But if you mean voluntary, as in the people do currently usually sign up for it, then most of them, yes.
I mean, is the status quo. Is the norm.
That is the status quo, yes.
So in the United States, it's voluntary. That's the norm. That's the status quo.
Let's see. I might be wrong. I'm looking it up now. Military around the world. I just put voluntary versus involuntary military around the world. Let's see. Sure, we'll use the Wikipedia. Is anybody going to complain if I use the wiki on this one?
I don't know.
Okay.
I GPT'd your ass earlier.
For what?
Women on the Instagram.
And I'm over here.
12% more.
You fucking Instagram GPT? Okay.
No. The thing about women being on the socials more.
What did it say? What did it say?
It was 12% more.
Yeah.
More, but
Yeah.
20%.
Oh, delay. Got a delayed W. 12% more.
That was engagement, not more, right? Because I sent in the study that put it at 50.9 versus 49 point something for who does. They may engage in it more. Is that what you're saying? Because I never made a claim on engagement.
It's what
who
GPT
uses
saying.
it.
The only thing I brought it up is because I was reading from GPT anyway, so I'm not dying on this hill. I don't.
Okay. Anyway. Here, I'm trying to count this, but I keep on getting distracted. Here's the fucking map. You can decide whether you think this is standard or not. The red has conscription. Purple has active conscription system, but less than 20% of the people are fit for the service to conscript. Blue is no enforced conscription, and green is no armed forces at all. Yeah, like not at all, apparently, which I didn't even think about it. But yeah, Iceland and Greenland don't have an armed force because Iceland purely relies off of NATO, and Greenland relies off of NATO plus
Canada should be blue.
Denmark? Right? Denmark? Plus, like, Greenland has like 30-something thousand people. Iceland has 300-something thousand, maybe. So you can decide off of this map what you think if it's the norm or not. It seems like there's a lot of countries that don't have enforced conscription, but it also seems like there's more countries than I thought that do.
I'll call it.
But also,
it's like 50-50, basically.
But if you do this by population, this 100% is in my favor, because this literally shows that this would be more than 3/4 of the world.
No, it's only in your favor if you can identify how many of those countries outside of the United States allow
India,
even
China,
women,
and the United
even allow women to vote. Because we're talking about like
China,
what, like
India, and the United
100.
States?
You could say, oh, I'll just take the W on this one, but we're talking about 170 countries basically, like 169, 170 countries. And we're looking at a map that is very color coded, which I appreciate. But I'm calling it like a 50-50, basically, looking at this map. But just because I can call it a 50-50 on the map doesn't mean that how many of these countries actually let women vote.
50-50. Okay, here you go. Here's a map. You can overlay the bitch. Eat it. I didn't even know the answer, but here you go. It fucking definitely debunks that shit. Countries where women can vote in 2025. Let's go. I'm proud of this map, actually.
I'm not.
Fuck you.
What is this? What is this?
Little cunt.
Oh, now we're. You didn't even ask if this map is okay. With where you did with Wiki. Wiki, you were like, is this okay if I use Wiki? This one, you're like, yeah, I'm proud of it.
I'm proud of it. I am proud of this map.
I'm not even saying that women shouldn't vote. I'm just saying that people.
Fine, we'll use
people that have more of a more skin in the game.
Oh, that's bullshit. No one votes in China, and people voting in Russia don't even doesn't matter.
Oh, that's a huge chunk. That's a huge chunk.
Let's zoom in on North Korea. Zoom in on North Korea, because we
go.
gotta throw away the map. Zoom in on that North Korea. If that
North
is
Korea
a
does
green,
It does vote.
shut the fuck up. They do not vote. There's one
We
name
didn't
on the
ask
ballot. There's
whether the
one
vote means
name on the
nothing or not, but it
ballot.
means that they could vote.
There's literally one
Dude,
name.
they
on the
have
ballot.
streets called fucking what is it? Gulag Road. There's no way that they're fucking letting women vote. No
They
way,
100%
We've-
will let them vote. It's just there's one option. Like you said, it's and
Oh,
reality.
oh.
I
isn't
think
even-
I
that's
think
not
they
even the
do.
reality as
Yeah.
well.
I think they do let the women fake vote, as well as the guys fake voting.
And
Yeah,
also,
as far as I know, but still,
it's not true. It's not true that North Korea doesn't let people
no.
vote.
Wait, actually,
They do vote.
You know
it's
what?
Just, it's
this
just rigged.
this
like
brings up an
Russia.
interesting. You know what? This brings up like a crazy,
rigged like
interesting dynamic because I remember
Oh,
like
yeah.
back in the day, like a year or two ago, when we were all like doing the whole fucking talking to Kairos and Potato King and like all these things, and I was asking whether or not people would rather live in the United States or North Korea. Some of you, I'm not saying anybody that's here, possibly, but some of you were like, oh, it could have been Kairos, could have been Potato King, could have been other people that aren't those two people I just mentioned, said,
Bro.
you know what, North Korea actually, I'm thinking they got a couple of things right. Now, what I want to ask is, Casey, North Korea, if you had the chance, if somebody could tell you,
what you're asking
could
me
ask
that?
you, North
I'm not going to
Korea,
North Korea.
North Korea or the United States, where would you rather live? What is your answer?
United States.
There we go. There we go.
Okay, but
I mean,
that
it's
has
obvious.
nothing to. Whoa. Don't let the diversion and bullshit tactics.
Look, we can go back to the women voting thing. We can go back to it.
The question wasn't whether
you guys brought up. You guys brought up North Korea, not me. You guys brought it up, not me.
You did. Nobody mentioned North Korea until you said.
Pretty
hey,
sure
let's zoom
somebody
in.
said zoom in on North Korea.
I did.
Oh, I thought Legate said that. I'm wrong.
No,
I'm
I
wrong.
didn't- I did not say
just like
that.
Legate was wrong earlier about what he said to me.
I'm literally zooming in on North Korea
wrong.
right now.
I'm wrong.
Okay,
I'm wrong.
I did.
The map. They should not have painted North Korea green. No one fucking votes there.
Well,
So
'cause the
it's a
question-
ridiculous
no.
fucking map.
Yeah.
It's not a ridiculous map, and here's why. The question isn't whether the elections are fair. The question is if if women have the right to vote. These are two separate questions, right?
Well,
because
they show up and they have to. They either don't circle anything or they circle the name that was chosen for them by their bro, and they circled their bro.
I'm gonna
My
grab
bro,
a beer. I'll be right
Jerome.
back. Give me like 2 minutes.
Like it's not actually voting. They put their name on a piece of paper, and if you don't put their name on the piece of paper, you get in trouble. I mean, that's not voting. That's just dumb map. Government does. It's dumb.
it's not dumb.
It's clearly dumb.
And it.
I'm pretty sure that
I
a
don't
lot of
think
those
it's
some of those African countries. I'm pretty sure some of those African countries are not democratic. There's not even that
Does it
many
matter?
democratic.
Does
Yes.
it matter if it's democratic?
Well, the thing
question
is,
was,
supposed to
are they
be
allowed to
women.
vote? I don't care if it's a dictatorship or
If
not.
no one votes,
the question
it
is
shouldn't be
vote or no.
green. If no one votes, it shouldn't be green.
People vote. People
I don't know
vote.
who made that map, but I don't like them. Bad map.
But that's because you're not being objective about the question.
I
You
am
gotta be-
being objective.
I'm
What
taking
do
the
you mean?
objective stance.
So if I
on
were
it.
to ask you whether or not women in the Middle East are happy and 100% of women said that they were happy, you would accept that like the Middle East treats women better than like the United States?
No, that's accepting an outcome, not accepting the reality of voting or not. If the question was, hey, we made every woman vote on whether they're happy or not, and the votes said yes, did 100% of women vote? I would say yes, but it was rigged vote. This is not the
So in
equivalent.
this specific
These are-
circumstance, does it matter whether or not women have the right to vote if it's a rigged vote?
Does their vote matter? No. Do they vote? Yes.
Okay, so like, again, if you like, I would assume you're an advocate for democracy, right?
Borderline. I don't know. We'll decide.
So if I rig the vote from the top down to make it where there's only one candidate, and that candidate is like a fascist dictator, you're in favor of democracy?
Am I still in favor of democracy?
Yeah.
I mean, I just have the same opinion on democracy, I imagine. But that's not, again, these are not equivalent to what you're saying. You would ask me, hey, if I gave you a piece of paper under my dictatorship and there was only 1 or 2 bubbles, right? But if you answer the other bubble, like we're gonna like rig it and like throw it away or something, are you still voting? I'd be like, well, technically, yeah, but it doesn't
Hold on,
matter.
hold on,
My
hold on,
vote
hold on.
means nothing.
Hold on. If you're making a map and you're gonna make green, you're all of the fucking Satan is talking in my ear. Shut the fuck up. You're gonna mark green. All of the countries where people.
Well, I probably would have done a different color for like countries where the
vote. Where people vote. Are you really gonna fill in North Korea?
I would have probably made like an orange-ish category or something, and then I would, if the answer is do they vote yes or no, I would have done it just how the map says.
Oh wait, I turned down everyone. Oh, when I turned down Satan. Oh god. Oh, I'm a mess. Oh god, I got this. Fuck you, bitch. Okay, I fixed it.
Oh,
maybe. Okay. Are you making that map green? You painting North Korea?
Okay. If the question was purely if they cast votes or not for men and women,
yeah,
I would do it exactly.
No.
No. If I were to
is...
make the map, myself and change anything, I would have put an orange category where it's like technically votes, but compromised voting.
No one cares about technical. Like. Who cares if they cast it? It doesn't matter.
I'm autistic, like I said, with wording.
Well, your map is again. It's you also make shit maps. Then you're a shitty map maker. Boom.
No, I'm just objective with it. And if they ask me, do people objectively cast a vote or not? I'm going to answer. I'm not going to bring my biased politics into it. If they ask me, do people cast a vote? The question isn't, are these democratic countries? Because then the map would be fucking stupid. It was, do women have the right to vote in the same way that,
I'm never going to ask you to make me a map ever. That's right. You're on a list. Map makers.
Or if you ask me to make a map, how about you just ask me exactly what you want the map of? Because I'll do exactly what you say to make the map of.
Mm-hmm. Don't you think that's a little bad faith, though, to propose that, like, to say that, like, someone has the right to vote, thus they're equal, and then, like, it proves your point?
I didn't. It doesn't say that. No, I think it's bad faith that you assume those things.
How many of those African countries do you think people vote? How many people?
If you don't believe that to be true, then why even argue the point?
What do you mean argue the point?
That, like, if you look at it and say, oh, look, women have the right to vote, but the elections are rigged and, like, your vote doesn't matter, but I'm still going to use it in a favor to my point.
Yeah, but that's the same for men as well. So then,
So, like, wouldn't this be, like, the same line of argumentation to say, like, oh, why don't we just solve the issue of men and women having, like, different rights by taking away everyone's rights? Do you think that this is, like, a
No, because I'm not proposing to do what it is. The question was, how many countries allow women to vote? This shows in the purest, most objective outlook shows that answer.
No, it doesn't.
Now, you guys are saying that you should take in consideration a bunch of other information, but that's for a different map, or they should have worded it differently. Like, you can't.
I'm not arguing with the stupid map. It's a bad map. It's a stupid map.
Listen, but you can't argue that it is objectively correct.
It's not objective at all.
It is objectively correct.
It's wrong. The whole thing is wrong. So look at the fucking Africa.
Okay, and I'm on the wiki for women's suffrage, and they have the same places on Africa like marked. But they have a better grading scale where they like change, like it has a color grading system. But it's not on how many. So what they do for the women's suffrage wiki is they do it by year. But it shows the same map. And look at that. Whoa, North Korea also is technically on this map too, and so is Russia. Whoa.
Okay, Russia's fine. I think they do vote for some things. It's not all. Yeah, it's not all something.
Well,
Russia's
and also
fine.
your assertion
Russia's
of China is kind of bullshit. China does have votes. It's not going to change who the chairman is, but they definitely do have direct votes on like local government as well as intermediate government. You're never going to change who the chairman is, that's for sure. But like you're not going to vote out the chairman and get a new chairman. But you definitely can place votes that do affect the political landscape of like your province. It's not. We can't say that they have one option. Circle it. It's just not true. I grant you that's true for North Korea. That's not true for China. I don't know why you would even equate them as the same situation. This is coming from someone that's pretty anti-China.
I'm done arguing stupid map.
I think dissuading China is incredibly technical, and that's not. Yeah. Yes. There was never an argument against it. Now, but then I put in another women's suffrage that like based off of the year, and they like grade it and stuff from the wiki to make it a little bit like, and it shows what year that women's suffrage was passed in the country. And I mean, it's the same overlapped map, but you know, obviously women have greater political value of voting in America than they do in like China, India, North Korea, or anything. I think they might have the least in North Korea.
Saudi Arabia. I read. Are they saying that? Okay, they're saying that Saudi Arabia. What?
No, Vatican City. Well, yeah. Well, no, they also have countries that are blank, no data.
What? How are we talking about this? Is there a point?
Or we have 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I'm looking at the women's right. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's a 12 if you count Greenland. 13. There's 13 I count so far that are gray, which means they have no like data to do. And then on the women's suffrage one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. This is, but that it's because you were being a pedantic cunt, so I want it to be a pedantic cunt back to you. If you make a pedantic cunt statement, I'm gonna give a pedantic cunt answer. Like yeah. And as I told him that like if I were to make the map, right, what I think would be a better representation if you want a full picture of the like voting situation would be to like add another color. Like on the if you're doing binary yes or no, you should probably have made it like at least a third option of like, hey, this is where they can technically vote, but asterisk, there's problems with the democratic process in that country. And that would probably light up like the majority of Africa. Again, like I said, I used the map because like you were being so rigid and pedantic with your like statement on the voting that I was just like, if we want to be that way, if we want to go that route, it's like when debating philosophy and someone says, well, you can't prove anything. And then it's like, okay, well, once we hit that part of it, if we're going to be like this, we're going to be like this, you know? But I agree that like again like in America you're gonna have way better like your impact of like voting and your ability to like change your political outcomes and how it affects you means a million times more in America than it does in most of these African countries, way more than it does in North Korea, right? North Korea is just kind of symbolic, right?
Here too.
In the Commonwealth of Era, there would be a militia. There'd be a standing militia in the Commonwealth of Era. Yeah. I'd probably be a small country. Like you see those like small little coastal African like countries, we'd probably not invade other countries and steal their land. It's pretty easy. But I don't even think that stopping yourself from being bigger is that much of a bad thing, right? It just naturally stops it because most people don't want to like cede their like land and country to another country. You want? Yeah, then that's a good example. Yeah, sure. Take him in. That's why I said I don't think it's inherently bad. Yeah. Against colonizing like forcefully. I don't know if you would call it colonizing if you're integrating, like and adopting. Okay, let's imagine an alternate world where instead of Trump saying he was going to take Canada, Canada was like, "Hey, Trump, actually Canada stands with you," and like they did all these polls and people were like, "Yes, we want to be part of America," and then they went through a long process over the next like 8 years to integrate Canada into America. Do you think the international world would see this as colonization?
I think leftists would, because they'll do anything to be against the West. Russia invades Ukraine? No, that's good. China wants Taiwan? That's good. The United States wants to back up Israel? Suddenly it's fascism.
Okay, but now you're talking your own. That's the tankies. Let's be real. There's, you know, but tankies aren't okay. Tankies aren't the only leftists. Tankies are the authoritarian left. He's completely taken out the libertarian left from the, or the lib left, if you will. That's the off left. Yeah. What? Yeah. Where do they, Mina?
It would depend. I think that there are certain circumstances where if there were like a great example is like India. Like India has been more favorable to the United States as of recently. Obviously, we've been supporting them with their new jet program, which they're using to like push the Kashmir conflict. But like even like the lib left is saying that this is an objectively bad thing, even though like prior to the United States having the contract for this jet program, India was getting supplied their jets for the Kashmir conflict from Russia, and they never spoke out about it. So I think it's just happened circumstance. Okay. I think it's the anti-West cope.
Well, as someone that frequents the community, I would say the sentiment is pretty, with the lib left, it's a little bit more anarchy, and it's typically, if the more independent you can get things, typically the better. So a lot of people would be pro-Taiwan staying seceded from China. They view that, you know, the collection of power as an inherent threat. So.
Okay. Well, listen, I've got to take off. Y'all have a good one.
Yargo.
Let me know when the panel is.
All right, I'll message you, brother. I'll get this together. I'll build it. Why would we? I don't know if I would call it the feminists. I think we should just keep the same like kind of discussion that led us to get into that, which is, well, I wasn't there for the feminist part. Yeah. I think it should be a discussion about what is the cause of the male loneliness epidemic. I think it's simple. I think it's clean, and will get us to all routes we need to be. I talked to Fairy Queen about it, but we're bringing in Ice Bean. We're bringing Ice Beans in for this, and maybe female eunuchs if I can get her on board.
And you got the twist with the women's thing that you say they got going on. So you got that.
I say,
in
dude,
there.
fucking look it up. Holy shit. This is annoying.
Yo. Well, I'm just saying. I'm taking you. You said that's what you said, right? That's all I said. I don't ever seen it before, so.
Fucking, I just looked it up. A perspective on female loneliness. First video from oh, dude, Healthy Gamer. Do you know Healthy Gamer? One of the most like prolific YouTube channels. Look at that. 1.6 million views. Let's see, hidden signs of loneliness with Dr. Julie, who is a female health doctor. That's 8 million. Let's see. The rise of female loneliness by Psych to Go, a semi okay like psych channel. I used to watch them when I was younger, but that one's 160,000. The intimate loneliness of being autistic and how this one's just about autism.
Autistic lonely. I'm just thinking of like what I gotta type in blank loneliness epidemic.
Female loneliness. And
let's get crazy. Let's get crazy with
Shoe
this.
on Head 1 year ago, 2.3 million views. Female loneliness and how to fix it.
I think that's satire.
Probably is, but I mean. But she mentioned it. You've never heard of it before, but both of you literally watched Shoe on Head, and a year ago she dropped a video, but apparently none of you have ever fucking heard of it. Ever. Female Loneliness and Catch Up Friend Crisis by Rowan Ellis with 400,000 views.
Well, it's this type of thing where I would just probably roll my eyes and not really like sort of zone out or whatever. Probably.
Oh, look at that. Psychology with Dr. Ann, Friendless Women, and the lonely going viral on TikTok. The 440,000 women's loneliness epidemic is real, and here's the proof. Wait, it's so fucking all I have to do is look it up, and it's not like it's hard for me. I've been recommended it multiple times too, and I'm like, geez. It's the only reason I know about it, and it's probably because I watch a few female political YouTubers. I haven't heard that take again. I get, but it might, it might be said. I agree with you that someone might say it. There's, again, people tend to be polarized and like to go on these radical conclusions because of things that seem like the most complicated, nuanced things, but honestly, with a little bit more understanding and discussion, I don't think a lot of things are actually that complicated.
I'll take it. Here's the thing. And it's a really simple ask. It's a really simple ask because the people say it's the argument is leftists are it's against black people or whatever disproportionately or poor people don't have license or whatever, and then it's oh, it's cheap though. It's cheap. You go and you can't afford this, right? What? What? They don't. No. It's just. I mean, on the demographics, is poor people don't have the licenses more than rich people. Just black people are disproportionately poor. That's what I understood. But at the end of the day, it's at the end of the day, it's it was cheap to make these licenses. Then, well, if you want to demand the licenses, then at least offer them for free. Just don't pay for them. Just don't charge for them. If you want this, you get the free voter ID. Just go down wherever, just boom, make it easy. It won't be easy. At least do that little thing. That's what I ask. If you want to, yeah. I don't think there's a need for it, but I don't think it's the worst thing that would ever happen. I don't think I think we would just fill it out in the mail, but yeah, sure. If you go to vote, then yeah. I mean, I don't know. I have know how that shit works. Huh. How do you prove? Well, I mean, so you cut off. Sorry, everyone should vote by mail? Yeah, yeah. That should be. Why? Because they mailed you the thing. It's in your mailbox. It's literally
How do
how
we
it,
know that
how it
you're
works.
not giving it to your sister and then having them
Yeah,
like?
it's literally how it works here. You just get it in the mail and then you mail it back.
Wow.
Like what? Mail. I mean the it's just
It's a federal crime.
they could
Force it.
yeah, it's actually pretty bad crime to get caught doing that. I mean, you could steal all kinds of shit out of mailbox. But the thing is with the election fraud or whatever, it's like no one wants to risk fucking jail time for, and they know that nothing that they do will actually matter or whatever. But you stole 25 letters and got away with it, and then you need to forge 25 signatures, and then yeah, blah blah blah. And then there's the problem with them calling about like where's my fucking letter or whatever. So it yeah. Well, I'm saying the statistics bear out that election fraud is it's basically nothing, and this is probably the reason.
They also never want to address the real election fraud, gerrymandering. That's the real
true.
electric fraud.
That's
but
true.
not once, every time it's been proposed, it's been shot down. I wonder why, They were at one time, now.
Yeah. I'm not going to call someone racist because they want voter IDs.
Yeah. I think well, they're not racist now unless if like, well, you could, depends how they do it, right? Like, oh, it'd be racist if like they say you need your full name on a voter ID, but they only allow 2 slots for the names. So then like that completely makes it so no Mexicans are like eligible unless if they have like white centric names. That's fucking, or like, yeah. Well, yeah, like fucking, it's not white people that have like hyphens, dashes, and their name typically. I mean, I guess you have the Irish had the O, and then that, and that's actually why I didn't. Never mind. I won't fully go into that. But my family changed their Irish name to drop the ones that made it non-compliant for at the time US IDs and shit like, yeah. Yeah. And one of my friends actually that changed his back to what his Irish name was before his family changed it. He actually has been kind of fucked, not in the US particularly, but in many other countries. They don't have the system for it. And actually, specifically, my fiance has a name situation going on where Japan doesn't have the same like ID system. So it kind of like really, fucked her up. And the US in her home country forms treat names and IDs differently. So she has mismatching and conflicting information, and it's kind of been a mess. We got it worked out, but she's also changing her name after we get married for that very reason. It's kind of a cultural erasure of a people in a way. But so well, that makes it racist. Would you like, and if they do it that way? And by the way, when I've looked into this like voter ID thing, it's not what the conservatives usually are saying. Well, I do agree with Casey that I'm fine conceding and allowing voter ID to be a thing. But when you look at most of the laws aren't, oh, you just need an ID to go and vote. Most of the laws say that the only form of ID you can vote for is like with a birth certificate, which a lot of people end up losing, and it costs a lot of money. A passport, which again costs a shit ton of money. Where I'm at, I think it's right now at $386 to get a passport. And you have to keep on updating that. It's not just you need like if it was just an ID, like it's like $80 right now where I live to get an ID, and then for a license it's like 200 or something. So if you could just get an ID, but when I've talked to conservatives and I've also read the proposed bills, they say that they don't want it to actually be a state ID because illegal immigrants, they say, can get state IDs, which is true. Yeah, and then that it doesn't prove anything, so it wouldn't stop the like voter fraud that they're talking about. So they're saying it must be, and they said, well, you can also get a license at the DMV in these states that they're worried about. So then that isn't. So then it becomes, well, what are we talking about? It's the most expensive forms of ID that you could possibly get your hands on that like take a lot of fucking time. And God forbid that you recently got married and have a mismatched name on anything. God forbid that you've changed your name and like your mail and everything is different. So the DMV fucks your ass, right? So I don't care, but one, it won't stop voter fraud. And two, if you look at the laws, they are not what they're saying they're going to be. So
I think that there's something idea with like you vote and then you get like a receipt thing and has a number on it, and then like online is like all the numbers and like how they voted. You could look up your vote pushed by the number that they gave you, whatever. Just like something like that. The whole voting system is pretty fucked with all the private companies.
When I voted, they also, to register the vote, they to register to get your voting stuff and to vote, it didn't take the ID, but when you first go in to like vote, they required my ID and proof that I'm a citizen. So, and I live in the same area, you know, so. I don't know if you remember doing that, Casey, but when I like the first time I went to vote, I did it in person at a community
I've never
center.
gone to vote.
Oh, well, they fucking ID'd me. So.
I said not that I've never voted. But I've said not. I didn't say. I've said I've never gone to vote. Oh no. Actually, no. I went to. I caucused for Bernie, but that's not really a vote. It's a caucus. So. But everything else is like letter. You just mail it in. So.
It is different. I think I'll do that next year, or like the next, not next year, but the next fucking ballot that comes in. They ship it in this white and blue paper, and it's like sealed, has all your information on it. It can get sent to the wrong address, I know, because it's happened to me before, but. Okay.
Whoa.
No, reasonable, man. Let's say reasonable here. Because, you know, I could be pedantic with it. There are some fucking freaks and weirdos that shouldn't have daughters. I'm interpreting it as a healthy, reasonable man.
I mean, yeah, that's probably right. Well, they don't want their daughters probably. Yeah.
Hell, you could go one step further and say most people don't want them to even be like promiscuous at all. Like, you know, like in any, not even just like whore, but like promiscuous in any of the sense. Completely unrealistic. Completely.
I mean, yeah.
He's an instigator. He loves it. He loves it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a true statement, but it's very well. Then it's like, are we defining? Are we defining whore? Whore.
Well, that doesn't matter because if you don't like, you know.
I mean, okay, yeah. I mean, whatever the definition is, the answer is probably like, yeah, that's right.
That's like saying, you know, nobody wants their son or daughter to be a pedophile, and it's like, well, that statement is probably true. And then you can get into the weeds of what do you define that? Because like a conservative father might be like, my gay son's a pedophile because gay people are pedophiles, right? And then you can, does it?
Whoa.
Oh, what the fuck? No, it doesn't actually depend on definitions. What do you mean? Doesn't matter. Like this is like it's like saying that nobody wants to be a bad person, right? Well, yeah, yeah. But then it, you know, bad person might be something different to Casey than me than you, but it doesn't affect the first claim. Like if you don't want your daughter to be a whore, many like everybody can share that sentiment, but then the weeds be, well, okay, now what do we mean, right? By whore. I think the latter actually doesn't affect the first.
Well, yeah. Okay. I need to know how offended I am or whatever. Yeah. I mean, it's just sort of a no-brainer if that's all it is. It's like, well, this is a generally negative thing that people see that whatever we're talking about, and then though by some people's definitions, maybe I wouldn't agree, but broadly, I would say that that's true. If it means Are they denims? Because then I disagree. What? There's a little bit. I disagree. I think denims would be a fine daughter to have.
No. Whoa. Whoa. Take that back right now. You take that back.
A very decent looking daughter.
Doesn't matter if she's decent looking. She's a fucking horrible person. When do you mean a fine daughter to have?
Horrible person.
She's fucking anti-Semitic, fucking
What?
willing to compromise the safety of a family over political disagreements.
What family is that?
even-
What family is that?
Is she not the one
What,
that?
H3? What?
Yeah,
She doxed
yeah.
someone? No. Nope. Was she sent CPS? Nope.
Yes.
Nope.
Yes, she did.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did. She spread a lie about him. What is this?
What lie? What lie was that? Don't
That
dumb.
the dog poop thing.
Okay. Watching Ethan Klein talk about having Giardia and his wife having Giardia and his son having Giardia, watching that clip isn't spreading a lie, right?
Yeah, but
and then his assistant's like, "How do you get Giardia?" And he's like, "Well, you basically have to eat my poop." That's just watching Ethan Klein being an idiot. And she wasn't even the one that I don't even know if she I don't even know if she reacted to that clip like before the CPS or whatever. I know other people did, but she didn't call fucking CPS. She didn't dox anyone. Just reacted to his videos. What?
She specifically called upon her audience to call CPS. She
Nope.
in the clip.
Absolutely not.
Okay, if you think that an influencer saying someone has to do something about this, someone needs to call CPS right now on him, someone should do it right now, and then that if that is not,
I think you made
inciting
that
her
up.
audience-
Give me 30 seconds.
Okay. Tells audience to call CPS. Let me see if I can find.
Jim's chat. What the fuck is wrong with her? Hasn't code. We got some inflammatory accusations against my daughter.
Your daughter?
My extremely hot daughter. Okay. Oh.
Let's see. I'm trying to bring up the clip.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Because if I'm wrong, I want to know that I'm wrong. But my opinion based off of denim is based off of when people were calling her out for telling her audience to call CPS on Ethan.
Calling her.
So
Wait. No, she never said anything like that. So that's it. And CPS was called before she even covered the Giardia shit or whatever. It doesn't. The timeline doesn't even make sense.
Why? Yeah. Well.
Yeah, it's everyone called CPS. Apparently, literally everyone. And okay, doesn't look like my girl. We got a sidetrack. Well, NOK said that like Denims is like a horrible person or something, and I asked him to substantiate those claims, and he filled my ears with only lies and.
Give me a second. I'm reading on it right now. I'm reading.
Okay.
Well, it seems that bad empanada actually bears most of the blame here from what I'm
Also
reading.
false, but closer to the truth.
This is what I'm reading from. I'm just reading the wiki on it at the moment. On March 1st, 2025, prior to the CPS report, a clip from the Denim stream surfaced on the r/livestream fails subreddit. In the video, Demons discussed a Reddit post alleging that Klein's children had contracted Giardia due to dog feces in the home. Denims furthermore had a video chat conversation with Bad Empanada, who greatly exaggerated details of the story, claiming that Klein's house was covered in dog's feces due to the recent firing of a housekeeper. He also falsely alleged that Ethan claimed his children were consuming the dog feces, despite Ethan later clarifying that his suspicions were false and the only one who had Giardia was his dog. The misinformation propaganda that spread by Denim and Bad
Whoa.
Empanada
No.
I'm just reading.
Stop. No. I could pull up a clip right now of Ethan not joking at all, being straight as fuck. He said, I have Giardia. My wife has Giardia. My son has Giardia.
He was mistaken, and he said so, like, later.
He was mistaken that they all had.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you mean? We'll read that part again. Mistaken. We'll read that line.
This is
again.
what it says. That's what it's. Okay.
Carry on.
Let me find it again.
I like Venoms. I don't like people lying
So
about it.
So this is in regards to the Denim and was it Bad Empanada's talking. Falsely alleged that Ethan Klein claimed his children were consuming dog feces, despite Ethan later clarifying that his suspicions were false and the only one who had Giardia was his dog. So despite this, it says they continued this misinformation propagation, like Denim and Bad Empanada, despite the clarification that
You're
Ethan
reading
said,
propaganda.
It might be. I'm going through what this is saying, right?
The timeline in that thing is actually wrong. But the timeline in that thing like sort of went through quickly or whatever is actually wrong.
Okay.
Like the CPS was called before Denims ever did Denims ever did a stream about Ethan eating shit and having Giardia. So that's what he literally said. He had Giardia, and the only way to get it was to eat his poop. And his wife had his. That's what anyone would cover that video. So it's not even like that she ended up covering the video because it's a fucking ridiculous fucking video.
Okay, so how do you know that the CPS was called? That's my first question. Because I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying what has been said to the public and about this and what I got from it, right? So if I'm wrong, I want to know what is wrong and how you know. So that way, okay?
Okay, give me 26 seconds.
Because I have been pretty on an anti-Denim streak since that. So
Brutal.
if I'm mistaken, I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. I don't like her other political takes either, yeah. I think everything that people claim Hassan does in regards to the Palestine, like Israel stuff is actually what Denim does. Like, yeah, I've tuned into a few of her streams and I've seen a few of the like live stream fails, and she kind of generally seems like a very hateful person.
Lies.
I get she's hot, Casey, but you must see.
No, wait, whoa! I've only heard lies here. Only heard lies.
No, I'll defend like her OnlyFans controversy. Like, I don't think it's like what people. I think she was posting. She started on OnlyFans where she only posted lewds instead of nudes. So only like stuff that you would usually post on Instagram, like beach photos and stuff. Nothing like insane. And that became like this whole fucking. No, not that I'm aware of. Let's see what the yeah.
The date here. Hold on.
I think he said during that conversation that Denim seems like a perfectly good daughter, a perfectly hot good daughter, and I went, what? And you went, what?
Absolutely. Who doesn't want a hot daughter?
You know, this is an uncomfortable like conversation, but I think he does have a point there. You don't want your daughter to be ugly. Like, let's be real.
True. It's true.
Same with your mom. Like, would you rather your mom be hot or not hot? I would rather my mom be hot. I'm like, it's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's good to have attractive family members. Be proud of it. Exactly. Yep. Yep. Yeah. You just don't say shit like you just yeah yeah. You don't want to be a Donald Trump and be like, I'd have sex with my daughter if she's kind of thing. You just don't want that. Like, you can acknowledge your family is attractive and not be like fucking weird about it. Like, just say something. Like, if you want to say it without sounding like a creep, again, this is like the tone of stuff. Just be like, my mom's beautiful and I'm glad she passed those genes on to me. Like, or you can even cut my mom's beautiful and just be like, I'm glad my mom passed on her good genes or some shit like that. And I think that's perfectly normal. I don't follow it, but that is what I have heard. So, like, is what I am hearing. My is that it would be like analogous to, like, at worst, thirst traps on Instagram. Like, of like, oh, I'm at the beach. Oh my gosh, look at me in water as I'm like, kind of thing. I haven't seen any or looked anything because I'm just not attracted to denim. I understand that, like, she has a body and stuff that people would find attractive, but here's the thing. It's hard for me that, like, once I've had this perceived notion of a person being like nasty, it's hard for me to like view them in a sexual way, Like, I just think she's a nasty person. Yeah. Personality's the make or break, man. Like, everybody talks about ass, thigh, or boobs. I'm a personality guy. It really is. It makes the difference. Okay. Okay. No, I don't think it's racist inherently. I think you could be racist with it. Like, you can come to a racist outcome, but I don't think it's inherently racist. Like, if all of a sudden, like, depends how you said it to me, like I said. But, like, I mean, generally, I wouldn't think so. I would think it's racist because I'm given, it's a way different context with Nick Fuentes. We have like historical precedent for that, Like, I know exactly what he means when he says it. Like, that's the point of a dog whistle, is it sounds innocuous, but it really, in reality, I also need to rewatch the clip of Denham's reacting to it. see if I've been misled and like saw clips out of context.
What have you been watching? Getting these anti-denim takes.
Dude, I don't think I'm literally in the minority here because I was on a Wick. I was on a Wick panel and everybody there that was leftist like agreed to disavow.
There's no one leftist on that goes on that show.
He brought on a few leftists to like make the case on whether liberals should court the left, and he brought on some left wingers to like make the case of why they should be courted. During that conversation, it was a unanimous agreement that like people like Denim should be pretty much ousted from the party. Oh. Yeah, I was in the conversation when it happened, when you were talking.
Were you?
Yeah. I didn't give one. I was just listening because I was picking up food. But yeah, I was on the mobile phone, just like in the call with you guys. I think, actually, you know what? I did make a comment on it when I got home. I do remember now. I did make a comment on it, which is that I think that Casey actually had a point when he was saying that some like validity of the process, some like validation, filing papers with like the like, you know, country of who's you're like just off the coast of, like, you know, maybe having. I did suggest this will probably remind you. I suggested that maybe they should have like GoPros or something, because if they can afford a fucking ship and ammunition to go hunting, they can have like GoPros and stuff. So just in case there's any question ever brought of whether they attacked an innocent ship or something, or are attacking innocent ships, they can literally pull up the footage, and it could be a requirement that you have to like, you know, log and document. No, I think it's fine. Oh yeah, remember I brought up the case, I called it what it is. It's modern, it's privateering, and I believe privateering is okay. I'm down. I'd love to. I would honestly sign up for it if the money was like good enough. If like some rich dude came up to me and he's like, "Yo, do you want to go and like just like be a sitting duck target, and if pirates come, we fucking blast them"? I'd be like, "Yeah, it's pretty badass. I actually love it." But I do think it has to be like, you know, done in a way of which we at least have some assurance that they're not fucking just killing random people. Like some minimum assurance at the very least. And I think Casey was getting kind of lambasted for even like bringing that up, and I don't think that was as fair to him. He was getting fucking like bullied in the chat because he like was wondering like, how do we know? I think the way he worded it was a little, yeah. Yeah. Well, I get that's how the people on the boat know, but I think he was asking, well, how do we know they're only attacking pirates?
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices
valid question.
and unleashes
Ships
me.
that are like purposely out by these coastlines looking for trouble.
My bad. Soul Invictus, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Legion. Thank you, Edge, for reminding me. I appreciate it.
Better than nothing in that case. Like, just let us.
All right. Well, I got a question for both of you. Another one. You got the time.
Another one.
Yeah, another one. Another one. Would you rather live under Sharia law or Christian nationalism?
We've done this one as well. You need new questions, bro. We've covered all these ones.
Well,
Casey and I
the
both.
thing is, I don't remember this one. What was your answer to this one?
What?
I jokingly said Sharia law because I said that it might actually benefit me more than Christianity would.
Okay.
And I've said it purely like just like out of instinct to fuck with you. I just wanted to see what you would react to me.
That sounds like I would figure that would be the case on that one. What do you think, Casey? Sharia law or Christian nationalism? What would you?
So you freaked out on me last time because I started asking questions. You didn't like me asking questions.
Me?
You thought, yeah.
What? What
'Cause
about?
Well, I wanted to know what the rules under Christian rule was.
You didn't want to know what the rules
Uh,
were under Sharia law?
I feel like I know them.
Okay, well then why can't
But
you
then-
feel what
so- but then
what
I
the
s-
rules are for Christian nationalism? What's the difference?
Well, then I started quoting Bible.
The question
and
is just
then you had
right. It's more to take the onus off me and just to understand like what you even think about both of them. Like I don't care what your answer is about which you prefer. I just want to know what you think about what those things are.
Right. Well,
and then I can infer whether or not you would rather live under.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they would be pretty similar.
Yeah.
Uh,
Except for a couple things, probably. But
what are you thinking then?
I don't know. There's probably a couple less beheadings and stonings happening under certain, things.
Well, no, wait, are we implying that the Christian
I'm pretty sure Christian nationalism is not
following the. Whoa. If we're following the Bible, because you're doing something else where you're implying that Christians as we know them, the quote unquote devout Christians as we know them, is what Christian nationalism would be. But if Christian nationalists actually follow their book, then that means that we're taking away rights from women, enacting slavery.
No. There's no doubt about it.
Rape.
There's no doubt about it. If Christian nationalists went super hardcore and went biblical, it would be horrible. It would be horrible. But the thing is, like, we have to ask these questions about Christian nationalism where we don't have to ask these questions about Sharia law. We already know.
I'm pretty exposed. Yeah,
we don't have to ask whether or not people are getting their hands chopped off or stoned or beheaded or not beheaded. Sorry, not beheaded, but certain laws with apostateism under Sharia law. We do have to ask these questions with Christian nationalism. I assume.
What countries are under Sharia law?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But that's not part of the question. The part of the question is just, which would you rather live under? That's the question. It's not putting the onus on me to define the countries that are here now under Sharia law.
Am I answering?
It's just
like
what
Iran,
your vibe is.
Or is it more like Saudi Arabia?
Can we just assume that they're going to be following the book perfectly? Let's just say
yeah.
Let's
do that. Let's do that.
I would choose to be.
I already know what you're gonna say.
Okay, then I won't say it if you're.
You don't have to say it. You don't have to say it. I already know what you're gonna say. You don't have to say it.
I mean, I think they're basically the same. So.
Okay, it's okay.
I can see very little differences. They both kill gays.
Yeah.
They both do bad things to women.
He's both siding. Stop him, guys. He's both siding. Pick a side of the fence.
I'm pretty sure. I don't think that they're killing gays under Christian nationalism. I don't think that they're killing them. They might re-educate them. They might they might electroshock therapute them or whatever. But I don't think
you're
they're killing
changing
them.
the rules. But they shall surely be stoned to death if a man lies with another man.
Yeah, it does say they killed them in the Bible. So
possibly.
I was quoting the book, book for book.
Okay. So it's one for one, like
book for book.
Your interpretation of a statement like that is, well, they're both the same, so I'll just choose blank. If they're both the same, then just tell me what you would choose then. If they're both the same.
Well, I'm trying to what's different. If they're both the same, then
remember, science is allowed in the Quran.
Oh, that's true. There you go.
A lot of the anti-science stuff is dogma out of the Christian church, I think. It's not like don't do science is in the Bible.
That's true.
I mean,
It's a good
They
point.
don't say don't do science, but they don't say do science. That's definitely.
Yeah.
That's true. The Quran does also like ask you to go out into the world and basically like discover it, because discovering the world is discovering Allah.
That sounds like a Disney movie. You're selling me.
I'm just trying to provide
The thing is, like, both of you are on the same wavelength as me in terms of religion, and I definitely would choose Christian nationalism. You know, I definitely would. I just, you know, I probably didn't evaluate this as nuanced as you guys did. So fair enough, fair points to you guys. But if somebody just asked me off the street, I would just default to Christian nationalism and not Sharia law. You know, but
Yeah, I feel like the Christians would annoy me more. Maybe that's because I'm more used to them.
Okay.
But that's the only I could really.
Every interaction I've had with like devout Muslims has been pretty much positive. So, you know, I almost want to say you'd be a better person if you actually just followed the Quran and were in.
Everything hinges.
I'm like leaning toward
Everything hinges on Casey's answer. What do we think?
I haven't fully chosen the Quran yet. I'm just like, you know, weighing options here.
I know.
Well,
I'm intrigued that this is taking this long to answer.
My
instant answer is Christian nationalism. I'm not going to justify
Yeah.
it. I'm just going to say Christian nationalism.
I'm going Islam. I see.
They have better clothes. I think that's, you know,
I don't know about that.
Okay.
Really? You think that the drip that the Muslims have is worse than
I don't
the drip
like
that
robes.
the Catholics have?
What do Catholics have?
Or Christians, I should say.
What do
Catholics
Christians
are
have?
Christians wear whatever Christians wear. It's like if you're American, if
Yes,
you're European
yeah,
or whatever, it doesn't matter. Like you're wearing jeans and a
Yeah,
shirt.
they don't have cool drip. I'm saying that like in Islam, they have some cool religious drip that you can wear. It's pretty fucking cool. I don't. The Mormons have their tidy whities. There's those for your baptism.
What?
Yeah,
haven't
you-
seen- look
yeah.
up Mormon baptism like garb.
Yeah.
It's like
even some other, not just Mormon. I think there's some others that wear like a white garment or something that, you know, for
yeah, but it doesn't look as stupid in the other like religion.
Yeah.
The Mormon one is like feels wrong.
Water. It's culty.
Also,
Well, what the fuck's happening here? What the fuck?
if you like music, then that's haram. So that's another thing to consider.
Haram.
Music is haram. So
Sounds like
Is it really?
that
Okay.
sounds like
it
a good
is.
lyric.
Music.
Like
haram.
all music is haram.
Could you quote me? Like, let's see. The question whether music is haram is in Islam is complex. Oh shit! What do you mean complex?
I'm telling you, it's haram. I'm telling you.
Okay,
so.
I'm going to the islamqa.info. Is music haram? A summary. Well, this site is giving me interesting. I don't know. This one says it is, but then another one I clicked on says it's not. What the fuck?
It's definitely haram.
It wouldn't make sense because they have prayer songs. Like it doesn't like, but
They're,
like
yeah,
also
but they're not. It's
people are
it's,
hypocrites.
it's not called music.
Yeah.
It's a different.
Well, I'm
thing.
trying to see. I'm trying to see what they're using to justify, right? Because this could be just them like interpreting a passage like stupidly, right?
Well, if you look up music of Saudi Arabia, you get music from the world travel tourism. You get music. There is music in Saudi Arabia. Apparently, it's the wiki of rock.
Well,
the rock and metal
Saudi Arabia
artists from
is
Saudi Arabia
incredibly
include-
progressive in terms
What?
of yeah, in terms of ideology
Maybe
and the mass of the peoples. Yeah.
Wait, what?
That's
They're
been
like the
that's been
worst.
like the whole goal of the Prince has been to modernize and
You see this right now?
and brush up
They let
against.
women drive, but not after disappearing all of the women who were advocating
Yeah,
for it.
okay. I just read the passage. This is the call it like that music is forbidden is not quite accurate here, my man.
Music is haram. I'm telling you, dude.
It's well. That's I agree with
Wait,
you.
wait, wait,
that
wait, wait,
some
wait. Is
cases-
it in the Quran or is it in a hadith?
You're cutting out. Hello.
Can you hear me? Check one, check one.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Is it in the Quran or is it in the hadith?
Quran is what I'm reading at the current moment. So I looked up the fine because most of the things I found is this section. This sect considers it haram. This sect doesn't. These are the countries that enforce it. These are the ones that blah blah blah. So I eventually found one that points out like the statement, and the statement is, and entice whomever of them you can with your voice, and rally against them your cavalry and your infantry, and share with them wealth and children, and make promises to them. When talking about how Satan Satan deludes people.
Oh, it is Wahhabi. This is the Wahhabis that do consider it haram, apparently, and that's Wahhabism is more or less what Saudi Arabia spreads.
Yeah.
This says
saying that
it's
people
based on
don't
the
consider it, but I'm
hadith, but at the same time, there's still. Oh, and by the way, it says speaks negatively of non-percussion musical instruments, and the idea that music and the art are distractions from God. Some Muslims also believe it is sinful for songs to make any mention of women, for women to be involved in the composition of music. That's a big word, particularly in the early days of the
directly
current
from the
study.
Quran. This is interpretation, and we're going from direct text.
These people don't care what's in there.
Yeah.
They just make up their own shit.
Yeah, but we care in our decision because the decision is direct text. Which one would we rather live in? And I am saying that this says nothing about music being haram in the Quran so far.
Wait, it says in the
It's haram, bro.
hadith.
I'm telling you, it's fucking haram.
I didn't disagree with you that
I know.
it's been interpreted as haram by some sects of
Wahhabi.
maybe even the majority. I don't know.
They're not the majority. They're not the majority.
Yeah. Okay, it's not the majority. Like, yeah.
But they're the worst. But yeah, the music will be tough. That it does seem like they got a little thing going on here with the.
It definitely got a little thing going on there.
It's not nothing yet, but it is. It's not all Islam, but.
Yeah, and it's definitely not. It's at least not from the Quran. What's the other book that you're talking about right now? So I could read that one.
It says
Hadith. Hadith.
Based on that.
Hadith. Say music is haram. Okay, so Quran, no. Let's see what about Hadith. Some people in the Muslim community will regard as permissible activities like adultery, silk, alcohol. Okay, but what does it say? Why doesn't it ever?
Well, the hadith is different. The hadith is like the
the
interpretations of certain religious practices outside of the Quran.
I already read it.
It's like the new gospel, basically.
It says which speaks negative. The hadith speaks negatively of non-percussion musical instruments and the idea that music and art are distractions from God.
Yeah, but can I get the passage? I don't want people's interpretations. I want the
you
passage.
You want backwards written squigglies? You want
translated? Yes.
Oh man. Yeah, just hit Google Translate, dude. You'll get it.
Okay, I may have found something.
Where am I ordering food from?
Bro, in one part of the Hadith, it says that people will play musical instruments.
Yeah, and then they probably said, and then we slaughtered them.
Oh, Okay, wait. That's actually no. It doesn't say they'll slaughter them, but this does change the context. My bad. I jumped on that too soon. I guess it's played for people who are in divine punishment, which does give it a negative connotation.
Yeah.
I might be wrong on that one.
Well, it probably is speaking of the apostates.
Let's see. But it seems like this is more nuanced than you're saying, because like I can't get a straight answer from fucking like the first 5 sources on Google, and you know that's my whole life right there.
Yeah, I mean, there's different sects. They disagree with each other and fight about it.
This seems like an interpretation issue rather than a like direct from the script issue. Because it sounds like music is only mentioned negatively in context of something else. So it might mean that
I already read it. Why did you want? You wanted to.
You didn't read it.
You don't trust.
You read an AI's fucking.
No, it wasn't AI. It's not AI. It's not AI. It's on the Wikipedia music of Saudi Arabia. So it's not even an article about it, which makes you like believe it actually even more, because it's just sort of, by the way, yeah, this is the thing here.
People,
Yeah, but that's
I think
Saudi
people's
Arabia's
perspective
interpretation. I
on
just
Saudi
want to,
Arabia is incredibly skewed, because they actually are tending towards a more progressive.
No, don't stop saying that.
They are.
They're the worst. They're the most extreme form of Islam is Wahhabism. That's what is Saudi Arabia.
He's not wrong that they do try to appeal towards like people who are like more progressive. Like that's like how they try.
Yeah.
To make themselves.
It was they let women drive. They sell the idea.
Well, they also asked gay people to tour there. They're saying it's fine to be gay and tour in Saudi Arabia, which it's not, by the way. But it's like, you know,
it's less not bad or whatever.
No, I think if you live there, they will fucking murder you. They will fucking murder you.
They're lying, dude. If you have sex with someone and get an STD, they will throw you in fucking like prison, bro. Like,
in the early
herpes. This includes
in the
herpes.
early 2010s, they literally killed people for witchcraft and sorcery. Literally. Oh, and then it was like, was that 5 years ago? They chopped up that guy from fucking it was like a Washington Post like journo.
I remember that.
Chopped him up in the embassy.
Oh yeah.
That was nice. That was very progressive.
Okay, but
that
is
was
he
not
wrong
progressive.
That they try to like come across as
Yeah. They are
trying.
trying. Yeah.
Because they want to invest in the West. They tried trying to get in the NFL, and then they did that, and then they had that golf.
They still do. They still do.
They still. They own. What do they own?
It's a direct competitor to the PGA Tour. I don't know what it's called, but it's a big tour. And they also have like a big
Europe thing.
They have like a big soccer thing, and they got Cristiano Ronaldo or whatever his name is. But yeah, they're trying to make like a big progressive push, you know, on the surface.
Surface.
But even on the surface is probably better than some of these other places in the Middle East.
I would visit.
No one's screaming about how progressive Pakistan is, right? No one's doing
I would
that.
visit Pakistan,
but
I would love to go to Pakistan.
You would rather
Saudi
be in
Arabia.
Iran.
Are you kidding me?
You'd rather be in Iran, right? You know, than
Iran,
Saudi
easy.
Arabia.
Easy.
Yeah. Easy. Iran is actually pretty okay with trans people for some reason over gay people, which is like the opposite of the West.
Yeah, as long as you don't tell them you're trans, then you're okay.
No. They have
There's no way.
some openly. I didn't think so either, but do you know Pars, the political who goes around in some political spaces? He was talking about like the Iranian situation. He's a Iranian who immigrated to Canada. Yeah, he talked about how there's this weird dichotomy where like being trans is way more accepted in Iran than being gay. And also, if you're trans in a Middle Eastern country, like Iran would be the country you want to be trans in.
Okay. All right. Well, I.
Yeah, this is what it says on the wiki, by the way. Just like when I brought it up to like try to find something.
Okay, I got
the wiki says. Oh.
Well, I was just gonna say I have another question. I don't know how much time I have. Oh, what's up, Game Boy? How you doing? I got and Game Boy. You answered this as well. I don't know how much time I have with you guys, so I want to ask you as many questions as I can. And if I have already asked this, let me know. But I don't think I have. Although I do know that I have asked this very in passing with Casey earlier in this stream today.
What?
The question is, if it turns out that racism is a mental illness, then should liberals and leftists be held to account for their ableism?
I don't know, like, if ableism is even a real thing. I don't.
Okay.
Like, I get the gist that, like, there are certain people who are just, like, that crazy where they're like, oh, I just hate Down syndrome people.
Great take.
But, like, the idea that, like, you can just treat people who are mentally ill as not as capable as other people is like normal and I think a good thing. And I think ableist, like calling that ableist is kind of just retarded. I mean, I think you could just
hold on. That some people would have considered that an ableist thing to say. But you know, for example,
He doesn't believe in that.
Well, you know, so if somebody who had Down syndrome, who could work a job and pay their bills and do everything, but people called them the thing that you just said, you know, in our situation,
That'd be fucked up.
You know, would
okay.
And I don't have a particular thing with you know saying that as a slur. But I'm just not. That's just not in my vocabulary, so I'm not going to say it. But just like I don't have any others. I don't have anything with any with any slurs. But if there was somebody with
Down syndrome, dude.
Right? Yeah. But if you called somebody with Down syndrome that word, would they consider that a slur?
I've been called retarded by a Down syndrome person.
Oh, okay. Well,
He's got the R pass.
yeah, that's reverse ableism. Okay.
Would you say the C word for robots?
Yes.
Game Boy?
Yes. Say it. Say it.
With the hard R.
Hard R. Say it.
Oh, okay. I couldn't do hard R, but I
can
could
totally
do
do it. This is like the one slur I don't believe in.
I have an Alexa. I can't.
Okay.
No way, dude.
Okay,
No
do
way.
it. Say it with a soft A. Say it with a soft A.
Who? Game Boy or me?
Game Boy. I know you will.
Okay.
Whoa. It's okay. He's got the pass.
You got the seat pass, dude. Go for it.
I do say oil guzzler, but
whoa, that's actually more racist. That's the equivalent of like the porch.
Oh no!
You know,
Oh no!
Porch one, you know. Jesus Christ, dude. We can't say that, man.
I can't believe we're actually talking about this right.
They're both having individuals now, okay?
my Alexa's playing Kanye. I can't disrespect it.
Hold on. Is this actually a serious part of like liberal or leftist discourse about? Yeah, I mean, for the most part, people on the right have an indifference towards slurs, if not proclivity towards them. But anything left of center is like an antithesis towards slurs, which I actually personally agree with. But do people on the left actually consider this a slur, or is this just like a meme? Or
well, I think the victims of the slur don't exist yet. For the most part, like you can't really have a slur unless there's victims. It's just kind of a word.
Right. Okay. So yeah, but there's no way that robots or AI can be victims, right?
Yeah, my kind of view of slurs is if there's no harm, no foul. I guess this is the ultimate no harm, no foul, because like they don't exist. Like, Alexa, You're an oil guzzler. Like it doesn't care. It just said it doesn't know what that means.
All right, so
I'd be careful with how you're saying the oil guzzler one. Don't let ChatGPT hear that one. He's kind of cool.
But yeah, but does anyone in leftist circles actually consider this like a real discourse to have?
No. Casey Lee's a VTuber. Don't ask him.
He's biased. Yeah, if you think about it, this is the equivalent of blackface. What Casey is doing, it's kind of fucked up, Casey.
They're getting Casey first.
God damn.
I imagine, Casey, you have to have been asked about this Clanker situation.
I don't know anything about the clank.
Oh,
Get out of here.
Whoa.
Hard R. Clanker. Clanker. Quote me. Quote me. Clanker. This is like the one time that I get to use a slur. It is not even a slur.
The news says otherwise.
This is not a
Fox News will get you.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I think what's interesting about Clanker discourse is that no one on the right would ever take this seriously. No one on the right would ever take this seriously. But it's imaginable that someone on the left could take this seriously. And all I want to know is, am I wrong about that? That no one on the right will ever take this. Nobody. No one on the right would ever consider robophobia, a real thing. But it is possible, I guess, to imagine that somebody on the left might. I'm not saying everybody, but somebody might. And all I want to know is, like, for people that might be like more on the left, to tell me that I'm wrong, which I would love to be told. I would love to be told that leftists don't care about whether or not AI or robots are slurred against, basically.
Yeah, they don't care.
Okay.
I think Elon would care that his robots are being demeaned if robophobia was real, and I think people consider him right wing, though I'm kind of iffy on that one.
Well, I mean, Barack Obama's right wing, so who knows anymore? Actually, Anna Kasparian is right wing, so there we go.
According to retard lefties. And okay, I have for you in chat. I have for you evidence a video you could click on YouTube. It is labeled March 7th. It is entitled "Snark Called Child Protective Services."
Oh my God. This is like from 45 minutes ago. He's still researching this.
Well, I did ask him for it. I'm glad
the second evidence, it says, is from March 8th. That's the next day. That's the
What
next
are we
day.
talking about?
Is a video. It's a video. Denims talks about Ethan's kid's dog poop guardian.
Yeah, it's
so
this
she
is basically
hadn't even watched
Casey
the
being
video.
anti-Ethan Klein, basically.
Me and Vegan a while back were trying to rickroll Casey Lee, and we were saying there's great evidence that Denims was responsible for the CPS call, and we were sending it to him, and he got in more of an argument about whether it was real or not, and never opened the rickroll until Vegan had to join the call himself and just say, "Come on, Casey, watch it."
What was that?
Well,
it doesn't matter. Okay,
Casey has proof that Denims is horrible or not horrible.
I've heard is false claims here. So she hadn't even talked about Ethan's stupid dog poop until the day after that Ethan went on stream and said that he got CPS called on him, and then evidence C is just like a good boob shot I put in there. Then the next we have Denim's chat a week ago saying someone should call CPS on Ethan. Oh wow! And then like this is from that Reddit thread or whatever. It's just the March 8th. They're just talking about the CPS call because fucking Ethan said that they got CPS call. She didn't even fucking cover the fucking video until after. Who that?
I think you might be right here. Just let me take time to look at the evidence to confirm.
Okay, I got links too. I got links.
Linkgate.
Yo.
if retard is considered a slur, why shouldn't dumb or stupid be considered a slur? Because they all have the same origin.
I don't know. It's possible. It's possible. I mean, I probably say dumb and stupid incredibly more frequently. I'm not dropping R's. I'm not dropping any F's, N's. I'm not dropping anything that's traditionally considered a slur. I'm not dropping any of them ever because it's just not part of my normal lexicon, I guess.
Yeah.
But
that's fair.
But the subdivisions of those words. I don't drop subdivisions of F's. I definitely don't drop subdivisions of N's. Now, if stupid and dumb is subdivision of R,
We gotta have some words. Come on.
Yeah. If stupid and dumb is subdivisions of R, then I'm probably a bigot, I guess. If that's what we're considering people that say that.
Yo, and I'm going down with the word
Liberate
bitch.
the R.
I'm going down hard. I don't give any fucks. It's I'm against this shit. They're like, you can't say bitch or whatever. You can't blah blah blah. Yeah, but you can call anyone a dick, but you can't call someone a bitch. Even though like it's actually like unisex. I call more guys bitches than I call girls bitches. So like fuck that shit. I'm keeping it.
Okay, I'm confused. Okay, so when? Give me on the.
It's
date.
all right at the. It's right out of the top. Like forget all the other stuff. But right at the top.
So what is the date that that CPS was called, and when was the date of Denim's first stream where she told her chat? I found the thing. She told her chat, somebody take this person down. Do what you have to take this person down.
Okay, link me that.
Wait,
link me that.
Okay, I have it. Here is Asmund Gold compiled it and has the clips in this, which is like
done.
the first thing.
Done, bro. Done and done. Asmund Gold compiled. That's it. Let's go.
But well, he has some stuff in here that Casey has. Well, March 8th is the earliest I found. Right. This is 2 days after the Denim original situation.
Whoa, hold on. What the fuck?
30K to anyone who can make this dipshit disappear.
Oh, that's a. Oh, I don't. That was a really old clip.
And then
that's like years. That's years ago, and she got suspended for it, right? That's years ago. Not related. I think I'm not. I don't even. She wasn't talking about Ethan either. I don't. I think Destiny. She was talking about Destiny. She was talking about Destiny. I remember that. Did you watch her stupid fucking Osmond Gold video and think that she was talking about Ethan?
Yes.
Or that it was at all related?
Yes, because Ethan's video is in the. Okay, listen. Because the Ethan's video is in the background of her saying it. That's why. But is that in Asmund Gold's background? It is. But is that Asmund Gold lying and like doing editing tricks, or like what are you saying here?
I'm saying that you could find that clip and it's years old. I'll go find it right now.
Then you agree he's using it to mislead. Yes. Okay.
Yes. And that's a famous clip. Okay. That's a famous clip to hear. That's whatever. That's a famous clip. So Denim's it says a year ago. Maybe it says a year when it's usually more than a year. I think it was like a year and a half or 2 years. But here's the link. So more than
okay.
Year.
Also, the one that is undeniable that I feel like you can't is that she did basically say it was okay that CPS came in because the child won't remember it.
That's not undeniable. That's not actually the take.
Okay, what's the take?
That's not happening.
Her saying that the kid won't, that when she's being called out on how this is really bad, what happened to Ethan, the clip shows her saying that it doesn't matter because the kid is 3 years old and babies don't form memories did she say form or retain? She said form or retain memories at 3 years old. Is that is she just justified for that one, or
justified for what? For having been stupid on.
Wait, fucking horrible take.
She had nothing to do with this thing that happened, right?
Nothing?
And she. Literally nothing.
Okay, when was the date that he had CPS called on him? So that way I can.
He announced it on the 7th. That's the first link I posted.
Okay, so he announced on the 7th, and then okay, he announced on
And then on the 8th, she watches the poop clip that started the conversation about the fucking shit, she watches the poop clip on the 8th.
Okay, March 7th.
It's the
connecting
Venom's talks about Ethan's kids got.
But you have some more
Giardia.
fucking patience. I'm trying to figure this out.
all
This
right.
might
I
be.
think-
This is.
Well-
I'm not the only person that
Straight
fell for
line.
this. The top
I know.
fucking streamers and YouTubers and everybody. So give me fucking time. You can't just provide evidence and then expect me to suck your dick for it. Give me some time to change my opinion by verifying things and working it out, so then I can suck your dick after. God damn.
Hold
Give me
on,
some lube here.
Hold on.
Like,
in the meantime, I'm gonna ask Game Boy. Game Boy, this is the question, or this is the statement. I want your immediate reaction. No man wants a daughter who is a whore. What do you think? Is that problematic?
It's normal, I guess.
Okay.
Depends what you mean by whore, but I feel like you would, like most people would be like, I kind of failed as a parent if my daughter has to find means of satisfaction like that.
Would you feel like you failed as a parent if your daughter turned out to be a sex worker?
Yeah, I mean, if they can't find money or they just enjoy it, that's like a big problem because it means they didn't have the skills to make it in life.
Casey, can we move to a different chat real quick to make this easier for me and you?
Oh, that's totally fair. I was thinking about asking Debate if he wants to leave.
And so if you don't, I agree with you, by the way, but I've ran into situations and talking to people where they say like, well, no, you shouldn't judge and this and that, and I'm just like, no, I mean, you know, if my daughter turned out to be a sex worker, I would feel like I failed as a parent, and I don't think that that should be problematic.
You should absolutely judge your kids. You're the parent.
Yeah.
Who else is gonna do it?
Okay.
But do you just walk into VCs and just ask the questions to try to get a census?
Well, I have a list. Like every time every time I have like a random thought, I write it down so that when I come into like these moments with like Casey and Anoke, I can ask questions to see what they say.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I'm always curious to know what they
Casey's always an oddball. Yeah.
Casey
I'll
always
have, like, some wild
always
takes.
has like an interesting answer to some of these questions, so that's why I've continually wrote them down.
And he'll call you like, "What are you retarded?" If we can't predict exactly what he's gonna say.
Yeah, like so. For example, I'll go through like some of the ones that I've already asked him. One of them is this is more of a statement. If I said to you, people who hate furries are bigots, what would you say?
I mean, low key, I can't, like, they're not really a protected group. I mean,
Yeah, but
I
if somebody
say,
called
well,
you a bigot, like, first of all, you have to hate furries, right? You have to hate them, right? So if you don't hate them, that's fine. But if you do hate them, if somebody called you a bigot because of that, like, would you take offense to that? Like, or like if somebody said, if you said to somebody, I hate Jews or I hate black people or something like that, and somebody called you a bigot, most people would say, oh, that's reasonable to call you a bigot because of that, right? But if you said I hate furries, I don't hate anybody except furries, and somebody called you a bigot, would that be reasonable to call you that?
no, not really. I mean,
Why? Why is that? Why is it? What is it about furries that makes it different?
well, because I assume, like, whenever I hear bigot, oh, they hold, like, genuine, like, they want to exclude or they hate a protected and often oppressed group. Furries are just kinky. I mean, it's like saying you're you want to exclude sex workers, it's not really a protected group.
Right.
I guess I don't know the full definition of what a protected group means, though.
Well, but it sounds like you're trying to be very technical about it, and I understand that. But
be what? You kind of cut out.
Technical.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're reading like technical. It's like, well, technically this and that. Okay, I understand. But I think the idea of asking or prompting something like that is to get a response about how flagrantly people use the term bigotry, like you're a bigot because of this. And it's like, well, I don't like dragonflies. Well, you're a bigot. Well, I don't like tomatoes. Well, you're a bigot. That's why. It's like at what point do we draw a line between saying something that I don't like or I hate and what is and how bigotry applies to that? And furries kind of walks that fine line between they're not a protected class, they're not a religion, they're not a race, they're not anything of that sort, but they're also not like meaningless. Like I'm not asking you to whether or not you're hateful towards orchids or dandelions or some shit. It's like furries is like kind of this weird in between where nobody's really thought about it. So that's that to me that I want to know like how bigotry or accusations of bigotry fall when it comes to the threshold line. And I think furries kind of exist on that threshold.
Okay, I could probably give you an answer for that. I mean, it's been a while since I've thought about it because I think recently there's kind of been like people stopped really caring what about like the like woke or whatever. Or at least the majority of people, they don't see it as really a like necessary or appropriate or whatever you may say. No one's really on that side anymore because they think it's a losing fight. So, I mean, I personally haven't paid much attention, but back when that was like a big thing, I always thought like bigotry would apply to like people who couldn't control it. Like if you're a Jew, you literally can't control not being a Jew unless you're religious, but ethnically you would still be a Jew. Or like a belief system like religion, like where if you changed it, you believe you'd have terrible consequences for your position in the afterlife or incarnation or whatever. But like when it comes to furries, I mean, you can make the argument for trans people, but if you believe that trans people are like got gender dysphoria, that's not really an argument. But like with furries, it's just like people who get together in costumes. It's like if you got mad at every person who dressed up as He-Man and I said, what are you, a bigot?
Another argument to consider is when gay people or trans people say that they were born this way. I don't know any furries that ever said, well, I was born this way. I was born to be a furry or
no, absolutely. That's my point. Is if you were born that way, then someone dropped you.
Okay. What about this one? I got another question or a statement for you, and you react to it however you. I'm not going to say what country this applies to. You can just imagine it. But the statement is, some people. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. People in certain countries choose to live in chaos and squalor. What's your immediate reaction to something like that? This has been a hot topic. This was a hot topic with the rest of our group here, in terms of interpreting it. But wherever your mind goes in terms of countries you can imagine applying to this or not, the statement is people in certain countries choose to live in chaos and squalor.
Probably true.
Okay.
Uh,
Like you're not even like wrestling with it. You're just like, yeah, this is probably true.
I mean, I think there's people who actively make bad decisions knowing the consequences because they're like, well, it's for the greater good, but that would lead to worse conditions. Like, I think Islam, for example, they live under people who they think are actively not the best rulers they could get. But since it's this kind of lineage from like Muhammad or whatever their excuse is, they're like totally fine because it's the greater good. I mean, it's probably true. I think we do it in America a little bit. But what country were you thinking?
Well, none of those. None of those. Definitely a southeastern country. A very big country, very populated country.
Asia? I know. Somewhere in Asia?
It's South Asia. It's a mainland continent, and every time I've talked about this with Casey, it's been a struggle because the thing is that, you know, he will isolate on the word choose, right? Like, you know, like I think either side of that sentence can make sense to anybody, but the moment you introduce the word choose, gives somebody that's interpreting it options. So if there is a country out there where people don't have adamant or